At the onset of September at Kyoto University, the temperature still bore the lingering warmth of summer's fervor. Instinctively glancing over, amidst the throng of people, she caught sight of a figure sprinting on the basketball court. With a tall and upright frame, his silver hair glimmered with a hint of gold, while his sleeveless white jersey accentuated his pale, powerful arms. He leapt high into the air, the hem of his shirt billowing freely, revealing his well-defined waist and abdomen to the open air. Bang! The basketball soared through the air, tracing a graceful arc before sinking steadily into the hoop. This time, a resounding cheer erupted, even more thunderous than before. The young man, now the center of attention, was surrounded by a group of boys as he exited the court. What a stunning three-pointer! So impressive, Siggy. You're enchanting the freshmen. Does Siggy really need to play ball to captivate the freshmen? With that face, he's already irresistible. Countless beautiful girls are vying for his attention. It's truly bewildering. Xie Jingsi casually listened to their banter, raising an eyebrow, his thin lips curving into a half-smile. What can I say? It's a natural gift. A beautiful girl in a red dress strode confidently towards him, her dark hair and red lips resembling a striking rose. Amidst the boys' teasing, Xie Jingsi accepted the water she offered, twisting the cap open and tilting his head back to take a sip, his sharp Adam's apple bobbing. The girl smiled and said something, and he leaned in slightly, feigning disinterest as he listened. They looked exceptionally well matched. Do you know who he is? Xie Jingsi, the star of Kyoto University. Not only is he the top scholar in the city, but he also hails from a wealthy family and possesses striking good looks. The disparity between people is astonishing. A breeze carrying the scent of fresh grass brought a hint of coolness, mingling with Song Yangyang's words. Whether during his time at the affiliated school or now at Kyoto University, Xie Jingsi's fame was astounding. She always heard his name through various channels. In addition to his superior appearance and aloof demeanor, the most talked-about aspect was his romantic history. His ex-girlfriends were too numerous to count, each relationship lasting less than a week, and the reasons for their breakups were as varied as they were scandalous. Yet, despite this, countless beautiful girls still threw themselves at him without hesitation. There's his new girlfriend. All of Xie Jingsi's former flames were breathtakingly beautiful. It's only natural who wouldn't be attracted to a stunning beauty? After her moment of reflection, Song Yangyang turned and was momentarily dazzled by a face up close. Nan Xu was the complete antithesis of the vibrant red rose, her silky black hair cascading over her shoulders, her skin as translucent as snow, and her watercolored eyes shimmering like the moon, emanating a serene, ethereal beauty. With a bright smile, she linked arms with her. Xiu, you look beautiful too. No wonder you're the flower of our department. A lot of boys were staring at you during yesterday's class meeting. Nan Xu was both amused and exasperated. She was majoring in artificial intelligence, a discipline belonging to the engineering field, which had a gender ratio of 7-3, resulting in female students receiving extra attention. Upon returning to the dormitory, her two roommates were also present. Tang Xinyue was the wealthiest among the four, a local heiress from Jing City, possessing a subtle air of pride that was not off-putting. Zhuang Ying, like Nan Xu, came from a modest background and was quiet and reserved. After a day together, the atmosphere remained pleasant. Song Yangyang animatedly recounted her experiences on the basketball court, while Tang Xinyue applied lipstick, remarking, Xie Jingsi. Huh? That's quite normal. From your tone, you know him? Song Yangyang asked inquisitively. Yes, but not very well, Tang Xinyue replied. Everyone in the elite circles of Jing City knows Xie Jingsi. He is indeed a true young master. The conversation did not linger long on him, as it was the first day the four were getting acquainted. To foster camaraderie, Tang Xinyue suggested they go out for dinner, and she would treat them. After tidying up slightly, the four exited the campus and roamed the bustling food street. Noticing it was still early, they decided to catch a newly released movie. These days, with the start of the semester, students inevitably gathered for meals and films, and the cinema was quite crowded. As soon as they found their seats, Song Yangyang lowered her voice in astonishment. Oh my, it's Xie Jingsi, a natural-born fashion plate. He wore a loose black t-shirt that exuded a trendy coolness. The baseball cap perched on his head obscured his sharp brows and eyes, while the distinct lines of his profile added an air of severity. They passed by her to take seats further back, followed by 5 or 6 boys who sat down chatting and laughing. Suddenly, Someone kicked the chair next to Xie Jingsi, exclaiming, "Can't you see? Amren is definitely sitting here." The boy in the seat quickly stood up to offer his place. "Oh, I forgot. Come on, you two lovebirds should sit together." Luo Amren smiled as she took her seat. Xie Jingsi leaned back in his chair, his slender hand draped lazily over the armrest, his eyelids barely lifting as he remained silent, appearing to acquiesce. The popcorn she had just popped in her mouth tasted burnt, the bitterness overwhelming her senses. Nan Xu suddenly felt fortunate to have her back to him, avoiding the unintentional sight of a more acerbic scene. After the movie ended, she informed Song Yangyang and went to the restroom. Unexpectedly, just as she exited, she heard someone call out Xie Jingsi. Her steps instinctively halted. Xie Jingsi leaned casually against the wall, a flickering crimson flame visible between his fingers, while he toyed with a silver lighter in his other hand. Luo Anren's voice rose in pitch. "Do you even consider me your girlfriend? Do you welcome everyone who approaches you? I feel utterly insecure with you." He didn't even raise his eyelids, his voice cool and detached. "Then let's break up." The girl's expression froze. "What did you say?" "Break up," he repeated, devoid of any emotion. Her eyes reddened, and she could no longer contain her feelings. Without thinking, she hurled the remaining half of her milk tea. "You are too much." Smack! The milk tea splattered at Nan Xu's feet, the sweet liquid oozing across the floor and splashing on her calves and skirt. Xie Jingsi closed the lighter with a click and abruptly turned his gaze towards her. Nan Xu, caught off guard, found their eyes briefly meeting. The pristine white of her long dress draped down, concealing her legs, revealing only a delicate, pale ankle. She appeared startled, her almond-shaped eyes wide open, resembling fragile white porcelain. Beneath his slightly long silver hair, his dark eyes gleamed like ink, reflecting the chaos of her appearance. Once Luo Anren finished venting her frustrations, she turned to leave, only to hear a cold voice from Xie Jingsi behind her. "Stop. Apologize to her." Initially, Luo Anren thought he called her back to console her, but upon hearing the latter half of his statement, her face darkened like the bottom of a pot. She could hardly believe it. "You're scolding me for a girl you don't even know?" Xie Jingsi stared at her expressionlessly. He stepped closer, pulling out his phone. "How much is your dress? It'll compensate you." From the moment their gazes locked, Nan Xu realized he didn't remember her. This came as no surprise, yet a wave of disappointment washed over her, an emotion she couldn't quite shake. She straightened up, avoiding his gaze. "And no, it's fine." Xie Jingsi raised an eyebrow. He possessed a quintessential rogue's face, his flirtatious peach blossom eyes dark and rich, imbued with a hint of casual indolence that was deeply captivating. Her fingers instinctively curled, and she hurriedly added, "It's just something I bought a couple of years ago. It's not worth much. I'll take my leave now." Her long hair swayed gently as she walked, and Xie Jingsi remained rooted in place, one hand in his pocket, watching her silhouette fade from view. He pulled out a pack of cigarettes, tapping one out and placing it between his lips, casting a languid glance at him. "Leave." "Got it." Jiang Lai, ever adaptable, immediately fell silent. As Nan Xu exited the cinema, the three waiting at the door were taken aback. She didn't wish to elaborate and simply stated that she had accidentally bumped into someone. That night, as she lay in bed, thoughts of the events from 2 hours prior lingered, and it took her a long time to fall asleep. The next morning, she and Song Yangyang headed to the playground, where a club recruitment fair had been set up. Kyoto University, one of the top institutions in the country, had high expectations for its students' comprehensive qualities. Graduation requirements included not just credits in their major, but also other stipulations, one of which was to join at least one club. With a remarkably inclusive environment, Kyoto University boasted a plethora of clubs, from cosplay and tea ceremony societies to street dance groups. Some clubs were dedicated to merely fulfilling credit requirements without much activity throughout the 4 years, while others were vibrant and regularly hosted events and gatherings. Song Yangyang, with a carefree attitude, exclaimed, "I heard the Flying Club is a paradise for those looking to slack off. I'm going to join that one." "Xiu, have you decided which club you want to join?" As they walked, Nan Xu attracted quite a few glances, and the flyers from various clubs piled thicker in her hands. Nan Xu pursed her lips. "It'll join you." Song Yangyang was surprised. "I thought a diligent scholar like you would dive straight into the student council instead of slacking off." She chuckled softly. "I picked up a tutoring job and don't have much time." On the way, Song Yangyang recalled a piece of gossip. Do you remember Xie Jingsi and his girlfriend from last night? They've broken up? Nan Xu internally noted that she not only knew this, but had also witnessed the breakup scene firsthand. However, it seems Xie Jingsi had a new girlfriend. Already someone spotted them dining together. A talented girl named Xiao Yaqing. In the same class as Luo Anren. A seamless transition. My high school classmate is in the dorm next to Luo Anren's, and I heard she cried for most of the night. Her eyes are all puffy today. Song Yangyang sighed, lamenting yet another beauty shedding tears for Xie Jingsi. Nan Xu remained silent, reflecting on Luo Anren's words and understanding her feelings. If her boyfriend welcomed advances from anyone, she too would feel distressed. She simultaneously recognized that being with a roguish young master like him would always be nerve-wracking, yet she could not help but be ensnared, relishing the thrill. On Friday night, a freshman orientation meeting was held in their department. The dean and the department head delivered impassioned speeches, discussing the founding principles of the institution, the significance of engineering, and sharing stories of outstanding former students alongside their hopes for the new arrivals. In conclusion, the unique practical training activity for engineering students, known colloquially as metalworking practice, was emphasized. Every engineering student is inevitably subjected to this experience, engaging in processes ranging from milling to sawing iron blocks, and finally to turning. Each step requires students to actively participate in hands-on operations until they have crafted their own small hammer. Many institutions schedule this activity for the third or fourth semester. However, Kyoto University takes a distinctive approach by arranging it at the very beginning of the freshman year, under the pretext of strengthening students' willpower. Only those who can endure the rigors of hammering will become indomitable hammers themselves. The following morning, the class received loose-fitting navy blue work uniforms, complete with tops, bottoms, and hats. Song Yangyang stood before a full-length mirror, observing her reflection. I can't believe it, wearing this outfit makes me look a decade older. Tong Xinyue, from the adjacent art college, had been assigned to room 501 due to a shortage of dormitory space. Upon seeing the uniforms, she patted her chest and remarked, "Thank goodness, I don't have to wear such unattractive clothing, nor do I have to become a blacksmith. Even a celebrity would struggle to look good in these garments." Just as Song Yangyang finished her sentence, Nan Xu emerged in her changed attire, prompting her to immediately retract her words. "All right, I stand corrected. Indeed, the fashionability of the outfit is contingent upon the wearer's appearance." Nan Xu's ethereal and gentle demeanor elevated the aesthetic appeal of the work uniform several notches, exuding the aura of an erudite scientist. She had styled her hair into a voluminous bun and smiled shyly. "Not at all, everyone looks great." After the instructor meticulously explained the operational procedures, they were instructed to begin the hands-on work. Each task demanded physical exertion, leaving no room for idle chatter, as everyone immersed themselves energetically in the activities. By the end of the morning, nearly all participants emerged from the experimental base looking disheveled and covered in grime. As Song Yangyang walked, she retrieved her phone to tidy her appearance. No wonder the impression of female engineering students is often one of simplicity and lack of refinement in our line of work. It's simply impractical to be meticulous. One cannot wield a hammer while fully made up. Nan Xu handed her a wet tissue to wipe away the sweat, chuckling softly at her words. "Shall we head to the supermarket? I'll treat you to some soda." Song Yangyang nodded emphatically. "Yes, please." Right beneath the experimental base was a supermarket. Nan Xu, who was not particularly fond of snacks, only picked up a bottle of water and casually browsed the shelves. To her surprise, she spotted a bag of orange candies on the innermost shelf, her favorite, a specialty of Ningxing. She reached out to grab it just as a cool, fair hand snatched it away. A ripple of surprise coursed through Nan Xu, yet she maintained a composed demeanor, lowering her gaze and turning to leave. Before she could step away, Xie Jingsi waved the candy in his hand. "Do you like it?" Chapter 3. It was quite tempting to bully him. Even though she was well aware that he was referring to the orange candy, her breathing subtly altered in frequency. She shook her head. "No." Xie Jingsi let out a light chuckle. That moment, class had just ended, and students from the nearby playground, having just finished their physical education class, flocked to the small convenience store to buy icy drinks, making the 20-square-meter shop feel rather cramped. Someone inadvertently nudged Xie Jingsi, causing him to stumble forward, and the minty fragrance that lingered around Nan Xu's nose suddenly intensified. He slightly arched his back and propped himself up on the shelf, bringing their proximity closer, making it appear as if she had been pinned against the wall. The store was filled with the boss's kitschy DJ music and the clamor of classmates. Yet everything around her seemed to be blocked by an invisible barrier. Nan Xu could distinctly hear the sound of her own heart beating. Thump, thump, thump. Instinctively, she wanted to retreat, but as soon as she moved slightly, her back met the solid shelf. To her left was a wall. To her right, a throng of people. Her long eyelashes fluttered in a flustered manner, and just when she felt at a loss, she heard his soft laughter. His low voice spilled from his throat, penetrating her ears and causing her entire ear to tingle slightly. Nan Xu was unsure what he found amusing, but after 2 seconds, she vaguely understood. She had spent the entire afternoon hammering away. Feeling exhausted and overheated, she must have looked quite disheveled, and he was probably laughing at that. Nan Xu couldn't help but feel annoyed. Why did he always have to witness her in such unflattering moments? What's the rush? Xie Jingsi clicked his tongue, addressing the people behind him. His face was recognizable to 99% of the students at Jing University. The moment he spoke, the rowdy group of boys immediately ceased their antics. Like a nimble little fish, Nan Xu swiftly slipped out of the crowd and rejoined Song Yangyang. After settling their bill, the two friends exited the convenience store, with the latter still grumbling. Those boys are unbelievable. Pushing and shoving in such a crowd. Remembering the earlier scene, Nan Xu nodded in agreement. Sunlight filtered through the tree branches, fragmented into pieces, seemingly melting between the two of them, forming an ambiguous halo. Everything around them stood still as Nan Xu took a deep breath. No, thank you. Her tone was polite yet distant, and after speaking, she quickly pulled her friend away. Xie Jingsi's eyes narrowed slightly as he clicked his tongue. Oh, if I'm not mistaken, isn't this the beautiful junior we encountered last night? Do you have a crush on her? Faced with Xinlai's teasing, he chose not to respond. Another boy interjected. He must have heard the rumors about Sigu, the playboy of Jing University, and is keeping his distance. Xie Jingsi remained noncommittal, leisurely popping an orange candy into his mouth. The intense orange flavor burst forth in his mouth, its sweet and sour essence refreshing. The scene from the convenience store instinctively resurfaced in his mind. The girl, unadorned by makeup, resembled a luminous moon, a few strands of hair from her forehead and temples sticking to her snow-white face. Her entire being tense as their distance drew closer. Her slender figure seemed to wish to curl into a tiny ball. Yet she was like a startled fawn, darting left and right, frantically seeking an escape. Realizing there was no way out, a fine mist clouded her pupils, damp and glistening, her long eyelashes trembling timidly, as if he had committed some grievous act against her. It made one, quite inclined to bully her. Upon returning to the dormitory, the other two were absent. Song Yangyang crossed her arms, slamming her hands on the table with an air of authority. Confess willingly, resist strictly. When did you get to know Xie Jingsi? Nan Xu sat obediently, her hands resting on her knees, shaking her head. I don't know him. If you don't know him, why did he give you orange candy? Song Yangyang was utterly unconvinced. Nan Xu, too, felt perplexed. I want to know as well. At that moment, when Xie Jingsi handed her the candy, she nearly believed she was in a dream. Though a sliver of joy mingled with her confusion, a more significant voice of reason warned her. He has a girlfriend. The education and morals she adhered to forbade her from having any interactions with a man who had a girlfriend, even if he constantly broke up with each of his partners within a few days. Thus, a refusal was the most appropriate course of action. Song Yangyang pondered for a moment, suddenly adopting a serious demeanor. This is serious, Su. He can't possibly have taken a liking to you, right? Nan Xu's cheeks felt as if they had been scorched. Impossible. How could he like me? Song Yangyang leaned in closer, cupping her face for a detailed inspection. Well, I saw on the forum they summarized the type of girls Xie Jingsi likes. Bright red roses, lively sweethearts, and cool, confident sisters. They really have no eye for talent. If I were a guy, I would definitely pursue you. After leaving that remark, she fetched her pajamas and headed to the bathroom. Nan Xu sat quietly for a while. Unable to resist, pulled out her phone and opened the forum, locating the thread Song Yangyang mentioned. Among the myriad posts of complaints, second-hand book sales, and help requests, discussions about Xie Jingsi's gossip always garnered unprecedented attention. Revealing the innate human fascination with gossip, the thread not only cataloged the types of girls Xie Jingsi had dated, but also speculated on how long his relationships lasted and who would be next. Nan Xu scrolled through, her mood plummeting abruptly, prompting her to exit the page immediately in the afternoon. Nan Xu took the bus to the home of her tutoring student, a middle school girl who shared her gentle and introverted personality. Diligent and obedient, she was responsible for teaching physics 4 times a week for 2 hours each session. The convenience store was not crowded, so she decided to purchase a steaming bowl of Odin and sat by the window. In the brief moment of looking down and then up again, she spotted 2 figures outside. Xie Jingsi and a girl, each holding an umbrella, as the latter tugged at his clothing. Why can Luo Anren? But I cannot. What am I lacking compared to her? You haven't rejected other girls. Why are you so harsh with me? Everyone says you like obedient girls. I'm very obedient. I will do whatever you ask me to do in the future. After saying this, the girl, seemingly wanting to prove her determination, suddenly stood on tiptoe and attempted to kiss him. Chapter 4. Don't want it anymore? Nan Xu's pupils dilated in shock and in her panic. She lowered her head. Almost simultaneously, Xie Jingsi stepped back, the expression between his brows abruptly turning sharp, his dark eyes filled with an icy chill. The girl appeared as if pinned in place by a sharp blade, her complexion paling instantly. I just wanted to. Before she could finish her sentence, she was cruelly interrupted by the man. I don't care what you think. Let me say it one last time. I have no interest in you. She ultimately fled in tears. Within just 2 days, Nan Xu had witnessed 2 women distressed by his indifference. She wondered if there would ever be someone who could make such a carefree and unruly man settle down. Lost in thought, she noticed that Xie Jingsi, who had originally been facing away from the window, seemed about to turn around in a fluster. Nan Xu hurriedly lowered her head, awkwardly picking up a skewer of Odin to eat. Ouch! Having been too anxious, she forgot to let it cool. The steaming hot skewer burned her tongue, causing her delicate features to scrunch up in a pitiful manner. He looked down, the corners of his lips lifting slightly as he walked into the convenience store. Suddenly, a bottle of cold water was placed in front of Nan Xu, and she looked up in astonishment, meeting his deep, cold eyes akin to a serene pond filled with stars. For you. Seeing that she did not move, Xie Jingsi clicked his tongue lightly, leaning closer. Don't want it anymore? His cap was pulled low, silver hair partially obscuring his eyes, and the emotions in his gaze remained inscrutable. Nan Xu felt an uncontrollable flutter in her heart. Inexplicably nodding, thank you. How much is it? I'll transfer the money to you. She had just heard that Xie Jingsi and Shao Yaqing were not dating. He was currently single. She never aspired to have any connection with him or to develop any relationship. Yet everything related to him took on a different significance and value in her eyes, such as the bottle of mineral water before her. This bottle was positioned right in front of her, within arm's reach, making it impossible for Nan Xu to utter a word of refusal. Just this once, let her be greedy. Do I look like I'm short of that few bucks? Xie Jingsi casually remarked before turning to leave. Nan Xu picked up the mineral water, which still exuded a perfectly chill sensation. Only then did she belatedly recall that him giving her water meant he had witnessed her foolishness of burning her tongue on the Odin. Oh dear! She silently rested her forehead on the table, burying her face in her arms. The water dispenser is out of water. I'm going to die of thirst. Noticing the bottle of mineral water on Nan Xu's table, Song Yangyang inquired, Su, can I have that bottle? I'll buy you another one later. This bottle is cold water. Aren't you on your period? Nan Xu replied, I'll go bring in a bucket of water. Song Yangyang, of course, felt it inappropriate for her to go alone, so she stood up to accompany her, casually asking, aren't you about to start too? You said this morning that your lower abdomen hurt. Why are you buying cold water? Nan Xu vaguely responded, bought the wrong one. Fortunately, Song Yangyang did not delve deeper and did not suspect her inconsistent explanations. The two took the elevator down to the first floor, where Song Yangyang, the gossip enthusiast, began discussing Xie Jingsi's girlfriend. Turns out he is not with Shao Yaqing. He publicly refuted it in front of many people today. I heard he is not one to refuse anyone. Right? Shao Yaqing is beautiful and talented. How could she not catch his eye? Nan Xu recalled the pretty girl she had seen in the convenience store, shaking her head. I don't know. From what I read on the forum, people analyze that Shao Yaqing is still somewhat of a good girl. He prefers someone more open. As the two turned a corner, they heard a commotion. Approaching, they found the center of the storm was none other than Luo Anren and Shao Yaqing, the very subjects of their earlier gossip. Both had unsightly expressions. The former glared at the latter. Is it amusing to covet someone else's boyfriend? Do you enjoy being the third party? The latter scoffed. If I recall correctly, you two have already broken up, right? Is your possessiveness over your ex-boyfriend so intense? Luo Anren's tone dripped with sarcasm. Yes, we broke up, but that doesn't give you the right to say anything. I've heard that Jingsi hasn't acknowledged you at all. The night we broke up, you were eager to find Xie Jingsi for dinner, fearing we might reconcile, right? This remark evidently struck a nerve with Xiao Yuqing, who made a move to confront her, but her friend restrained her, whispering to her for a while. Onlookers gradually dispersed, and Nan Xu and Song Yangyang walked past them as they brushed past each other. Luo Anren's gaze fell upon her face, revealing unmistakable animosity as she shot her a glare before striding away in her high heels. Wait, did she just glare at you? Song Yangyang felt utterly perplexed. Is she unwell? Do we even know her? Nan Xu was certain they had only met once and could not comprehend the source of her hostility. Could it be because that day Xie Jingsi had made her apologize to her? For nearly a week thereafter, she had not encountered Xie Jingsi. The engineering courses were predominantly tedious and challenging, and yet, Jing University maintained a high GPA requirement, compelling everyone to study diligently, fearful of falling behind. Besides her studies, Nan Xu also had a tutoring job, and in her spare time, she self-studied in the library. She even harbored aspirations for scientific innovation, as a senior was recruiting for an artificial intelligence project team. Open to all grades but requiring an interview, with certain prerequisites in C language and modeling. Goodness, Su Bao, you're remarkable. I'm already dizzy from advanced mathematics, and you're aiming to participate in a scientific innovation competition? Song Yangyang exclaimed, looking up from her textbook with admiration. Nan Xu did not shy away, because I aspire to pursue a master's degree. She possessed a clear vision for her future, whether through examination or recommendation. Participating in competitions and winning accolades would certainly enhance her prospects. Tong Xinyue gave her a thumbs up. With such dedication, you will undoubtedly succeed. Before they could even reach the innovation interview, the hammer project was nearing its conclusion. Everyone had successfully crafted their hammers, the weighty objects in their hands offering a profound sense of accomplishment. The supervising teacher, while surveying the room, remarked, "You may inscribe your student ID and name on them. It will serve as a meaningful keepsake." No sooner had he spoken than he received a phone call. One of his graduate students, overwhelmed by pressure, had impulsively attempted to leap into a river, but had thankfully been rescued by well-meaning bystanders and was now at the police station, where the officers requested his presence. The urgency of the situation left him wishing he could fly there, yet he had a group of students to oversee in the midst of his agitation. He spotted a familiar figure at the end of the corridor and immediately called out, "Lu Zhixuan, come help the teacher out." "What's up, Teacher Li?" Lu Zhixuan, a third-year student in artificial intelligence, had collaborated on several projects with Teacher Li and was quite familiar with him. "There's no time to explain. You two, keep an eye on your junior classmates and also check the hammers and training records." Nearby, Xie Jingsi scanned the surroundings, confirming that the U2 included him. Raising an eyebrow, "Am I included?" Teacher Li, preoccupied with heading to the police station, scarcely registered that he was not one of his students and nodded hurriedly before leaving. Lu Zhixuan chuckled softly, patting his friend's shoulder. "Let's go, financial genius." As they entered the training classroom, they caused quite a stir. One was a powerhouse in engineering, and the other a financial prodigy, both strikingly handsome and distinguished figures at Jing University. Lu Zhixuan succinctly explained his presence as a substitute and kindly added, "If anyone has questions, feel free to ask me. Just hand your training records to Senior Xie." Xie Jingsi lounged in a chair by the door. His long legs crossed casually, raising a hand lazily. "You can ask me too, but I can't guarantee the correctness of my responses." His jest elicited hearty laughter from the crowd, and even Nan Xu could not help but smile. As the cool, misty atmosphere dissipated slightly, her delicate features appeared more animated, her bright, almond-shaped eyes glistening as if adorned with a fine sheen of water. Xie Jingsi inadvertently glanced up and found himself ensnared by those clear, tranquil depths. Their gazes intertwined in the air for 2 seconds, causing Nan Xu to instinctively lower her head, concealing all her emotions behind her fluttering eyelashes. Song Yangyang, while engraving her name, mused softly, compared to someone like Senior Xie. "I prefer a gentle academic like Senior Lu. He gives off that vibe of someone who could help me with my thesis after we start dating." Nan Xu could only chuckle in disbelief. "You're thinking too far ahead." She meticulously etched her student ID onto the hammer's handle. As the class bell rang, she retrieved her training record, slung her bag over her shoulder, and lined up to submit it, when her turn came. Most people had already departed, leaving only a few gathered around Lu Jixuan, inquiring about academic matters. It was then that Nan Xu realized she had forgotten to write her name, having come to class without a pen. As she surveyed her surroundings to ask her classmates for one, Xie Jingsi had already pulled a black pen from his shirt pocket and handed it to her. Receiving it, the fleeting warmth left behind made her fingertips tingle. Fearing she might betray her feelings, she quickly wrote her name. Her handwriting was elegant and neat, reflecting her own graceful demeanor. Xie Jingsi leaned in closer, his collar slightly drooping, revealing a glimpse of his pale, delicate collarbone. Unbeknownst to him, his gaze fell upon her name, and his lips barely moved. Nan Xu. She had never contemplated how enchanting it would be for him to utter her name in such a way. His deep, languid voice, laced with a hint of nonchalance, resonated in her ears, leaving her mind in a whirl, her ears tingling from the effect. With a slight smirk, Xie Jingsi remarked, "Your name sounds lovely." Nan Xu felt as though she had been enveloped by a sharp yet fervent breeze. Her mind still hazy even as she exited the training facility. She mused, no wonder so many girls were enamored with him. After assisting a few juniors with their queries, Lu Jixuan took the stack of training records from Xie Jingsi, hinting, "Our field is quite distinguished, wouldn't you agree?" The latter toyed with the pen in his hand, smirking. Sounds like there's more to that statement. He had noticed someone flirting earlier and was inspired to comment. Lu Jixuan shot him a glance, cautioning, "I advise you to be careful. Don't harm our few female juniors. She clearly hasn't held hands with a guy before and wouldn't withstand the advances of an old fox like you." Xie Jingsi shot him a cool glance. "You're overthinking it. She seems quite intimidated by me. I don't engage in coercive affection." "You better not," Lu Jixuan replied skeptically, glancing at the name on the training record, Nan Xu. "So it's her." "Not entirely. The supervisor organized a scientific innovation project, and I'm a teaching assistant." She submitted her resume to the supervisor. It was straightforward and well-crafted. Her credentials quite impressive, standing out among the freshmen. "I remember it vividly. Are you coming to watch the interview this Saturday afternoon?" Xie Jingsi scoffed. "What would I come to see? I still have a presentation to prepare." "No time, on the day of the interview." Nan Xu felt exceedingly anxious. She had learned from various sources about the mentor's authority and stringent expectations of students, worrying she might not meet the Team S standards due to her limited experience. "I told you, Su is so capable. She will definitely pass," Song Youngyang said while applying powder. Su is the type who panics and frets about exams, but ends up acing them without a hitch. Nan Xu applied a subdued nude lipstick. "Stop teasing me. If we don't hurry, we'll be late." "Right away." Song Youngyang hastened her movements. "I'm almost done." Today was Tong Xinyue's birthday. Although they had only known each other for a short time, their dormitory life had been harmonious. She hosted a birthday party and invited the three of them from the dorm, but Zhuang Ying was perpetually occupied, leaving only the two of them to attend. They both dressed up a bit and took a taxi to the venue Tong Xinyue had sent. The spacious private room, apart from Tong Xinyue, was filled with 8 or 9 other young men and women, seemingly all from affluent backgrounds. "You're here." Nan Xu handed her a gift. "Happy birthday. This is what Youngyang and I picked out together." Considering her usual taste, they decided to gift her a bottle of luxury perfume. Tong Xinyue's eyes sparkled with delight. "Wow, you're so thoughtful. This is the one I mentioned before." "Thank you." A boy with silver-gray hair called out. "Miss Tong, you have 2 such beautiful friends. How come we haven't met before? Hurry and introduce us." "Go away. They are my roommates, Nan Xu and Song Youngyang, whom I mentioned before." Tong Xinyue pulled them to sit down. "Just relax and enjoy. They all pretty nice people." Song Youngyang, naturally extroverted, quickly warmed up to the others, engaging in lively conversation. Meanwhile, the boy with the silver-gray hair poured Nan Xu a glass of orange juice. "You don't drink, do you?" "Have this instead." She smiled politely. "Thank you." Chang Yichen found himself momentarily entranced by her exquisite features, taking a gulp of his drink to mask his fluster. From the moment Nan Xu entered the room, he had been captivated by her presence. Dressed in a white spaghetti strap dress with a soft knit cardigan, her fair skin appeared almost frosted under the lights, devoid of excessive adornments, which only accentuated her elegance. Amidst the clamor of the room, she remained serene, rarely engaging, instead offering occasional smiles, ethereal as a hazy moonlight, untouched by the chaos. Until suddenly, the door to the private room swung open with force. Damn. How did the scene change so much after just stepping out? Jiang Lai squinted as he took stock of the room's occupants, his demeanor slightly tipsy. Behind him, Xie Jingsi impatiently unbuttoned a collar button, his pale collarbone exposed to the air, brazenly cursing, "Dumbass, this is room 206. He appeared to be even more inebriated, his newly dyed golden hair dazzling, his beguiling peach blossom eyes lazily drooping, a mischievous smile playing at the corners of his lips. Jiang Lai made an apologetic gesture. "Sorry, I mistook the room number." After speaking, he retreated, closing the door behind him. What had been a brief interruption sent the private room into a frenzy. Was that Xie Jingsi and Jiang Lai? They're here too? If it weren't for today being Tong Xinyue's birthday, we could have joined them at their table. You can still chase after them now. Don't think I don't know. UVE had your eye on him for a while, haven't you? Xie Jingsi was also a prominent figure in the wealthy elite, and encountering him casually ignited discussions about him among the group. Chang Yi-chin, amidst the laughter, inadvertently glanced at Nan Xu, lowering his voice to ask, "Do you know Xie Jingsi?" Nan Xu averted her gaze, shaking her head. "I don't know him, is that so?" Like the long-chased moon suddenly appearing before her. The depths of her clear, autumn-like eyes held only him. Chapter 6. How much longer must I wait? She excused herself to the restroom, quietly slipping out the door, traversing the second-floor corridor without catching sight of that tall figure. How foolish she was. Xie Jingsi had always been the center of attention, and even if he was in a foul mood now, he was likely in some private room, drinking and chatting with friends. What good would it do for her to chase after him? A group of young men, arms draped over one another, laughed and joked as they passed by, their bodies reeking of alcohol, openly discussing girls. Nan Xu subtly furrowed her brow, leaning against the wall to create some distance. Just as they brushed past her, one of the men suddenly shoved his floral shirt-clad companion toward her, startling her into taking a large step back. Her gaze wary. "Oh, my apologies, miss. Didn't he see you there, Eligu? You're really showing off now. You must be enjoying yourself with such a beautiful woman," the men jeered, clearly lacking any genuine intent to apologize. And seeing Nan Xu's delicate and solitary figure emboldened them further. "I say, gorgeous, why not join us for a drink at the bar? It'd give my brother a chance to apologize properly," the man in the floral shirt said, flashing a self-satisfied grin as he reached out. Just as his hand was about to touch Nan Xu's face, a pale, slender hand shot out, seizing his wrist and ruthlessly twisting it backward. "Damn it!" The man in the floral shirt grimaced in pain. "What the hell are you doing?" Nan Xu stared in shock at Xie Jingsi, who stood protectively in front of her, one hand stuffed in his pocket, a lit cigarette dangling from his lips, his features exuding an icy indifference. "I'd like to ask what you're doing here. Brazenly harassing a girl. How is this harassment? We were just chatting." "We didn't kiss or touch her," the floral shirt protested defiantly. "Is she your girl or something?" Nan Xu, infuriated, clenched her fists, while Xie Jingsi expressionlessly gripped the man's collar, brutally shoving him against the wall. With a thud and a cry from the floral shirt, his companions fell silent. The force wasn't overwhelming, but it drew blood. Nan Xu's heart raced as she paled, grasping Xie Jingsi's hand, terrified he might escalate the situation. "Don't." Realizing he had met his match, the man quickly apologized. I'm sorry. It was our mistake." Xie Jingsi had no intention of letting them off lightly. But when his gaze met those frightened, glistening eyes, the anger surging within him dissipated significantly. He released his grip and said in a low voice, "Get lost." The group of men hurriedly fled. Xie Jingsi lowered his gaze, noticing the delicate hand still clutching his wrist. "How much longer must you hold on?" Nan Xu, as if awakening from a dream, quickly released her grip. "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to." He remained silent, stepping outside. After a brief moment of shock, Nan Xu hurriedly caught up. "Thank you for helping me just now." Xie Jingsi paused, regarding her with a half-smirk. "A verbal thank you?" Caught off guard by his response, she tightened her delicate fingers, summoning her courage. "Then let me treat you to a meal I've already eaten," he replied, amused by her earnestness. "Just teasing. No need for thanks." Under the dim light, his deep-set eyes and sharp nose were cast in shadow, exuding an air of aloofness and rebellion. Xie Jingsi lowered his gaze, lips curving slightly. "So considerate. Are you worried someone might have ulterior motives towards me?" His voice was languid, laced with a teasing undertone. She observed his strikingly sharp features, the faint outline of his chest, and the languid droop of his eyes, hesitating before nodding. Yes, given his current state. Should he collapse here, the likelihood of someone taking advantage was indeed not low. Xie Jingsi raised an eyebrow. You are quite bold to say that, no need to worry. He narrowed his eyes slightly. Someone is here to pick me up. Others want to have the chance to act inappropriately. Nan Xu watched as he descended the stairs, exited the building, and slid into the passenger seat of a red Ferrari, where a stunning woman with luscious red lips was at the wheel. The evening breeze, carrying a chill, suddenly stilled her fluttering heart, plunging it into a bitter abyss. Returning to the private room, the atmosphere was increasingly lively. Tang Xinyue had completely let loose, raising her glass to toast with others. Nan Xu had never touched alcohol, yet the scene from earlier replayed in her mind, igniting a curiosity to experience the sensation of drinking. Surely, it must help one forget their troubles, for how else could so many drown their sorrows in drink after a breakup? In truth, her situation hardly qualified as a breakup. It had simply been her solitary performance all along. Thus, when Tang Xinyue offered her a drink, Nan Xu hesitated briefly before accepting, slowly finishing a glass of alcohol. By the time she awoke, it was nearly noon. Tang Xinyue rubbed her temples. Fortunately, neither of you has class this morning. I arranged for someone to cover for me. Song Yangyang, holding a cup of water, remarked, I never expected you to be influenced by us last night. Su. You even learned to drink, but you're quite the lightweight, ha ha ha. Just one glass and you're already tipsy. Neither Moon nor I got drunk. Nan Xu smiled shyly. I've never drunk before. I hope I didn't cause you any trouble last night? Not at all. You were quite well behaved. Didn't he make a fuss, and went wherever we asked you to? They reassured her to be. By the way, Su, do you remember the boy who sat next to you last night? His name is Chung Yi-chin. Tang Xinyue put down her phone. He asked for your WeChat. He seems to have some interest in you. Before Nan Xu could respond, Song Yangyang exclaimed, What a guy. I noticed him last night. His eyes were practically glued to you. Didn't he expect him to act so quickly? Tang Xinyue added. He is from our school, in the finance department, if you're interested. You could try getting to know him. I'm not thinking about dating right now. Nan Xu replied softly, I'll talk to him myself. After all, he is a friend of Moon's. It wouldn't he feel right to have her intervene? Tang Xinyue nodded. All right, that is settled. Meanwhile, Chung Yi-chin, engrossed in his class, felt a rush of confidence upon seeing the friend request come through. His roommate inquired, What is up? Met my crush last night. Adding her on WeChat, he replied. Their brief conversation drifted to Xie Jingsi and Jiang Lai, who overheard. Chung Yi-chin was somewhat of a figure in the finance department, often pursued, so this news piqued their curiosity. Jiang Lai leaned in. Which beauty has you so excited? Chung Yi-chin's eyes sparkled with delight. You probably don't know her. She is a freshman named Nan Xu. Upon hearing this, Xie Jingsi's eyelids flickered, dark eyes sweeping over. Chapter 7. He was like a gust of wind. The three remained unaware of his strange demeanor, continuing their chatter. Roommate quickly pulled up a photo for Cheng Yi-chin to see. Isn't she pretty? Xie Jingsi's dark gaze sharpened, lingering on the screen. The girl had long black hair tied in a low ponytail, dressed modestly. A wide belt accentuated her slender waist, her porcelain skin glowing under the sunlight. Outshining the frost, Jiang Lai squinted, recognizing her. Isn't this, the freshman who dashed away faster than a rabbit whenever she saw Xie Jingsi? Chung Yi-chin, too excited to notice, was busy typing in the message box. Before he could send a single text, a message from her arrived first. I'm sorry, but I already like someone. Direct and unyielding, it promptly crushed his fluttering heart. Chung Yi-chin's expression fell instantly, prompting his roommate to ask, What's wrong? I didn't even get a chance to speak, and she rejected me, wanting to delete me as a friend. Not even a single opportunity, he lamented. The room grew silent, and Nan Xu received a call from Yuan-jun. Mom, what's up? It was the first time in over a month since school started that her mother called to check on her. Nan Xu replied nonchalantly, I'm adjusting. Is your money sufficient? If not, I can transfer some to you. It's enough. Having enrolled in Jing University, with rewards from Ningxing High School and the government, plus earnings from her part-time job, she had ample funds to cover her tuition and living expenses for the next 4 years. Yuan-jun sighed with relief. You've always been a source of comfort for me, unlike your brother and your other brother. Before she could finish, Nan Xu, feeling as if pricked by a needle, interrupted. They are not my brothers. You know very well that Mengjing, on her 12th birthday, her biological parents, who had both strayed, finally tore off the last facade of warmth, divorcing and forming new families. Her brother, Nan Xu, became the coveted prize for both parents in their legal battle, while she was tossed back and forth like a ball. In the end, her father took her brother and immigrated abroad, while Yuanjun married Meng Husheng, bringing Nan Xu into a new family. Meng Zheng was the child of her stepfather and his ex-wife. Her half-brother, while during high school, Yuanjun gave birth to another brother. They were a close-knit, warm family, while she remained an eternal outsider. They say daughters are little cotton-padded jackets, but I can't see that in you. You seem so uninterested in home. Nan Xu took a deep breath, unwilling to discuss further, and hastily ended the call. After coordinating a time with her, she changed her clothes and took the bus to her studentess home. Xuening came from a single-parent family. Her father was an executive, often away, usually looked after by hired help, yet the age gap made her feel distant from them. In contrast, the soft-spoken, intelligent Nan Xu gradually became a source of reliance for her. After studying, Xuening would often share her thoughts with Nan Xu. A 14-year-old girl's heart was a vast, fertile field filled with countless, bizarre worries. Poor exam results, a math teacher who seemed overly concerned, conflicts with her best friend, and her infatuation with a tall boy from the neighboring class. Upon mentioning this last topic, Nan Xu was taken aback. Indeed, it is evident that today's children are generally more precocious. Even in junior high, they are already aware of their affections for others. Xuening pouted. Sister Nan Xu, what kind of expression is that? I am no longer a child. Have you never had a secret crush when you were younger? Secret crushes, of course, she had in her bland and unremarkable high school days. Unrequited love was as cyclical as her studies, a perpetual presence. Xie Jingsi was 1 year her senior, and at Ningxing-affiliated high school. The classrooms were divided by grade. The first-year students were in one building, while the second years occupied another. This meant that each time she wished to see him, she had to concoct clumsy excuses to traverse the distance between the two buildings. Stealing glances into his classroom as she passed. Nan Xu never dared to be too obvious. Sometimes, when luck was not on her side and he was absent from his seat, she couldn't muster the courage to glance a second time. She even feared that her frequency of looking might draw attention. Throughout her high school years, she only dared to steal a glance at him when she was in an extremely low mood. And counting all instances, it did not exceed 5. During the midterm exams of her second year, she, who had consistently ranked within the top 20 of her class, faltered and dropped to 30th. The tension within her felt taut to the breaking point. An anxious suffocation threatening to drown her. The physics teacher in her class was also the homeroom teacher for the third-year students, and his office was in their building. During break, she took her physics paper and passed by the entrance of class 1 of the third year. Just as she turned the corner, several tall boys emerged, laughing and joking, surrounding Xie Jingsi, the center of their attention, casually spinning a basketball on his fingertips. Their boisterous laughter was dazzling, almost blinding. He brushed past her like a gust of wind. And in that moment, no one knew that a tumultuous storm was brewing in the depths of her heart. Chapter 8. The scent of Xie Jingsi after Nan Xu assured Xuening multiple times that she would keep her secret. She bid her farewell. While waiting for the bus, a message pinged in the Science Innovation Group chat, tagging all members and inquiring if anyone was available to catch up on their progress during the holiday. Everyone responded that they were free and agreed to meet at the base in 40 minutes. As the bus took its time arriving, Nan Xu did not wish to keep her teammates waiting for her alone. So she took out her phone to book a ride. Just as she opened the app, a car pulled up in front of her. It was Lu Jixuan, the teaching assistant for the Science Innovation Project, who would also be attending the meeting. Hello, Senior Lu. Nan Xu nodded. Yes, please get in, he replied. Thank you, Senior. She expressed her gratitude politely. The front passenger seat was adorned in a black and pink hue, with a Kuromi plush toy sitting on it. Labeled as Nian Nian's exclusive vehicle, Lu Jixuan said, it belongs to a little friend. You can sit in the back, Junior. Nan Xu nodded and opened the rear door, momentarily stunned. Xie Jingsi was sitting inside, eyes closed. With a new hair color, his oversized hoodie accentuating his shoulders while the hood concealed his messy, dark hair. His long legs were propped up, revealing a sharp ankle. She quietly entered the vehicle, closed the door, and kept her distance. Within the enclosed space of the car, the scent was magnified several times. Nan Xu could distinctly identify a sharp, woody mint aroma alongside the fragrance of the car's air freshener. It was the scent of Xie Jingsi. She had never dared to imagine that such a day would come, where she and he occupied the same space with barely half a meter between them. The car moved steadily along the road when suddenly a child darted out from the right, chasing after a ball. Liu Jishuan slammed on the brakes, stopping just a few meters away from the child. Due to inertia, Nan Xu lurched forward, thankfully held back by her seatbelt, but her phone slipped from her grip, landing with a thud beside a pair of white sneakers. Xie Jingsi slowly opened his eyes, his dark gaze falling upon her fair and delicate face. In the next moment, he averted his eyes, bent down to pick up the phone, and handed it to her. "Thank you." Nan Xu accepted it, feeling embarrassed. "I'm sorry for waking you. No," he replied, tilting his chin toward Liu Jishuan. "He woke me up." The latter chuckled. "I've become your driver, and you still complain, young master." He pressed his brow, remaining silent. Having stayed up late the previous night working on the studio project, he had dozed off in the car, but Xie Jingsi indeed possessed a certain spoiled demeanor. The environment was too poor for him to rest well, leaving him in a state of shallow sleep. Half dreaming, he could distinctly hear Liu Jishuan talking to someone as they parked, and a girl entered the car. He could even catch a whiff of a gentle fragrance that lingered, reminiscent of the crisp elegance after snow falls on gardenias. Upon opening his eyes, he realized it was her. Once the person beside him awakened, she no longer dared to unabashedly observe him through the reflection in the window, forcing herself to concentrate on the materials instead. At Jing University, students were permitted to drive their vehicles onto campus, and Liu Jishuan drove straight into the grounds. During the holiday, there were few students around, and the Sycamore Avenue only bore witness to a handful of figures in the distance. Nan Xu seized the opportunity to say, "Senior, please stop the car. I'll get off here." Both Xie Jingsi and Liu Jishuan were well-known figures on campus, especially the former. Any girl seen alongside him would inevitably attract much attention and gossip. She wished to avoid that. The parking lot was adjacent to the base, but Liu Jishuan, unsure if she had other matters to attend to, simply parked the car and casually inquired of Xie Jingsi. "Where will you get off?" The latter leisurely pulled down his hoodie. "I'll get off here too." As he spoke, he noticed the surprise and awkwardness on Nan Xu's face. Xie Jingsi's expression was inscrutable, but his impatience prompted him to change his mind. "Forget it, let us go. I'll accompany you to the base." Believing she had discreetly sighed in relief, she sincerely thanked them again before exiting the vehicle. Liu Jishuan remarked, "What's your problem?" As the car started, Xie Jingsi's gaze lifted, catching sight of the girl walking beneath the sycamore trees. Fragmented golden light fell upon her luminous skin, almost translucent. She carried a large canvas bag, her steps light, showing none of the tension from earlier. Xie Jingsi pulled out a lighter from his pocket, playing with it, his gaze lowered with a hint of cold mockery. Hadn't she made it clear that she did not wish to walk with him? It was merely exiting the vehicle together. Why did she appear so frightened? Liu Jishuan chuckled. "Finally, someone has seen through your facade and recognized your true nature as a scoundrel." Xie Jingsi shot him a glance filled with indifference and irritation. "Get lost." The 4 students involved in the science innovation project all displayed commendable professional abilities, and the efficiency during their discussions and material integration was notably high. 2 hours passed in the blink of an eye. The only discomfort Nan Xu felt arose from a certain male student named Gao Hanxiang, who seemed to target her, whether intentionally or not, perhaps due to her being a freshman or the sole female in the group. Initially, she thought it was merely her imagination, as they had no prior interactions, so why would he randomly target her? It wasn't until the meeting concluded that she was certain she was not overthinking it. Just as she was about to offer her assistance, Gao Hanxiang sneered, speaking in a mocking tone, "Isn't it nice being a girl, Junior? Did you choose our major hoping for preferential treatment?" The atmosphere instantly chilled. No one anticipated he would suddenly make such a remark, not even Xie Jingsi, who had just arrived at the base looking for Liu Jishuan. The wind wafted through the window, stirring Nan Xu's dark, flowing hair, accentuating her slender form, delicate and fragile. With most of her body turned away from him, Xie Jingsi could not clearly see her expression, but he could roughly guess that being suddenly accused by a male student must have left her feeling wronged and pitiful. He lowered his sharp gaze, his lashes long and heavy. Just as he was about to push the door open, a soft and melodious voice echoed through the empty classroom. "Senior, do you believe that all females studying in male-dominated fields seek preferential treatment?" Nan Xu's calm gaze met Gao Hanxiang's. "Or is it simply a target at me?" Chapter 9. A misjudgment. Clearly, her reaction was beyond Gao Hanxiang's expectations. He was momentarily taken aback. He found himself at a loss for words. If he were to claim that it was true, did that mean all the female teachers and students at their school would also fit into his derogatory stereotype? Yet, denying it would only confirm that he was indeed targeting her. I acknowledge that there are differences in physical strength between genders. Moving materials is easier for seniors who are faster. However, I believe my contributions to the team are no less than those of my seniors. Throughout her life, she had heard far too many similar remarks. Girls are not good at science. Boys have more stamina. Girls can't compete in high school. You're a girl. Why not choose a teaching profession instead of engineering? Why bother with so much education? A high degree will make it harder to get married. It seemed as though a woman's life was perpetually defined by countless voices, stamped with innumerable labels. Those stereotypes, prejudices, and discriminations wove a net that ensnared them like a cage. Nan Xu had initially wished to avoid conflict, but on this topic, she was unwilling to relent because conceding would only reinforce the stereotype against female engineering students. After she finished speaking, the room fell silent. The other three looked at her with admiration, and Lu Zhixuan nodded in agreement. Though her figure remained slender and frail, her posture was remarkably upright, ensuring that no one would underestimate the weight of her words. A sudden itch in his throat caused him to lower his elongated gaze, and a low chuckle escaped him. He had misjudged her, thinking she was a weak and pitiful little kitten when, in reality, she possessed an indomitable spirit. Nan Xu smiled gently. Then, senior, remember, only when both parties find it amusing is it truly a joke. His face turned ashen, leaving him utterly speechless. The others looked on, showing no inclination to defend Gao Hanxiang. They too found his remarks baffling. The materials were not numerous, and a few boys could easily transport them. No one would mind if the junior, being physically smaller, chose not to help. It was customary to assist a girl with her luggage when seen on the street. Especially since they were a team. Was it really necessary to be so petty? At that moment, Lu Zhixuan finally spoke up. All right, as seniors, we must be mindful of our words. Such jokes should not be made again. Now, let us go move the materials. As Nan Xu exited the classroom, she caught sight of a figure leaning against the wall. When had Xie Jingsi arrived? Had he overheard the earlier exchange? A subtle unease stirred within her. Did Xie Jingsi find her overly aggressive? Despite the myriad thoughts swirling in her mind, she dared not inquire, opting instead to feign ignorance and descend the stairs. A fleeting shadow passed through the depths of Xie Jingxi's dark eyes. He let out a silent scoff and followed suit. The equipment room was located on the first floor, where a teacher was busy counting materials. Lu Zhixuan exchanged a few words with the teacher, filled out a form, and gestured towards several boxes on the floor. Just these, please move them upstairs. Nan Xu was about to bend down to lift a box. A figure approached from her right, bending down to pick up the last box of materials. The others were momentarily taken aback. They all knew that Xie Jingsi and Lu Zhixuan were childhood friends and assumed he had come merely to see a friend. Yet here he was, assisting with the lifting. Xie Jingsi spoke with an air of nonchalance. I'll take her share. The onlookers had heard of his carefree and flamboyant reputation, and their expressions subtly shifted. Hastening to grab the boxes and create space for the toot. Standing at a height of 1.87 meters, he exuded an indifferent aura, while she, at just over 1.60 meters, appeared delicate and petite beside him. Nan Xu lowered her gaze and muttered softly, I've stopped growing ages ago. Sensing the hint of melancholy in her tone, Xie Jingxi's eyes dimmed, his voice low and weary. It doesn't matter if you've stopped growing. You quite fitting as you are now. The two nearly exited the materials room side by side, golden sunlight spilling through the windows and corridors, casting their shadows on the ground. The edges of their two shadows converged. Inexplicably intimate, that a flutter of joy surged within her at the sight, a hidden sweetness blossoming. Nan Xu, I have a question for you. Upon hearing her name, the girl's eyelashes fluttered, instinctively raising her gaze. He actually remembered her name, adding another layer of secret sweetness. Whether in the past or present, her greatest desire had always been for Xie Jingsi to remember her, in no need for a close relationship or deep familiarity. As long as she lingered in his mind, even for a fleeting moment, it was enough. And now, her deepest wish had been fulfilled, as the simple two words that emerged from his lips landed squarely on her heart. Stirring ripples of emotion. Am I not a bit intimidating in appearance? Nan Xu thought she must have misheard. Xie Jingsi bore a strikingly sharp and fierce visage, his brows set with an icy severity. Yet his every gesture carried a wild, untamed allure that was captivating. While aesthetic sensibilities may vary, his appearance was far from anything that could be deemed frightening, if his tone was not languid. His thin lips curving into a smirk, then why did someone appear as frightened as a rabbit before a wolf upon seeing me? As he spoke, Xie Jingxi's dark eyes locked onto hers with unmistakable intent, leaving Nan Xu unable to feign ignorance. His gaze held a playful glimmer, a meaning cloaked in ambiguity, and he refrained from pressing further, as the materials were moved into the classroom. The boxes thudded heavily against the floor, the sound indicating their considerable weight. Nan Xu murmured her thanks. This was already the third time she had expressed her gratitude to him. In just over a month, their interactions had been few. Yet he had come to her aid almost every time. Xie Jingsi raised an eyebrow, a hint of mischief in his demeanor. Another verbal thank you. Nan Xu pondered for a moment, retrieving a few orange candies from her canvas bag and opening her palm. This is all I have. Xie Jingsi glanced down, noticing her long lashes partially shielding her glistening apricot eyes. He reached out and took the candies, casually pocketing them. Thanks. The brief contact between his cool fingertips and her palm was fleeting. Like a dragonfly skimming the water's surface. Chapter 10. Self-inflicted humiliation at the Blue Note Bar. Jiang Lai furiously ordered several bottles of fine liquor. Tonight, you two are footing the bill. We agreed to meet at 6, and I've been waiting at the school gate like a starved puppy for your esteemed presence. Xie Jingsi lounged casually, the dim neon lights casting subtle shadows that highlighted his sharp, cool features. They chose a secluded booth in the corner. Although the position was somewhat hidden, it did nothing to conceal his strikingly indifferent yet captivating face, drawing attention with every movement. Within half an hour of sitting down, several groups had already approached to ask for his WeChat, all of which he dismissed without a second thought. Jiang Lai, having indulged in food and drink, pulled out a cigarette, only to realize his lighter was missing. Bro, can I borrow a light? Without lifting his gaze, Xie Jingsi gestured towards the hoodie draped over the back of his chair. Help yourself. All right then. Jiang Lai finally located the lighter, but as he extended his hand, something fell to the floor. He focused and saw 2 fruit candies. Oh, where did these come from? Is there a story here? Xie Jingsi was not fond of sweets. He had impulsively bought a pack of orange candies to help quit smoking, eating only 2 before tossing the rest to Jiang Lai. Surely, he hadn't bought more candies. Liu Jishuan succinctly recounted the events of the afternoon, prompting Jiang Lai to slap his thigh. Amused, bro, how can you still accept her candies? This is likely all because of you. Xie Jingsi lazily lifted his gaze. How is this my fault? Gao Hanxiang likes your ex-girlfriend, Luo Anren. You know her personality well enough. She'd target a female mosquito near you. Let alone the fact that you once offered that little underclassman candies, even though she didn't accept them. Xie Jingsi scoffed lightly. He is quite interesting. The trophy for the king of simps should go to him. What kind of man goes so far as to help the girl he likes against her rival? Isn't he that insane? Jiang Lai nodded earnestly. Indeed, if I liked someone, I would boldly pursue them. Who knows, she might end up liking me instead. He's just complicating things. Xie Jingsi pulled out a cigarette from the pack, coolly glancing at him. You're also complicating things. You know she likes someone else? Yet you still pursue her? That is self-inflicted humiliation. Hey, I can't agree with that. Jiang Lai suddenly grew serious. How would you know if you don't try? Lu Gu, what do you think? Liu Jishuan set down his teacup. Chuckling lightly, you still argue with him? You know Xie Jingxi's temperament. His pride is greater than the heavens, true. Jiang Lai suddenly realized. Who is Xie Jingsi? He is the favored son of heaven, always surrounded by beautiful girls who adore him. Given his nature, how could he lower himself to pursue a girl whose heart belongs to another? He couldn't even bear to imagine that scenario. Jiang Lai glanced at the candies on the table, casually picking one up. The young master slowly set down his drink, his dark eyes fixed on him, unblinking and devoid of emotion. Jiang Lai paused. What are you looking at me for? You don't eat sweets, do you? I'll just have one. Xie Jingxi's expression remained impassive. Go ahead. Oh. Jiang Lai complied, tearing open the candy wrapper. Go ahead. The low, husky voice brushed against his ear. And Xie Jingsi cracked a smile. Eat one, and I'll punch you. With just 5 minutes remaining before closing, Nan Xu finally exited the library. under the silvery blue night, thinly veiled by the stars. The campus lay still, with only a few scattered figures visible. Upon reaching the girls' dormitory entrance, the crowd noticeably thickened. Several young couples in the throes of romance either embraced or held hands, reluctant to part. Beneath the dense shade of a camphor tree, a couple engaged in sweet whispers, their conversation carried by the evening breeze to Nan Xu's ears. "Thank you, darling, for buying me these sneakers. It's the last treat of the holiday. Shall we go out on a date tomorrow?" The girl's voice was shy and timid, yet somewhat familiar. "Sure." The boy began detailing his itinerary. "We can stroll through the park during the day and catch a late-night movie. I've booked a hotel." The girl, realizing his implication, hesitated. "Isn't that a bit too fast? Darling, don't be so old-fashioned. It's not like that anymore." The boy, using a mix of persuasion and insistence, added, "My roommate and his girlfriend have spent the night together after just a week. We've been together for nearly a month. Don't you love me?" The girl's voice softened. "Fine." Nan Xu silently labeled the boy negatively in her mind, choosing not to interfere in the affairs of others. The girl stepped out from the shadows, revealing a familiar face. Her roommate, Zhuang Ying. Zhuang Ying seemed equally surprised to see her, greeting her with a hint of shyness. "Nan Xu." Nan Xu smiled and nodded, but her expression softened slightly as she turned to the boy. "Is this your boyfriend?" "Yes." Zhuang Ying took the boy's hand, her features radiating the sweetness and shyness of newfound love, and introduced them. "He is a senior from the sports academy, Zhang Haoyang. This is my roommate, Nan Xu. So, you're Nan Xu, the roommate of Ying. Nice to meet you." Despite her reluctance, Nan Xu greeted him out of respect for her roommate. "Nice to meet you." The dormitory supervisor was already preparing to close the dormitory doors, and after a brief farewell to her boyfriend, Zhuang Ying turned to leave, her cheeks flushed. "You don't need to keep the door open for me tomorrow," Nan Xu softly advised. "You've only just met. It's better to be cautious." "It's all right. He treats me very well." Zhuang Ying dismissed her concerns entirely. "I trust him." With the conversation reaching this point, Nan Xu fell silent. She had never been one to meddle in others' relationships. Her willingness to offer a few gentle words was solely out of consideration for Zhuang Ying being her roommate. However, seeing Zhuang Ying so completely enraptured by love, Nan Xu understood that any further admonition would be futile and might even provoke annoyance. The next morning, Nan Xu and Zhuang Ying left together, one heading off for a date, the other for a morning jog. To ensure students received ample exercise, Jing University mandated campus running, requiring students to download a mobile app that would automatically record their running distance and video. By the end of the semester, each student had to meet a specific distance requirement. Nan Xu was not particularly athletic, and after 2 laps, she found herself breathless and took a seat on the steps to rest. Suddenly, a basketball soared over the fence from the adjacent court, landing at her feet. "Excuse me, could you help me retrieve the ball?" A boy's voice, tinged with fatigue yet crisp, reached her ears. Chapter 11. Is it not cold? Last night, a gentle rain fell, and today the sky unfurled in a clear, azure expanse, with sunlight streaming through the wispy clouds, enveloping the awakened prestigious university. He intercepted the ball from Jiang Lai, deftly pivoting to evade him. As 2 opponents closed in, their eyes fixed hungrily on the basketball in his hands. Xie Jingsi leaped, the hem of his white shirt lifting, revealing a trim waist. "Gu, catch!" The boy called by name seemed momentarily dazed. By the time he regained his senses, the ball was snatched away by his opponent, who took 2 quick strides to the basket, stopping abruptly to shoot. A cheer erupted as the basketball swished through the net. Jiang Lai lifted the hem of his jersey to wipe away sweat, provocatively taunting, "Siggy, you're not on your game today." The score is about to be tied in everyone's eyes. The young Master Xie was always seen as a hexagonal warrior, as if there were nothing he could not achieve or excel at. Basketball was no different. As long as he was on the team, they had never lost, and the score was always substantial. A teammate handed him a bottle of mineral water. Xie Jingsi accepted it, twisting off the cap and taking a few sips. The loosely fitting white jersey accentuated his tall, relaxed figure, and the damp black strands of hair on his forehead enhanced the steely coldness of his deep-set eyes. His voice was weary as he scoffed, "Afraid I might crush your spirits too much?" Jiu gave him a thumbs up, still the charming Siggy. Xie Jingsi lazily lifted his eyelids to glance at him, tossing the basketball lightly in his direction. "What were you daydreaming about just now?" Jiu caught the ball, scratching his head sheepishly. "My bad." My bad. Bro, I just saw a pretty girl on the track and couldn't help but stare. Pretty girl. The others perked up immediately, leaning against the net to peer over at the adjacent track field. Is it that girl in white? Good eye. She's really something. Someone mocked. Why would Siggy bother to look at girls with us? He's got plenty around him already. Xie Jingsi glanced over casually, catching a glimpse of white in his line of vision. The playground was sparsely populated on this holiday morning, and a girl was gradually approaching from the distant track. Her high ponytail swaying in the breeze, her slender figure clad in loose white sportswear. The top was quite long, draping down to her thighs, nearly concealing her black shorts, while her long, snow-white legs glimmered in the sunlight. Xie Jingsi leaned languidly, his tone indifferent. Are we still playing? The new round of the game resumed with fervor, and occasionally, figures would appear in his line of sight, some close, some far. You've got quite the strength. Huh? The shot put team really missed out by not recruiting you. No. Come on, let me help fetch the ball. The basketball court and the track are quite far apart. The group clamored. Xie Jingsi's gaze followed the basketball as it soared away, then shifted upward, landing on Nan Xu, who was resting on the steps. Her legs were neatly positioned, her chest gently rising and falling, a faint blush gracing her fair cheeks, with a few strands of hair sticking to her delicate neck. As she glanced at the ball at her feet, she looked up to survey her surroundings, her gaze unexpectedly locking with his. Noticing her momentary daze, Xie Jingsi raised an eyebrow and repeated, "Little classmate? Could you help fetch a ball?" She hesitated for a moment, walking to the edge of the net, lifting the basketball above her head to throw it. Unfortunately, her athletic prowess was quite lacking, and she struggled with various ball games. A group of big boys became understanding embodiments. No rush, take your time, I'll just go get it. This net is really quite high. Jiu eagerly arranged his hairstyle. I'll go. I am willing to contribute to our collective. Someone playfully pulled down on his neck. Why haven't we seen you so eager before? Hey, get down. You're heavy, Jiu explained reluctantly. I feel like my love life is about to blossom. I must seize the moment. Too late. Jiang Lai doused him with cold water. Someone's already left. He twisted off the cap of his water bottle and handed it to her, taking the basketball and tossing it upward. The ball sailed over the net, deftly caught by Jiang Lai from below. His neck appeared even longer, with a well-defined Adam's apple. Nan Xu dared not look too long, lowering her gaze and pressing her lips together. I'm sorry. My skills aren't great. I'm sorry for making you run again. She was breathless, having just completed 2 laps without resting, now running to fetch the ball, her lips slightly parted as she caught her breath. Do I seem unreasonable? Xie Jingsi's gaze softened, the corners of his eyes lifting slightly. She stammered. No, oh. His tone was languid. I thought I might appear to you as someone who, after receiving help, would be ungrateful enough to demand an apology. The pointed teasing in his words was too evident. Nan Xu's eyelids fluttered, unsure of how to respond. Xie Jingsi had never initiated casual conversation with any female, and even his friends found this remarkable. While they appeared to continue playing, their ears perked up, straining to catch snippets of conversation, their eyes frequently darting in their direction, exchanging knowing glances. He cast them a cold glance. The blinding expanse of white below caught his attention, and he absently remarked, Isn't it cold? Even in the depths of winter, some girls expose their legs. Are they all so resilient against the cold? Nan Xu replied softly, Not at all. Exercising makes you sweat. Her answer was succinct, yet unbeknownst to her, a sweetness spread within her heart due to his seemingly caring remark. Chapter 12. Call me Senior Wait. Have they really started chatting? Jiu found it hard to accept, who had taken over Siggy. Not only did he rarely seek out conversations with the opposite sex, but even when a girl approached him enthusiastically, he would respond with cold detachment. Jiang Lai clapped his shoulder, looking unsurprised. You should have anticipated this moment from the instant he decided to retrieve the ball. Their furtive glances were painfully obvious, and Nan Xu fidgeted uncomfortably. Perhaps Xie Jingsi had keenly sensed her shift in mood, as he casually stepped to the left, blocking her from view. Beneath the shadow of his tousled hair, his dark eyes swept over the 2 phones in her hand. 2 phones? Nan Xu stiffened slightly, slowly managing to utter a word. Yeah. The other phone belonged to Song Yang. Many students complained about the campus running activity. In a bid to earn credits while easing the burden, many resorted to clever tricks, such as riding electric scooters around the campus. This method had been effective before, but a recent software update made it exceedingly smart, causing their shortcuts to devolve into simply having someone else run for them. Both Nan Xu and Song Yangyang were not fond of sports. After running 800 meters, their legs would ache for 2 days. Their lazy approach was to each run with 2 phones, effectively only covering half the distance required, which was manageable for them. Although this was not a rare occurrence, and even teachers were tacitly aware, Nan Xu still felt anxious in front of Xie Jingsi. She wanted to maintain her best image before him. The faint morning light illuminated the cool contours of Xie Jingsi as he teased. No need to be so tense. I want to report you. Nan Xu paused for 2 seconds, looking at him. Thank you. Her almond-shaped eyes were clear and bright, devoid of any impurities, radiating innocence. A tickle of discomfort arose in Xie Jingsi's throat as he leaned closer, his deep-set eyes glinting with a hint of mischief. Are you not going to bribe me with some incentive? Nan Xu took a moment to respond, hesitantly asking. What kind of bribe do you want? Candy, do you have any left? Uncertain, Nan Xu approached the flower bed, rummaging through her backpack. None? Will this do? Her slender fingers pinched a box of sweet milk, the tips tinged with a healthy pale pink. Xie Jingsi looked down and chuckled lightly, his tone languorous. Never mind, I wouldn't stoop to taking a child's milk. Why am I a child? Nan Xu, confused by his logic, could not help but retort. You're only a year older than me, a year older than you, huh? He deliberately elongated the last syllable, sounding somewhat flirtatious, as if calling for the title of senior to be heard. The breeze rustled his clothes, carrying the faint scent of vetiver mingled with mint to Nan Xu's nostrils. She stood rooted in place, her snow-white earlobes tinged with a delicate blush, as if her radiant skin was about to glow. Her lips parted slightly, softly uttering 2 words. Senior. The sound barely louder than a mosquito, yet Xie Jingsi heard it distinctly. His gaze fell, tracing from her fluttering eyelashes to the tightly gripped folds of her shirt. The darkness in his eyes deepening slowly. Xie Jingsi fancied himself not a dull person, yet witnessing her obedience and sweetness inexplicably stirred a bit of wicked amusement within him, a desire to see her amber-hued pupils glistening with moisture. Her eyes tinged with pink. Of course, it was merely a fleeting thought. He was not so callous. Instinctively, he reached for his cigarette case but, recalling the jersey he wore, reluctantly suppressed that nameless restlessness. Of course. You can. Nan Xu did not hesitate, handing the sweet milk over to him. Xie Jingsi smirked. I'm leaving, Dado, Siggy. When did you stop drinking alcohol and switch to milk? Is this your new preference? I've never seen you so proactive before. Siggy, Dado, no. We were just staring at your girlfriend for so long. Siggy, won't he hold it against us, will he? Get lost. Xie Jingsi inserted a straw into the milk and leisurely took a sip. The sweetness was subtle, gently saturating his taste buds. Jiang Lai chimed in. Seriously, give us a hint. Is it true you've taken a liking to her? His peripheral vision instinctively chased after that white figure, his brow arching slightly. She is so well behaved. Do you think we're on the same wavelength? His friends burst into raucous laughter. Indeed, Siggy, you have a clear sense of self. She swiftly departed the track field. Nan Xu reassuringly squeezed her shoulder. Hurry up and gather your things. You was waiting for us on the first floor. Tong Xinyue was also in class in this building, and the 3 had agreed to head to the cafeteria together. It is currently mealtime, and the cafeteria is bustling with activity. The stone pot chicken on the 2nd floor is particularly popular, and they have arrived a bit late, standing in line at the back. The experienced Lady Tong solemnly warns the 3. He may be handsome, but he is indeed a scoundrel. Do not let his looks deceive you, for it is yourselves who will end up hurt. Rest assured, I am merely a superficial admirer, Song Yangyang replies, her hands clasped in prayer as she fervently hopes to draw a limited card for her paper husband. I only fancy my husband. Before Nan Xu could utter a word, Tong Xinyue swiftly bypasses her. As for Nan Xu, I don't even need to ask. She is clearly the studious type, and seeing a scoundrel like Xie Jingsi would frighten her into retreat. Indeed, in the eyes of everyone, they are not of the same ilk. Her eyelashes flutter, concealing the emotions beneath, and she responds with a soft a somewhat deliberate cough arises from behind her. Chapter 13. Restless in the cafeteria is noisy, and their voices are low enough that he likely did not hear their conversation. If it weren't for Jiang Lai's cough and the suppressed smile on his face, Nan Xu would have undoubtedly reassured herself. Dressed in a windbreaker, Xie Jingxi's dark eyes, set beneath a tousled mane of black hair, exude an aura of untamed charisma. A silver earring adorns his left earlobe, and he radiates a carefree, roguish charm. With one hand in his pocket, he gazes intently at her. Both Song Yangyang and Tong Xinyue notice that the subject of their discussion is right behind them, and they collectively gasp if the floor could crack open. Nan Xu would have surely slipped inside without hesitation. A thin sheen of sweat forms on her palms, and her mind goes blank, forgetting how she had fetched her meal through the window and found a place to sit. As she nervously chews on her chicken, Song Yangyang pats her chest and exclaims, "Indeed. One should refrain from gossiping about others behind their backs. If one must, it is best to whisper in the dormitory." Nan Xu curls her fingers, mechanically taking a bite of rice, which tastes bland in contrast. Tong Xinyue remains remarkably composed, taking a moment to comfort them. "It's all right. Xie Jingsi is not that petty. He won't cause us any trouble over this. Besides, we spoke the truth. Who in Jing University does not know he is a scoundrel? He should have some self-awareness." Indeed. Nan Xu has seen numerous posts on forums or confession walls accusing Xie Jingsi of being a scoundrel, shared by his ex-girlfriends or rejected admirers venting their emotions, as well as some boys who disapproved of him. Xie Jingsi has never intervened, allowing the comments to proliferate, and it is rumored that he even liked to post calling him a scoundrel, indicating a tacit acceptance. Yet, even so, a wave of discomfort spreads through her heart, rendering her restless. After returning to her dormitory, the emotions, led by guilt, swell within her, and Nan Xu wishes to apologize to Xie Jingsi, but she is halted by her lack of his contact information. Although someone had once leaked his WeChat ID on the confession wall, attracting many attempts to add him, none were accepted. Eventually, Jiang Lai commented below, advising everyone not to waste their efforts, as he does not add strangers. If she were to add him now, she would merely blend into a multitude of friend requests, becoming just another stranger bothering him. Thus, Nan Xu can only place her hopes on a chance encounter. However, ever since she silently wished to meet him again, she has been unable to spot his figure anywhere on the vast campus. And discussions about his recent activities have vanished from the forums. The two are like two non-parallel lines, drifting further apart after a brief intersection, never to meet again. It is as if the heavens are punishing her, erasing any possibility of Xie Jingsi leaving a trace in her world. In the past, she never deliberately monitored his whereabouts. Prying into his private life felt like an impolite intrusion. This is the first time she has felt anxious due to an inability to ascertain his current situation. More than half a month has passed, and she gradually transitions from apprehension to disappointment, ultimately accepting the worst-case scenario. Perhaps Xie Jingsi is simply fine. He may have been angered by her words and is deliberately avoiding her. Sadly, even if this assumption were true, Nan Xu feels powerless to take any action beyond feeling sorrowful and regretful. Habitually browsing the forums, she sighs softly and turns her attention to the young girl who is struggling to think. "Can't he do it?" Xuening replies with a troubled expression, nodding. "It's too difficult." This question is similar to the previous example, merely presented in a different format. Nan Xu leans closer, gently explaining, "Your initial thought process was correct. Look here." Her explanation is both detailed and easy to grasp, and Xuening's eyes light up with understanding, sparkling with enthusiasm. "How impressive, little teacher Nan. You must never have struggled with your studies, right?" Nan Xu chuckles, her eyes curving with amusement as she replies, "Not at all. I struggled quite a bit in the past and even cried secretly a few times over disappointing exam results." Xuening finds it hard to imagine this top student from Jing University crying over her studies, and she expresses her astonishment. "If it were me, I would have definitely given up." Gently patting the girl's head, Nan Xu remains silent. She is not innately gifted in her studies. Sometimes, while others can draw connections after a single hint from the teacher, she requires several repetitions to comprehend. Yet, there are individuals in the world who evoke jealousy, possessing extraordinary talent in certain fields, effortlessly achieving remarkable results. Xie Jingsi is one of them. In high school, his name consistently topped the honor roll. During major examinations, while the names on the list changed repeatedly, he remained steadfastly in first place. It is often said that one's handwriting reflects their character. His script is vigorous and powerful, wild and unconstrained, exuding an air of defiance. His notes are simplistic yet filled with essence. She even borrowed and photocopied a copy from him, often burning the midnight oil to study. Those notes were immensely helpful, and it was through them that Nan Xu gained a profound understanding of the gap between them. Later, When Xie Jingsi enrolled in Jing University, the school hung banners in celebration, and as she gazed at the admission scores, she found a goal to strive towards. Gaining admission to Jing University is no easy feat. The long process of studying is undoubtedly tedious and cumbersome. She studied late into the night every day, completing one set of exercises after another. Countless quiet nights have been spent grappling with slow comprehension, inability to solve problems, and a lack of progress, causing her to lose weight significantly. Until the moment she laid eyes on Xie Jingsi at Jing University, all the bitterness and hardship were sealed within her heart. 2 hours of tutoring swiftly passed, and as Nan Xu was packing her bag, she heard a man's voice from downstairs. Xuanning suddenly perked up, dashed out of the room, and leaped into her father's embrace. "Daddy." Watching Xuanning's radiant smile, Nan Xu's eyes also brightened. She initially planned to greet the father-daughter duo before leaving, but Xuanning's father called out to her, "Little teacher Nan, I heard from Ning Ning that you take such good care of her. Why don't you join us for a meal?" She hesitated, but Xuanning tugged at her hand, pouting, "Little teacher Nan, go. Aunt Zhang is going too, and I want you to come along." The girl's sparkling eyes brimmed with anticipation, and Nan Xu found it hard to refuse. "All right then, I suppose it would be an intrusion." Chapter 14. If you can't stand me, go die. Xuanning and her father had not seen each other for a long time, and throughout their journey to the table, they quietly chatted and laughed. Aunt Zhang occasionally engaged in light conversation with Nan Xu, creating a warm and pleasant atmosphere. Near the end of their meal, Xuanning accidentally stained her favorite dress with sauce, prompting Aunt Zhang to rush her to the restroom to clean up. It was during Aunt Zhang's absence that Nan Xu noticed a familiar figure in the corner to her right. If one were to ask what aspect of Xie Jingsi she was most acquainted with, the answer would undoubtedly be his silhouette. A secret crush is a turbulent undercurrent. Even on the rare occasions they find themselves in the same frame, she would maintain her composure, gliding past him while brazenly locking her gaze onto his back. After countless times of memorizing his figure, it has become the deepest imprint etched in her mind, impossible to erase. Thus, she would not mistake it. The boy with his back to her must be Xie Jingsi. There, in that spot, was the figure she had not seen for over half a month, clad in a white shirt and black trousers, his posture still languid and relaxed, the contrast between his dark hair and pale neck striking, creating a strong visual impact. Opposite him sat a beautiful girl, adorned in expensive clothing and jewelry that Nan Xu recognized from her time spent with Tong Xinyue. The girl moved with elegance, exuding a perfect blend of charm and grace, her smile revealing unabashed admiration for Xie Jingsi. Nan Xu could not discern his reaction, but she imagined the atmosphere between them to be light and sweet. From a distance, they appeared to be a perfect match, like characters in a romantic drama. Unconsciously, she averted her gaze, feeling a twinge of sorrow in her eyes. Little teacher Nan, Xuanning's father, unaware of her discomfort, spoke amiably, "I truly appreciate your companionship with Ning Ning. Her mother passed away early, and with my busy work schedule, she is quite introverted and has few friends. It is clear that since meeting you, she has become much more cheerful." He felt that hiring Nan Xu was a wise decision. Not only had the child's academic performance improved, but her spirit had brightened as well. After their brief interaction, his impression of Nan Xu had only grown more favorable. "I will send you a bonus of 5,000. This sum is not only a recognition of your teaching, but also an expression of gratitude for your care towards Ning Ning." Nan Xu was taken aback. The tutoring fee for Xuanning was already a handsome sum, and receiving a bonus felt undeserved. Moreover, having spent time with Ning Ning, she had come to regard her as a younger sister and often exchanged messages about girlhood topics. "No, thank you, Ning Ning's father," she politely declined, believing the original tutoring fee to be ample. "Little teacher Nan, please do not feel pressured. Just consider it a treat for Ning Ning and her friends." Ultimately, she could not refuse, sincerely expressing her gratitude as she accepted the transfer. As Xuanning and the aunt emerged from the restroom, the meal was nearly finished, prompting the four to rise and depart. Nan Xu, unable to restrain herself, cast another glance in the direction of Xie Jingsi, who was engaged in conversation with a girl, her delicate hand reaching out as if to caress his cheek. "Xie Jingsi, would you consider being my boyfriend?" The words spoken by him remained unknown to her, yet she witnessed him grasping the girl's hand in return. A brisk autumn breeze swept past, and it felt as if fine sand had blown into her eyes. Quickly lowering her head to avert her gaze, a heavy weight collapsed within her heart, a dull ache swelling in her chest, eye in a fleeting moment. An illusion seemed to manifest, as if she could vaguely hear Xie Jingsi calling her name in a low, resonant tone. Taking a deep breath, she forced a smile at Xuanning, who had shown her concern, and hastened her steps. The sunlight cascaded upon the slender figure of the girl, casting a golden halo over her long, dark hair that hung loosely behind her. Her simple ensemble of a knitted top and jeans accentuated an ethereal coolness, reminiscent of delicate snowflakes upon the branches. With light steps, she soon vanished from sight. It seemed she hadn't heard. Lin Qian rubbed her hand, which had been brushed aside, and curiously inquired, "Is that your girlfriend? Is she the reason you rejected me?" A wicked smile curled upon Xie Jingsi's lips as he replied, "Miss Lin, I am a man who craves novelty and welcomes all. If a marriage is to be arranged, I require a generous wife. Can you accept that?" Lin Qian, raised in a scholarly family and trained in the ways of a proper lady, was naturally taken aback by his brazen demeanor, feeling deeply insulted. Xie Jingsi languidly rose, settled the bill, and entered his usual Rolls-Royce. Within 5 minutes, a call came in. He answered, anticipating the voice on the other end, his father. Suppressing his fury, "Xie Jingsi, I sent you to have a meal with Director Lin's daughter, and this is how you conduct yourself." His long fingers extracted a cigarette, lighting it, the faint smoke swirling around, obscuring his sharp features. Xie Jingsi's tone was nonchalant. "Did I agree to that? You deceived me into going. Besides, she left on her own. I didn't force her. Are you trying to drive me to the brink? Do you even know what your reputation is in this circle? I doubt anyone would dare to marry off their daughter to you. Smoking, drinking, tattoos, dyed hair, and all those chaotic relationships. You've tarnished my name." Chaotic relationships? His fingers pinched the cigarette, the crimson ember flickering. His jaw tightened, eyes revealing a smoldering irritation, the sarcasm in his cold smile unmasked. "I say that what you taught me, Dad? Enough." Xie's father's voice rose sharply. "Is this how you speak to your elders?" The last vestige of Xie Jingsi's patience evaporated, his expression apathetic. "If you can't stand me, then go die." He hung up, blocking the number, executing the series of actions with a swift decisiveness. Chapter 15. You are my girlfriend on the weekend? Nan Xu awoke early and took the bus to the stray animal shelter in an effort to foster comprehensive growth among students and provide tangible assistance to society. Jing University imposed strict requirements on student volunteer activities, as volunteer hours not only aided in various awards but also impacted graduation. However, the volunteering opportunities within the university were limited, with priority given only to student council and youth volunteer team members, leaving others to vie for external volunteer slots on the platform. Jing University students were notably competitive in their studies. Even publicly available volunteer opportunities had to be seized. Today, Nan Xu had swiftly secured a spot in a public welfare event organized by the Animal Protection Association. Arriving just in time, she found other volunteers already waiting at the entrance. The staff responsible for reception seemed to be delayed. Utilizing the moment, Nan Xu practiced her English listening skills. "Bathing stray cats and dogs? Is this what you meant by not messing it up?" Xie Jingsi leaned against a wall, one long leg propped up on a moss-covered step, exuding an air of weariness from a sleepless night. "You know how difficult it is to snag a volunteer spot. I've been trying for days just to get this one for you," Jiu protested, momentarily forgetting Xie's aversion to germs. Xie Jingsi had amassed all the necessary credits except for volunteer service since his freshman year, and with impending internships in his junior and senior years, he had little time for volunteering. It had only been a few days since he remembered to complete his final volunteer activity. Yet, despite his privileged demeanor, he was disinclined to play with a gaggle of noisy children. The members of the Animal Protection Organization had recently intercepted several illegal trucks transporting cats and dogs, promptly rushing the injured animals to a veterinary clinic and posting online for their owners to claim them. However, after 2 days, some animals remained unclaimed, prompting the shelter to decide to adopt them. Yet with the overwhelming number of animals and insufficient manpower, they had called for volunteers online. Today, their task was to bathe the little creatures, feed them, and play with them. For safety reasons, the animals assigned to volunteers were all of gentle temperament. Those eligible to apply for this volunteer service were typically individuals who had cared for or greatly liked cats and dogs, so safety was not a major concern. However, Xie Jingsi was an exception. He didn't dislike small animals, He simply lacked the patience to care for them and had a mild case of obsessive cleanliness. No, 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 brother, Jiu fretted, fearing that Xie might lash out at a dog or be bitten himself. I'll find someone to replace you immediately. Just as Xie was about to agree, his gaze inadvertently landed on a girl amidst the crowd. Nan Xu, clad in a white t-shirt, her sleek black hair styled into a full bun, stood quietly, her delicate legs encased in jeans, exuding a softness akin to a tender willow. Two male university students, volunteering nearby, occasionally stole glances at her, oblivious to her presence, as she stood there quietly, her eyes slightly downcast, obedient and gentle. The words on the tip of his tongue shifted, and Xie Jingsi leisurely remarked, "No need. I suddenly feel this minor issue is not insurmountable." Jiu was taken aback. Huh? A waft of oak moss mingled with mint graced the air, and Nan Xu's nostrils flared slightly. Just as she looked up, Xie's tall shadow loomed over her, blocking her view. Nan Xu. His voice remained languid yet magnetic. Xie Jingsi's gaze swept over her serene features, lingering on her refined nose and full, glistening lips. His Adam's apple bobbed slowly as he continued. What a coincidence. Nan Xu, still processing the encounter, tightened her grip on her phone, her voice timid. Such a coincidence. 3 days had passed since their meeting at the Western restaurant. Though that encounter had been one-sided, she had merely seen him. Now, standing face to face, she could easily fall into the depths of his dark, enchanting eyes, which resembled an unfathomable abyss, drawing her in with a captivating allure. Her heart raced uncontrollably, engulfed in a surreal sensation as if struck by surprise. Did his initiating conversation imply that he had forgiven her? Before she could ponder further, Xie Jingsi stepped closer, the rich scent of mint and wood enveloping her, brushing against her hair with each breath. It felt almost too close. Nan Xu's mind spun, as if submerged in a hot spring, the surrounding warmth suffocating her with its intensity. Did you not hear me calling you that day? His voice, slightly hoarse, broke the silence above her. His lips parted slightly, and his clear, apricot-hued eyes held a hint of confusion. What? At the Western restaurant, Xie Jingsi clarified. I saw you dining with someone else and called out to you. But it seemed you didn't. It wasn't a mere figment of her imagination. The pang of jealousy surged anew, yet it was overshadowed by the memory of that girl and her direct question. She bit her lip and replied slowly, that day, I saw you too, along with your girlfriend. Girlfriend? Xie Jingsi raised an eyebrow, his eyes narrowing slightly. Since when was I aware of having one? A flicker of unearned joy surged within her. Wasn't he that girl the one? Not just because we shared a meal does it make us a couple, he replied, fixing his gaze upon her amber-hued eyes, a half-smile playing on his lips. Young lady, you possess quite the aptitude for gossip. She was arranged by my father. Engaging with her was not my intention. I had meant to call you for assistance in extricating myself. Nan Xu was taken aback, a wave of deeper disappointment and regret crashing over her. Suffocating her heart with its intensity, it felt as if she had purchased a lottery ticket without any expectations, only to discover it bore $1 million prize after the redemption period had lapsed. Her long, thick eyelashes fluttered helplessly, her gaze lowered as she mumbled, I'm sorry. Why are you apologizing again? Didn't you claim you didn't hear? Xie Jingsi's tone was dismissive. Besides, had you come over that day? He continued with a nonchalant inflection. I would have simply told her you were my girlfriend. Chapter 16. About to cry. Nan Xu stood there in a daze, her ears ringing from Xie Jingsi's declaration of her as his girlfriend, her heart and ears ablaze with heat. The hem of her cotton t-shirt was dampened by the sweat of her palms, crumpled into a wrinkled ball. She acknowledged her own cowardice, her timidity, and her insatiable greed. She lacked the courage to approach him, let alone express her feelings, yet she was consumed with regret for missing an opportunity. Her mind conjured images of Xie Jingsi introducing her as his girlfriend, a fantasy she knew was false. Yet it did not prevent a blush from creeping up to her ears. Her skin, fairer than most, glowed with a milky sheen, making any hint of heat particularly conspicuous. The faint blush spread from her ears down her neck, enveloping her entirely in a rosy hue. Yet, this scene, observed by Xie Jingsi, was interpreted in an entirely different light. The timid young girl, already somewhat intimidated by him, lowered her head quietly and obediently. A playful remark from him made her cheeks flush crimson, even as the loose neckline of her garment revealed the graceful contours of her snow-white neck and exquisite collarbones, seemingly tinged with a rosy hue. The delicate, pale corners of her eyes cast downward, she dared not meet his gaze, her breath quickening in disarray like a lamb encountering a wolf. Xie Jingsi lowered his eyes, observing the softness of her crown. His tone teasing. "Are you perhaps relieved that you didn't hear what happened that day?" Nan Xu froze momentarily, then quickly lifted her eyes to deny it. "No, how could I?" Regret was already too late to express. Xie Jingsi smirked lazily, playfully prodding her. "Is that so? Why do I find that hard to believe?" The clouds of remorse that had enveloped Nan Xu's mood deepened with his doubt, her words spilling out in a rush. "I really didn't." She bit her tongue, swallowing the latter part of her sentence, which transformed into an undercurrent of frustration in her chest. The tip of her nose seemed slightly reddened, and her beautifully clear eyes glistened with unshed tears. Shrouded in a faint mist, it seemed that if he uttered another word, she might burst into tears. The mischievous streak in Xie Jingsi's heart faded instantly. His throat tightened, his voice growing husky. "Are you about to cry?" Nan Xu blinked, her innocent eyes reflecting a hint of confusion. No, the inexplicable emotions pressing upon her chest dissipated without a trace, and his habitual lazy smile re-emerged, now tinged with a melodious depth. "As long as you are not crying." The two of them, one carefree and unruly, the other cool and gentle, both possessing striking looks and exceptional demeanor, drew the curious glances of other volunteers waiting at the entrance of the base. A few were eager to inquire about WeChat, but before they could muster the courage to approach, they watched as the two drew closer together, engrossed in conversation as if the world around them had faded. Although they exchanged no sweet nothings, others sensed an invisible barrier that seemed to separate their two worlds, with an atmosphere of ambiguous pink bubbles hovering in the air. One nearby boy could no longer contain himself and pulled out his phone to complain in the dormitory group chat. "I'm done with you guys. We woke up early to volunteer, only to witness two volunteers getting all flirty in front of us. This forced us to consume dog food." Fortunately, the moment of discomfort was brief, for soon the head of the Animal Protection Association hurried over to explain. "I sincerely apologize for the delay. There were some unforeseen circumstances. After confirming the number of volunteers, the group of 10 was led inside the base. It was not large, nor was it luxurious. It was said to have been transformed from an abandoned factory, looking somewhat shabby from the outside. However, the dog and cat shelters inside were impeccably clean, adorned with colorful, whimsical murals painted by volunteers. As they approached, the cacophony of barks and meows filled the air. The head of the association provided a brief overview of the situation. Many of the small animals had been abandoned, some having suffered severe abuse. A few dogs instinctively curled up in fear when the volunteers approached, tugging at the heartstrings. The day's tasks for the volunteers included preparing food, filming promotional videos, and helping with cleaning and bathing the animals. This stray animal shelter was modest in size, housing nearly 100 stray dogs and over 80 stray cats. Just then, a truck laden with donated food arrived, and 4 of the boys from the group were assigned to help unload it. The girls were taken to the kitchen to prepare lunch for the cats and dogs. Due to limited funding, the shelter could not afford to provide the animals with freeze-dried or canned food every day, so most of the time, they prepared meals themselves. A few girls worked efficiently, chopping vegetables, mincing meat, steaming rice, and kneading dough, creating a bustling yet fulfilling atmosphere in the small kitchen. Nan Xu mixed finely chopped cabbage into the flour, rolling up her sleeves and diligently kneading the dough. Sunlight streamed through the window, casting shadows on her delicate and beautiful profile. So engrossed was she in her work that she failed to notice someone had approached her. Suddenly, a low and casual voice broke the silence, causing her to lose some of her focus. Unable to resist, she glanced up. Perhaps it was the heat from moving the food that compelled him to shed his black windbreaker, tying it casually around his waist, accentuating his slender figure. The sleeves of his white t-shirt were rolled up, revealing the striking lines of his forearms. "Making steamed buns?" Nan Xu lowered her eyes, softly explaining. "Sister Zhang said the dogs can be picky eaters and don't like vegetables. So I'm chopping the cabbage finely to mix in." His gaze lingered on her flour-dusted fingers. "Let me help you." She raised a reasonable objection. "Do you know how?" "Of course. I've lived nearly 20 years without stepping foot in a kitchen." The young master replied nonchalantly, "As long as I have hands, my strength is greater than yours." It makes more sense for me to assist. That was indeed a valid point. Preparing enough dough for so many furry friends would require substantial effort, and with her limited strength, she could only knead the dough in batches. Having someone to help her was a blessing. Nan Xu succinctly outlined the steps, and Xie Jingsi, with his strong execution skills, washed his hands and earnestly began to work. However, being a novice in the kitchen, he either added too much flour or too much water, never quite getting it right as the dough in the bowl grew larger and he was about to pour in more water. Nan Xu felt a pang of alarm. Let me handle it. If he continued to experiment, the resulting buns would be more than enough for the dogs to feast on for several meals. In her urgency, she instinctively grasped his hand, the warmth of his skin igniting a fire that sent shivers through her very cells. Chapter 17. What are you doing? Nan Xu quickly released her grip. Severing the brief moment of contact, she averted her gaze, murmuring an apology. Xie Jingsi lifted his eyelashes, his tone devoid of discernible emotion. It's fine. She decided to join him in kneading the dough, her hands moving as she explained. You don't need to add too much water. This amount is just right. The girl, emanating a faint scent of tea, was in close proximity, close enough for him to discern her long lashes, reminiscent of raven feathers, and the delicate fuzz on her porcelain-like face. Her fair and thin skin glowed with a subtle pink from within. Xie Jingsi's gaze darkened, pausing for a second before suddenly raising his clean left hand. In an instant, a minty aroma mingled with the tea scent. Nan Xu looked up in surprise, her eyes widening as that cold, slender hand approached her face. It felt as though she had been ensnared by a spell. Her legs rooted to the ground, unable to move. Her fingers tightened instinctively, leaving faint imprints in her palm, and her breath hitched in her throat, anxiety coursing through her at his unknown intent. The cool touch landed on her right cheek, amplifying her skin's sensitivity to several times its normal capacity, allowing her to distinctly feel the warmth of his fingertips gliding across her skin. A soft, tingling sensation coursed through her body, causing her heart to race. Her voice trembled uncontrollably. What are you doing? He chuckled softly, his dark eyes scrutinizing her. Did you think I was taking advantage of you, like a scoundrel? Nan Xu's cheeks flushed a vivid pink as she summoned her courage to apologize. I'm sorry for what my roommate and I said about you that day. Please don't be angry. Her voice was light and soft, her gentle brows and eyes filled with remorse, her clear amber gaze mirroring his figure, pure as a flower washed in snow. It wasn't mere pleasantries. He was quite aware of his reputation, even his childhood friends frequently labeled him a scoundrel. Yet, he hadn't anticipated that she would remember the incident for so long, seemingly having gone through significant mental preparation before offering him an apology. His words only deepened Nan Xu's guilt. I wanted to apologize to you afterward, but I didn't have your contact information, and I never ran into you at school. Had anyone else uttered such words, Xie Jingsi would have suspected they were hinting at wanting his contact details, as there had been instances before. But coming from her, it felt entirely different. The girl furrowed her delicate brows, her pale pink lips turning white from biting down, her eyes drooping with a heavy arc, glistening with unshed tears. She genuinely felt remorseful for the delayed apology. Nan Xu softly acknowledged his words, as long as he wasn't angry and deliberately distancing himself from her. That was sufficient. In less than half a minute, he reverted to his usual demeanor, his tone becoming languid once more. So, did you really think I was trying to take advantage of you? She replied. You're not the type to take advantage of girls. His interest was piqued entirely, his sharp brows lifting slightly, leaning forward as their shadows intertwined on the wall, casting an intimate silhouette. How interesting! You're the first person to believe that about me. A scratchy sensation crept through Xie Jingsi's throat as he drew closer, his voice low and hoarse. Why would you think that? Because I experienced it myself. After evening study, she had been lured into a secluded alley by a deceitful young man, who, using the most vile and degrading words, had attempted to force himself upon her. Pinning her against the wall, Nan Xu, terrified, had struggled desperately, but the disparity in strength was insurmountable, rendering her resistance almost futile. As the oppressive, foul breath drew near, a powerful force had suddenly thrown the assailant aside. The rescuer had said nothing, acting decisively, swiftly incapacitating the attacker, who fled in disarray. As thick clouds rolled in, obscuring the bright moonlight, she recognized her savior in the dim alley. Xie Jingsi's disheveled dark hair obscured some of his deep-set, piercing eyes, the collar of his shirt revealing his pale neck, exuding an aura that was both sharp and distant, making him seem unapproachable. Still trembling from fear, she instinctively clutched the shirt of the boy she had secretly admired for so long, who had just saved her from danger. Her grip tightened to the point where her fingertips turned white, and she could feel herself trembling slightly from the residual fear, with 2 silent tears falling to the ground. Stirring up the dust, the collar of Nan Xu's shirt was torn in a struggle, revealing a patch of skin so fair it was almost blinding. He turned away, his body half-turned, and spoke softly, "Do not be afraid. It is all right now." Had he harbored any untoward intentions at that moment, he could have easily exploited her newfound dependence on him after her ordeal. However, from the moment they left the alley until he placed her in a taxi driven by a female driver, Xie Jingsi deliberately avoided her gaze, never looking at her once. Perhaps this was why he did not remember her. Upon reflection, despite having countless ex-girlfriends, it seemed he had never been known to take advantage of a girl and then deny her existence. Rather, he had come across an anonymous post, presumably from an ex-girlfriend, lamenting how inexplicably difficult it was to have any physical contact with him. The darkness in his deep-set eyes swelled with obscure emotions, swirling within the inky depths as his gaze captured Nan Xu's silhouette. After a long pause, the corners of his lips curled slightly. "Then your intuition must be mistaken." Nan Xu was left utterly bewildered. Xie Jingsi averted his gaze, a cryptic chuckle escaping him. Even he could not discern whether he had intended to take advantage of her. Chapter 18. Eat more? You are too thin. By the time 2 large steamer baskets filled with food were brought forth, it was already noon. The volunteers, after distributing food to the cats and dogs, made their way to the dining hall. The stray animal shelter provided lunch, and perhaps due to the abundance of volunteers, the meal was quite sumptuous. The head of the shelter set up a large round table, and the volunteers took their seats. Nan Xu and Xie Jingsi served themselves in succession and naturally ended up sitting together. Their hands casually rested on the table, their sleeves brushing against each other, creating an accidental contact. A wave of warmth crept up from the back of Nan Xu's ears, and fearing she might reveal something in front of him, she hurriedly placed her hands on her lap, sitting up straight. Xie Jingsi, fiddling with his chopsticks and rice, raised an eyebrow as he observed her awkward eating posture but chose not to comment. The table was filled with students from nearby universities, and 2 extroverted individuals sparked a conversation that quickly animated the atmosphere. "The food here is much better than what we have at our school's cafeteria. You must be from Jing University, right? I have a friend from there too. What a coincidence, miss. Which school are you from?" Caught off guard, Nan Xu had not anticipated the conversation would shift to her. "Wow," several voices exclaimed, their reactions varying in intensity. She and the boy beside her had immediately become the center of attention due to their striking appearances, and it was a delightful surprise to discover she was not only beautiful but also kind-hearted and academically gifted. "I am from the Physical Education University." Ji Fei had noticed her from the start, initially thinking she was a couple with the boy next to her, but upon closer observation, he realized they were merely acquaintances, prompting him to strike up a conversation. "Dio, you like small animals too?" he inquired. Nan Xu nodded. She had always wanted to adopt a puppy, but her current circumstances did not allow for it. She would have to wait until she secured a job. "I adore cats and dogs as well," Ji Fei beamed. "I have 2 British Shorthairs at home. Want to add me on WeChat? I can show you pictures of them." Realizing that he was trying to engage her in conversation, Nan Xu suddenly felt a bit overwhelmed. Due to her nature, she found it hard to refuse others, especially in a group setting where she instinctively considered the feelings of others. Being rejected would be quite embarrassing. However, she truly did not wish to add a male acquaintance on WeChat. Just as she was mustering the courage to politely decline, a languid, deep voice resonated beside her. "Are you eating sweet and sour ribs?" Nan Xu's mind was still processing when she instinctively nodded. She then watched in astonishment as Xie Jingsi took her chopsticks, reached across the table, and placed 2 pieces of ribs into her bowl. "Eat more, you are too thin." His vague concern could be interpreted as casual, yet upon reflection, it bore an ambiguous undertone, especially with Xie Jingsi's expressive features, which made their interaction feel more intimate. Ji Fei's expression stiffened, wondering if he had misjudged the situation. Could they truly be a couple? Nan Xu stared at the ribs in her bowl, her fair complexion tinted with a hint of red as she obediently replied, "Oh, Thanks to his simple remark, she found herself unusually determined to finish her meal, only putting down her chopsticks once she truly could eat no more. After a half-hour break, during which she played with the cats and dogs, they began the next task. Bathing the animals in the open courtyard, various sized basins were set up, and experienced staff members demonstrated how to wash a rural dog while explaining the key points. Once the demonstration concluded, Nan Xu rolled up her sleeves and patiently began washing a limping little border collie. The puppy was gentle, not at all restless, gazing up at her with its bright, round eyes, quietly allowing her to groom its fur. Her heart softened under its watchful gaze, and she couldn't help but smile. While blow-drying the dog's fur, she suddenly thought of Xie Jingsi. He seemed to have a bit of a cleanliness obsession. After finishing their basketball game, they had been discussing going out for skewers when someone asked where Xie Jingsi had gone. Walking ahead, Nan Xu deliberately slowed her pace, wishing to hear more clearly. Oh, that makes sense. No wonder he is so popular with the girls. He is clean and fresh, while we are all drenched in sweat. Let us find a nicer place for skewers. Otherwise, he might not join us later. A few tall boys quickly outpaced her, engrossed in a conversation about trending games, the topic of Xie Jingsi having already shifted to 3 brief sentences that Nan Xu silently committed to memory. She scanned the surroundings but failed to spot him, unsure if he had been assigned to another task. It was not until she finished washing the 4th dog that she instinctively looked up, only to see Xie Jingsi descending the stairs with the head of the stray animal shelter, who wore a beaming smile and was profusely expressing gratitude. His dark, penetrating gaze swept the crowd and quickly settled on her as he approached. "What's wrong? Were you looking for me?" Nan Xu averted her eyes, denying it with a shake of her head. No, her hair was tied up, exposing her slender, delicate neck, which appeared even more ethereal from his vantage point. "I haven't slacked off," Xie Jingsi said, his Adam's apple bobbing slightly. "I just donated some money." Though he could be somewhat fussy and spoiled, he was nonetheless a volunteer. He couldn't contribute neither effort nor funds. The amount he donated was not significant to him, but the head of the shelter was visibly astonished, repeatedly confirming whether he truly intended to donate such a sum, and then expressing profound gratitude by offering to treat him to a meal. After some negotiation, they took a bit of time. Impressive, Nan Xu looked up at him, her voice soft with admiration. Her eyes, clear and bright, shone amber in the sunlight, and when she focused intently on someone, her gentle praise was captivating. Xie Jingsi's gaze was dark and deep, as if saturated with ink. He cleared his throat slightly. "It's nothing special." Nan Xu picked up a large golden retriever, pouring warm water from a ladle over its body. This golden retriever was robust and had a glossy coat, clearly well cared for by its previous owner. After being stolen by a dog dealer and transported thousands of kilometers to the capital, it had been rescued by animal protection volunteers and was quickly reunited with its owner. The golden retriever had just video called its owner this morning and was now overflowing with excitement, its tail wagging like a blur as it leaped into the basin filled with warm water. The hefty dog jumping into the basin was akin to throwing a large stone into the water. With a splash, water erupted everywhere, drenching everyone around it, including Nan Xu, who was closest and utterly defenseless against the deluge. Chapter 19. "Would you like to see?" "Oh my!" The head of the shelter rushed over. Looking apologetic, "Are you all right?" Nan Xu's knitted sweater was completely soaked, clinging to her body and accentuating her curves with every breath. A chilly autumn breeze swept by, penetrating her skin, causing her to shiver slightly as she wrapped her arms around herself. Appearing pitifully vulnerable, yet she managed to display a faint smile. "I'm fine," as she spoke. Water droplets clung to her dark lashes, falling with each small movement. Xie Jingsi reacted swiftly, removing his outer jacket and draping it over her shoulders. Raising his hand to help wipe the water from her face, "I'm so sorry," the head of the shelter said, increasingly guilt-ridden. "We don't have any spare clothes for you. What are we going to do? Perhaps you could use the restroom to dry off with a hairdryer. We wouldn't want you to catch a cold." There was no other option. "But how long will that take?" Xie Jingsi's tone was resolute. "First, dry yourself off. I'll bring you some clothes shortly, Dao." Nan Xu was accustomed to complying with his words, and it wasn't until she had stripped off her wet top in the restroom and dried her body with a clean towel that she began to ponder. Where had he gotten spare clothes? The stray animal shelter was rather remote, and there were no clothing stores nearby. With a sigh of relief, she was glad that her underwear and pants were mostly dry. Otherwise, she would have been quite at a loss for what to do. Just then, there was a gentle knock at the door. A deep, languid voice came from the other side. Open the door a crack. Nan Xu's porcelain cheeks reddened with a mix of anxiety and embarrassment. Despite her cool upper body, she felt warmth radiating from her skin. Cautiously, she opened the door just a sliver, enough to extend her hand. It was a long, oversized white t-shirt, faintly scented with mint. Nan Xu's mind went blank with a loud thud, her face overwhelmed with a deep crimson hue as her slender fingers clutched the fabric tightly. Her palms slick with sweat. The mere thought that this garment had only a minute ago been draped upon Xie Jingsi's form, intimately embracing his skin and melding with his body heat, set her pulse racing uncontrollably, warmth surging from every pore. You don't mind, do you? The man outside inquired. Stealing her mind, Nan Xu pushed open the door and stepped outside. Xie Jingsi had yet to depart, casually leaning against the wall with one hand in his pocket, awaiting her arrival. The sound of her movement, he turned slightly, surveying her with a semblance of a smile. It suits you rather well. The flush on Nan Xu's cheeks had not yet faded, and upon noticing the zipper of the windbreaker pulled up to just above the collarbone, words slipped from her lips before her mind could catch up. You gave me your clothes? So what about you underneath? She quickly bit her tongue, halting the stream of thought. Xie Jingsi chuckled softly, closing the distance between them, leaning in slightly, his piercing gaze magnifying in proximity, his voice dropping to a low, tantalizing timbre. Indeed, I'm not wearing anything underneath. Despite having anticipated the answer, hearing it spoken so directly caused Nan Xu's eyelashes to flutter heavily, her instinct urging her to raise her face, her clear, wide eyes reflecting a mixture of confusion and alarm. His Adam's apple bobbed as he continued to tease. Shall I show you? With that, his long, slender fingers rested on the zipper, poised to pull it down. Nan Xu's eyes widened in shock, and without a moment's thought, she instinctively halted his movement. No need. Her soft, warm hand pressed against his skin with a firm grip, her voice rising slightly above her usual timbre. Her words tumbling out faster than usual, it was evident she genuinely feared he would undress before her in the next instant. Finally, Xie Jingsi straightened up, creating a more socially acceptable distance, his expression playful. I was just joking. I am not a pervert. Only then did Nan Xu realize she had been the subject of his jest, her pearly teeth nibbling at her lip, the corners of her eyes blooming with a vivid hue as she hurriedly walked away. Behind her, he wore an amused expression, casually slipping his hand into his pocket, following her at an unhurried pace. The subsequent process unfolded smoothly, and after the task concluded, the volunteers trickled away in small groups. Let us take the bus. However, the bus stop was a fair distance away, necessitating a walk of several minutes. Xie Jingsi jingled the car keys in his hand. Would you like to ride with me? As the sun dipped low, its fading light cast a warm orange-gold glow over everything, enveloping the world in a gentle warmth. The man before Nan Xu stood against the sunset, perfectly positioned, his silhouette bathed in a dreamlike haze. Her heart raced, a quiet voice escaping her lips. That would be great. She found it difficult to voice a refusal, yearning instead to share the same space with him. The last time they had shared a ride, Lu Zhixuan, a senior, had been present, but this time it was just the two of them. An exhilarating anticipation filled her heart, lasting until the moment she laid eyes on the vehicle, abruptly halted. The sleek, black motorcycle boasted sharp lines, its angular headlights resembling a rugged beast poised for action. The only issue was that it was a motorcycle. Just as Xie Jingsi unlocked it, he noticed the girl, who had so readily agreed moments ago, now gazing down, her pale hands nervously clutching the hem of her clothing, hesitating as if caught between words. Perhaps I should. Nan Xu began to voice her pre-prepared thoughts. But before she could finish, a minty scent enveloped her as a helmet was placed over her head. With a click, Xie Jingsi pushed aside her visor, raising an eyebrow. Thinking of escaping, too late. She was bewildered. He had predicted her unfinished thought. It was as if they shared a telepathic connection, and Xie Jingsi scoffed lightly. Your thoughts are written all over your face. Nan Xu muttered quietly to herself. Not at all. The motorcycle featured large wheels and a high chassis, and she felt a twinge of fear of falling off, first grasping the protective handle before shifting to explore the seat. Xie Jingsi, observing her fidgeting through the rearview mirror, coolly remarked, You seem to love my bike, don't you? Nan Xu struggled to keep pace with his line of thought. Would I be touching everything if I could just get on? Her cheeks flushed under his gaze, and tentatively, she reached out to grasp the hem of his shirt. The engine roared to life, and the motorcycle lunged forward like an arrow released from a bow. Catching Nan Xu off guard. Instinctively, she wrapped her arms tightly around his solid waist, inadvertently pressing her back against his warm form. Xie Jingsi's grip on the handlebars faltered for a moment, as if scorched by fire, causing the motorcycle to veer erratically. "Are you sure you know how to ride?" Nan Xu blurted out in concern. The roar of the motorcycle echoed like thunder on a sweltering summer night, reverberating against their eardrums. Xie Jingsi steadied himself, maintaining an air of nonchalance as he replied. Of course, it was intentional. Technically, he wasn't lying. The spur-of-the-moment surge was indeed a playful response to her timid demeanor. An attempt to startle her, however. He hadn't anticipated how light and timid she would be, and in that moment of contact, he truly understood the meaning of self-inflicted consequences. As speed increased, the wind howled more fiercely, ruffling Xie Jingsi's black hair and causing his windbreaker to billow. The delicate lines of his neck disappeared into the black collar. The rushing wind accompanied them until the scenery around them became familiar. At Jing University, students are permitted to drive onto campus following approval from the college and security, with designated parking areas. Few students have the privilege of driving to school, and Xie Jingsi, being a prominent figure, was well known for the few cars he frequently drove. Upon entering the campus, this striking motorcycle drew many gazes, capturing attention as they rode. Nan Xu, seated behind, became the subject of curious glances as well. She kept her head down, avoiding eye contact. Fortunately, being a weekend, most students were either holed up in their dorms or out enjoying themselves, resulting in fewer people around, and the sturdy helmet blocked their view, enabling her to remain incognito. As they rounded a corner, Nan Xu spoke up. "I'll get off here, please." Continuing further would lead them to the girls' dormitory, and given his notoriety, it would undoubtedly attract quite a crowd. Something she wished to avoid, especially not wanting to cause him any trouble with rumors. Xie Jingsi complied without protest, bringing the motorcycle to a halt. After dismounting, Nan Xu removed her helmet, the cool breeze rushing in, dispersing the mini scent. "Thank you for your shirt. I'll wash it and return it to you." With that, she turned to leave, but the strap of her crossbody bag was suddenly caught. "Wait a moment." Xie Jingsi, his long legs clad in black pants, casually leaned against the bike, shaking his phone. "Shall we add each other on WeChat?" She stared at him, momentarily stunned, her heart racing almost out of her chest. And it took her 5 seconds to slowly part her lips. "Oh." Mechanically, she retrieved her phone, opened WeChat, scanned the code, and sent a friend request. In the next moment, he had accepted her request. A new message appeared in the chat. "I've accepted your friend request. We can start chatting now." His ID was simply X, and his avatar depicted a deep blue sky, devoid of distractions, featuring only a crescent moon and the faint silhouette of distant mountains. The moments of his life were blank. Perhaps set to private for 3 days. She recalled in her second year of high school, someone had leaked Xie Jingsi's WeChat ID on a forum, claiming he had many friends and would generally accept requests without hesitation. The girls in her class fervently discussed it while she quietly jotted it down, never imagining she would actually converse with him on WeChat. She merely wished to draw closer, occasionally catching glimpses of his life through moments shared. Yet, she feared what would happen if he asked who she was and why she added him. She wouldn't have an answer. After a night of indecision, she hadn't sent the friend request, only to hear the next day that the post had been deleted and he had restricted his WeChat ID from being found, making it impossible to search for him again. 2 girls had been fortunate enough to add him before the restrictions, and they were busy discussing the messages they had sent him the night prior. Nan Xu felt momentarily distracted, her pen drawing dark lines across her draft paper. She envied those who pursued Xie Jingsi. They were bold and direct, fearlessly expressing their feelings, even if the outcomes were less than ideal. In contrast, she lacked the courage to declare her affections, timid and hesitant, leaving her journey of unrequited love fraught with regrets. Yet now, the incompleteness left by her indecision seemed fortuitously filled. Her heart swelled with a new sense of fullness. "Wait a moment." Tong Xinyue looked at her top suspiciously. "I recall you weren't wearing that shirt this morning. Were you?" Nan Xu placed the bag containing her wet clothes on the table. There was a minor mishap. My clothes got wet, So this is someone else's. Nowadays, the distinction between men's and women's t-shirts wasn't vastly different. And Song Young didn't think twice. It looks good on you, though, however. Tong Xinhua quickly recognized that the shirt Nan Xu wore was a high-end brand men's t-shirt, unassuming in appearance yet priced in the 5-digit range. Many girls adored wearing men's clothing for its stylish and loose fit, complete with spacious pockets, so she didn't press further, only advising, be careful when washing it. It's quite expensive. Nan Xu clutched the t-shirt she had changed out of. Is it really? Tong Xinhua quoted a price, and Nan Xu couldn't help but gasp. Although she was aware of Xie Jingsi's affluent background, she hadn't expected such an ordinary black t-shirt to be so costly. Lacking knowledge of designer brands, she recalled that many expensive garments were delicate, prompting her to quickly message Xie Jingsi. Can your t-shirt be machine washed? Xie, yes, it's not that fussy. Just toss it in the washing machine. The dormitory facilities at Jing University were user-friendly, with washing machines and dryers located at the end of each floor's corridor. Xie Jingsi read her and could vividly imagine her expression and tone when she uttered the word, demure and soft-spoken. Ruan. As soon as he entered the dormitory, Chun Jianshu playfully draped his arm around his neck. Grinning mischievously, who are you chatting with? Smiling so cheaply? Have you struck up something? Xie Jingsi broke free from him, exclaiming, do you have nothing else to say? If he were to speak, the rumors of him changing girlfriends daily would undoubtedly be linked to his group of mischievous friends. In their eyes, every message he sent from his phone was a topic for gossip. Every meal he had out was another story. Even if he changed his hair color, it became a matter of discussion. Chen Jianshu, filled with regret, remarked, all right then, I was actually planning to sell first-hand information about your new romance. I had it all figured out. If our line of work falls through, we could easily make a living selling Xie's photo shoots. Itinerary and contact details, absolutely. His ramblings were abruptly halted as he was stunned, staring at Xie Jingsi. The latter unzipped his outer jacket, revealing the cold, pale contours of his skin and the smooth, distinctly defined 8-pack abs that came into view. What the hell? Has Xie gone out without any clothes on? Chapter 21. He suddenly felt a strong urge to smoke. Ding-ling-a-ling. The crisp sound of the class dismissal bell rang out as the physics professor closed his book, signaling the end of the lesson. Song Yang languidly rested her head on the desk, as if all her energy had been siphoned away. I declare that advanced physics is my lifelong nemesis. The knowledge simply refuses to seep into my brain. Nan Xu chuckled softly. You said the same thing in calculus class. I was too impulsive. Song Yang sighed. I chose a major I particularly liked when selecting my courses. But I didn't expect it to be this difficult. With a heavy sigh, she added, enough of this. I need to grab a cup of milk tea to rejuvenate. Nan Xu packed her bag and picked up a paper bag containing clothes. You'll have to go alone. I have something to attend to. Song Yang understood. You're going to return the clothes, right? Turns out the girl borrowing your clothes is from Jing University. Our school students are all beautiful and kind-hearted. Nan Xu, feeling a pang of guilt, lowered her head and mumbled, I'll be off then. Upon exiting the classroom building, she pulled out her phone and opened the chat page with Xie Jingsi. Their last conversation was that morning when she messaged him the moment she finished washing the clothes. When are you free? I'll return the clothes. Not at school in the morning, but I'll be in room 512 of the 3rd teaching building in the afternoon. Conveniently, her university physics class was just next door in the 2nd teaching building. So Nan Xu decided to pack the clothes into a bag and take them with her to class, planning to return them to him afterward. The 3rd teaching building was typically where the finance and management classes were held, a place she seldom visited. Once she stumbled her way to room 512, she peered in at the door. Inside were only a handful of students. Multimedia equipment and projectors were on, indicating they were likely discussing some topic rather than attending a formal class. Nan Xu initially intended to wait for them to finish before speaking up, but a boy seated near the door noticed her first. Classmate, is there something you need? Quickly scanning the room to confirm Xie Jingsi was not present, she replied, I'm looking for Xie Jingsi. A well-dressed girl with wavy hair glanced at the bag she was holding, instinctively raising her chin and sneering, are you here to deliver something to Xie Jingsi? I suggest you save your breath. He accepted. Nan Xu did not overlook the hostility in her tone and calmly asked, are you his? Implicitly questioning her right to refuse others on his behalf. The girl's expression instantly soured, irritation flickering in her eyes. What business is it of yours who I am to him? I was merely trying to give you a friendly warning. If you don't appreciate it, then so be it. There are plenty of girls who bring him gifts every day, and he hardly accepts any. An awkward silence fell over the atmosphere, and the boy who first spoke attempted to mediate. We all classmates. Let us keep it civil. This remark was directed at Nan Xu. Her eyes sparkled with clarity. Senior, you've misunderstood. This is his item. Since he is not here, could I trouble you to pass it to him? Her tone was gentle and sincere, her demeanor untainted by any ulterior motives. Chen Jianxiu instinctively took the paper bag, his voice lowering a notch. Sure, thank you, senior. Within the classroom, the wavy-haired girl wore a displeased expression. How could Xie Jingsi's belongings be in the hands of a girl? Hadn't he his friends all claimed he was currently single? Clearly, she was not the only one with a curious mind. Chen Jianxiu too mused over what Xie Jingsi could have left behind. He glanced into the bag, nearly wide-eyed. What the hell? Clothes? Isn't this the t-shirt that mysteriously went missing from Siyi? Now, a beautiful girl was returning his clothes. Chen Jianxiu's gossip-seeking spirit ignited fiercely. Huh? Clothes? Another roommate leaned in, astonished. The rest of the classroom buzzed with surprise. The wavy-haired girl's face was a mask of disbelief. Her gaze fixed on the bag, her hands clenched tightly at her sides. Well, it doesn't necessarily mean what everyone thinks it does. Chen Jianxiu, realizing the potential fallout, cautioned, don't spread rumors when you leave. Otherwise, Siyi will be after me again. Thankfully, the overall quality of college students was quite high nowadays. They mostly kept their gossip private and refrained from spreading scandalous rumors. After hearing his words, they all nodded in agreement. Nan Xu remained unaware of the commotion in the classroom as she waited for the elevator. The elevator on her right descended from the 8th floor, the bright numbers flashing from 7 to 6. Finally stopping at the 5th floor, with a soft ding, the doors opened. Just as she was about to step aside, her lashes inadvertently lifted, and upon seeing the person inside, her steps came to an abrupt halt. His dark gaze locked onto hers, lingering for a moment before darting down to her empty hands. He stepped out of the elevator, one hand propping the door open. Where are the clothes? Nan Xu lowered her gaze. You weren't here earlier, so I gave them to your roommate. Xie Jingsi's dark eyes casually swept over her, asking a pointless question. Are you leaving? Yes, he nodded slightly. All right, let us go. Xie Jingsi's tall figure blocked the elevator door. His long legs casually crossed, arms resting against the frame, effectively obstructing her path, his actions and words starkly contrasting. Nan Xu couldn't help but glance up, her expression revealing a hint of discomfort. Yet he seemed utterly oblivious, towering over her with an air of indifference, showing no intention of moving. She bit her lip lightly, her naturally rosy lips forming a delicate pout. Then could you move aside? Her voice was soft and gentle, her lowered head obscuring her expression from him, yet it was easy to guess her unease and shyness. Nan Xu inched forward, their arms brushed for less than a second, a faint scent of jasmine tea wafted towards him. Reminiscent of winter snow, cool and alluring. Xie Jingsi's heart skipped a beat, a sudden thirst rising from his throat without warning. He found himself yearning for a cigarette. Chapter 22. They lit their cigarettes with the same flame. Another weekend arrived, and the recent days were perpetually overcast, the world drained of its vibrancy. The gray, murky clouds hung low, enveloping everything in a shroud of dreariness. The autumn wind howled, stirring up a flurry of golden leaves. Nan Xu tightened her coat around her. She hadn't felt particularly cold before stepping outside, but the wind revealed her insufficient attire. The weather had been wildly unpredictable lately, and little Xuening had caught a cold and fever as a result. Her father had arranged with Nan Xu to postpone tutoring until she recovered, so she originally didn't need to go today. However, recalling Xuening's pitiful expression during their video call that morning, she decided to head out after finishing her group assignment. Nan Xu bought some snacks and then visited a Sanrio store to purchase a Starlight plush toy before going to Xuening's house. Upon seeing her favorite toy, Xuening was so delighted she nearly jumped out of bed. Little Nan, you're too good to me. Nan Xu chuckled as she ruffled her hair. Rest well and get better soon. The scenery outside the car window changed continuously as she put on her headphones and opened her English listening software. The engineering first-year courses were quite packed, aside from focusing on her studies. She also had a part-time job, leaving her with precious little time. To ensure good grades by the end of the semester, she utilized every spare moment to study. Ever since she resolved to follow in Xie Jingsi's footsteps and got into Jing University, she had maintained this disciplined habit, which wasn't particularly difficult for her. Today's listening material for the 6th level was something she had practiced yesterday, and due to a moment of carelessness, she had made several mistakes. Now fully concentrated, Nan Xu listened intently while mentally translating. Her deep focus led to one unfortunate result. She missed her stop. After about 5 or 6 minutes, she found herself in front of a store adorned with dazzling neon lights, where a crowd had gathered. Indifferent to the commotion, she was about to walk past when a familiar figure caught her eye. Xie Jingsi had his sleeves casually rolled up, one hand tucked in his pants pocket, his head slightly bowed, the sharp angles of his jawline becoming more pronounced, his thin lips exuding a cold indifference, and a hint of aggression flickering in his brow. A seductive woman in a red bodycon dress emerged from the store and leaned in close to whisper something to him. Nan Xu found her somewhat familiar and, after a moment, remembered that she was the one who had driven Xie Jingsi away in a Ferrari on Tang Xinyuer's birthday. Most of the onlookers had already dispersed, while a few curious passers-by were explaining the situation to newcomers. It's nothing much. A couple of drunken men were harassing the beautiful owner, but thankfully that handsome guy helped chase them off. He must be her boyfriend. Nan Xu turned her gaze back to the duo, noticing the woman taking out 2 cigarettes from a pack, giving one to Xie Jingsi while placing the other between her red lips to light. However, she brought her lighter hand behind her back, leaning closer to him as if asking him to light her cigarette. Her heart sank, and she instinctively looked down, turning on her heel and striding away, leaving the ambiguous scene behind. She also missed Xie Jingsi's lazy retreat, as he took a puff and scoffed lightly, "Su Jia, that's inappropriate." The bar's lighting filtered through the glass, casting a dappled glow on Xie Jingsi's face, enhancing his allure. His striking appearance was a weapon without bloodshed. Even someone like her, who had seen countless men in the early days of her career, found herself captivated, all because she was a friend of his sister. However, it was clear that she was not falling for his charms. The term sister served as a clear boundary. Su Jia, recognizing the cue, smiled and said, "All right then, I'll take my leave." Crossing the street, Xie Jingsi casually tossed the cigarette into the trash can and strode towards the convenience store. The chime of the wind bell tinkled at the entrance, accompanied by a gentle, refreshing scent of camellias carried by the breeze. Her long eyelashes fluttered slightly as she became entranced by Nan Xu's pair of clear and luminous eyes. Perhaps she hadn't anticipated this serendipitous encounter. Her expression was one of unmasked astonishment, tinged with an inexplicable sense of guilt, her eyes wide and glistening like a startled cat. Xie Jingsi's gaze shifted downward, noticing the slender hand clutching a pack of cigarettes and a lighter. Instantly comprehending the situation. Wanting to learn to smoke? How ambitious, choosing to emulate the bad rather than the good. Nan Xu's mind went blank for a moment, a sudden urge to flee overwhelming her. She was curious about the sensation of smoking. Little did she expect to be caught red-handed by Xie Jingsi before she could even leave the store. The cigarette and lighter in her hand were irrefutable evidence. Impossible to conceal. Nan Xu hesitantly uttered, stammering, "I was just curious." Xie Jingsi raised an eyebrow, no longer interested in buying water, and walked out of the convenience store beside her. "Would you like me to teach you?" She was taken aback as he snatched the cigarette box from her grasp. He exhibited no embarrassment, treating it as if it were his own, swiftly opening it, knocking out 2 cigarettes, and handing one to her while placing the other between his lips. The scene was eerily familiar, and Nan Xu's mind spun, prompting her to blurt out words without thought. "Teach me what?" "How to light a cigarette." Xie Jingsi squinted, a hint of a smile gracing his lips. Aware that she had witnessed the scene outside the bar, "Little classmate, have you ever heard the saying?" His tone was leisurely, infused with an air of nonchalance. "Light a cigarette, and you'll be cursed for 3 days. I'd rather not be unfortunate." Nan Xu fell silent. "Then you just—" He produced a lighter from his pocket, idly toying with it, his peach blossom eyes glinting with a carefree smile. "Next time. Wait until you're done watching before you leave." So, he hadn't managed to light it earlier. The fingers that held the cigarette subtly curled, the frustration pressing against her heart dissipated in the wind. Mimicking his posture, Nan Xu clumsily placed the cigarette between her lips, mumbling a vague acknowledgement. Xie Jingsi continued to play with the lighter, his fingers curling. Clicked out a flame flickered to life, casting a warm, yellow glow that illuminated their faces with a dancing light. As the lighter approached her face, Nan Xu feared that her breath might extinguish the flame. holding her breath in anxious anticipation. Just before he lit her cigarette, Xie Jingsi suddenly leaned in closer. They ignited their cigarettes from the same flame, the tips momentarily touching, transforming into a potion that set their blood ablaze. Chapter 23. Reward. Xie Jingsi's enlarged features loomed close, his dark hair tousled across his forehead. His nose sharp and straight, the shadow cast by his lowered lashes accentuating the cool detachment that was nevertheless captivating. In the next moment, his pitch-black eyes lifted, and their gazes unexpectedly collided in the dim light. The intertwining of smoke in their breaths created a flickering flame that danced, caressing the cigarette tips, resembling a flowing sunset reflected in their pupils. Nan Xu's fingertips trembled in sync with her heartbeat as she suddenly understood a popular saying online. Gazing into each other's eyes is a non-physical spiritual kiss. It was merely a glance, yet it felt as if her soul was melded into the overwhelming orange light, sparks igniting a charred hole in her heart, hidden feelings surging and retreating like tides. As the flicker of flame extinguished, the depth of Xie Jingsi's eyes, resembling an unfathomable abyss, retained a potent presence. The dormant dark hue seemed to conceal intense emotions, causing Nan Xu to feel inexplicably nervous. She averted her gaze, clumsily inhaling from the cigarette. Cough, cough, cough. The rich taste of nicotine, mingled with the acrid smoke, invaded her mouth, recklessly assaulting her senses, and she turned away, coughing awkwardly. Her shoulders tensed, her delicate frame trembling as she struggled to regain composure. After a moment, Xie Jingsi gently patted her back, the corners of his mouth curving into a faint smile. Tasted the bitterness. Will you still smoke? He stepped back into the convenience store, purchased a bottle of water, and casually grabbed a box of chocolates. He unscrewed the cap and handed it to her. Drink some water to ease it. Oh, she replied, slowly taking a couple of sips, her pink lips glistening with moisture like delicate petals kissed by morning dew. Nan Xu nodded. He tossed the cigarette pack into a plastic bag, adopting a relaxed demeanor. All right, let's go together. The convenience store was not far from the school's northern entrance. Within minutes, they arrived. The northern gate served as a back entrance to Jing University, with fewer people coming and going to as soon as they swiped their faces to enter the campus. Nan Xu halted. I'm leaving. The male and female dormitories were quite distant, not in the same direction. Xie Jingsi retrieved the cigarette pack from the plastic bag. This is mine now. Nan Xu, momentarily taken aback, nodded slowly. The flush from her earlier coughing fit still lingered in her cheeks, her dark eyes glistening with moisture as she gazed at him unguardedly. Xie Jingsi studied her for a moment, then smirked. So obedient, he extended his hand. She complied, and in the next instant, a box of chocolates appeared in her palm. His Adam's apple bobbed slightly, his voice lazy and deep. A reward. As night fell and the air turned cool, the brief contact between the boy's fingers and her soft palm was fleeting, almost imperceptible. Nan Xu's palm grew damp with a light sweat, her ears burning. The trees lining the road varied in shades, leaves fluttering down, harmonizing with the rhythm of her heartbeat, creating a soft, whispered melody. She gazed down at the chocolate in her hand, a gentle smile blooming at the corners of her lips. The chocolate was a reward from him, and tonight's encounter was a gift from the heavens. She felt she had been fortunate enough. Nan Xu. Just as she reached the base of the dormitory, a girl called out to her. It was Zhao Yuyan from the neighboring dorm. Though they were not in the same major, they often crossed paths, and had exchanged names over time. Nan Xu greeted her in return. Did you really not? Zhao Yuyan exclaimed. A few days ago, Xie Jingsi was seen riding his motorcycle with a girl. It must have been you, right? Before she could deny it, Zhao Yuyan continued, don't try to dodge it. As a student in the fine arts department, I have a keen eye for the human form. Although the photos on the forum weren't very clear, the girl was wearing a helmet, yet I recognized you at a glance. I even asked you for the link to those pants you wore that day at IT was me. With her words laid so bare, denying it further would only be counterproductive. After all, it wasn't an illicit relationship. Zhao Yuyan's face was painted with disbelief. And you say you're not dating? We really aren't. Nan Xu earnestly explained. We're not very familiar. The last time he just happened to take me along. And today was a coincidence. The plausibility of this excuse, if relayed by another, would be at 0%. Yet her eyes were so pure and clear that she hardly seemed to be lying. Besides, who would concoct such a clumsy and meaningless lie? Zhao Yuyan believed her to a degree, hesitantly probing for her ultimate goal. So do you have Xie Jingsi's WeChat? Sure enough, upon penetrating her silence. Zhao Yuyan exclaimed in delight. You really do. Since you aren't dating, why not give me his WeChat? Nan Xu fell silent. She certainly didn't want to share, not wanting to relinquish someone she liked to another. Let go? She found the thought amusing. He wasn't hers to begin with, and she had no right to even suggest it. What's wrong? You don't want to give it? Zhao Yuyan regarded her with suspicion. You don't like Xie Jingsi, do you? Her throat felt parched, forcing out 2 words. Nan Xu managed a strained smile. I just think it wouldn't be right to decide without asking him first. Oh, I see. Zhao Yuyan seemed to grasp the situation, quite understanding. That makes sense. You're being considerate, so please ask him, and I'll treat you to milk tea. Are you there? X. Just got to the dorm. Are you there too? Nan Xu took a deep breath and typed a line of text, summoning her resolve to hit send. The girl from my neighboring dorm wants your WeChat. She unwrapped a chocolate and popped one into her mouth. Just then, a message from Xie Jingsi arrived. X. Sure. Chapter 24. Don't give it to her. The bitter taste spread through her mouth, gradually intensifying until it was so overwhelming that Nan Xu felt her tongue tremble. She blinked slowly. Her moment of luck seemed fleeting, so brief that she barely had time to savor it before it slipped through her fingers, as if the heavens were mocking her weakness and contradictions. She lacked the confidence and courage that they possessed, not even daring to admit her feelings for him. She was merely reaping the consequences of her own actions. X. Where are you? Nan Xu composed herself and typed back, feeling somewhat sullen. Here. X. Busy trying to give my WeChat to someone else? Upon reading those 4 words, Xie Jingxi's expression darkened as he tossed his phone onto the table, the noise attracting the attention of his roommates. The intensity of emotion in his words was palpable, and even Nan Xu, despite her usual dullness, could sense his displeasure and slight mockery. Xie Jingsi sighed, his tone dropping a notch. Not angry, Nan Xu asked again. So you changed your mind? Yes. The boy's voice was crisp and thin, resonating with a low timbre through the receiver, drifting gently to her heart. Don't give it to her, Nan Xu. The world around her fell silent, as if all sounds had been muted, leaving only his words flowing like rain, each drop clear and distinct. Understood. It was soft, reminiscent of a gentle morning in Jiangnan, where the mist hung low and the waters flowed serenely. Xie Jingsi silently curved his lips upward. Did you just have a fight? I heard you through your phone, Chun Jinshu mused. What did she do that was so outrageous? It's not easy to find a girl who can provoke you. No fight, Xie Jingsi replied succinctly. She asked if she could give my WeChat to a girl. Chun Jinshu was taken aback. Just because of that? What is there to be angry about? Just say no. And it's done. They had faced similar situations countless times since the beginning of their freshman year. Numerous girls had approached them, indirectly inquiring about Xie Jingxi's contact information or probing about his ideal type. Naturally, they could not refuse, each time mustering the courage to ask, only to receive his cold rejection in return. Chun Jinshu had more to say, while another roommate sighed. Old Chin, now I understand why you've remained single since birth. You can't even grasp this. Why resort to personal attacks? The former scratched his head, still perplexed, and decided to abandon the thought. His gaze fell upon the cigarette box on Xie Jingxi's table, and he curiously inquired. When did Si Gu start smoking such cheap cigarettes? They had long been aware that this gentleman was a veritable highborn, with nearly every garment he wore priced to astonishment. Typically, he indulged in luxury brands of cigarettes that ordinary students could scarcely afford. Thus, this ubiquitous supermarket brand seemed utterly uncharacteristic of his tastes. Xie Jingsi offered no response but merely curled his lips into a smile, his deep-set, rebellious eyes exuding an air of casual nonchalance. The roommates rubbed their arms, feeling goosebumps rise, and couldn't help but exclaim, Damn, must you smile so suggestively? Yet, instead of retreating, he continued to bombard her with what he believed to be humorous yet utterly greasy remarks. Unable to endure any longer, Nan Xu decisively blocked and deleted him in one swift motion. Song Yangyang rolled up her sleeves, akin to a protective hen. This is too much. He knows we have gentle personalities and thin skins, thinking he can morally bind us. Just watch how I verbally annihilate him. No need for that, Tong Xinyue remarked, admiring her freshly manicured nails. I dealt with him before I came back. You should have seen his expression, dark and bruised. I doubt he'll dare show his face again. You truly are the moon, Song Yangyang expressed, raising her thumb in admiration. How did you manage that? Just say whatever venomous words come to mind, Nan Xu replied. Her gaze soft and unwavering. I've long found him displeasing. He possesses no self-awareness whatsoever. The atmosphere in the dormitory was one of harmonious laughter, interrupted by a sudden thud. A pale-faced girl entered. Her eyes swollen and red. She said not a word, removed her shoes, and crawled onto her bed, drawing the curtain tightly. Moments later, muffled sobs could be heard. Although Zhuang Ying was not particularly close to them, the three girls halted their playful antics, exchanging glances and communicating silently, yet ultimately reached no conclusion. She seemed unwilling to speak and preferred to hide her distress from others, so they chose to act as though nothing had transpired. Perhaps it was due to her scant evening attire that Nan Xu woke up the next morning with a cold. Chapter 25. The poor thing, the hospital corridor was suffused with the scent of disinfectant. The walls were as white as snow, and the cold light quietly illuminated the space, evoking a sense of desolation and melancholy. This morning, Nan Xu awoke with a stuffy nose and a sore throat. After taking 2 cold medications to no avail, her condition worsened by the afternoon, accompanied by a fever and a heavy-headedness that compelled her to seek treatment at the nearest hospital. Tong Xinyue and Song Yangyang had initially intended to accompany her. But with a looming deadline for an art assignment and an urgent departmental meeting, they found themselves unable to do so. Nan Xu reassured them that she could manage on her own, as she had grown accustomed to facing illness without company since childhood. Her mother would either hastily drop her off at the hospital or hand her a few bills to go alone. She had learned to cope with it. Hey, I brought some hot water. A young man approached, holding a thermos. He stopped before her, offering her a drink to soothe her throat. The girl, evidently also suffering from a cold, accepted the water, her cheeks flushed with a sickly hue. The boy, filled with concern, embraced her. Are you still feeling unwell? It seems like there's been no improvement. Should we get you another bottle? The girl sighed. How can it show results so quickly? Do you think this hospital is your family's? I'm just trying to express my concern. Nan Xu sat not far from them, overhearing the couple's intimate whispers. When one is unwell, vulnerability often surfaces, and emotions concealed deep within can swell unexpectedly. Suddenly, her nose tingled, and she felt tears welling up. During this flu season, many citizens had fallen ill, and the corridor was filled with patients, most accompanied by companions, making Nan Xu's solitary presence particularly conspicuous. At the end of the corridor, Lu Zhixuan and Jiang Lai spotted her immediately. Why is the junior here all alone? Jiang Lai hopped to the bench, plopping down. Thank goodness for Lu Gu, otherwise, I'd be just as pitiful. Without lifting his gaze, Lu Zhixuan instructed, call Xie Jingsi over. What does he want to come for? Jiang Lai replied incredulously. It's not like I'm dying. There's no way he'd come all this way. Lu Zhixuan smiled. Wager? Jiang Lai perked up at this, slapping his thigh. I'm in. Whoever loses has to treat the other to breakfast for a month. Deal? Lu Zhixuan nodded. I can't stand oily or spicy food for breakfast, but anything else is fine. Jiang Lai chuckled. We'll see who comes out on top. Lu Zhixuan opened the voice message sent by Xie Jingsi. Address sent in a way. Jiang Lai nearly leaped up on one leg, snatching the phone incredulously. Has he really grown that fond of you? Did you use some trick to lure him here? Just so you know. If he gets angry later, it's on you. Lu Zhixuan shoved the chat history in front of Jiang Lai. Look for yourself. It's just 3 messages. Lu Zhixuan. Are you coming to the hospital? Xie Jingsi? Didn't you say he only sprained his ankle and didn't hurt any bones? Lu Zhixuan. I saw Nan Xu. She's alone getting in Ford. The last 4 words were filled with intense emotion. So much so that he struggled to control his tone as the Ford dripped steadily into her veins. Her head remained heavy, and the surrounding cacophony faded into white noise, gradually lulling her into a state of oblivion. Nan Xu, clad in a beige long sweater, her dark hair woven into a side braid cascading over her shoulder, appeared almost ethereal under the light, her skin translucent and delicate, as if a mere gust of wind could whisk her away. Upon arriving at the hospital, Xie Jingsi was greeted by this sight. You're here? Jiang Lai lamented, his tone reminiscent of discovering a spouse's infidelity. Why didn't you wait until I broke my leg to show up? Xie Jingsi cast him a sidelong glance, asking nonchalantly, is everything all right? Xie Jingsi nodded slightly and approached Nan Xu. She seemed restless in her sleep, her elegant brows knitted together, her fluffy head bobbing precariously. Just as it seemed she would topple forward, he swiftly reached out, cradling her head in his hand. The warmth of his palm enveloped her, and he gazed at the soft, pale flesh of her cheek, murmuring softly, "Poor thing." Nan Xu had no sense of how long she had slept, only recalling a dream. A hazy, surreal vision of herself roasting chestnuts by a fire, waking up with a lingering warmth of happiness. As she opened her eyes, the scene before her gradually came into focus. The corridor was now much quieter, with only a few scattered figures. She blinked her long, dark lashes slowly and suddenly realized she seemed to be leaning on someone else's shoulder. Her mind jolted awake as if injected with a dose of clarity, and she straightened abruptly, flushing as she turned to the person beside her, apologizing. "I'm so sorry." Xie Jingsi stood tall and poised, his broad shoulders clad in a black coat, his sharp silhouette striking under the cold light, with deep-set eyes that held a contemplative weight. Nan Xu noticed the faint imprint of her resting on his shoulder, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment. "I'm so sorry. Did I sleep for a long time?" The color spread from her neck to her ears as she realized how deeply she had dozed off. Using him as an impromptu pillow, Xie Jingsi raised an eyebrow, his tone serious. "A bit too long." His words only heightened her guilt. "I'm really sorry. You could have woken me." He lowered his gaze, a lazy smirk playing on his lips. "No worries. Who told me I'm so kind-hearted?" Chapter 26. The classmate Nan Xu felt no suspicion, her bright, clear eyes nodding in agreement. Her pupils, like dewy mist, reflected Xie Jingxi's image as the only clear outline amidst the haze. Under the cold white light, he seemed to be drawn towards her, his lean, powerful hand reaching out to gently press against her forehead. The cool touch spread warmth through her skin, and she regretted her nasal congestion, wishing she could inhale the familiar scent of his minty cologne. "Looks like your fever has subsided," he remarked. The warmth that had just ebbed seemed poised to return, causing Nan Xu to lower her long, curled lashes, mumbling, "It's not that serious." She had initially intended to forego the hospital, believing that a dose of ibuprofen would suffice, but fearing further deterioration that might affect her classes. She had ultimately decided to go for an 4. "Not serious," Xie Jingsi replied coolly. "It could get serious enough to leave you dazed." He recalled their previous encounter when he had intended to mention her scant attire, but had forgotten amidst the discussion about her learning to smoke. Seeing her now, with her face flushed from the fever, he was reminded once more. For reasons unknown, his inquiry sparked a sense of guilt in Nan Xu, reminiscent of being scolded by a parent. She lowered her voice, murmuring, "Perhaps." Xie Jingsi scrutinized her intently, his gaze unwavering, a silence enveloping them. What was she afraid of? Was he truly that intimidating? "You're fine now." Nan X had fallen into a deep slumber, completely unaware that the intravenous drip had long since concluded and that the nurse had come to remove the needle at some point. Perhaps the infusion had taken effect, or perhaps it was the tranquil sleep that had rejuvenated her spirit. She felt considerably more energetic, her head no longer clouded with dizziness. As they exited the hospital, the crisp autumn breeze swirled around them, carrying with it the brittle, yellowed leaves, while the luminous moon cast a delicate veil of light over all things earthly. Beneath the streetlights, their shadows elongated, and NNX, trailing behind Xie and GS, lowered her head, playfully stepping onto his tall shadow. She was so engrossed in her playful antics that she failed to notice when he halted. Her forehead collided solidly with his broad back, causing her to stumble back a step and instinctively cover her head. Xie Ing's tousled black hair framed his forehead as a soft chuckle escaped his thin lips. "Are you trying to play tricks on me, little classmate?" And NX lowered her hands, behaving as obediently as a child caught in wrongdoing. Clad in soft, light colors, her skin glowed with a snowy radiance, and her dark, clear eyes resembled those of a gentle, fluffy white cat. He paused, his deep, dark gaze lingering upon her, before he averted his eyes, retrieving his car keys from his coat pocket to unlock the vehicle. As they entered the car, the headlights illuminated 2 bright beams. And it was only then that NNX remembered her oversight. What about Jing Suel-ing? Hadn't he intended to come along to check on her sprained ankle? Surely they should have picked him up together. Xie's gaze flickered slightly, as if surprised that she still thought of others. Where had Ji Yingli gone? After obtaining the CT report, Ji Yingli had already left with LZXN, and as they passed by, he had seen NNX sleeping against Xie's shoulder, her brows furrowing in her dreams. He had remarked, He left with someone else. Oh, NNX felt increasingly guilty. Their group had undoubtedly planned to depart together, and it was her delay with Xie Jingsi that had led her friends to leave without her. Truly, he was the object of her long-held affection, possessing a seemingly indifferent exterior that concealed a tender and kind heart. The car glided smoothly out of the parking lot, the ride tranquil and steady. NNX sat in the passenger seat, occasionally stealing glances at Xie Jingsi, only to quickly avert her gaze. After several such exchanges, she finally mustered the courage to speak. "I'm sorry for causing you to be delayed for so long." The latter part of her sentence turned on her tongue. But she managed to voice it. "Allow me to treat you to a meal." NNX's eyelashes fluttered, her heart swelling with a silent joy, though her expression remained inscrutable. "It's too late today. How about tomorrow? We can wait until you're feeling better." Just then, they encountered a red light, and the car came to a halt before the crosswalk. Xie Jingsi turned to regard her. "Otherwise, should a patient sit idly by while I dine alone? During her illness, she ought to be cautious about her diet, avoiding heavy oils and spicy foods in favor of lighter fare, yet treating someone else would certainly revolve around the guest's preferences, leaving her unable to fully enjoy the meal." He had even considered this detail. NNX's heart softened profoundly, warmth flooding her being as the sun's rays enveloped her, a gentle warmth embedding itself within her cells, radiating throughout every corner of her body. The car drove directly onto campus, halting before the girls' dormitory. She opened the door and bid farewell to Xie Jingsi. Upon entering the dormitory, Ying hastily set down her phone. "Oh dear, our precious XBO. You look so pitiful. Are you feeling any better?" "Much better," NNX replied, hanging up her white canvas bag. "By the way, Yu Liang, do you have any restaurant recommendations? Somewhere suitable for treating someone to a meal." She usually ate at the school cafeteria and was unfamiliar with the local dining establishments, and Ying was no different, being a devoted fan of takeout and fast food. "You've come to the right person. I excel in matters of food and entertainment," Nyu declared with a sense of pride, only to suddenly realize a gap in her knowledge. "But who are you planning to treat?" Ying soon caught on, dramatically slamming her hefty textbook down like a gavel. "Is it a boy or a girl? How old are they? Are they from our school? Do we know them? Spill the beans." NNX, sitting as if she were a criminal, legs neatly together, hands resting on her knees, mumbled, "A boy, from our school. I suppose you both know him." Ying clutched her chest in mock despair, lamenting, "Oh no, our little cabbage is being whisked away without any preparation." Nyu added with a feigned seriousness, "XX, don't easily agree to those scoundrels. Girls as pure and innocent as you are too easy to manipulate. If you start dating, make sure to bring me and Ying along for supervision." She was a seasoned pro in the realm of romance, adept at navigating from the elite to the innocent fresh graduates, all of whom would fall under her enchanting spell. Though Ying had never dated, she was well-read, having devoured countless novels across all genres. The two of them possessed either practical experience or rich theoretical knowledge, leaving NNX, who had neither, feeling akin to a blank slate. Chapter 27. Do I appear so easily bullied? As their imaginations spiraled further from reality, NNX, her ears tinged with red, interjected, "It's not what you think. I am not in a relationship. I merely did something rather inconsiderate and wished to treat him to a meal as an apology." The two of them sighed in relief. "Oh, in that case, it's no big deal. I have a place in mind. I've been there before, and the ambience is lovely, with delicious dishes, though it might be a bit pricey for you." She pulled out her album to show NNX previous photos, and added, "This one is decent too. The atmosphere is a bit less impressive, but it's high on cost-effectiveness." NNX examined the options thoughtfully, already settling on a choice in her mind. She gently hugged Nyu. "Thank you, Yu Liang. No need for thanks," Nyu replied, unabashedly squeezing her soft face before reluctantly releasing her. "You're still unwell. Get some rest." As night enveloped the world like a silken cloak, the stars twinkled overhead. The darkened campus of JNGD fell into silence until the cycle of day and night turned, and the first light of dawn gradually brightened the horizon. The sun rose slowly, casting a rosy glow over the city, and the campus was once again filled with vibrant sounds. Ying emerged from the classroom, dragging her weary feet, exclaiming in awe, "The academic genius truly lives up to the title." Us ordinary folks are utterly exhausted. I'll be counting on you to help me ace the finals, darling. Nan X blinked. For a fee, though. XBO, you've changed. She feigned tears. You're no longer innocent. The pair laughed as they made their way to the cafeteria, sharing a bowl of light wonton soup and purchasing a small portion of steaming roasted chestnuts. Nan X's brow furrowed slightly as she tugged on Ying's sleeve. Why do I feel like they're staring at me? The latter, nonchalantly munching on a chestnut, replied. Of course they are. Who wouldn't steal a glance at a stunning beauty? Nan X chuckled softly. Yet the lingering feeling of unease did not dissipate. Due to her upbringing and environment, she was more attuned to emotional cues than others. It might have just been her imagination, but the gazes upon her felt less than benevolent, more akin to speculation, gossip, and ridicule. Upon returning to the dormitory, her doubts were finally addressed. What's with that sour face, Yu Liang? Did someone upset you? Ying offered her some roasted chestnuts. Want some? Nyu shot her a glare. No thanks. I'm too full of anger to eat. Nan X had been the subject of rumors. Both forums and confession walls were abuzz with explosive posts claiming she was involved with a wealthy man as a mistress. Ying wiped her mouth, angrily exclaiming, what kind of lunatic would say that? How could our XBO provoke anyone? With her gentle and considerate nature, Nan X was adored by classmates and teachers alike. It was unfathomable that anyone could concoct such a vile rumor. Nan X pursed her lips, her strikingly beautiful features cloaked in frost as she opened the forum, where the post was prominently displayed on the front page, garnering numerous likes, comments, and shares, indicating that many students were paying attention. Was this the moral standard of female university students? The post accused a certain first-year student, Nan X, of being a vain and materialistic woman. Under the guise of a sweet and obedient girl, she was said to be dating a 30-year-old man with a family, being chauffeured in luxury cars. Such behavior was utterly disgraceful. One photo depicted her seated across from Su Yining's father in an opulent restaurant, both smiling and enjoying the relaxed atmosphere. Another showed her descending from Xie Jingsi's car the previous night, the lighting hazy, the distance too far to discern the figure within, merely noting that it was a tall man. The remainder featured Nan X entering and exiting upscale neighborhoods, with dates thoughtfully marked to imply to the onlookers that she frequently visited places unbefitting her status and lingered there for 2 or 3 hours, suggesting some hidden agenda. The comments from the gossipers were a mix of praise and derision. Surely a few photos could not serve as evidence of anything, right? What era were they living in? Still resorting to such slander? After inquiring with acquaintances, one informed her that Nan X came from a modest background and had no idea how she had befriended the wealthy. You people, pitting genders against each other, have no concrete evidence. Rumors are just fabricated out of thin air, and they extend to the entire female university student demographic. I suspect the poster has achieved a record of 0 seconds in the gender guessing game. Why don't you give it a try? Could it really be Nan X? Truly, one must not judge by appearances, and Nan X only skimmed through the more prominent comments before exiting. This is infuriating. What should I do, darling? Ying suggested. Why don't we find someone from the computer science department to help trace the source of these rumors? No need, Nan X replied calmly. I have a solution. Let us just wait a moment. Ying inquired. Wait for what? Nan X waited an hour before recording evidence on her phone and leaving a comment under her own account. This is slander. I will report it. Just 6 concise words, straightforward and effective, immediately drew a crowd of onlookers who began to like her comment. 10 minutes later, when she refreshed the page, many of the malicious speculations had diminished, likely due to her statement about involving the authorities, prompting the guilty parties to delete their comments. Nyu gave her a thumbs up. Impressive. Such boldness. She had not anticipated that Nan X, who appeared delicate, could so decisively come up with a resolution in the face of defamation. Ying suddenly understood, so that you were waiting for the views to increase. The act of spreading malicious rumors, when reported to the authorities, likely results in minimal punitive measures such as detention or fines. However, the perpetrator will at the very least be held liable for civil damages, potentially required to issue an apology and restore the victim's reputation. Moreover, Nan Xu is acutely aware that once the incident is reported, the school leadership will certainly be informed and take appropriate action, leading to disciplinary consequences for the rumor monger. With a soft sigh, Nan Xu pondered, Do I appear to be an easy target? Chapter 28. The wedding must have the main table, accompanied by her 2 roommates. Nan Xu made her way to the police station to file a report. She submitted recorded evidence to the officers and recounted the entire incident, receiving a case notification in return. Given that it was a case of online defamation, she had no knowledge of the perpetrator's identity and could only follow the police's advice to display the case notification on the forum. Should the defamation continue, she could gather further evidence and report it again, which would usually lead to an official case being opened. At that point, the police would swiftly acquire all of the perpetrator's identifying information and take action. The entire process was cumbersome. Perhaps in the end, the rumor monger would only offer a verbal apology, yet Nan Xu was unwilling to simply let it go. At the very least, she had defended her rights and taken action to deter the misdeeds of certain individuals. On their way back, Tang Xinyue noticed that Nan Xu's mood remained rather dismal, and an idea struck her. Upon hearing the name, her heart inexplicably raced, and she instinctively clenched her fists, believing she had discerned something. Look at Xie Jingsi? Don't get the wrong idea. I have no interest in him, she replied, but Tang Xinyue asserted, when you're feeling down, you should indulge in some eye candy. Song Yongyang wholeheartedly agreed. That's a valid point. Come on, Su Bao, let us go take a look. Nan Xu subtly exhaled in relief and nodded slightly. All right. Before the trio could approach the basketball court, they heard an uproar of cheers from within. The stands were packed with spectators, creating a vibrant atmosphere. Song Yongyang, with a complex expression, remarked, "No way. When did this guy become so popular with both genders? Why are there so many guys watching?" Nan Xu looked towards the source of the noise. Finding it peculiar, it didn't seem like they were watching a basketball game. Rather, it resembled a spectacle. I hope nothing bad has happened, she thought, a sense of urgency rising within her. Let us hurry and see. Tang Xinyue tugged at them. Yes, let us go quickly. If we delay, we might miss the excitement. Nan Xu remained silent. Their luck was not on their side. By the time they entered the basketball court, the commotion had already dissipated, and the onlookers were gradually dispersing, their expressions still tinged with excitement and curiosity. Song Yongyang, showcasing her social butterfly nature, stopped a passerby. Excuse me, what just happened here? After witnessing the spectacle, the passerby was eager to share and recounted the events in detail. Xie Jingsi got into a fight with the senior. It seems the senior almost hit him with the ball, and he just went up and threw a couple of punches before it escalated. Thankfully, a PE teacher was nearby to separate them. Another chimed in, who told him to be wealthy? That spoiled rich kid is just like that. I don't know what those girls see in him. He has a temper like he is on a hair trigger and is quite the player, changing girlfriends like he changes clothes. The guy he hit was just unlucky. It was probably an accident. A few meters away, Jiang Lai, holding a pile of jackets, overheard their conversation. Xie Jingsi had rushed off, and most of his friends had followed to mediate, leaving him to gather the discarded clothing. He hadn't anticipated overhearing such a captivating tale of hearsay. As the tale grew increasingly absurd, Jiang Lai's temper flared. He rolled up his sleeves, preparing to confront the situation again, but was interrupted by a gentle yet firm voice. That's impossible. He wouldn't strike someone for such a trivial reason. There must be another cause. Jiang Lai paused, thinking this girl was quite discerning. He needed to find out who she was. Upon closer inspection, he saw a girl wearing a light pink cardigan that slightly covered her hips, paired with white wide-leg trousers. Her long, dark hair cascaded over her shoulders, with a few strands softly framing her face, her bright eyes and perfect smile exuding innocence. More importantly, it was Nan Xu. The passerby hesitated. But everyone is saying that. How could there be another reason? Nan Xu furrowed her delicate brows, her luminous eyes filled with sincerity. Xie Jingsi is not that kind of person. The passerby, growing impatient, was about to retort when he was cut off. Well said. Turning around, Jiang Lai looked at him with a bemused expression. It seems you have long harbored resentment towards Siyi. Haven to you. Is it because the girl you like favors him? Or are you simply envious of his good looks? Those who associated with Xie Jingsi were either affluent or esteemed. In the future, they would all be referred to as young Master X, not one to provoke. The boy awkwardly chuckled. No, I only heard others say that. That is called hearsay. If I catch you spreading it again, I'll have to teach you a lesson. Jiang Lai, currently not in the mood to argue, urged, just leave. It's hard to say, he replied, feigning mystery. At that time, things were a bit chaotic. I didn't see if Xie was injured, but he was taken away by the teacher for a lecture. Nan Xu's heart raced with concern at his words. What should we do? Just as it happens, I was about to find Xie. Why don't you come with me? Zhang Lai suggested, mentally patting himself on the back. I must be the chosen matchmaker. The wedding must have the main table. While they were still processing the fact that Nan Xu defended Xie Jingsi, they were left in a state of daze. Nodding absently as they walked, Nan Xu could not help but inquire, how did they end up fighting? Zhang Lai gave her a meaningful glance. Actually, this matter has something to do with you. Nan Xu was taken aback. Chapter 29. A little peep point 15 minutes earlier, after the first half concluded, both teams retreated to their sides for a break. A few girls outside were whispering and nudging each other when the girl with short hair finally mustered the courage to approach Xie Jingsi, handing him a bottle of water. Senior Xie, this is for you. Xie Jingsi paused in his motion to wipe sweat, raising an eyebrow with casual indifference as he accepted it. Thanks. Before the short-haired girl could feel elated for even a second, he gestured towards Zhang Lai. Transfer her the money. The girl stood frozen, her cheeks flushed. I wasn't unable to utter the words selling water. Zhang Lai quickly stepped in, opening the payment code with ease. Junior, you're truly inspirational, even during leisure time. You don't forget to work and study hard. You embody the spirit of our esteemed university. Ultimately, the girl scanned the payment for the water, leaving with her spirits crushed alongside her friends. Xie, you're too cruel, Chen Jinshu remarked, speechless. She clearly came for you, and you left her feeling dejected. Zhang Lai casually sat down. That's just standard procedure for Sigu. Who doesn't he know he is a scoundrel? Is he really that bad? Just as the words left her mouth, a voice filled with righteous indignation came from nearby. In the adjacent court, a group of athletes were playing, all basketball enthusiasts who frequently crossed paths, including Su Hatian, who had played against them a couple of times. Initially, Zhang Lai thought they were responding to him, but soon realized they were discussing someone else. Gossip is a human instinct. These big boys had no sense of self-awareness. Collectively straining to listen in on the disparagement, is what is said on the forum true? It feels rather fabricated, like a shameless marketing ploy. You're all too naive. Some women may appear pure and lovely on the surface, yet they would do anything for money. Su Hatian sighed. I've seen through her true colors. No wonder she rejected me after I pursued her for so long. It turns out it was because I wasn't wealthy enough. A good friend patted his shoulder. Mate, I genuinely feel for you. You brought her snacks and waited for her downstairs, yet she ignored you completely, even cursing you. I thought she disliked men, but it turns out she just turned around to flirt with a rich older man. Zhang Lai and the others, who were initially enjoying the spectacle, suddenly fell silent. Wait, are they talking about Nan Xu? Where did such absurd rumors come from? Zhang Lai's expression darkened as he abruptly stood up, the white towel that had been draped over his knees falling to the ground, striding towards them with purpose, the soles of his shoes screeching against the floor. Su Hatian continued his tirade, growing increasingly agitated as he slammed the basketball down on the ground, cursing loudly. The ball ricocheted, hitting Xie Jingsi's calf. Su Hatian quickly stood up, a look of apology on his face. Oh, Xie, I'm sorry. I didn't see. Before he could finish, he was roughly yanked by his collar, Xie Jingsi's expression fierce, his fist striking mercilessly against Su Hatian's face. The movement of his arm was taut as a bowstring, forcefully slamming him to the ground and kicking up a cloud of dust. The entire court fell into stunned silence, watching in shock as the enraged young man unleashed his fury. Su Hatian clutched his bleeding nose, his eyes wide with terror. Xie, why are you hitting me? I didn't say anything wrong. I saw her get out of an Aston Martin that night. She is definitely with an older man. Though they had played basketball together, and while Xie Jingsi was known for his bad temper, he wasn't unreasonable. An accidental ball hit wouldn't warrant such a reaction, yet they had no prior interaction. The only reply he received was another punch. Idiot, that's my card. Su Hatian, bewildered by the sudden attack, felt a surge of anger and began to retaliate, escalating the conflict further. The crowd erupted in excitement, some taking out their phones to record, others attempting to intervene. Eventually, the commotion caught the attention of a teacher who was conducting a basketball lesson. He scolded and separated the two, leading them away, momentarily bringing the farce to an end. The tumultuous altercation reverberated throughout the vicinity, drawing an ever-increasing crowd to the basketball court. The forum's homepage was awash with a flurry of posts akin to the fervor witnessed during the previous friendly match against Wada, where students engaged in a lively exchange of jibes. It seemed utterly lawless. I shall report this incident to each of your respective counselors, and whether it results in disciplinary action or a mere reprimand, you shall all bear the consequences. Inside the infirmary, the physical education teacher departed with a scathing remark. Nan Xu cast a glance towards the adjacent room and sighed deeply. Fortunately, our infirmary is spacious enough. Had it been confined to a single room, another brawl would have ensued. That rascal dared to retaliate. It was laughable, as he was no match for Xie, who left him battered and bruised. Xie Jingsi did not respond to them. Instead, he splashed cold water on his face at the wash basin, the icy sensation penetrating to his core. The dark strands of hair on his forehead inevitably became damp, and a few crystalline droplets cascaded down, accentuating the deep-set shadows of his brows and eyes. With a casual swipe, he brushed his hair back and opened the school forum, skimming through the posts with a fervor that tightened the grip of his fingers around the phone's edge. A fierce anger shattered the boy's previously languid demeanor. With a resounding thud, he expressionlessly laid his phone face down on the counter. If he continued reading, he could not guarantee he wouldn't lift Su Hutian and deliver another beating. Xie, aren't you going to tend to your injury? Xie Jingsi remained motionless, his tone icy. It won't kill me. The faint trickle of blood looked particularly glaring against his pale skin. Thus, when the physical education teacher brought Su Hutian to the infirmary, he inadvertently took Xie Jingsi along as well. He swept his damp bangs back, revealing his chiseled features, and lazily pulled out a chair to sit down, retrieving his phone to open a chat with Nan Xu. I've seen the post on the forum. Don't worry, I'll handle it. That's not necessary, no one sought you out. Why are you rushing to get involved? What are you doing? Even more so, it's not your style to prattle on. Xie Jingsi hesitated in the chat box, deleting and revising his words, but before he could send anything, Jiang Li's boisterous voice echoed from outside. Saigu, I'm here. He clicked his tongue in annoyance, lifting his eyelids to glance over. You just come. Do you need me to bow to you as well? At that very moment, his gaze collided with Nan Xu's clear, luminous eyes. Chapter 30. I am here for you. Xie Jingsi rose, his damp black hair shadowing the depths of his gaze, which ensnared the girl entering the infirmary. His Adam's apple bobbed slightly, and his voice involuntarily softened. What brings you here? Nan Xu and the others nearly bulged their eyes in disbelief, while Jiang Li rolled his eyes in subtle exasperation. Was this really the same Xie who usually exuded such arrogance? How was it that he spoke to the junior with such gentleness, as if someone had possessed him? Nan Xu bit her lip, her raven lashes fluttering as she lowered her gaze to his left hand. I came to check on you. Are you hurt? Her eyes trembled slightly, her voice laden with concern. A sudden pang gripped Xie Jingsi's heart. He replied softly. The school doctor is quite busy and didn't he have time for me? The few large boys present witnessed firsthand the phenomenon of speaking nonsense with eyes wide open, utterly astounded. Who didn't he know that the school infirmary was one of the most underutilized areas on campus? Hardly anyone visited the expansive infirmary unless it was to grab a Band-Aid or a bottle of iodine. Just moments ago, the school doctor had inquired about his hand injury, only to be dismissed with a casual remark that it would heal soon. How could Xie twist the truth so? His fingers involuntarily curled, and Nan Xu instinctively glanced at his friends. Before she could speak, Xie Jingsi seemed to read her thoughts. They were quite rough. She paused momentarily. Then, Nan Xu wanted to offer to help with the medication, but her rational mind advised against it, deeming it too intimate. The tall figure of the boy loomed closer, casting a shadow that blocked out the sunlight streaming through the window. He lowered his head slightly, a playful smile gracing his lips, his voice low and tinged with a hint of mischief. Would you help me apply some medicine? Her heart tightened instantaneously, her pale earlobes seemingly scorched by something. She nodded. Okay. The rough men, taken aback, exchanged glances and, after a brief moment of silent communication, retreated to grant the two some privacy. Xie Jingsi, accustomed to the scrapes and bruises from playing basketball and riding motorcycles, frequented the school infirmary often and was on familiar terms with the school doctor. He skillfully retrieved iodine and cotton swabs, handing them to Nan Xu. She accepted them, dipping the swab in iodine, leaning closer to gently clean the wound. Her movements were delicate, as if she feared causing him pain, her focus akin to that of someone handling fragile, priceless antiques. Even as his intense gaze rested upon her, he remained blissfully unaware of the effect it had on him. All done. She lifted the swab from the wound and disposed of it in the trash can, searching for a band-aid. Straightening her posture, she bent down again, a strand of her dark hair cascading down her shoulder, brushing against his wrist for a fleeting moment, the faint scent of camellia wafting through the air. A subtle electric jolt coursed through his skin, causing Xie Jingsi's hand to tremble slightly. As she nearly affixed the band-aid askew, her reflexes kicked in, and she gently pressed down on his wrist. His obsidian eyes became entranced, fixated upon her delicate, pale hand. Their skin was both fair, yet hers appeared more luminous, as if soaked in milk, soft and smooth. Placed next to his larger, veined hand, it elicited an inexplicable visual impact. The band-aid was perfectly adhered to the wound. And after organizing the medical supplies, Nan Xu slowly inquired, "How is Su Hutian?" Xie Jingsi nearly thought he misheard her, his eyes widening in surprise as he suddenly chuckled. "You're concerned about him?" "Not at all." Her dark pupils reflected his silhouette, filled with worry. "I'm afraid he is badly injured, and you might face disciplinary action." The faint anger that had yet to fully manifest dissipated, and he shrugged nonchalantly. "It's fine. Disciplinary action is just that." Nan Xu, anxious, quickened her speech. "That's unacceptable." Xie Jingsi raised an eyebrow. "You're so worried about me?" "Yes," she affirmed earnestly. "I am very concerned about you. After all, it's because of me that—" Unwittingly, she had spoken her thoughts aloud, and the words sounded almost too intimate. Nan Xu quickly halted, feeling her ears flush. The clean-cut demeanor of a good student could hardly mask her emotions. Her inner turmoil and embarrassment were clearly written in her eyes. A dark current surged within his gaze, and Xie Jingsi's throat constricted as he spoke in a low voice. "Because of you." "Who said that?" "Zhang Lan. On their way here, he had mentioned it vaguely, causing Nan Xu to feel a pang of guilt. "I'm sorry for involving you." I didn't expect him to speak so recklessly. Wait a moment. From her demeanor and words, Xie Jingsi discerned something else. So, my confrontation with him stemmed from being slandered? How had Zhang Lai conveyed this to her? Nan Xu pondered. Also, because he spoke out of turn. In high school, Xie Jingsi had a notorious history of brawls, often with a weak, bespectacled boy who appeared quite earnest. For a time, many speculated that he bullied his classmates due to his family background. It wasn't until the frail boy was expelled that the truth emerged. He had secretly been a lecher, sneaking a phone into school to take clandestine photos of girls' skirts, which Xie Jingsi happened to witness. He had endured the malicious speculations from classmates for so long without revealing the truth, likely fearing that the victims would carry a psychological burden. Nan Xu had always known that beneath his brash exterior lay a soft and just heart. She looked up at him and whispered, "You are a very good person." Xie Jingsi remained silent for a moment before lifting the corners of his mouth in a faint smile. Oh? Whether it was Nan Xu's illusion or not, she felt that after she expressed those words, he seemed less pleased, a subtle chill emanating from his sharp brows. She assumed she hadn't praised him enough and rummaged through her thoughts to elaborate. "You're also very righteous. We're practically friends, after all. You certainly can't allow him to slander me in front of you, even if the target of his slander isn't me." "I believe you would." Before she could finish her train of thought, she was interrupted. Xie Jingsi scoffed lightly. "Where did you hear that nonsense? I'm not a good person." He was cold and indifferent, not some heroic figure championing justice. Truth be told, if Su Hutian's target for slander had not been her, he wouldn't have cared. He might have exchanged a few harsh words, but would not have resorted to violence. Nan Xu stood there, bewildered, her gaze locked with his. Xie Jingsi's eyes were as dark as the night. "Nan Xu, I am here for you." Chapter 31. Good night, I am here for you. His voice was low, imbued with a depth that hinted at unspoken meanings, dissipating into the air like a wisp. Nan Xu felt an overwhelming sense of regret wash over her for the umpteenth time, her thoughts spiraling away uncontrollably. What did for her imply? Surely, it couldn't mean he had some feelings for her. The autumn breeze rustled through the trees, sending down swirling, withered leaves, the chill cutting through her thoughts with clarity. Among Xie Jingsi's admirers were many beautiful and talented girls. How could he possibly be interested in an inconspicuous flower amidst a vibrant garden? He had always acted in a carefree and whimsical manner, perhaps merely jesting out of habit, having teased her on numerous occasions. Her tangled thoughts formed an indecipherable knot. If thoughts could materialize, her mind at that moment would be like two little figures arguing vehemently. Upon entering her dorm room, she found her two roommates, engrossed in their own tasks, suddenly swivel around to fixate on her with piercing gazes, reminiscent of seasoned detectives confronting a prime suspect. Fully aware of her guilt, Nan Xu placed 2 cups of milk tea on the table, personally inserting straws and bringing them to her lips. "I was wrong. Please forgive me this once, all right?" In response to such thoughtful service, the two remained unmoved, continuing their tirade against her. "Do you have any idea how bewildered both Yin Yin and I were the moment you spoke up for Xie Jingsi?" Tong Xinhue took a hearty sip of her milk tea and asked, "Are you still our gentle and pitiable Su Bao?" Song Yangyang crossed her legs and forcefully slapped the table, producing a crisp sound. "What exactly is your connection? Speak candidly, and you may be lenient. Resist, and you shall face strict consequences." Nan Xu, feeling the pressure, dared not withhold the truth and recounted everything about her relationship with Xie Jingsi, her face turning crimson as she added, "It's not that I meant to keep it from you. Honestly, I'm not very familiar with him." After hearing this, Tong Xinhue set down her milk tea and cupped Nan Xu's face with both hands. "Su Bao, you have a crush on him, don't you?" Song Yangyang exclaimed in disbelief. "No way. You, with that perfect face, are secretly pining after someone." Her clear pupils trembled slightly, and a faint blush spread from her ears to her neck, making her resemble a freshly steamed sweet rice cake. She nodded lightly. Nan Xu was not surprised that they could detect her unspoken feelings. The innate sensitivity of girls crafted a tender heart that inevitably possessed sharper insight in certain matters. "Su, I owe you an apology. When I said you and Xie Jingsi are not suited for each other, I didn't mean anything by it." Tong Xinhue racked her brain for clarification, stating, "What I meant is that your personalities differ. But love is about finding someone who complements you." Though she had never experienced unrequited love herself, she could empathize with her sensitive, introverted roommate. Most unreciprocated affections are shrouded in obscurity, a solitary performance of unacknowledged bravery, where a mere glance can bring joy, yet trivial matters can lead to desolation. Not to mention, her roommate's crush was a notorious playboy known for changing partners like clothes, amplifying Nan Xu's feelings of bitterness and melancholy. A smile formed at the corners of Nan Xu's lips as she hugged Tong Xinhue. "I know, Moon, thank you for not forgetting me." Song Yangyang joined in for a group hug, sighing, "I had a crush on a boy in high school too. I confessed to him after graduation and was rejected." Nan Xu gently patted her head. "You were very brave to express your feelings. You could confess too," Tong Xinhue said earnestly. "I think Xie Jingsi likes you as well." Song Yangyang nodded in agreement, counting on her fingers. "Yes, he even lent you his jacket and fought with that rumor-spreading guy for you. While we can't say it's 100%, he definitely has some feelings." Nan Xu's delicate fingers curled slightly at the hem of her skirt, her eyes widening in disbelief. "How could he like me? You're wonderful. How could he not like you?" "If I were a boy, I would have pursued you long ago," Song Yangyang urged, her tone earnest. They had gleaned some understanding of her family background from casual conversations, suspecting that her personality was inextricably linked to her upbringing. The character molded by one's childhood environment is the hardest to change. There was little they could do besides offer her frequent praise and encouragement. Nan Xu's gaze fell softly, a hint of sorrow crossing her fair, unadorned face. "He doesn't like my type." Tong Xinhue and Song Yangyang simultaneously recalled the types of girlfriends he had had, leaving them momentarily speechless, uncertain of what to say. Yet, Nan Xu had already adjusted her mindset, raising a faint, gentle smile towards them. "It's all right. I'm actually quite content with how things are now." This was not mere consolation. When she stepped into the campus of Jingda, following in Xie Jingsi's footsteps, she had never imagined that one day she would be this close to him. Everything that had transpired felt like an unexpected gift to her. After showering that evening, Nan Xu noticed a message from Xie Jingsi. I forgot to ask, has your fever subsided? Where are you? Are you asleep so early? I'm free tomorrow evening." Nan Xu paused for a few seconds, grasping the underlying meaning of his words, and sent him the name of the restaurant she had chosen. "Is this place all right?" Sure, I'm not picky." She glanced at her schedule and proposed, "I have classes all afternoon. How about 7:30? After her 6 p.m. class, she could return to her dormitory to drop off her bag and change her outfit. Okay.X. Get some rest early. As she read his messages, Nan Xu typed good night and, after a moment's hesitation, hit send. Good night. Chapter 32. Quite appealing. Tong Xinyue examined her from head to toe. Su Bao. Are you really going to wear that? The temperature had dropped a few degrees, and Nan Xu was clad in a thick, pure cotton dark gray hoodie, denim jeans, and casual shoes, topped off with the quintessential student accessory, a backpack, making her look ready for a library marathon. Sweetheart, although you have a face that can pull off anything, you going out to dinner with your crush, so shouldn't you put in a bit more effort? Song Yangyang said, exasperated, as she hurriedly helped her change into a coat. The white woolen coat was the most expensive item Nan Xu had ever purchased, bought just a few days ago while shopping with her friends. However, expensive coats had their worth. The texture was distinctly different when worn. Tong Xinyue, the most fashion-savvy among them, began to strategize. Wear the dress we bought together underneath. Let your hair flow naturally and apply light makeup. Even if he is Xie Jingsi, he will surely be captivated by your charm. Nan Xu felt a bit shy. Isn't it a bit too extravagant? It might make my intentions too obvious. Not at all, Song Yangyang asserted confidently. Boys are oblivious. If you use a lighter shade of lipstick, he definitely won't notice. Both of them seemed more invested in this dinner than Nan Xu herself, rolling up their sleeves to assist her with makeup and jewelry selection, and before they knew it, time had slipped away. Stepping out of the dormitory under their hopeful gazes, Nan Xu realized that her roommate's aesthetic sense and skills were indeed on point. As evidenced by the reactions of the classmates they encountered along the way, as she neared the agreed-upon location, she spotted the boy standing under a street lamp from a distance. Xie Jingsi appeared nonchalant, enveloped in a warm golden hue, his long legs casually resting on the flower bed, while he fiddled with his phone with one hand. Upon hearing a sound, he lifted his eyelids to glance over, the depth of his gaze seemingly undergoing a profound, inscrutable transformation, becoming more intense in the hazy night. The night air was brisker, and Nan Xu's heart raced at his glance, her ears subtly warming up. As she approached, she noticed the black coat he wore, the broad shoulders giving it a sharp silhouette, enhancing the sense of aloof elegance. The coincidence of their outfits felt almost like a couple's matching attire, causing the corners of Nan Xu's lips to curve up in a secret smile. Sensing Xie Jingsi's gaze lingering on her, she fidgeted with her cascading dark hair, her voice tightening inexplicably. Am I dressed strangely? Not at all. The soft white coat draped past her calves, the light cascading over her creamy skin, her bright almond eyes reflecting the shimmering spring colors, exuding an air of unattainable purity. Xie Jingsi's Adam's apple bobbed slightly as he spoke in a low voice. You look lovely. His deep voice was captivating, and suddenly the air felt charged with warmth. 15 minutes later, they arrived at a building lined with skyscrapers, where Nan Xu found it intriguing and stole a few glances as they passed. Ivy never had a Christmas tradition, she mentioned. Just then, the elevator doors opened, and they stepped inside, followed by a few others, retreating to the back. Nan Xu stood in a corner, her back pressed against the cool, hard silver wall. To her left stood a tall, burly man in his 30s, his neck adorned with tattoos, his countenance rather intimidating. She knew better than to judge by appearances, yet in the constricted space, the proximity of a stranger made her instinctively uneasy. Just as she was about to shift away, Xie Jingsi suddenly raised his arm, resting it against the elevator wall. His arm, enveloped in the coat, formed a protective barrier around her, separating her from the others. She could distinctly smell the scent of his coat, a perfect blend of woodsy notes and spices, exuding a sense of strength without being overbearing. The elevator was filled with the sounds of a woman soothing her crying grandson, while a couple nearby chatted flirtatiously, creating a cacophony in her ears. Nan Xu watched as Xie Jingsi's lips moved, but she couldn't catch what he said, her mind swirling in confusion. Huh? He paused, his pale neck bending slightly, his sharp features magnified before her. I said, don't lean against the wall. It's cold. His warm breath and husky voice washed over her face, brushing against her delicate features. Nan Xu stood frozen, her mind blank, the warmth of his coat enveloping her, causing her body to heat up, rosy tint spreading from her neck to her fingertips. She held her breath, afraid to move, instinctively nodding. Xie Jingsi raised an eyebrow, his ink-black eyes half smirking at her. It took a moment for Nan Xu's mind to catch up, and she shifted slightly, her slender back moving away from the chill of the elevator wall. Yet, this also brought them closer together, their contrasting coat fabrics brushing against each other, almost merging. A casual glance up allowed her to count his long, distinct eyelashes. She nervously swallowed, forcing herself to look away. Her gaze scanning the ads plastered on the wall. Nan Xu, Xie Jingsi called her name, and no matter when or how many times he said it, the sound of her name from his lips sent her heart racing. She instinctively leaned closer. What is it? His cool, slender fingers lifted gently, pressing against the soft, white skin beneath her earlobe, where a small mole resided. Chapter 33. How delightful it is, that tiny red mole nestled in the little hollow beneath the ear. Rarely exposed to the gaze of others, concealed by lustrous, flawless skin and hair as dark as ebony, it resembles a touch of vermilion against the vast expanse of a snowy landscape, akin to a splash of red paint on a canvas. Easily smudged into a vibrant hue with a mere press of a fingertip, Nan Xu felt a surge of astonishment. Is that so? I never noticed, nor has anyone mentioned it to me, so, am I the first? The depths of Xie Jingsi's gaze were marked by that delicate shade of pink, and for reasons unknown, a shiver of inexplicable apprehension coursed through the most hidden recesses of his heart. With a soft ding, the elevator arrived at their floor, the doors opening to a throng of patrons spilling out. Nan Xu slightly lowered her pristine neck, trailing behind Xie Jingsi as they exited, the skin behind her ear still tinged with the warmth that belonged to him. An electric current that was impossible to ignore. She swiftly brushed her hand against it, a cluster of soft blossoms blooming in the tranquil expanse of her heart. Considering their shared affinity for Chinese cuisine, Nan Xu had made a reservation at an upscale private dining establishment. This restaurant was indeed worth its exorbitant price. It boasted a clean, bright ambience with minimalist yet sophisticated decor. A white vase adorned the walnut table, filled with lush, vibrant roses and delicate sage. At the peak dining hour, the restaurant was nearly at full capacity. The server escorted them to their table and presented a tablet for ordering, asked the host. Nan Xu naturally intended for Xie Jingsi to order first, yet he declined with a casual tone. You order, I'm not picky. She fell silent. Had she not previously heard his brother lament about his fastidious nature? She might have believed him. Taking the tablet, she selected dishes that aligned with his tastes. The kitchen was efficient, and soon the dishes arrived in a steady stream. Each dish was indeed worthy of its price. And after a long day of classes, her stomach was empty, allowing her to savor the meal attentively. The restaurant's heating was quite effective, and as they dined, Nan Xu began to feel slightly warm. Xie Jingsi had already removed his overcoat upon entering, revealing a fitted black wool sweater with a slightly high collar that obscured his sensuous Adam's apple. His broad shoulders and well-defined muscles were unmistakably evident. The sleeves were rolled up, creating soft folds, exposing a long, pale arm with prominent veins, an intriguing blend of restraint and sensuality. Song Yangyang, an avid internet surfer, had once mentioned in the dormitory that this was the most alluring attire for a man. At the time, she had found it somewhat exaggerated, but now, she realized the truth in her words. With a blush, Nan Xu unbuttoned her coat and draped it over the back of her chair. Beneath it, she wore a softly hued, low-saturation pink knitted dress with a subtle V-neck that gracefully showcased her exquisite collarbone, the fitted silhouette accentuating her delicate curves like the peaks of a snow-capped mountain. As she turned, her waist tightened, emphasizing her flowing lines, feminine and elegant. Xie Jingsi's deep-set gaze lingered on her, the dark hues within his eyes scattering into a mosaic of shadow and light. After a few seconds, he slowly averted his gaze, the Adam's apple on his long neck rolling down, breaking the moment. Excuse me, may I interrupt? The server approached again, her smile radiant. Today marks the 3rd anniversary of our owner and his wife's wedding. To spread happiness, all couples dining with us today will receive a complimentary rabbit coconut jelly. Nan Xu lifted her gaze, swallowing her food, poised to explain that they were not a couple, when Xie Jingsi interjected. Thank you. Her hand, which held the chopsticks, paused, and her lashes fluttered like raven feathers. The server, with a sincere smile, placed the dessert on the table, wishing them well. May you both enjoy lasting happiness. After she departed, Nan Xu slowly raised her eyes to him. You just, his dark hair framing his eyes, Xie Jingsi looked at her, a lazy smile dancing in his gaze. Do you mind? Her cheeks flushed lightly, her voice softening involuntarily. Not at all, that it seems quite delicious. He pushed the dessert plate closer to her. The plate held 2 coconut jellies shaped like little white rabbits, their faces cheekily pressed together, and when the plate was moved, they wobbled adorably. So, he wanted to taste the coconut jelly. Nan Xu's racing heartbeat suddenly settled, as if she were resurfacing from a drowning lake, jolted awake from her fanciful reverie. She pressed her lips together, calmly taking a piece of the coconut jelly. The flavor was rich and fragrant, not overly sweet, and distinctly authentic, unlike the perfunctory offerings found in some restaurants. The meal lasted an hour, leaving a small portion uneaten. Before departing, Nan Xu went to the restroom. Upon her return, she found the server at their table, picking up the phone. Hello, we'd like to settle the bill. The server looked surprised. That gentleman already paid. She turned to Xie Jingsi, her tone tinged with soft reproach. But I thought I was treating you. He cleared his throat lightly, his demeanor unfazed. It was just a quick gesture. Nan Xu lowered her eyes, feeling a bit disheartened. But we agreed that I would treat you to dinner. Xie Jingsi gathered his coat, draping it over his arm as he approached her, his dark eyes twinkling with mirth. I was wrong. Please don't be upset. Next time, you can treat me, all right? His tone was gentle, almost coaxing, like a child appeasing a minor grievance. She tilted her face upward, her eyes sparkling with fragments of light, and the flicker of disappointment vanished in an instant. All right, having just finished their meal, Nan Xu felt pleasantly warm and did not notice the chill, her coat cradled in her arms. Just as they were about to exit the restaurant, Xie Jingsi suddenly halted, taking her coat from her hands. Put this on, you just recovered from a cold. She intended to take it back to wear herself, but he had already held it up, waiting for her to slip her arms in. Nan Xu felt her cheeks heat up slightly. After donning the coat, Xie Jingsi lifted the other sleeve, assisting her as she tucked her hair, which had been pressed beneath the coat. It unexpectedly brushed against his face. I'm sorry. Realizing this, Nan Xu turned, her face tinged with guilt, only to find Xie Jingsi's expression inscrutable, leading her to believe he was upset. After all, a girl's hair can be quite bothersome when it brushes against one's face. I didn't mean to. His long lashes fluttered, casting a faint shadow on his eyes. He parted his lips as if to speak, but only 2 words emerged. It's fine. What could he say? As her silky hair swept across his face, he inhaled the intoxicating scent that belonged solely to her. It wasn't painful. Rather, it felt rather pleasant. Chapter 34. A man's tears are useless to me. The night was serene, the moon hanging high in the sky. Only a few scattered stars twinkled in the vast expanse, and the ground was littered with yellowed leaves, crunching underfoot as they hurried past. He walked casually alongside her, one hand in his pocket, his long legs taking leisurely strides. I ate too much for dinner. Just walking it off, he remarked, pausing for a moment to glance at her with a half-smile. Don't worry, this path is less traveled. Even at 8 or 9 o'clock, the university campus remained brightly lit, with student silhouettes visible everywhere. They were taking the small path leading to the back entrance of the girls' dormitory. A round pebble was kicked ahead by her foot as Nan Xu muttered. That's not what I meant. He merely responded with a non-committal uncertain if he believed her. Fine. He acquiesced, his gaze drifting over her as he turned under the cold moonlight in the dappled shadows. His tall figure stood out distinctly against the dimness, each step exuding an air of composure and coolness. Suddenly, a figure sprang forth from behind a magnolia tree, striding towards her and grabbing her wrist. I've been waiting for you. Startled by the sudden appearance of the man, Nan Xu instinctively screamed, struggling as a fierce gust of wind swept in from behind, sending the man stumbling. She fell into a wide, warm embrace. Su Hexian, how dare you come here? Xie Jingsi's features darkened ominously as he roughly seized the man's collar, his words dripping with menace. Do you want another beating? Fortunately, he hadn't strayed too far. Upon hearing the frightened cry, his brow furrowed sharply, and without a moment's hesitation, he dashed forward, closing the distance in an instant. Don't. Nan Xu clutched his arm tightly, fearing he might strike again. He must be here to apologize. Yes, I'm here to apologize to Nan Xu. Su Hexian, bearing the marks of a previous altercation, hastily added, please, don't hurt me. With Xie Jingsi's earlier forceful actions, Su Hexian's once passable face was now a disfigurement of bruises and swelling. How foolish of this woman to entangle herself with Xie Jingsi, seeking his protection. What was so special about Xie Jingsi? Merely a pretty face, a penchant for arrogance, and a touch of wealth, attracting a throng of superficial, vain women. As he raged inwardly, a sudden knock echoed on the dormitory door. A serious-looking group comprised of the department head, the counselor, and 2 uniformed police officers. A chill gripped his heart as cold sweat broke out on his brow. The incident had reached the ears of the school administration, and as a student, violating the law by spreading rumors about a classmate was no trivial matter. The counselor's expression was one of deep disappointment. "I never expected you to engage in such behavior. This will forever stain your record. I advise you to cooperate with the police and seek Nan Xu's forgiveness." The spread of information regarding the rumor had escalated beyond expectations, reaching even other universities, and a wave of condemnation against the defamer was already surging online, reflecting poorly on the university. After deliberation, the school authorities resolved to impose a more severe punishment on Su Hetian as a deterrent to others. This sanction not only revoked his eligibility for awards and honors, but would also be recorded in his permanent file, following him throughout his life. It is only now that Su Hetian truly comprehends the consequences he faces. If the penalty in his record remains unrevoked, in this era where securing employment is akin to scaling a mountain, he will find himself at a distinct disadvantage compared to others. Thus, he hastily sought out Nan Xu, hoping she could intercede on his behalf. Su Hetian, his face awash with guilt, felt an overwhelming urge to kneel and beg for forgiveness. "I am truly sorry. I was momentarily blinded by folly. I apologize. The post has been deleted, and I sincerely hope you can forgive me. I have come to realize my mistakes." "Do you truly understand your error?" Nan Xu asked, her gaze steady upon him. "You have merely faced the consequences of your actions." At this moment, he likely still fails to grasp just how egregious it was to fabricate slander against a girl in a fit of emotion. His regret stems from the punishment he received, which jeopardizes his future. Nan Xu, uninterested in probing the depths of his remorse or lack thereof, stated matter-of-factly, "Your counselor should have conveyed my message. If you wish to apologize, you must demonstrate sincerity. I require you to post an apology for me on the forum, using your primary account, and never delete it." The notion of using his main account left Su Hetian pale and flushed. His expression contorted in distress. "Can we not negotiate? What about using the account from which I spread the rumors?" "No," she replied. "In this digital age, information is transparent. If you apologize using your main account, everyone will know you were the one behind the recent scandalous rumors." In the eyes of his classmates, he was a social butterfly. To his teachers, a commendable student, and to his parents and friends, a promising student admitted to Peking University. What would they think of him if they discovered he had engaged in such despicable behavior? Xie Jingsi let out a cold, mocking laugh. "Now you care about how others perceive you. Did you consider the impact your words could have on someone else's life when you chose to spread those rumors?" Su Hetian momentarily stiffened, now bereft of any pretense. His cheeks burned crimson, and his eyes glistened with unshed tears. "I am truly sorry. Please have mercy." Xie Jingsi remained aloof, her expression tinged with sarcasm, as she glanced at the delicate figure beside her. Her gentle demeanor, which seemed so accommodating, contrasted sharply with the sight of a grown man weeping before her. Perhaps, she thought, it might even soften her heart. Yet, to her surprise, Nan Xu remained cold and detached, unmoved by the sobbing boy. "I'm sorry, but there is no room for negotiation. Your tears hold no value for me." Chapter 35. Well done. Su Hetian departed, his steps heavy with despair. Xie Jingsi leaned casually against the trunk of a magnolia tree, her gaze fixed intently on Nan Xu, a peculiar light flickering in her eyes. She seemed to possess an uncanny ability to act in ways that belied her delicate appearance, repeatedly shattering his perceptions of her. Something in the softest recesses of his heart seemed to collapse, igniting a spark that coursed through his body with a searing warmth, stirring an exhilarating thrill within him. His fingers, resting at his sides, instinctively tightened as he regarded her. Perhaps his gaze was too intense, for Nan Xu lifted her eyes to meet his, her clear, lively gaze momentarily betraying a hint of unease. "Why are you looking at me?" The resolute figure who had just moments ago displayed unwavering conviction before Su Hetian now appeared somehow diminished, unable to withstand his unwavering stare. This subtle shift in her demeanor inexplicably delighted him. causing a rare softness to wash over Xie Jingsi's previously sharp features as he teased. "Oh, it's nothing. I merely find our junior quite impressive and rather formidable." Nan Xu, feeling a tad awkward and stiff, attempted to justify herself. "It's just that I don't believe he is genuinely remorseful." "Well done," he replied, his tone unexpectedly gentle, brimming with encouragement and affirmation. For someone like him, there was no need for softness. Many children from East Asian families struggle to receive validation from their parents, spending their lives seeking approval and recognition. Nan Xu was no exception. From a young age, she had been obedient and well-behaved, earning praise from neighbors and teachers alike, yet her mother had never uttered a single word of commendation. Even when she gained admission to Peking University, while everyone extolled her intelligence and capabilities, her mother merely remarked that it was expected, given her relentless efforts in studying. Deep down, Nan Xu had come to believe that receiving praise was a rare occurrence, yet today, in a small, seemingly insignificant moment, the person she admired told her she had done well. Her delicate fingers curled slightly, and as she met his gaze, she felt her ears heat beneath the curtain of her dark hair. The night breeze rustled through the yellow-green trees, scattering leaves chaotically, mirroring the turmoil within her heart. Upon returning to the dormitory, Song Yangyang and Tong Xinyue erupted in vehement curses against Su Hetian. What kind of person is he? Rejected in a confession and resorts to spreading vile rumors about a girl. How disgraceful. Ugh, with such behavior, no one would like him even 100 years from now. Tong Xinyue sighed. "I owe Su Bao an apology. I may have berated him too harshly. He might think you dislike him because of his modest background, which drove him to madness and slander. We are completely innocent victims in this mess," Song Yangyang added. The day they encountered Su Hetian downstairs, he excitedly handed her a paper bag to deliver to Nan Xu. A casual glance revealed it contained some off-brand milk tea and a few packets of snacks reminiscent of those offered by Haidaleo, visibly meager offerings. It wasn't tea that inexpensive milk tea was inherently bad. A sincerely thoughtful gesture, even if it were just a piece of candy, would carry profound significance. Yet Su Hetian, who clearly had money to spare, his sneakers alone costing several thousand, chose to present such paltry refreshments in his pursuit of her affection. Lacking both thoughtfulness and generosity, he shamelessly persisted despite repeated rejections, crafting a fade of deep emotion. Tong Xinyue rolled her eyes dramatically, employing her sharp wit to tear him apart verbally. Who knew he would hold a grudge? "No, don't think that way," Nan Xu interjected, shaking her head in disapproval. "He is just that kind of person. He would have acted this way regardless of the circumstances." "Indeed, a true enigma," Song Yangyang scoffed. "I hope he will apologize sincerely. Otherwise, we shall not let him off easily." A light chuckle escaped her lips. "He should. He seems like the type to bully the weak and fear the strong." Su Hetian's initial arrogance stemmed from the belief that she, a seemingly frail girl, could only suffer in silence. However, upon witnessing her resolute stance, he immediately crumbled. As expected, the following day, Su Hetian posted an apology on the forum, beginning with an introduction that clearly outlined the context of his defamatory actions. Culminating in a heartfelt apology, the forum and various gossip groups buzzed with excitement over the incident. During a water class, Nan Xu even noticed a girl in front of her distractedly discussing the matter on the forum. For her, once an issue was resolved, it was truly over. Her life returned to its usual monotony and tranquility, until one unremarkable afternoon, when the administrator of the mixed credit club they had joined for the first time made an announcement, stating that the school aimed to enhance students' interests and social activities while curbing the phenomenon of slacking off. Consequently, every club, except for seniors, was required to hold at least 2 collective activities per semester. With photographic documentation. How ridiculous! Are clubs not allowed to let people slack off anymore? Song Yangyang lamented, collapsing onto the bed, exasperation etched across her face. They had initially joined the wine-tasting club precisely because it did not require meetings or team-building activities. 4 years of university without having to show up. Now, the school had suddenly imposed regulations. Fortunately, there are no other stringent requirements. Everyone likely wants to avoid wasting time. So we can just throw something together, Nan Xu reassured her. Song Yangyang raised her chin defiantly. "I hope so." That evening, the administrator messaged all members, inquiring about their availability, ultimately deciding to hold a brief meet-up on Saturday at noon. On Saturday morning, the administrator shared the location in the group chat, and Nan Xu and Song Yangyang arrived a few minutes early. A few people were already waiting in the classroom, and for some reason, the atmosphere was lively and excited. They paid little attention as they stepped into the room. "What are you doing here?" Nan Xu whispered, her breath barely above a whisper. Xie Jingsi lounged against the desk, one long leg draped over the other, his dark hair casually falling over his pale forehead, his voice low and relaxed. "I am the president." "You missed a word, vice president," Chun Jianchu interjected, straightening his collar. "I am the actual president. Thank you very much." Their dormitory had originally established the club to avoid participating in meaningless social activities, allowing them to slack off freely. Even the name wine-tasting club was a last-minute decision, masquerading as a means of personal development and enhancing university students' knowledge and social skills. Peking University had a reputation for its broad-mindedness in this regard. And having set a precedent, many clubs in recent years, such as the Potato Enthusiast Association and the Harry Potter Club, emerged, only to face repercussions from the school. Xie Jingsi shot Chun Jianchu a cool glance. "You certainly have a lot to say." Song Yangyang subtly signaled to Nan Xu with her eyes, internally exclaiming that this was destined fate, urging her to seize the opportunity. However, Nan Xu gently nudged her to temper her enthusiasm. Regrettably, she had to suppress her overwhelming desire to ship them for now, dutifully writing her name on the attendance sheet. After finishing, she set down the pen and went to find a seat. Nan Xu reached for a pen on the desk. A slender, strong hand swiftly claimed it first. Spinning it effortlessly between long, pale fingers, she hesitated for a moment, then softly reminded him, "I need to sign in." Xie Jingsi casually twirled the pen in his fingers, his dark, inscrutable eyes locking onto hers, stretching his languid tone as he removed the pen cap, adopting a businesslike demeanor. "What is your name?" A few days ago, they had just shared a meal together, and Nan Xu could scarcely believe that he had forgotten her name so swiftly. Surely, he was merely teasing her once more. She bit her lip, her chin raised defiantly. "Nan Xu." Xie Jingsi elevated his sharp brow slightly, his words heavy with gravity. "Age? 18. Where is your hometown?" "Jiangcheng." "Have you ever been in love?" His inquiries seemed casual, yet within the fan-shaped allure of his peach blossom eyes lay a hint of mischievous laughter, unwaveringly fixed upon her. Nan Xu cast her gaze downward, her delicate fingers tightly gripping the strap of her single-shoulder canvas bag. "Senior, do we need to answer such questions for roll call? The sign-in sheet only requires a name and time." "Not necessary." The nib of his pen descended upon the pristine white paper, inscribing two vigorous characters. "This is what I wish to ask." Nan Xu found it most difficult to resist his demeanor and tone. A blend of casual probing and habitual jesting that left her uncertain of his intentions, yet unwittingly ensnared her deeper into her own fantasies. She turned towards Song Yangyang, her flowing hair brushing past him, a few strands of delicate tea flower fragrance entwining with her breath, filling her lungs. "Sai, you're such a tease." Chun Jianchu ambled over to him, giving a thumbs up. Had he not witnessed the way Xie Jingsi brazenly toyed with the young lady? Who would dare believe that this typically indifferent man could display such childishness, reminiscent of a schoolboy tugging at a little girl's braid? The rebellious young man's brow softened, his mood evidently buoyant. And he chuckled. "You flatter me. You two seem to chat for quite a while." Song Yangyang nudged Nan Xu's shoulder, teasing, "Everyone else writes their own names for roll call, yet yours was written by Xie Jingsi." Her cheeks flushed slightly. "Keep your voice down." As everyone gathered, Chun Jianchu ascended the podium, turned on the projector, and ostentatiously displayed 2 slides of a PowerPoint presentation, getting straight to the point. "Thank you all for taking time out of your busy schedules to attend this club meeting. I want to say much. Let us just take a photo and disperse so you can get back to your activities." Laughter erupted among the club members, and amidst the chaos, someone shouted, "No worries, President. You can talk as long as you like, and it would be even better if the vice president could come up to speak." This remark elicited an even greater uproar, while 2 girls behind Nan Xu whispered, "If only we had announced earlier that Xie Jingsi was the vice president, we would have had to hold the club meeting on the playground. There wouldn't be enough room in the classroom. Thank my laziness for selecting a slacker club. Otherwise, how could I observe such handsome boys up close? He looks even better than in the photos. No wonder so many beautiful girls are fond of him." Chun Jianchu cleared his throat twice, and the room fell silent. He teased, "Why does everyone want the vice president to speak? I am quite handsome too, you know." The crowd readily chimed in, laughing. Indeed, indeed, you're quite handsome. True to his word, the PowerPoint was concluded in under a minute. A student at the back of the classroom gave an OK sign while taking pictures. Nan Xu relaxed his pose and clapped his hands. That's all. Everyone can disperse now. The members began to exit in droves, while Xie Jingsi casually rested one arm on the table, showing no inclination to stand, until a fresh and subtle fragrance wafted past him. He reached out, loosely grasping the strap of her bag. Nan Xu halted, her gaze locking with his dark eyes, which sparkled with mirth. Her head tilting in confusion, he inquired, "Do you have class?" "No," she pressed her lips together. "I'm heading to the library." "Alone?" "Yes." Song Yangyang had gone to pick up a package and had already exited through the back door. Xie Jingsi stood leisurely, his tall figure casting a shadow over the light, his black pupils reflecting scattered gleams. "Perfect, I'm headed that way too." Her eyes instinctively scanned him, noting that he carried no textbooks or laptop, seemingly possessing only a single pen. Nan Xu mused that indeed, the naturally gifted academic types differed vastly from her diligent study methods. They ambled along the path, Xie Jingsi with one hand in his pocket, his long legs leisurely matching her pace. The library at Jing sprawled over a vast area, housing millions of volumes, equipped with ample desks, chairs, and air conditioning. Outside the turnstile, there was even a dining area for students to eat and converse during long study sessions. The resources required for their different majors were not located in the same area, and upon arriving at the library, Nan Xu tacitly accepted that they would study separately. Xie Jingsi exhibited a somewhat carefree demeanor while reading. His long legs sprawled comfortably, his upper body slightly bent forward. The fading sunlight outside filtered through, softening the sharpness of his deep-set brows and eyes. Noticing her gently taking a seat, he picked up his phone and typed a few words, his slender fingers pointing towards her phone. Upon opening it, she discovered a message from him. "Not welcome." Xie Jingsi smirked silently. Chapter 37. What Spring Does to Cherry Trees. Nan Xu retrieved her paper and pen from her bag, instinctively touching her left wrist, only to find it empty. Unwilling to accept defeat, she rummaged through her bag, acknowledging the reality of having forgotten her hair tie. This was a small habit of hers. When studying or focusing intently on a task, she preferred to tie all her hair up, as a neat hairstyle eliminated the distraction of hair brushing against her face, thereby enhancing her concentration and study efficiency. Today, however, she had neglected to bring one. A twinge of annoyance flickered through her. Her phone, set to silent, lit up with another message from Xie Jingsi, asking what was wrong. She replied succinctly, "I forgot my hair tie." "Use it. Don't you girls often use pins to tie up your hair?" Nan Xu indeed did this frequently, but since the two pins she had brought, one black and one red, were both functional, she hadn't considered using them for her hair. Her gaze fell upon the Mont Blanc pin before her, its deep black hue reflecting a subtle arc of light. He was quite perceptive. Had a previous girlfriend of his enjoyed using pins to style her hair? Or had he, like today, lent a pin to a girl for that purpose? In a fit of stubbornness, she chose not to respond, lowering her head to type a few words. "You seem to know quite a bit." As soon as she sent it, regret washed over her. Why eyes aren't merely for show? The gender ratio in the finance department was relatively balanced, and during exam weeks or certification periods, many girls would style their hair this way, so he had naturally recalled it. Her delicate fingers wove through her dark hair, smoothing it back, the pin gently securing her hair in place, twisting it into a neat bun. Xie Jingsi lounged against the back of his chair, his dark eyes lazily lifting, his gaze resting on her. The library was warm, prompting Nan Xu to shed her thick outer coat, the soft, misty blue sweater draped loosely over her, the neckline not too high, revealing a slender, porcelain neck that glowed like jade under the bright light. The back of the boy's hand tensed, his tongue brushing against his left cheek. As he suddenly recalled her earlier remark, a quiet click of his tongue escaping him. Just how much of a romantic rogue had he left imprinted in this young lady's mind? Initially, Nan Xu had worried that sitting across from Xie Jingsi would render her unable to concentrate, her thoughts spiraling into distractions that would impede her studies, but it was evident her concerns were unfounded. After completing 2 sets of past English CET, 6 papers and previewing her physics course, she stretched her neck, glanced at the time, and realized it was already 5 in the afternoon. Remembering her dinner plans with Song Yangyang, she gently poked Xie Jingsi with her pin, signaling her intent to depart. Unexpectedly, he closed his book and raised his chin slightly. "Let us go together." Upon exiting the library, a gust of cold wind rushed in, slipping through her partially open collar, causing her to instinctively shiver. She zipped her jacket all the way up, tucking in half of her face. Glancing at the tall figure beside her, clad in a seemingly thin black windbreaker, his neck exposed and his posture tall and relaxed, he appeared impervious to the chill. As she pondered this, Xie Jingsi suddenly turned to her, the corners of his eyes lifting. "Were you stealing glances at me?" "No." She instinctively denied it, quickly shifting the topic. "What book were you reading earlier that kept you so engrossed for an entire afternoon?" He seemed to take her words at face value. Responding calmly, "Just browsing." Descending the stairs, Nan Xu raised her bright, glistening eyes to meet his. "I'm leaving now, goodbye, Nan Xu." Xie Jingsi's deep voice ensnared her ankle, prompting her to halt. Her dark pupils laced with curiosity. "What is it?" He leaned closer, the faint scent of mint and tobacco enveloping her unexpectedly, leaving her startled, her eyes wide with confusion. He gently plucked a piece of fluff from her hair, yet curiously did not immediately straighten up. The tranquil evening glow blazed like fire, the sky awash with the soft orange light of dusk, the drifting afterglow kissing their shoulders through the sparse branches. With a languid drawl, he murmured, "I want to do with you what spring does with the cherry trees." Nan Xu's heart skipped a beat, her fingers, hidden within the ample sleeves of her coat, tingled with a rush of warmth as she felt the intoxicating resonance of his words reverberating within her chest. "The book I was just reading," Xie Jingsi added leisurely. This man truly was something else. "Su Bao, why is your face so flushed?" Song Yang, still concerned for her fragile constitution, inquired. "Are you running a fever?" "It must be the library's heating," Nan Xu replied, using the back of her hand to cool her warm cheeks. "When are we going to eat?" Right away. Just let me put on my new headband." Song Yang admired herself in the mirror, adjusting her look. As Nan Xu casually glanced by, she realized she still had Xie Jingsi's pin nestled in her hair. Having forgotten to return it, quickly, she removed it, her hair cascading down like a waterfall, and snapped a photo to send him a message. "Your pin is still with me. Consider it a gift." Though she may not be particularly knowledgeable about the specific prices of luxury goods, she is certainly aware of the brand Montblanc, which is notoriously expensive, something she firmly rejects. Do not throw it away yourself. Nan Xu's snow-white cheeks puffed up in indignation. How could he do this, knowing full well that she would never truly discard it? Absolutely not. The exclamation mark alone reveals the shift in her emotional state. And Xie Jingsi could even imagine her expression in his mind, likely more vivid than when she faced him, free from any timidity or restraint. Xie Jingsi opened the photo she had sent. A casual snapshot, with her delicate fingertips painted in soft pink, clutching a fountain pen. The pitch-black body of the pen accentuated her complexion, which rivaled the purity of snow. Unbidden, he recalled the scene behind the girls' dormitory when Nan Xu, in a moment of desperation to prevent him from confronting Su Hatian again, grasped his hand. Her hand was slender and fair, the delicate flesh enveloping a perfectly proportioned bone structure. When it pressed against his, it felt exquisitely soft and tender, trembling slightly from anxiety, revealing a hint of fragility. It seemed as though one could effortlessly encircle both of her wrists with a single hand, leaving a faint red mark upon her alabaster skin. A parching thirst gripped his throat, and Xie Jingsi flung himself into his gaming chair, tilting his neck back and deliberately closing his eyes. He could not afford to dwell on such thoughts any longer. Chapter 38. Breathless from the kiss in the clear, late autumn and early winter, the azure sky seemed to exude a chill, with sunlight filtering through soft clouds, casting dappled shadows among the leaves. Today was a rare day of warm sunshine, and numerous students were active on the playground. Who invented the physical fitness test for university students, anyway? Song Yang trudged toward the track with heavy footsteps, feeling as though her life might end here. Tong Xinyue, holding two jackets, coldly remarked, "Who told you to be such a homebody? Look at how composed Su is." Nan Xu double-checked her shoelaces, swallowing hard. "Actually, I'm not very composed. If she had any shortcomings, it would undoubtedly be in sports. Whether it was basketball, soccer, table tennis, running, long jump, or swimming, she excelled at none. She would rather take an extra elective than run this 800-meter fitness test." "Miss," Do you think everyone is like you, going to the gym every day without fail? We simply lack that kind of willpower. Song Yangyang lamented, grasping Nan Xu's hand with a forced smile. It's all right. Let's aim for 4 minutes and 31 seconds. The passing mark for the university's 800-meter test was 4 minutes and 32 seconds. Nan Xu nodded in agreement. Their class had relatively few girls. Only 12, and when the physical education teacher blew the whistle, everyone burst forth from the starting line, instinctively gravitating toward the inner track, running at a steady pace. After one lap, each of Nan Xu's steps grew heavier. Her breathing increasingly labored, and the cold wind rushing toward her felt like icy shards entering her throat, causing discomfort. Song Yangyang closely followed behind her. The two of them, both lacking athletic prowess, found themselves momentarily in the 8th and 9th positions. She recalled a little trick she had seen in a book, attempting to shift her focus to the scenery and people outside the track to stave off fatigue. Just then, a striking figure unexpectedly caught her eye. Xie Jingsi, clad in a loose black hoodie that emphasized his broad frame, was holding a small drone and conversing with Lu Zhixuan. Zhang Lai, beside Nan Xu, spotted her and waved casually, "Go for it." Upon hearing this, the nonchalant boy lifted his thin eyelids to glance at her, his expression obscured by the dark strands of hair that fell across his brow. Nan Xu managed a strained smile, discreetly mustering her strength to quicken her pace. Today, she had dressed rather carelessly, even neglecting to wash her hair, and after one lap, she was already panting, her complexion pale, undoubtedly looking far from her best. In the final stretch, they both summoned their remaining breath to sprint, reaching the finish line as Tong Xinyue pressed the stopwatch on her phone. Not bad. Just over 4 minutes, we definitely passed. Song Yangyang, supporting Nan Xu's shoulder, gasped. Su Bao suddenly accelerated just now. My eyes nearly popped out trying to keep up. Once the teacher recorded their scores, Tong Xinyue assisted each of them back toward the dormitory. Song Yangyang lamented, those reporters from the campus newspaper are bound to snap a photo of this scene, captioned, "Moved by Jing University, 2 disabled roommates, a kind girl never abandons them." Nan Xu chuckled at the remark, about to say something, when her peripheral vision caught sight of someone approaching her. Here. Xie Jingsi held a cup of hot milk in his hand. Upon receiving it, warmth radiated through the paper cup into her slightly cool palms. Zhang Lai had 2 cups as well, handing them to Song Yangyang and Tong Xinyue, who were exchanging glances. Don't mention it. It's on 4th master. Song Yangyang exclaimed in surprise, you got us both a share? Xie Jingsi lowered his eyelids, gazing at Nan Xu. Fresh from running the 800 meters, a light sheen of sweat covered her, her pale yellow down jacket unzipped to reveal a white sweater beneath, her chest rising and falling gently as she breathed. How did you do? Nan Xu took a small sip of milk, suddenly feeling a pang of nervousness akin to being called on by a teacher. I passed. Her throat felt a bit dry and scratchy, and her voice was not quite like her usual self. Xie Jingxi's sharp eyebrows furrowed slightly, his expression darkening. Caught another cold? No, Nan Xu looked up. I think I just inhaled too much cold air while running, and my throat feels a bit uncomfortable. Having loved various sports since childhood, playing basketball, racing, sailing weekly, and even participating in marathons, it took Xie Jingsi a moment to comprehend how running could cause throat discomfort. It seemed it was due to lack of oxygen, having inhaled through her mouth. His deep-set, obscure eyes scrutinized her intently. Your lung capacity isn't too great. Yeah, I'll practice more in the future. Nan Xu nodded awkwardly, feeling frustrated that she continually exposed her shortcomings in front of him. You definitely need to train. Xie Jingsi moved a bit closer, a few strands of fragrant white camellia scent wrapping around them as he spoke. His Adam's apple bobbed slightly, and the teasing words rolled around his mouth before escaping his lips. Otherwise, you might find yourself breathless during a kiss. The low, playful tone of his voice resonated in her ears, sending shivers coursing through her limbs. With a sudden jolt, Nan Xu froze in place, her neck visibly flushing crimson. Adi felt as if her body temperature had abruptly soared, warmth radiating throughout her being. She raised her flushed face, her eyes wide with panic and moisture as she gazed at him. Why, you shouldn't say such things. Xie Jingxi's eyes sparkled with a rebellious and teasing grin, the dark depths of his gaze radiating a scorching heat. Are you embarrassed now? Have you never had a boyfriend? Nan Xu bit her lip, uncontrollably recalling the rumors surrounding him from high school through college. He had never been short of girlfriends, each one more numerous than the last. The boy was oblivious to the subtle shift in her emotions, a smirk curling at his lips, seemingly in a good mood. I suppose not. A diligent student like you should only focus on studies. Xie Jingsi couldn't help but picture Nan Xu in high school, undoubtedly clad in a neat and tidy uniform, her long, dark hair tied back in a ponytail, exuding a serene and lovely demeanor. Too timid to accept any confessions. With this thought, he casually inquired, "Where did you attend high school?" Nan Xu paused for a moment before casually replying, "Ningqing No. 2 High School." Xie Jingsi displayed a rare look of surprise. "I also attended Ningqing No. 2 High School, I know." The words slipped from her lips softly and lightly, as if a wisp of smoke had dissipated into the wind. He felt an inexplicable sense of heaviness wash over him. But the next moment, Nan Xu broke into a gentle smile. Senior Xie is quite famous. It was as though his previous moment of sentimentality had been nothing but an illusion. Chapter 39. Call me again. The warm sunlight spilled across the playground, and in the gentle breeze, everyone's figures were enveloped in a layer of warmth. A light breeze brushed against Nan Xu's stray hairs, casting a soft golden hue over her radiant, snow-white cheeks. Even her clear, bright eyes appeared tinted with amber, piercing through the dark depths of Xie Jingsi's gaze. For a fleeting moment, he seemed to lose his focus, his lips parting slightly. "Nan Xu. Xiao Bao, slow down. The campus of Jing University is open to the public, and on weekends, many nearby residents come to enjoy the surroundings." Not far away, a stylishly dressed aunt was chasing after her little grandson. In that instant, he zipped past Nan Xu like a launched cannonball, nearly causing her to stumble. Under normal circumstances, she wouldn't have been knocked down by a 3-year-old, but having just completed the 800 meters, her legs felt as if they were laden with lead, and bending her knees made it impossible to stop her descent. Just in time, a lean, powerful arm encircled Nan Xu's slender waist, preventing her from collapsing to the ground. The man's voice came from nearby, casual yet tinged with a subtle laugh. "Legs feeling weak?" Enveloped in his embrace, Nan Xu felt as if she had plunged into an endless sea infused with the scent of mint, with Xie Jingsi's essence enveloping her from all directions, wrapping around her like a delicate web. His grip was gentlemanly and respectful, merely a gentle hold, and once she regained her balance, he released her without hesitation, turning to glance at the little boy. The plump child, aware that he had unintentionally knocked someone over, stopped and apologized to Nan Xu. "I'm sorry, sister, I didn't mean to." Nan Xu smiled gently, softening her voice. "It's all right." The little chubby one glanced cautiously to the side, nervously adding, "But you can't let this brother hit me." "Huh?" Nan Xu was taken aback, glancing incredulously at the expressionless Xie Jingsi beside her. His tall stature exuded an intimidating presence, his dark hair partially obscuring his eyes, creating an impression of languid rebelliousness that suggested he might be the type to scold children. Her eyes could not help but glimmer with amusement, which she struggled to suppress as she earnestly explained to the child. "He won't. He's a very nice brother. He won't hit you." Just as she finished speaking, the boy's parents caught up and also apologized to Nan Xu on behalf of their child, before leading him away hurriedly. As if fearing she might change her mind in a languid tone, Xie Jingsi asked, "What did you just call me?" "Call out again." "What should I call him?" Nan Xu hesitated, suddenly recalling the way the little child affectionately referred to him as brother. Her delicate, pale cheeks blushed a deep crimson in an instant. She pressed her soft pink lips together and murmured, "I did not call you." Upon hearing this, Xie Jingsi raised an eyebrow and glanced around, asking, "Are there any other brothers of yours nearby?" Nan Xu, already shy by nature, felt her ears burn even more at his teasing, her eyes glimmering with a faint redness as she lowered her gaze and fell silent. Xie Jingsi showed no intention of letting her off the hook. He took a step closer with one hand tucked into his pocket, his tall figure casting a shadow over her, leveraging his height to loom above her. "Call out to me. Let me hear it." The sharp, assertive scent of mint and tobacco intensified as he approached, creating an overwhelming atmosphere. The playground buzzed with laughter and chatter, and the thought that their every move might be observed by onlookers only heightened Nan Xu's feeling of embarrassment and confusion. Her plump, moist lips parted slightly, the word brother swirling around her pearly teeth. Yet no matter how hard she tried, it remained stuck in her throat. Her fair neck flushed with color, and her long, curled lashes trembled lightly, reminding Xie Jingsi of butterflies fluttering among blossoms in spring. His dark eyes deepened as he silently watched her for a few seconds, asking, "Is this truly such a dilemma?" Just then, a few meters away, Jiang Lai called out to him, "Didn't you say you treat us tonight? See? Right? You're faster than a rabbit." He suppressed his casual smile. Jiang Lai, completely unaware of the situation, continued to chat with him about their dinner plans. "How about seafood? I heard Hui Chui Lu has a new chef. It could be a good choice." Xie Jingsi brushed off Jiang Lai's hand resting on his shoulder, his brows knitting slightly. What nonsense is this? He felt utterly perplexed, thinking, what have I done to deserve this? Lu Zhishuan cut to the chase. You're making him feel flustered. Jiang Lai suddenly understood, glancing around before spotting Nan Xu and her two roommates leaving. And he immediately protested, "It's definitely not my fault. It's absolutely because you're too flirtatious, scaring her away." Xie Jingsi calmly directed his gaze at him. After 2 seconds of eye contact, Jiang Lai cleverly suggested, "How about this? I'll make amends if you really have feelings for her. I can help you ask Nan Mei out. You two could go for an escape room adventure, and if she gets scared, you could just pull her in for a hug. With your looks and charm, winning her over shouldn't be too difficult." Xie Jingxi's gaze turned icy as he lifted his foot to kick him away. "Who are you calling Nan Mei? Oh, looks like you're feeling possessive already," Jiang Lai remarked, astonished. The boy ignored him and looked in the direction Nan Xu had departed. Her figure shrank into the crowd of countless others, but curiously, he instinctively locked his gaze on her. Jiang Lai, glancing sideways, noticed that Xie Jingsi was lost in thought, and he felt a sudden jolt of realization. He had a strong premonition that this infamous player from Jing University was about to face the consequences of his heartless past. Chapter 40. Can you kiss me to show me? That evening, in the girls' dormitory, Nan Xu was on the phone with Xuaning, explaining a complex physics problem. The young girl, showing remarkable aptitude in her studies, quickly grasped the concept and sweetly thanked her before hanging up. Dressed in a dazzling outfit, Tang Xinyue burst through the door, exclaiming, Su, you and Xie Jingsi were photographed." Nan Xu gaped in shock, her almond-shaped eyes widening, while Song Yangyang, who was washing up in the bathroom, perked up at this crucial news and poked her head through the door, exclaiming in disbelief, "What? The forum and gossip groups are buzzing about it." Tang Xinyue shared 2 links in their dorm group. As soon as Nan Xu clicked on one, she was greeted with the bold headline, "Is the scoundrel reforming? 818. The romance between Jing University's heartbreaker and the cool engineering goddess." Below were several pictures, the first showing Xie Jingsi with his arm wrapped around her waist, the second depicting them in close proximity, he casually leaning in with a smile directed at her. The photographer seemed to be at a distance, and although the photo quality was not exceptional, the warm golden sunlight and gentle breeze added a certain ambience, reminiscent of a scene from a campus idol drama. Even with finals approaching, the students' enthusiasm for gossip remained unabated. AAA Dongfeng Missile Wholesale. Relationships should be between handsome men and beautiful women. It's very pleasing to my eyes. Sensual, colorful mother cockroach? What? That as first-year Nan Xu, right? She has such a sweetheart. Once at the library, she was caught off guard by her period and didn't know what to do in the restroom. Luckily, I ran into her. And she was so thoughtful, offering me her jacket to cover my stained pants. Wife, dating a scoundrel. Shaoli can't get enough of the graduate exam edition. He has a girlfriend again? When will it be my turn? Is it too late to line up now? Sob. Physical test stand-in. Interested parties please private message. Is anyone placing bets on how long they LL last? Study 1 more minute. Husband much different. Although they look good together, I still don't recommend it. If Nan Xu, the good girl, truly falls for someone, she'll give her all, and Xie, the scoundrel, is heartless. She'll be the one getting hurt. Rebirth. I'm roasting sweet potatoes at Jing University. Just from 2 pictures. You all discussing it? Maybe they're just friends. Its luo. You're overthinking it. Xie Jingsi doesn't tea like her type. What is so good about being bland, lazy king? The body type disparity is too stark. I only love wolf-rabbit literature. You two, can you kiss to show me? Nan Xu instantly blushed, flipping her phone face down on the table. Xie Jingsi was a prominent figure at Jing University. Any girl seen close to him was often discussed. She had come across numerous similar posts before, but she never anticipated that one day she would find herself as the subject, bursting forth from the bathroom. Wrapped in a towel and eager to partake in the gossip, Song Yangyang slammed her phone down on the table in indignation. This Luo speaks so harshly. She couldn't he possibly be Luo Anren herself? Right? Su Bao, what are you planning to do? Nan Xu had already exited the forum and picked up a book to read. Its nothing. They'll discuss it for a couple of days, and it will pass. Its not at all comparable to the rumors about Su Hatian. The students are just enjoying the gossip. Speaking of Su Hatian, Song Youngyang recalled something. Did you know he dropped out? I heard after the rumor incident was exposed, his reputation plummeted. Even the girls who used to be friendly with him are avoiding him now. No one wants to become the next target of scandal. Many boys have also started to look down on him and are gradually distancing themselves. Su Hatian, who used to love gathering friends and cared deeply about his image, found the stares of others intolerable. After enduring for several days, he ultimately opted to withdraw from school. Nan Xu nodded gently and continued reading. He had received his due punishment. His future was no longer her concern. To her surprise, a day later, the post's popularity not only remained but grew even more fervent. As she left the library, she overheard two girls in front of her animatedly discussing something, and she was taken aback when she heard her own name. Unaware, they were deep in conversation, with each word making Nan Xu feel increasingly embarrassed. She donned her headphones to listen to English and decided to take another path, as her shampoo was nearly finished, and she needed to buy a new bottle. Exiting the supermarket with a shopping bag, she brushed past a strikingly familiar girl. Stop! Luo Anren crossed her arms, her demeanor imposing as she declared, I was just looking for you. Her domineering presence instantly brought to mind Nan Xu's memory of the spilled milk tea. However, she found it perplexing that Xie Jingsi's ex-girlfriend would have any reason to speak with her. What do you want from me? Luo Anren replied. How dare you ask? What a pretense. You've been flirting with Xie Jingsi in the club, hugging and cuddling on the playground. Were you not already eyeing him? That day in the mall, you pretended to be pitiful on purpose, didn't you? Otherwise, how could Jingsi have been so harsh with me? I left in a huff, which must have suited you just fine. Right? No wonder he broke up with me that very night. You were quite the schemer. That moment, Nan Xu finally understood the root of Luo Anren's inexplicable animosity towards her. She had no desire to argue, knowing that the way Luo Anren presented herself would likely render her incapable of listening. Nan Xu maintained a calm expression and prepared to walk away. Feeling guilty now? Let me tell you. Don't think that just because you've hooked him, you're the winner. Luo Anren, unable to tolerate Nan Xu's composed demeanor, appeared more like a frantic clown. Nan Xu clenched her hand at her side. She hadn't intended to quarrel with another girl over a boy, as it was an unpleasant scene. However, if she remained silent, it was clear that Luo Anren would continue her tirade. Luo Anren paused, her expression darkening. Oh, what if I did? Excuse me, may I interrupt? A deep, tired voice emerged from a few meters away, beneath a sycamore tree. Xie Jingsi leaned against the trunk, the darkness of the night surrounding him, his black cap obscuring some of his tousled hair, which fell messily over his sharp brows, his eyes reflecting an inscrutable emotion. With a leisurely tone, he added, You were just discussing me. Could I join in? Chapter 41. You never said you wouldn't control me. Nan Xu froze, while Luo Anren was taken aback, her previous arrogance extinguished in an instant, her face paling as she stared at him. He toyed with a Zippo lighter in his hand, the crisp click echoing as the pale blue flame illuminated his striking features, even with a hint of a smile at the corners of his mouth. The interplay of light and shadow in the dark night cast an oppressive aura around his chiseled features. Didn't you agree quite readily before? Xie Jingsi directed his gaze at Luo Anren. Raising an eyebrow, it seems you have quite an opinion about me. This dispute has been an unwarranted calamity for Nan Xu. Now that the parties involved have arrived, all she needs to do is to remain inconspicuous. Yet, as she subtly raises her gaze, confusion flickers in her clear eyes. Wasn't she quite agreeable at the time? What precisely did Luo Anren agree to? Wasn't it the case that the initiative lay with the woman? Luo Anren is suddenly engulfed in panic. No, Jingsi, what I said earlier was merely in anger. I truly like you far too much. Please, don't address me that way. He lets out a languid chuckle. Your kind of affection is something I cannot afford. Luo Anren's cheeks turn a shade more ashen, tears precariously threatening to spill from her eyes as she gazes at him with a heart-wrenching innocence. For someone harboring a secret admiration, the most brutal reality is learning from the object of their affections that their feelings are met with disdain and derision. Xie Jingsi remains oblivious to her turmoil, his voice colder than the night rain. I hope that next time you feel dissatisfied, you will come directly to me to vent your frustrations, rather than dragging innocent parties into this. Do you understand? His tone is not heavy, yet it carries an icy sharpness. The rage and jealousy consuming Luo Anren in that moment are subdued by the remnants of her reason. She suddenly awakens. Biting her lip tightly, understood. She could retort, could unleash a torrent of accusations and insults, but Xie Jingsi is no ordinary individual. A mere word from him could spell disaster for her family. Very well, an apology is in order. Luo Anren sniffs, her eyes reddening as she gazes at the young man. I'm sorry. With his lazy, almond-shaped eyes half-lidded, Xie Jingsi gestures dismissively, not to me, but to her. Clenching her fists, her nails digging painfully into her flesh, Luo Anren's entire being tenses as she reluctantly turns her gaze to Nan Xu, forcing out 3 words. I'm sorry. After she departs, only their 2 silhouettes remain beneath the sparse phoenix trees. Nan Xu gazes down at the withered yellow leaves on the ground as the tall shadow approaches, brushing against her own reflection. Apologies for involving you, Xie Jingsi says. She shakes her head and replies softly, It's nothing. Wait for me for half a minute. With that, he turns and strides into the convenience store. Moments later, he emerges, a pack of cigarettes in one hand and a familiar bag of orange candies in the other. Here, a peace offering. Xie Jingsi hands her the orange candies, opens the cigarette box, and casually pulls out a cigarette to hold between his lips, idly playing with a lighter, mindful that she remains unlit. Nan Xu watches him for a few seconds before she can no longer restrain herself, gently reminding him, smoking frequently is harmful to your health. Xie Jingsi's expression remains relaxed as he raises an eyebrow. His voice low and husky, as though steeped in smoke and alcohol. Are you concerned about me? Her eyelashes flutter. No, the winds grow stronger as she wraps a chunky oatmeal-colored knitted scarf around her neck, concealing her delicate chin, and as she speaks, her breath condenses upon the soft fabric, becoming damp, only to be chilled by the breeze. Xie Jingsi has always been flamboyant and unfettered, disliking constraints. He once lost a girlfriend due to her excessive interference during their relationship. Nan Xu lowers her head, her voice barely above a whisper. I didn't mean to impose. Suddenly, Xie Jingsi leans in closer, his striking features magnified in her gaze, his audacious presence overwhelming her, the faint scent of tobacco wafting from him. Before she can react, he continues, I don't smoke often. I'm trying to quit, it's just been a tough few days, and I couldn't resist. His craving for nicotine isn't severe. It only flares up during moments of stress. A habit formed to alleviate pressure. Tonight, after resolving matters at the studio, he received a call from his father, merely a distant reprimand urging him to treat that pair of White Lotus mother and son better. Xie Jingsi retorted sharply, ending the call in irritation, and now, with his cigarette finished, he found himself at the convenience store for a quick fix. I heard that when cravings hit, eating candy can help. Chewing on something when the urge to smoke arises can indeed assist, yet he finds sweets too cloying. She rummages through her bag and produces a few mints. These aren't sweet. Would you like to try? The library is excessively warm in winter, akin to basking in the sun, making it easy to doze off after prolonged sitting, drastically reducing study efficiency. This particular mint she selected is not sweet, yet it is bursting with minty freshness, invigorating and refreshing. Xie Jingsi chuckles softly, taking the mint from her palm, the coolness of his fingertips grazing her skin, sending shivers down her spine. Opening WeChat. The dimly lit video flickers with vibrant colors, showcasing a handsome young man with silver hair pouring wine for Tong Xinyue. Nan Xu gives it a thumbs up and is about to exit when she inadvertently refreshes to a new moment on his timeline. X. Candy. A simple caption, featuring only his pale, slender hand holding several mints. Xie Jingsi is not one to frequently post on social media. The last time was months ago regarding a motorcycle race. As a prominent figure at school, he has many friends, and even more who follow him. Within moments of posting, discussions erupt on the confession wall. What does it mean to post about candy? Confused QAQ understood. The male god likes candy. I'll bring some next time I confess. Suddenly, a thought strikes. A cryptic social media post indicates the audience is not you. Feeling a bit defensive, I'll find someone to deal with him. At this point, Nan Xu's fingers hesitate, as Xie Jingsi's words resurface in her mind. He never said she couldn't care. Regardless of how one interprets it, the statement bears a hint of ambiguous flirtation. Moreover, Were a few candies truly worthy of a photo on social media? Nan Xu was not brimming with confidence, yet since her roommates learned of her secret infatuation with Xie Jingsi, they have often teased her, suggesting he might harbor some feelings for her as well. In this moment, faced with his ambiguous actions, it's hard not to overthink. Chapter 42. Do you want to keep your distance from me? Xiu, did you not sleep well last night? You look rather lackluster. Nan Xu rubs her cheeks, forcing herself to appear more lively. Just a bit of insomnia. Last night, once darkness fell, thoughts of Xie Jingsi consumed her mind, replaying his social media post and its vague message in an endless loop. At times, she felt he might have a smidgen of affection for her, only to doubt herself moments later, attributing it to her roommate's influence and her own overthinking. Tossing and turning fruitlessly, she buried her head beneath the covers, eventually falling asleep in the early hours of the morning. This morning, she rose early for an 8 a.m. class, appearing rather listless. Song Yangyang expressed sympathy. That's unfortunate. A full schedule this morning. Straining her eyes from prolonged focus, she stood up and wandered to the corridor window to rest her gaze. To the side of the experimental building, a small parking lot came into view. And just then, a sleek black luxury car glided in. Nan Xu's heart skipped a beat. She was convinced it was Xie Jingsi's vehicle. Indeed, as the car parked, the driver's door swung open, revealing him dressed entirely in black. A tactical jacket zipped up to the collar, his broad shoulders exuding a striking demeanor that turned heads wherever he went. No wonder he attracted so much attention from girls. He was often playfully referred to as if he were strutting down a runway. A smile involuntarily crept onto Nan Xu's lips. However, in the next moment, the passenger door opened, and a pair of white knee-high boots stepped out. The smile faltered, replaced by a flat expression. A charming young woman emerged. Clad in a pale pink Chanel suit, her long hair dyed golden, glistening in the sunlight. Her cheerful smile revealed two adorable dimples, resembling a delicate doll from a shop window. Xie Jingsi brushed her hand aside, nonchalantly raking his dark hair back, his expression coolly indifferent as he lightly patted her head. The girl placed her hands on her hips, saying something before tugging at him, but he continued walking. Unperturbed, while she skipped alongside him, the golden sunlight casting a dreamy filter over their figures. Nan Xu watched them fade further from view, the burning sensation in her eyes returning as she slowly blinked. Exhaling a cloud of mist, he felt as if a bucket of ice water had been unexpectedly splashed over her, extinguishing the meager remnants of her earlier joy, leaving her thoughts swirling in a painful mockery of her own emotions. She should have known better. Xie Jingsi has always been surrounded by exceptional women, and he himself is carefree, likely accustomed to engaging in harmless banter with the girls around him, unaware that his offhand remarks and casual gestures might hold deeper implications for others. The closer she gets, the sharper the pain becomes. It wasn't until 2 hours later that she noticed a message from Xie Jingsi at X. Where are you? X, are you busy? Nan Xu quickly typed a response. Inquiring about his needs. X, just so happens I have some free time. I'm coming to retrieve my fountain pen. His Mont Blanc pen had been with her for quite a while, and she often worried she might lose it. After prompting him twice, he had said there was no rush, but today he seemed to have remembered. Nan Xu messaged Song Yangyang, asking her to deliver the pen from the drawer downstairs, promising to treat her to milk tea that evening. Will you come to the dormitory building? Xie Suiyan blinked her big eyes. What are you going there for? Nian, you have no idea, Zhang Lai teased. Your brother is definitely going to find a pretty junior. She gasped, covering her mouth as she glanced at Lu Jixuan. Really? Am I going to have a sister-in-law? She was well aware of her brother's charm with the opposite sex. Countless girls had written him love letters from elementary school to now. Yet she never imagined her brother would one day take the initiative to pursue a girl. Lu Jixuan chuckled, nodding. But she's not quite a sister-in-law yet. He hasn't won her over. Xie Suiyan burst into laughter. Her face filled with disdain. Brother, you're no good at how awful. She hid behind Lu Jixuan, pulling at his sleeve with a pitiful expression. Jixuan, look at him. Don't scare her, Lu Jixuan interjected, then added seriously. But skipping class is indeed inappropriate. It shouldn't happen again. Xie Jingsi cast a fleeting glance at him, uttering a cold laugh, silently pondering how many times she had invoked the no more next time clause with him, yet had never witnessed him scold her even once. He had little interest in watching his good friend and cousin indulge in their affection, So he turned and strolled contentedly towards the girls' dormitory building. Xie Jingsi. Song Yangyang spotted him from a distance, waving her hand towards him. Here, this is what Su Su asked me to bring you. Xie Jingsi's expression darkened in an instant. Where is she? Perhaps in the laboratory or the library, she replied. He accepted the item with a nonchalant expression, murmuring, thanks. Song Yangyang was quite curious about what had transpired between them. Under normal circumstances, one would expect Nan Xu to return the pin personally to foster more interaction. Before she could finish her thought, her fingers slipped, and her voice message was sent. Nan Xu, oblivious, suddenly froze in her tracks, astonished to see the very person she had conjured in her mind materialize before her. Xie Jingsi, arms crossed, leaned against the wall, turning his gaze at the sound, slowly rising to approach her. The surrounding silence amplified the sound of her heartbeat, which felt unnervingly loud. His tall, imposing figure halted in front of her, and she found herself ensnared by his intensely penetrating black eyes. Xie Jingsi's gaze was lowered, the depths of his dark eyes rarely revealing an imposing chill. Nan Xu, are you intending to maintain your distance from me? Chapter 43. Are you avoiding me? How could he be here, and by sheer coincidence, overheard her words? Nan Xu averted her eyes from his undeniable, profound gaze, her long lashes fluttering slightly as she vehemently denied. No. Xie Jingsi raised an eyebrow, skepticism etched across his features. Really? Why do I get the impression that someone is trying to evade me? Not at all. Her voice was soft yet steady. I was afraid you might need the pin urgently. I couldn't leave the lab, so I asked Yangyang to return it to you. The reasoning was entirely plausible, leaving no room for doubt. There was no essential reason for Nan Xu to hand the pin to him herself. Xie Jingsi scrutinized her from above, letting out a cold huff. Do you realize that whenever you lie, your eyelashes tremble? Nan Xu instinctively widened her almond-shaped eyes, panic washing over her as she raised her gaze. Her instinctive reaction was transparent. She was indeed not adept at lying in front of him as she was called out, her cheeks flushed crimson, resembling a child caught in wrongdoing awaiting a teacher's punishment. He persisted, determined to extract a definitive answer from her. So you truly wish to keep your distance? Nan Xu pressed her lips together in silence. Her cheekbones tightened around her sharp jawline. Though he initially wished to refrain from further dialogue, he soon exhaled in exasperation, clenching his fists. What have I done to offend you? Just last night, everything was perfectly fine, and you even offered me sweets. Today, you turn your back on me. I haven't offended you. Nan Xu replied, this time without fabrication. There was nothing amiss on Xie Jingsi's part. She could not dictate with whom he interacted, nor could she suppress his tendency to utter words that might incite misunderstandings. Xie Jingsi's eyes narrowed, his expression growing colder and wearier. Are you under the impression that my reputation might be tarnished due to your late realization that I am too flirtatious? Not at all. Nan Xu had lost count of how many times she had denied that night. Yet this particular statement was the most fervent, spilling out without a moment's thought. How could she even entertain such an idea? Seeing his unwavering resolve, demanding an explanation, Nan Xu raised her gaze, her eyes reflecting the stars in the night sky. If you have a girlfriend or a romantic interest, you ought to maintain a distance from other girls. Otherwise, she may feel unhappy. Other girls might also overthink your every gesture. What girlfriend? Xie Jingsi cursed inwardly, the tension in his sharp brows revealing a surge of anger. Someone spreading rumors about me again? Nan Xu shook her head. I saw it with my own eyes. She is very beautiful, getting out of your car, and your actions seemed rather intimate. He swiftly retrieved his phone, deftly locating a photo from his album and presenting it to her. Is this who you mean? She is my cousin, still in her senior year of high school. Today, she skipped class to celebrate her crush Lu Zhishuan's birthday. The atmosphere froze for several seconds as her mind momentarily stalled, taking a while to regain its bearings. Oh? That one light word extinguished all of Xie Jingsi's earlier frustrations, softening his demeanor unconsciously, returning to his typically relaxed self. Next time, could you please ask me first instead of jumping to conclusions? Nan Xu obediently nodded. I'm sorry. Stop apologizing at every turn. It is hardly your fault, Xie Jingsi chuckled, attributing the misunderstanding to his own indiscretions. Such behavior would inevitably lead others to assume romantic involvement whenever they spotted him with a female companion. Speaking of which, Xie Suanian ought to face some reprimand for her antics. If not for his unexpected visit today, he would have remained unaware of such a significant misunderstanding. Are you going to Lu Jixuan's birthday party tonight? Xie Jingsi observed the blush creeping to her ears, feeling a sudden dryness in his throat. Nan Xu flashed a look of surprise. Me? Well, the research project I'm involved in is led by Senior Lu. We've interacted before. We occasionally exchange smiles and nods when we pass by each other, but I doubt we're close enough for me to attend his birthday party. Besides, she was inherently reserved and seldom participated in group activities. Xie Jingsi replied leisurely, I'm not taking you just to let you meet my cousin. What if you think I'm deceiving you? I believe you wouldn't deceive me. Nan Xu's delicate fingers fidgeted nervously. But I don't know anyone else there. His narrow eyes half-closed lazily. You don't need to know anyone else. Knowing me is enough. Dio, you want to go? Her hesitations briefly stirred within her but were swiftly overshadowed by anticipation. Ultimately, she could not decline Xie Jingsi's invitation. It was still early. Some guests had yet to arrive, and the vast bar appeared rather desolate. Though Lu Jixuan was not one to seek out crowds, he could not resist Xie Suanian's enthusiasm. She and Jiang Lai hit it off instantly, reserving the entire venue for his birthday celebration, inviting even those who were hardly acquainted with him. The guests were perceptive enough not to crowd around them. Those seated in the middle were childhood friends. As they engaged in casual conversation, someone took a sip of their drink and asked Xie Jingsi why he wasn't present. It was widely known that he seldom missed any social gathering. Jiang Lai chuckled. He'll be here soon. You're in for a surprise when you see him with a girl he's wooing. What? The uninformed guests exclaimed in astonishment. They were well aware of Xie Jingsi's constant stream of rumors and the many women who flitted around him. Occasionally, some would even claim to be his girlfriend, yet he maintained an indifferent demeanor, neither denying nor confirming their assertions. Bringing a girl along today was not surprising. What astonished them was the implication that he was actively pursuing her. It felt like listening to a ghost story. Why isn't he here yet? Should I call and check? Someone suggested. How about a video call? Let us see what kind of goddess he has brought along. Seeing their eager curiosity, Jiang Lai felt a sense of superiority as if he knew everything. Reluctantly, he pulled out his phone and initiated a video call to Xie Jingsi. Once connected, the background revealed him sitting in the car. The cool, aloof man shot him a sidelong glance, clicking his tongue in irritation. What's with the video call? Just wanted to see your dashing face. A group of men jostled behind Jiang Lai. Teasing, Xiego. Did you bring a pretty girl with you? Xie Jingsi nonchalantly rested his hand on the steering wheel, his gaze drifting through the bookstore's glass window to catch sight of a slender figure. An uncharacteristic softness seeped into his features, almost imperceptibly. Just wait 10 minutes. I'll be there. He hung up before the others could respond. After settling the bill, Nan Xu hurried out of the bookstore. Climbing into the car, the bag of books resting on her lap'd. As Xie Jingsi started the engine, he casually inquired, What books did you buy in such a hurry? She fastened her seatbelt. A light smile gracing her lips. They're a birthday gift for Senior Lu. It wouldn't be right to show up empty-handed. Books are far more meaningful than a mere red envelope and less ambiguous than a tie or watch. It seemed only fitting, as she had previously seen him post excerpts from a book on his social media. He gazed at the paper bag for a prolonged moment. Xie Jingsi finally replied. Chapter 44. He feels a bit like. The fading light of dusk was gradually consumed by darkness, the towering buildings flickering to life one after another. The car glided through the broad streets, transitioning from the mundane to a chaotic new world. Upon arriving at a bar adorned with neon lights, Nan Xu and Xie Jingsi exited the vehicle, and a server promptly approached them. Taking the keys to park the car. Don't worry, I'm here. Xie Jingsi's relaxed voice resonated behind her, silently providing her with a sense of calm. Steadying her nerves, she stepped into the opulent hall. The dance floor was alive with a throng of men and women, lost in the rhythm of the music. As she glanced over to the central booth, she spotted the birthday party's host. A few boys looked rather surprised, their eyes widening in unison as they exclaimed, Ah! Jiang Lai burst into laughter, pouring drinks liberally for them. Drink up, to the victor go the spoils with nothing better to do. They grew increasingly curious about the woman who had managed to draw Xie Jingsi's attention, engaging in a game to guess her type, whether she was a cool, aloof rose or a vivacious social butterfly. Jiang Lai shook his head, assuring them they would never guess correctly. Initially, they had been quite confident, but upon seeing her, they realized they had been completely mistaken. The girl possessed a complexion as fair as snow. Her demeanor tranquil like a secluded mountain spring, exuding an air of elegance and restraint that suggested her academic prowess was commendable. In contrast, the lazy, carefree man beside her seemed to belong to an entirely different realm. Internally, they all thought, wow, he truly managed to bring someone like her along. What a beast! Under the weight of so many scrutinizing gazes, Nan Xu felt her palms grow clammy, her hands nervously clasping together as she offered a somewhat awkward smile. Greeting them, Xie Jingsi lightly placed his hands on her shoulders, guiding her towards the plush seating. Pay them no mind. This group lacks a certain intellect. Yet, upon settling into their seats, he formally introduced her to the assembled company. The doll-like girl he had seen earlier during the day sat beside her, her eyes curving into a smile. I'm Xie Suanyan, but you can just call me Nian Nian. In a sudden flash, Nan Xu recalled that when she had taken a ride with Lu Zhishuan, there had been a designated seat signed for Nian Nian in the passenger seat, which belonged to her. Among the attendees, they were the only two girls, and an instinctive attraction quickly drew them closer. Xie Suanyan picked up the ordering tablet from the table, flipping it open to show her. The little lime juice is quite delightful. Would you like to order a glass? Her eyes sparkled as she replied, Sure. Sister Su Su, you're so beautiful. Xie Suanyan shifted a bit closer, unabashedly revealing her fondness for her, exuding a lovely fragrance. No, you're the one who is stunning. Ha ha ha, thank you. How about we add each other on WeChat? I do enjoy being close with pretty sisters. Xie Suanyan exclaimed with excitement, Can I invite you to go shopping with me this weekend? Xie Jingsi observed the two girls exchanging contact information with an impassive expression as they chatted animatedly, seemingly oblivious to their surroundings. Nan Xu gradually relaxed, allowing Xie Suanyan to take her hand, a gentle smile lingering at the corners of her lips. Silently, he pressed his tongue against his teeth, his tone devoid of emotion as he remarked, Xie Suanyan, perhaps you could tone it down a bit. Your chatter is rather loud for my ears. Xie Suanyan looked bewildered. Others were speaking much louder than her, and the band on stage was also quite boisterous. Why was this difficult to please gentlemen singling her out? Despite being cousins, she felt a certain trepidation towards Xie Jingsi, particularly when his cold gaze was fixed upon her, evoking memories of childhood spankings for misbehavior. Internally, Xie Suanyan cursed, yet she readily acquiesced, miming a gesture of zipping her lips to indicate her silence. Nan Xu genuinely believed their conversation was disturbing him, so she too sat up straight, refraining from further discussion, resembling a diligent student awaiting the teacher's inquiry in a public lecture. Xie Jingsi scrutinized her for a few seconds, a silent smile gracing his lips. Just then, the waiter approached with a glass of lime juice, which he casually placed before her. Amidst the cacophony, he unconsciously leaned a bit closer, his low voice spilling forth from his lips. Care to try? Nan Xu lifted the glass, taking a small sip. The unique blend of sour and sweet lime danced across her palate, refreshing and invigorating. Her clear eyes brightened. It's truly delicious. The glistening apricot hue of her eyes, paired with her moist lips tinged by the juice, formed a captivating sight. Xie Jingsi took a sip from his wine glass, the chilled alcohol coursing down his throat, barely quelling his thirst. Suddenly, a jubilant cheer erupted from the dance floor. The lead singer had lifted the hem of his t-shirt during a climactic moment, revealing a toned midriff. He briefly furrowed his brow, glancing over at Nan Xu, only to find her gaze averted. Her innocence palpable, Xie Jingsi's mood inexplicably lifted as he asked languidly, Is this your first time in such a place? She subtly nodded. Imichum? Nan Xu's attire was undoubtedly the most relaxed and demure in the venue. A fluffy, soft yellow down jacket, her long black hair styled into a round bun, with a few strands framing her face, and a pair of bright, clear eyes. She resembled a freshly made, soft and sweet custard bun. The pronounced Adam's apple on his neck shifted slightly as Xie Jingsi's voice dropped, almost a whisper. So well behaved, as the distance between them lessened, the air seemed to thicken with the scent of alcohol, permeating through skin and breath, igniting a latent fire within in the dim, ambiguous light. His gaze lingered upon Nan Xu's features, almost corporeally brushing against her brows and eyes. He found himself contemplating. Chapter 45. Quite easy to care for the light was dim, shrouding all ambiguous and indistinct substances, rendering them indistinguishable. Nan Xu felt the air growing increasingly thin, each breath becoming a tense struggle. After the mingling scents of alcohol and juice, she caught the faint aroma of mint tobacco that enveloped Xie Jingsi. His sharp features were mere inches away, their breaths seemingly colliding and merging, leaving her mind blank, her delicate fingers frozen, too timid to move. Jiang Lai and the others erupted into laughter over something. And in that moment, Xie Jingxi's posture seemed to freeze, only to gradually straighten, nonchalantly reaching for his wine glass. Unbeknownst to her, their proximity had returned to normal. A substantial gulp of chilled wine slid down his throat. But this time, it failed to quell the inexplicable restlessness and heat simmering within him. His long lashes fluttered shut, the distinct strands casting shadows over the darkness in his eyes. He retrieved a mint candy from his pocket, unwrapped it, and chewed it into bits. The intense, refreshing mint flavor exploded in his mouth, clearing his mind considerably. The urgent need for nicotine was barely suppressed. A group nearby was discussing a card game. And Xie Jingsi joined in, while Nan Xu, unfamiliar with the game, sat beside him, observing with curiosity. His card skills were impressive. He won both rounds, while his partner lamented, pleading for someone to replace him, but Xie Jingsi ignored the request. He turned to Nan Xu with a teasing smile. Am I impressive? She swallowed her snack, her eyes brimming with genuine admiration. You are amazing. A few exquisitely presented snacks lay on the table, largely untouched, merely there for aesthetics. Nan Xu had sampled a couple. No need, she said, a hint of embarrassment creeping in. I'm a bit hungry. She had a bad habit of forgetting meals when engrossed in activities. Her eating schedule notoriously irregular. She hadn't had lunch due to catching up on sleep, and the solitary piece of bread she consumed earlier had long been digested. Xie Jingsi was taken aback. You didn't have dinner? Their group was accustomed to a nightlife filled with drinking and card games, rarely gathering for a proper meal, so he hadn't considered that someone might arrive on an empty stomach. She looked confused. Where are we going? To eat, he replied casually. You can't be hungry while out with me. Actually, I'm not that hungry, Nan Xu admitted, suddenly regretting her earlier complaints, hastily adding, I'll just have a little something. A few snacks hardly sufficed for a meal. Xie Jingsi scrolled through his phone to find a few of his favorite restaurants, handing it to her. Take a look and see if there's anything you'd like to eat. We can head there now. No, it's too much trouble, she insisted, waving her hands, not wanting to inconvenience him. Xie Jingsi chuckled. What trouble? I'm a bit hungry too, however. Noticing her strong reaction, he didn't press further. Leaning in to ask, shall we just have the bar's kitchen whip up something simple? Nan Xu was intrigued. The bar's kitchen can cook? She had always believed bars only served alcoholic beverages. Perhaps some snacks, but nothing substantial. Upon asking, he raised an eyebrow, his tone lazily confident. As long as the money's right, anything can be made. The raucous atmosphere of the first floor, filled with frenetic dancing and noise, was hardly suitable for dining, so they ascended to the second floor, finding a table by the window. Before long, the waiter arrived with 2 steaming bowls of crab roe noodles, the aroma wafting through the air, filling their nostrils with an exquisite scent. Each strand of noodle was coated in a rich layer of crab roe and paste, and upon tasting, the sticky, flavorful texture lingered delightfully on the palate. It surpassed any bowl of noodles she had ever had at a noodle shop. Was this the power of money? The dazzling lights outside illuminated them through the glass, while the clamor below stood in stark contrast to the tranquility of their setting. They sat across from each other, each absorbed in their noodles, evoking a sense of serene companionship akin to an old married couple enjoying a peaceful moment together. Lost in thought, Nan Xu chuckled at a whimsical idea that had popped into her head, the corners of her mouth curving upward as she cautiously glanced at Xie Jingsi. To her surprise, her gaze collided with the depth of his dark eyes. He misinterpreted her smile, raising an eyebrow. Is it really that delicious? She quickly composed herself, mumbling a vague response. His small portion of noodles still had some left. Fearing Nan Xu would refuse again, he had pretended to be hungry too, otherwise, she might have felt anxious about that bowl of noodles. Given her tendency to avoid inconveniencing others, seeing him stop eating, Nan Xu instinctively lowered her chopsticks as well, only to be halted by Xie Jingsi's voice. You've barely eaten a few bites, keep going. He urged, take your time, there's no rush, it's quieter here. Previously, he had noted that Nan Xu was quite sensitive to heat. She would always blow on her food or wait for it to cool before eating. And her eating mannerisms were graceful and neat, leading her to consume her meals more slowly than others. Uncertain how she had developed a habit of accommodating others, she would stop eating if someone else did. Even if she wasn't yet full, Nan Xu lightly acknowledged, continuing to eat her noodles at a leisurely pace. Engrossed in her meal, she failed to notice that the man across from her, holding his phone, had shifted his focus away from the screen, his gaze subtly resting on the way her cheeks puffed while she chewed. After another 10 minutes or so, Nan Xu finally set down her chopsticks, wiping her mouth with a napkin. "I'm done." They descended together, and Zhang Lai and the others greeted them like a savior. "Xiagu, come play. I can't stand Lu Jixuan anymore. He's counting cards and feeding Xiesuanian cards. Does he even realize I'm on his team? I'm outnumbered." Xiesuanian huffed lightly, standing up. "If you don't want to play, then I'll just play with Brother Jixuan." Let us go, Zhang Lai urged, eager for them to leave. "You two go play cat and fish." Cat and fish is one of the most basic card games, typically played by children. He was clearly mocking them. Nan Xu's apricot-colored eyes sparkled with amusement. Xie Jingsi observed silently, a smile tugging at his lips. "Do you want to play a few rounds with them?" She stared at him, wide-eyed in surprise. "I don't know how that I'll teach you," he said, guiding Nan Xu to sit down and personally shuffling the cards. An otherwise ordinary action, when performed by him, carried an air of distinguished elegance. Dozens of playing cards danced gracefully between his slender, cool white fingers, resembling exquisite works of art. With his right hand, he held them firmly, bending the cards into a graceful arc. A slight release from his fingertips sent the cards shooting forth like phantoms, cascading down into his left hand. Nan Xu had never witnessed such a dazzling and captivating shuffling technique. She couldn't help but softly exclaim in awe, her clear, bright eyes glistening as they fixated on him. Xie Jingsi had been the subject of such gazes before, yet he had always felt indifferent, until today, when her sparkling gaze seemed to solidify, landing upon his heart and causing his blood to surge uncontrollably. Chapter 46. I'll teach you later. With a hint of a smile in his sharp gaze, Xie Jingsi curved his thin lips, his voice deep. "It's not difficult. I'll teach you later." Nan Xu nodded in agreement, murmuring her consent. Others remained silent for a considerable time, exerting all their self-control to resist rolling their eyes. They wondered why this gentleman was so eager to shuffle cards and inexplicably showcase his skills. Suspecting it was all a ploy to charm the young lady, akin to a peacock displaying its feathers. Naturally, such thoughts remained unspoken, only hinted at through playful banter. "Junior, we're playing for money here. And it's not a small sum. Why not ask the person behind you how we should split the winnings?" Nan Xu glanced at Xie Jingsi, who leaned forward, placing the cards before her, his aura enveloping her. "What you win is yours, and what I lose is mine. Just enjoy the game." His deep voice coaxed into her ears, igniting a tingling sensation. Nan Xu's breath hitched slightly. Her ears flushed crimson amidst her dark hair. Upon hearing his words, Zhang Lai and the others felt as if they had been injected with excitement, erupting into peculiar cheers. One brazenly quipped, "Master C is generous. Don't forget about me if I lose. Will you support me too?" Even the dimmest among them could discern whom he was teasing, causing Nan Xu's cheeks to redden as she clutched her cards. Remaining silent, Xie Jingsi extended his long leg, playfully nudging the man. Yet the mirth in his dark eyes remained undiminished. "If you lose, I expect you to buy firecrackers for the celebration." The latter, playing the role of a dramatist, clutched his chest as if abandoned by a heartless lover. "I never imagined you to be such a callous man. Just wait. I want to be soft-hearted." Though Nan Xu was not entirely unfamiliar with playing cards, her knowledge of the rules was firm, yet her lack of practical experience rendered her somewhat clumsy amidst these seasoned players, appearing refreshingly naive. To preserve her confidence and enjoyment, Xie Jingsi refrained from correcting her from the outset. Now, seeing her poised to play a trump card, he could not help but lean closer. His firm yet gentle fingertip pressed lightly against her hand. "Not yet." He then casually drew 2 cards, tossing them onto the table with ease. Having engaged in sports like racing and skateboarding since childhood, his hands bore a thin layer of calluses, which lent a more delicate touch against her soft skin. "Oh," Nan Xu responded in a whisper, her fingers curling slightly. With a mere touch of his fingertip on the card, she played without hesitation, showcasing a certain unspoken synergy between them. Although not a master of poker, she could discern the shifting advantages, and with his assistance, she turned the tide, ultimately winning the round unexpectedly. Her eyes sparkled with joy as she turned to him, unable to contain her excitement. Xie Jingsi? We won! Her voice was warm and soft, yet not overly sweet, clear and pure, reminiscent of the gentle sounds of water in Jiangnan mingling with the chime of jade. Upon hearing his name called with such sweetness, Xie Jingsi's gaze shifted slightly, his voice inexplicably husky. Yes, we won. Seeing her delight, he continued to play a second and third round. Zhang Lai and the others readily joined in, marveling at the rare sight of Xie Jingsi lowering himself to amuse a young girl. Such a spectacle was a once-in-a-lifetime occurrence. The money lost was trivial to them, merely a ticket to witness Xie display his flamboyance. The group enjoyed themselves until late into the night, and as another round concluded, Xie Jingsi glanced at his watch, picking up the jacket draped over the chair. Nan Xu. The girl, called by name, looked up in confusion, her almond-shaped eyes reflecting uncertainty. Xie Jingsi lowered his lashes, smiling as he regarded her. The dormitory has curfews. Did you forget? When he spoke, he leaned closer to her soft, fair ear, his voice barely above a whisper, a secret shared only between them, though onlookers. It merely appeared as if he had leaned in to murmur something. Yet Nan Xu felt as if fire had ignited within her, abruptly rising to her feet, her face, ears, and even her slender neck flushed with a delicate pink. She grabbed her bag and hurriedly exited, fearing that lingering any longer might prompt him to utter more flirtatious words. Xie Jingsi chuckled softly and followed her. She smirked lightly. Millions just for a book? That's not a fair trade. Less chatter, I'm willing, Xie Jingsi retorted, scoffing lightly. You've never even given me a proper gift. With that, he strode after her. Those left in the room shook their heads in disbelief. One lamenting, a book for a limited edition luxury car? Why didn't I seize this opportunity? Do you think it's too late to have the junior give me a gift for my next birthday? Too late, Zhang Lai mused, revealing the truth. You wouldn't believe it, but Master C will undoubtedly find a way to coax Nan Xu into gifting him something. By the time your birthday rolls around, they might very well be together. Still incredulous, another questioned. So, this notorious playboy, known for his flings, has fallen for a studious good girl. Zhang Lai nodded emphatically. Indeed, he has fallen quite thoroughly. Chapter 47. I like you very much. Have I ever mentioned? She intended to pass off the occasion, realizing that tomorrow was Christmas Eve. Just this once, it's fine. Apples on the actual day will surely be exorbitantly priced, so buying them a day early is quite clever. Before she could respond, Song Yangyang clung to her arm, pleading with a gentle sway. Come on, don't you want to give Xie a peace apple? Ever since they learned of her secret crush, her two roommates frequently brought up Xie Jingsi, but only in the confines of their dormitory. When outside, they refrained from mentioning his name directly, wary of the potential repercussions upon hearing his name. Nan Xu hesitated, pondering aloud. Will he accept it? Last year, a forum discussion resurfaced regarding whether to give Xie Jingsi an apple, with some girls reporting he had taken gifts to the lost and found. Song Yangyang encouraged her. He didn't accept gifts from someone he barely knew. You two are at least friends now, right? He should accept it. Reluctantly, Nan Xu followed her out of the campus. They purchased apples and gift boxes at the supermarket, and Song Yangyang, eyeing the 5 or 6 rosy apples in her bag, questioned, Why so many? Setting her bag on the self-checkout machine. Nan Xu replied, Because there's a portion for you too as well. The round, gingerbread mint-shaped cookies struck a chord with Nan Xu, and they immediately agreed to spend the afternoon at the bakery. Where they waited in line for their batch of cookies, I knew you'd want to buy these. Thankfully, I didn't purchase any. Otherwise, we'd be stuck eating apples for 3 consecutive days. She then handed her gift bag to them, containing 2 bottles of high-end perfume. I selected the scents based on your preferences. Let me know if you like them. Nan Xu and Song Yangyang promptly tried them on. Praising her taste, Tong Xianyu glanced at the meticulously wrapped gift on Nan Xu's desk, raising an eyebrow. When do you plan to give it? At this, Song Yangyang lamented. She still hasn't figured out how to ask him out. Hurry up, or the chance will pass. Under the urging of her roommates, Nan Xu opened the WeChat chat with Xie Jingsi, typing and deleting messages for a while, struggling to find the right words. Inviting someone out on Christmas Eve to give a gift, wasn't that a bit too intimate? What if he declined? Perhaps he already had other plans. Countless thoughts tangled in her mind, eroding her confidence. Just as she considered giving up, a message popped up on her screen at X. Are you busy, X? I'm downstairs at your dorm. Upon reading this, Nan Xu instinctively leapt to her feet, dashing to the balcony to look down. A row of lush trees obscured her view of the entrance to the girls' dormitory. Quickly, she grabbed the gift bag, changed her shoes, and headed down. Her two roommates, noticing her hurried demeanor, exchanged knowing smiles without needing to ask whom she was going to see. As the weather grew colder, no one wished to linger outdoors. The once bustling haven for young couples had quieted, with only a few scattered individuals around. Nan Xu stood at the entrance, scanning for a moment until she spotted Xie Jingsi standing in the shade of a tree nearby. With her right hand clutching the gift behind her back, she approached him with a light step. "What's the matter?" Dressed in a wool coat with a shawl collar, layered over a wool sweater and shirt that accentuated his sharp features. He easily attracted attention, in the dim light. A smile played at the corners of his mouth, his peach blossom eyes slightly raised. "What, can't I come to see you if nothing else going on?" His tousled dark hair framed his eyes, which were heavy-lidded and lazy, and his low, husky voice sounded remarkably casual. Whether it was the dusky light or something else, the atmosphere thickened with an unspoken intimacy that made Nan Xu momentarily feel as if they were a couple. She bit her lip, dismissing the unrealistic thought, and softly replied, "That's not what I meant. I have as she began to speak. Xie Jingsi noticed the gift hidden behind her back. Shifting the topic, "What are you holding?" Slowly, Nan Xu revealed her hand, her voice barely audible. "It's a gift for you." She paused for a moment, somewhat conspicuously adding, "I made it with my roommate. They made some too. This one is for you." The fragmented light and shadow danced, casting itself upon the dark depths of Xie Jingxi's eyes, reflecting the flickering sparks of an unfathomable abyss. He accepted it. And the nonchalance between his brows softened instantly. He murmured softly, "This is a gift for me, made by your own hands. May I open it now and savor it?" Of course. Upon receiving her consent, Xie Jingsi promptly tore open the cookie bag and picked up a piece. The golden hue and the round, chubby shape resembling a cartoon character, with its features delicately adorned, were simply adorable. Nan Xu, feeling a hint of bashfulness, confessed, "It's my first time making cookies, so the taste might not be extraordinary." It was well known that Master Jing came from an exceptional background, growing up with a proverbial silver spoon in his mouth, and having tasted countless exquisite and luxurious cookies throughout his life. He might not even regard her humble creation. Xie Jingsi chewed slowly, the crisp and fragrant texture spreading the rich flavor throughout every corner of his mouth. His dark, penetrating gaze was fixed intently on the girl before him as he declared, "No, it's delicious, I really like it." Chapter 48. I have a crush on a boy too. His tone elongated gently, as if each word was solemnly articulated between his lips and teeth, his murky eyes resembling an endless deep sea. Nan Xu felt her heart flutter inexplicably under his intense gaze, her snow-white, delicate earlobes heating up involuntarily. When she had made the cookies in the shop, she had tasted them herself and deemed them decent enough to gift. But she had not expected them to evoke such admiration. Yet Xie Jingxi's reaction suggested he was cherishing something extraordinary, as if he were savoring a rare delicacy rather than an ordinary gingerbread cookie. His enthusiasm was overwhelming. A glimmer of amusement surfaced in Nan Xu's clear, bright eyes. "I'm glad you like it." Xie Jingsi cleared his throat lightly. "Then may I treat you to supper?" "No need. I just had dinner." Nan Xu's raven-like lashes fluttered, and she added, "Besides, this is merely a small gift, not worth much. The essence of a gift lies in its sentiment, not its monetary value," Xie Jingsi stated earnestly as he gazed at her. He reminded himself to take it slow and, adopting a more subdued tone, inquired, "How about some milk tea? If you refuse again, I might start to suspect you hold some grievances against me." "That sounds fine." Nan Xu, fearing he might misunderstand, quickly agreed. A barely perceptible smile unfurled at the corners of Xie Jingxi's cold brows. "There's a new milk tea shop off campus that seems quite good. Shall we go there?" She had initially wished for more time to spend with him and immediately nodded in agreement. Across the school was a bustling commercial street, and on this Christmas Eve, the foot traffic reached a small threshold. Predominantly composed of lively youth, all joyously bustling about. Colorful star lights adorned the entrance of the milk tea shop, and a petite Christmas tree, lush with foliage, was decked with vibrant lights, resembling a dazzling array of twinkling stars. The new offerings of this shop indeed proved popular, as the small establishment was packed, with a queue forming outside. The two of them sat on a bench set along the street, ordering via their phones. They unconsciously leaned closer together, peering at the screen. Xie Jingsi, who was not fond of overly sweet milk tea, opted for a fruit tea with a third of the sugar and asked her, "What will you have?" Nowadays, the names of milk tea concoctions were often flamboyant, such as Snow Mountain Rose or Princess's Delightful QQ Bouncy Milk Tea, and the name Nan Xu chose was somewhat difficult to articulate. She fell silent, her slender fingers reaching out to select for herself. However, Xie Jingsi seemed to sense her hesitation, teasing her by pulling the phone away a bit, raising an eyebrow, with a mischievous smile playing on his lips. "Hey? Speak up." Nan Xu tightened the soft fabric of her skirt, murmuring a response so soft it could be swept away by the breeze. He lifted his gaze. "What? I didn't catch that." After a few moments of exasperated silence, she surrendered to the situation and raised her voice, enunciating clearly. "I just want taro puree." "Did you hear that?" Her dark eyes held a hint of reproach, and her voice, though perturbed, remained gentle and sweet, lacking any real bite. Typically so reserved and anxious around him, she seemed remarkably relaxed and lively in this moment, as if every strand of her hair was animated. A heartbeat skipped quietly, and Xie Jingxi's long, defined lashes could not conceal the tumultuous darkness in his gaze. He suddenly chuckled softly. You belong to me." Nan Xu was taken aback, rendered speechless. Her delicate fingers hidden within her oversized sleeves curled tightly, grateful he could not see. She forced her quivering voice to steady. "Please don't tease me like that. Perhaps you usually do, but I doubt I don't quite appreciate such jokes." The casual banter that slipped from his lips only deepened her entanglement. Xie Jingsi wiped away his lazy demeanor, turning serious. "I wouldn't joke like this with just any girl." Nan Xu bit her lip and glared at him. "But you just said that." Did he not consider her a girl in his eyes? For the first time, the eloquent Xie Jingsi found himself at a loss for words. Just as he was about to respond, he caught sight of a glimmer of moisture in her bright eyes, illuminated by the night. He immediately deflated. His imposing aura diminished significantly. "I was wrong. I never intended to treat you as a joke, nor did I mean to disrespect you. I simply couldn't help myself, like a childish boy trying to amuse you, hoping to see your charmingly flushed cheeks." It was rare for Nan Xu to witness such a flustered side of him, and she averted her gaze. "Then I forgive you." Just as they received their milk tea, a sudden phone call interrupted. Nan Xu answered, and Xuaning's tearful voice came through. "Sister Su, can I come find you?" Instantly, she felt a wave of anxiety. "Of course, what happened? Don't cry. Just tell me your location. I'll be there." Xuaning sniffled and provided her location, which was less than 3 kilometers away. Xie Jingsi inquired, "What's going on?" Nan Xu spoke rapidly. She had a disagreement with her parents during tutoring and ran away. "I am worried about her." He retrieved his car keys. "There's a car near my school. I can take you." Xie Jingsi acted swiftly, picking her up and choosing a less congested route. The black car sped along the broad road, quickly arriving at their destination. From a distance, Nan Xu spotted Xuaning, the young girl dressed in a delicate, beautiful red outfit, pitifully sitting by a flower bed. Exposed to the cold wind, she hurried over, handing her a cup of hot milk, gently asking if she was cold. The girl's eyes brimmed with tears again, and they cascaded down her cheeks. On the way, Nan Xu had already learned the full story. Xuaning had made plans to play on Christmas Eve with several classmates, including the boy she had a crush on, who seemingly reciprocated her feelings. In a moment of youthful innocence, the two had held hands without realizing it, only for Xuaning's father to witness the scene. Naturally, a father would not accept his young daughter dating. He had forcefully taken her away. Scolding her severely, they had a fierce argument, leading her to run away. Xuaning sobbed, "I just like him. Daddy is often not home. Aunt Zhang attends the parent-teacher meetings for me. Everyone laughs at me, but he is the only one who firmly stops them." Nan Xu gently stroked the top of her head. "I understand how you feel." Not far from them, Xie Jingsi, sensing he was no longer needed, turned to discreetly distance himself from the girl's emotional turmoil. Just then, the chilly evening breeze swept through, carrying Nan Xu's soft yet resolute voice. "Do you remember I told you? I also have a crush on a boy?" He abruptly halted in his tracks. Chapter 49. "Do I know the boy you like?" Xie Jingsi realized he should not continue listening, yet his legs felt as though they were rooted to the ground, unable to move. Not far away, Nan Xu's gentle voice drifted intermittently to his ears. Psychological research suggests that this is a milestone in the development of adolescent social relationships. Most children, as they grow older, will develop some degree of affection for the opposite sex, which is a normal manifestation of physiological and psychological development. She first introduced the authoritative perspective, then continued, if you like him, it shows you have the ability to recognize and appreciate others' strengths. If he has feelings for you, it further demonstrates that little Xuening is indeed a wonderful girl. Xuening had yet to fully recover from her heated argument with her father, making it particularly inadvisable to preach or counsel her at this moment. Nan Xu's gentle affirmations eased her tension, and she broke into a smile. I knew Sister Su Su would understand me. She pouted, unlike my dad, who doesn't he understand me at all. He thinks I just like him because of one sentence. That's too casual to be considered real love. Nan Xu glanced at Xie Jingsi and lowered her voice. No one defines what true love is. My reasons for liking him are quite simple. Before entering the affiliated high school, there would be placement exams, and her academic performance placed her at the tail end of the top tier. She had spent the entire summer studying, but on the exam day, her alarm clock malfunctioned, causing her to oversleep by 20 minutes. As she rode her bicycle to school, her despised stepbrother and his friends sped past her. And in a moment of chaos, she was roughly shoved aside. Her palms and knees scraped, her clothes dampened by a puddle. Nan Xu arrived just in time to enter the examination room, the gloomy weather making the damp fabric feel icy against her skin, and the abdominal pains she had been experiencing intensified. Upon checking the restroom, she found that her period had arrived, and the severe cramps rendered her pale, beads of cold sweat forming as she struggled to concentrate. After finishing the exam, Nan Xu stumbled out of the classroom and found a corner to call her mother, explaining that her clothes were wet and dirty, asking if she could come pick her up. I find myself quite occupied at the moment. Your brother mentioned the need to acquire a new computer, and I, along with your Uncle Meng, am currently at the computer market. In the end, she could not resist the urge to habitually admonish a bit, remarking on how someone of his age should know better than to watch where they're going, especially when riding a bicycle, which could lead to falls. Her pallid lips parted slightly, as if she wished to articulate something. But ultimately, she merely muttered a subdued "oh" before disconnecting the call. It was not the first time she had voiced grievances about her stepbrother's incessant bullying, both overt and covert, yet all she received in return was indifference and lectures. She had grown accustomed to her mother's blatant favoritism to the point of numbness, but today, a confluence of unfortunate events overwhelmed her all at once, causing the young girl's latent negativity to reach a breaking point. Nan Xu could no longer contain her tears, and they cascaded down her cheeks. It was unclear how long she wept, but when she looked up, she noticed that the lush trees in the lawn were adorned with numerous small paper notes, likely provided by the school as a wish tree for students to alleviate stress. The notes were filled with varying handwriting, containing wishes for acceptance into prestigious institutions, expressions of admiration for celebrities, and even complaints, some of which had become illegible due to rain. Driven by an inexplicable impulse, she fished out a pen and found a blank note, pouring her grievances onto it. I seem to be an exceedingly unfortunate person, often lacking in luck. Just as she finished writing, she heard indistinct voices drawing nearer, and not wanting to reveal her disheveled state, she hurriedly concealed herself behind a tall statue, even forgetting to retrieve the pen she had dropped. Hey, are you coming to play ball tomorrow? School starts in a few days, a boy remarked. School doesn't affect me, came a deeper, rebellious voice in response. Cut class then. Awesome. Hey bro, wait for me a minute. I really need to use the restroom. Hurry up. Unable to resist, Nan Xu peeked out, observing the rebellious boy, who seemed utterly bored as he leaned on his long legs, scrutinizing the notes on the wish tree. Suddenly, he picked up a pin lying on the grass and jotted something down, casually wedging the pin between the branches. Intrigued by the taller boy's silhouette, Nan Xu found herself curious about what he might write. While chastising herself for invading someone else's privacy, she inched closer. However, with so many notes, she could not discern which one was his until she caught sight of her own note. Beneath it, an additional line read, "If you are unlucky, try your courage to gore." This phrase resonated deeply with Nan Xu, becoming the cornerstone of her resolve to bravely confront her stepbrother and mother. Xuening, upon hearing this, gasped in surprise. So? Sister Su Su is just like me. Yes, I genuinely believe you two have mutual feelings for one another. The emotions of youth are often untainted by ulterior motives. At this point, however, Nan Xu shifted the conversation, adding, "But that doesn't mean you should rush into a relationship. If you truly care for each other, you would hope for one another's growth and excellence, wouldn't you? Remember you mentioned that he excels academically. Wouldn't you want to stand shoulder to shoulder with him?" With sincere and gentle persuasion, Xuanning found herself devoid of any resistance, her fists clenching in determination. "I want to." Xuanning was not a headstrong child. Once she calmed down, her heart softened. All right, after all, Nan Xu was not her guardian and did not need to guide her in every aspect. Some words were best left for father and daughter to discuss. With the young girl's consent, she called Xue's father, who arrived promptly. She thoughtfully provided them with some privacy and exchanged a subtle glance with Xie Jingsi, leading the two to exit quietly. The path to the parking lot was silent, the moon peeking out from behind the clouds, casting a hazy glow. Xie Jingsi broke the silence. "Miss Nan, you seem quite adept at providing counsel." At this unexpected address, Nan Xu choked slightly, her cheeks flushing pink. "No, I was just rambling," he responded nonchalantly, and their brief exchange came to a close. Whether it was merely her imagination or not, the atmosphere felt strangely peculiar in its tranquility. Chapter 50. He doesn't like you? The silver light filtered through the branches, casting a dappled glow upon Nan Xu's graceful features. Her clear apricot eyes widened in disbelief as her mind momentarily stalled. While conversing with Xuanning, she had deliberately glanced at Xie Jingsi's position, reasoning that he should not have overheard. How remarkable was his hearing? What had he caught? Just a fragment or everything? Was he genuinely curious about the object of her affections, or had he discerned her feelings for him and was now testing her? Countless chaotic thoughts surged forth like a rushing mountain stream, filling her mind and vying for attention, and in the blink of an eye, she conjured countless questions without any answers. The cool-toned light accentuated her pallid complexion, resembling frost and snow. Xie Jingsi, noticing her startled expression, clarified, "I only heard that one line." Nan Xu believed she had subtly exhaled in relief. The man silently narrowed his eyes. Previously, he had heard from her admirers that she mentioned having someone she liked, but he had dismissed it, thinking it merely a polite way to decline a confession. Yet, upon hearing her speak, he had almost convinced himself that she might have said it merely to console a young girl. But Nan Xu's tone and demeanor indicated otherwise. As she lowered her voice, Xie Jingsi could only watch her lips move, unable to hear her words but easily guessing that she was discussing her crush. Her expression was sweet and gentle, her clear eyes sparkling with fragments of light, her corners of eyes and brows unintentionally betraying a hint of girlish shyness and overwhelming admiration. Emotionless, he crushed a pebble beneath his foot, kicking it away. Until 30 seconds ago, Xie Jingsi had clung to a final shred of hope, thinking perhaps he was overthinking things, hence his inquiry. He had posed the question cleverly, not asking if she liked someone but whether the person she liked was known to him. This was akin to the psychological principle of forced choice, making it difficult for most people to respond immediately and escape their cognitive limitations. Though she had yet to provide an answer, her intense reaction had rendered any further confirmation unnecessary. His pale fingers tightened imperceptibly around the steering wheel, the lean muscles on the back of his hand standing out. Yet his expression remained placid, devoid of discernible emotion. Nan Xu's lashes fluttered, her lips pressed tightly together, rendering her speechless in his presence. She found herself unable to utter a lie that would be easily unraveled, yet she also dared not speak the truth. It was peculiar. She had always been capable of standing her ground, bravely resisting unfavorable circumstances to attain what she desired, yet before him, all courage evaporated. As she spoke, she reached for the car door. With a thud, she slammed it shut. A soft click followed as the door locked, severing her escape route. Xie Jingsi propped himself against the center console, his upper body still inclined toward her. His deep voice spilling from his throat. "Thinking of running away? Not a chance. Why are you like this?" Nan Xu felt a mix of embarrassment and anxiety, indignation flaring within her as she recognized the extent of his audacity. Her tear-filled eyes brimmed with alarm, and her words came out soft and light, as if on the verge of tears. Xie Jingsi fixed her with a steady gaze for a few seconds before relenting. "Fine. I won't ask any more. But don't act like I've bullied you into tears, and you aren't allowed to think about escaping." Nan Xu could not help but glare at him, muttering under her breath, "But you are clearly bullying me." He exhibited no trace of shame, completely oblivious to the notion of introspection, instead calculating. "Then surely you can tell me, is he from our school?" Gaining a semblance of boldness, she averted her gaze and firmly replied. No. Xie Jingsi clenched his jaw silently. "All right, keeping it formal with a senior, huh? I thought we were friends. Evidently, I was mistaken." His long, dark lashes cast a shadow beneath his narrow eyes, and in the dim light of the night, an inexplicable sense of melancholy emerged. Observing his demeanor, Nan Xu's resolute stance softened immediately, appearing somewhat flustered. "No? I consider you a friend too." In the unnoticed shadows, a slight upward curl appeared at the corners of someone's lips, only to be suppressed moments later, their tone laced with skepticism. "Really? Then why can't I ask a single question?" Xie Jingsi's ink-black eyes ensnared her gaze, akin to a beguiling abyss. "I'm just concerned about my friend's romantic life." Nan Xu found herself ensnared in his words, momentarily lost in thought, reflecting on whether she had been overly cautious. After a pause, she hesitantly replied, "You can ask. Just one question, though." This was hardly a question that would yield any significant information. His sharp brows lifted slightly, and soon a subtle crease formed between them, as if he had heard something astonishing. He repeated slowly, "He doesn't like you?" Nan Xu's soft gaze flitted across his face before she instinctively looked away, her spirits sinking. An indescribable sense of agitation surged from her innermost being, enveloping her entirely. Xie Jingsi swallowed hard, suppressing the tumult within. A casual smile, typically carefree, graced his lips as he spoke languidly. "Well? His taste must not be very good. How could he overlook such a lovely and well-behaved girl?" Complex emotions flickered in Nan Xu's eyes as she hesitated. "Actually, she responded softly, her gaze dropping as she fastened her seatbelt. He had no interest in hearing her defend that blind man. Chapter 51. Pursue him throughout the journey. Xie Jingsi refrained from inquiring further about her crush, which brought Nan Xu a sense of relief. Just before they alighted, he cleared his throat and, as if performing a magic trick, produced a delicate necklace. "Nan Xu, Merry Christmas." The slender silver chain was adorned with two butterflies, one larger and one smaller. Shimmering with a soft glow, simple yet exquisite, capturing attention particularly in the dim surroundings. She lingered in a state of bewilderment for a while before extricating herself from the ethereal sense of unreality. Her voice soft and hesitant. "Is this a gift for me?" Xie Jingsi raised an eyebrow. "What, do you think I brought it out just to show you? Am I really that petty? It must be quite expensive." Nan Xu was aware that asking such a question in this context might seem a bit disheartening, yet she still posed it. After all, they were not related, and she felt no particular right to accept such a lavish present from him. "I knew you would ask." With his long, defined fingers, he flicked the chain lightly. "It's not expensive. I bought it as a birthday gift for Xie, and it was on sale, just a few hundred. If you think that's too cheap, then forget it." No, the girl was indeed quite taken by this line of reasoning, hurriedly accepting the necklace and cradling it delicately in her palm, her bright eyes unable to divert their gaze from its beauty for a moment. "It's lovely, thank you." Xie Jingxi's expression shifted subtly, his voice low and resonant. "As long as you like it, do you want me to help you put it on?" Nan Xu felt a blush creep onto her cheeks, shyly nodding as she turned her back to him, gathering her long, glossy black hair from her shoulders to the front, eyeing the frigid winter air. Even the jewelry felt cold. Xie Jingsi didn't immediately fasten it around her neck. Instead, he warmed his large, comforting hands for a moment before letting them envelop her skin with warmth. A wave of unexpected nervousness washed over Nan Xu, her body instinctively tensing and her gaze falling to her knees. With her hair gathered, the delicate, fair skin of her neck was exposed further, becoming more apparent to the man before her. Xie Jingxi's gaze darkened slightly as it lingered on the graceful curve of her neck for a brief moment before he instinctively averted his eyes, his fingers deftly fastening the clasp. All done. Unable to resist, Nan Xu reached up to touch the butterfly pendant, a gentle smile gracing her lips. Just 5 minutes remained until the dormitory's curfew, and the matron, bundled in a thick coat, peered out from the door, spotting a car parked not far away, calling out, "We're about to close the door." The latter rolled down the car window, casually waving at her while watching her slender figure fade into the distance until it disappeared from view. He shrugged off his coat, hanging it on the rack, casting a cool glance at the departing figure without a word before turning to pour himself a glass of water. Not going well? That shouldn't be the case. Jiang Lai was incredulous. She didn't like such an expensive necklace. He recognized his own lack of amusement and returned to his game, finishing a round while munching on fruit. Casually bringing up gossip. Sigu, do you remember Luo Anren, your ex-girlfriend? It seems she's going abroad. Xie Jingsi set down his glass, pulling out his phone without looking up. I don't remember. I knew you wouldn't remember. Didn't she have a suitor? A guy named Gao Hanxiang? He was quite mean to Nan Xu before, and now he's following her abroad. Jiang Lai shook his head, clicking his tongue in exasperation. I honestly think you're right. Knowing the girl you like has someone else and still pursuing her is pretty foolish. No matter how much effort you put in, it won't end well. Xie Jingsi suddenly lifted his head, giving him a cold, disdainful look. When did I ever say that? Jiang Lai was even more baffled. You said it? I remember it clearly. It was when the three of us were chatting. Wasn't it, Lao Lu? Lu Zhishuan seemed to see through something, asking pointedly. Does Nan Xu have someone she likes? The nonchalant demeanor of the boy vanished, and he raised his lazy gaze, as if quite unwilling. Yeah. Oh my. Now it all makes sense. I knew your memory was good, even remembering how I broke my front teeth while skateboarding at 5, but how could you forget something you said 3 months ago? Jiang Lai exclaimed, then shifted to curiosity. Who is the person she has a crush on? She won't say. Xie Jingsi lounged back casually, yet the fingers gripping his phone tightened slightly, revealing that his emotions were less serene than they appeared. However, even without much information, he could roughly guess the range. It was likely a boy from the affiliated school. Nan Xu had only just arrived at Jingda and seemed not to have had much interaction with any boys, much less anything heart-fluttering. Jiang Lai's surprise only deepened. She's from the affiliated school too? That makes it even less likely. In this school, who could overshadow your reputation? How could she possibly ignore your brilliance and develop a crush on another boy? Before he could finish his thought, he was met with the steady gaze of Xie Jingsi's dark, inscrutable eyes, the owner of which coldly stated, if you can't speak, then be quiet. Just mentioning high school brought him a headache. Back then, to conflict with Xie Basong, he skipped classes and played games daily, often receiving reprimands from the dean. Publicly reading apologies under the flag was a common occurrence, not to mention his indecisiveness with girls who confessed to him, inadvertently creating the illusion of switching girlfriends every week. Fortunately, his grades were decent. Otherwise, he would have been expelled long ago. It was indeed abnormal for someone like Nan Xu to harbor feelings for someone who resembled a little delinquent. No wonder she had initially rejected him so vehemently. She had likely heard of his notorious reputation. The three boys were utterly inexperienced in this regard, and after a long silence, they still couldn't conjure anything useful. Jiang Lai racked his brain for a while, only managing to utter a dry, "So, what are you planning to do?" As soon as he spoke, he felt that his question was superfluous. With Xie Jingsi's temperament, acquiring something he desired was as difficult as reaching the heavens, yet he would stubbornly find a way to attain it, never knowing the meaning of giving up. Sure enough, the next moment, a shadow darkened in his pitch-black eyes as he spoke with clarity in his voice. For the first time in 20 years, I like a girl. What else can I do? I'll pursue her. Chapter 52. I won't let her worry. The ideological and political course in the first year was one of the few classes where the atmosphere was relaxed, allowing for some leisure amidst the exhausting mental exertion of rigorous physics and calculus. Song Yangyang, having stayed up late playing a game last night, was just about to take the opportunity to catch up on sleep when her eyes widened in surprise, tugging at the person beside her. Oh my? Nan Xu, confused, looked up. What's wrong? A small commotion arose in the classroom, with some students excitedly glancing towards the back, chattering among themselves. Is that the infamous playboy Xie Jingsi from Jingda? I finally get to see the real deal today. Quite handsome. One day with him could be bragged about for a lifetime. It was odd. Why was he attending our freshman class? Which girl in the room had caught his eye? To be honest, today our classroom does have quite a few beauties. With just a few minutes left until class began, students trickled in through the back door, and amidst the bustling crowd, his cool and distinctive aura stood out prominently. Xie Jingsi's deep, dark eyes swiftly scanned the room before finally settling on her, the play of light and shadow causing their gazes to collide. He descended step after step, stopping beside Nan Xu. His tone was calm and natural, revealing no unnecessary fluctuations. Is anyone sitting here? Large classes with many students are arranged according to enrollment numbers, with some extra seats available, but not too many. Coincidentally, there was one right next to her. Initially, when everyone saw him walking straight towards Nan Xu, they thought she was his target. Upon hearing his question, they realized he was merely looking for a seat, and the gossiping excitement dwindled significantly. "Thank you," he said politely as he sat down, his hands empty, lacking even a pen or a book. Ultimately, she couldn't help but ask, "What are you doing here?" Xie Jingsi appeared somewhat weary and languid, likely having not rested well the night before. His tousled black hair partially obscured his sharp brows and eyes, giving him an inexplicably sophisticated yet world-weary aura. He pointed lazily. "Jiang Lai is chasing a girl, and he dragged me along." Following his finger, Nan Xu spotted Jiang Lai, who was beaming with a radiant smile, waving at her while mouthing something that seemed to say, "Hi, Junior." She responded with an "Oh," still considering his situation. "Is it the girl next to him? I know her. Do you need me to help?" Xie Jingxi's expression remained unchanged, calm and composed. "I don't know." He didn't dare to tell me. Nan Xu had no doubts about this explanation. From a distance, he noticed Jiang Lai dramatically pointing at his phone, gesturing for him to check his messages. Pulling out his phone, he found a particularly striking message waiting for him. 185 socially anxious introverted male. "VME 50,000, or I won't play along in the dead of winter. You drag me to an ideological and political class. And I have to pretend I like a girl. My reputation is ruined. How will I date in the future? 185 socially anxious introverted male. I'm truly fed up with you. Can't you just say you're here to accompany her to class? Why find an excuse? X. She is timid. If you scare her, you'll pay for it. X. You can take my limited edition 2013 Spider-Man Lego. 185 socially anxious introverted male. Thanks, Dad. I actually really enjoy attending class. Make sure to look for me in class again next time, moi. X. If you gross me out again, I won't give it to you." The class bell rang, and the professor began the lecture. As the sky gradually lightened to a pale dawn, he had dozed off, effectively pulling an all-nighter, and now felt overwhelmingly tired. Struggling to stay awake, he leaned slightly toward Nan Xu, lowering his voice. "I'm going to take a nap. Keep an eye on the professor for me." Normally, most professors wouldn't monitor their students' activities closely, but Jingda professors were a bit stricter, turning a blind eye to subtle movements, but definitely addressing anything too blatant. Her gaze swept over the fatigue beneath his eyes, and she replied softly, "Okay." The professor, engrossed in his lecture, spoke at length, and when he inadvertently glanced at his students, he finally noticed the boys sleeping openly. At that moment, Nan Xu felt her eyes meet the professor's. All the students instinctively turned their heads to identify the one who had fallen into such deep slumber that the professor had to call his name. In an instant, Nan Xu found herself under multiple gazes. The professor slowly raised his head and stood up. "Oh, isn't this Xie from the finance department? What brings you to our class?" Xie Jingsi chuckled lightly. "Your lecture is excellent. I came to learn and absorb some knowledge to wash away the stench of money." "Quite the silver-tongued one." The professor repeated the question. "Then you tell us. What have you learned?" The latter bestowed upon her a reassuring glance, his face betraying no hint of anxiety, as he calmly articulated the answer, garnering a nod of approval from the professor. Indeed, she had learned something valuable. She settled down, intent on absorbing the lecture, hoping not to further trouble the female classmate beside her. A ripple of good-natured laughter emanated from her peers. Nan Xu felt her ears flush with warmth, taken aback that the professor had observed her discreet assistance so clearly. Xie Jingsi cast a sidelong glance at her, his smile widening. "Understood, teacher. I won't let her worry again." What was meant as a perfectly ordinary statement, when voiced by him, inadvertently carried a hint of flirtation. Chapter 53. My concern having indulged enough? He shifted his gaze to the girl who was quietly and diligently attending the lecture. Few students displayed such a responsible and focused attitude towards either specialized courses or general education classes. She was not only listening intently but also occasionally bending down to jot down important notes. A slender segment of her wrist, pale and delicate, was easily encircled by his fingers, while the tips of her pen-holding hand exuded a healthy, natural flush as she inscribed elegant and beautiful characters on the page. Her handwriting was exquisite, her hands lovely, and she herself even more so. Initially, Xie Jingsi had merely cast a casual glance, but his unabashed stare was so overt that even the studious Nan Xu could not ignore it. Under such a blatant gaze, she felt a surge of nervousness, suddenly forgetting how to write the character for bird. The character below is horse, not bird, Xie Jingsi remarked lazily, having just awakened, his voice hoarse yet soothing as he leaned closer to remind her. The sound of his voice sent electric shivers through Nan Xu, coursing through her veins, and in a fluster, she hastily crossed out her mistake. Oh, he propped his head on his hand, asking, "Are you tired? Shall I write for a while?" She shook her head, explaining that she was alternating between listening and writing, so she hadn't written much at all, and fatigue was not the issue. Rather, it was the intensity of his gaze that troubled her. In a hushed tone, Nan Xu suggested, "Could you refrain from staring at me?" Xie Jingsi reclined back, his demeanor relaxed, yet he retorted with an air of defiance, "I don't want to attend the lecture. And I can't sleep. It's boring." "What's wrong with looking?" she replied with a huff. "Then why not play on your phone discreetly? Just don't stare at me." His expression shifted to one of mock surprise. And he smirked, "So our good student has turned bad, urging me to play on my phone during class." "Urging? You make it sound like I'm the mastermind. It was merely a suggestion." Nan Xu shot him an annoyed glare, while Xie Jingsi struggled to contain his laughter. "Fine, I shall not disrupt your studies any longer." To her astonishment, he actually pulled out his phone, casually hiding it beneath the table as he entertained himself without further interruption. This continued until 3 minutes remained in class, with the professor summarizing the day's content. A notification popped up on the phone she had carelessly placed on the table. "I forgot to ask earlier. What does your WeChat nickname mean?" The hand gripping the gel pen paused instinctively, a small ink blot forming on the pristine white paper. Nan Xu's eyelashes fluttered as she hesitated, her voice slightly faltering. "Nothing much. Just a random choice," she lied. In truth, it had been anything but random. As a blossoming girl of 16 or 17, she had imbued her nickname with a more romantic connotation, creating a subtle connection with the one she admired. At that time, many of her classmates were racking their brains to come up with unique IDs, while Nan Xu feigned indifference, waiting for the trend to fade before discreetly altering her nickname. The reason was simple. Xie Jingsi was exceedingly popular, and numerous girls had adopted XJS as their identifiers. Had she followed suit, her feelings would have been painfully apparent to everyone. The timid and sensitive girl ultimately feared her innermost sentiments being unveiled. So she cleverly rearranged the letters to form SJX, which serendipitously translated to 4 Seasons Snow. It sounded unexpectedly pleasant, and she changed all her social media nicknames to this. Once in college, she frequently added various groups and acquaintances, most of whom had their names and student IDs noted, rarely paying attention to nicknames, so she never changed it again. Really? Indeed. Xie Jingsi pressed his tongue against the inside of his cheek, gazing at her for a moment before nodding. What had begun as mere curiosity had inadvertently unearthed a significant revelation. 4 Seasons Snow. He pondered for a while, his mind swirling with bizarre conjectures. Yet he ultimately could not decipher its meaning. Never mind. Xie Jingsi suppressed the tumultuous emotions bubbling within him, intending to set the matter aside, until he inadvertently caught a glimpse of Nan Xu's WeChat chat page. The class bell rang just in time. The professor and students began to gather their belongings in unison, and Nan Xu was no exception. As she packed her books and pens into her bag, a male voice called her name, the scent of mint and tobacco growing increasingly potent as he leaned closer. Nan Xu still felt uneasy with the proximity between them, instinctively shifting away, bewildered. Others at least had proper names, and some gender-neutral names were even affectionately appended with senior sister or senior brother, while he stood out as the solitary X. A glance revealed just how uniquely different he was. Nan Xu blinked. "I thought you wouldn't care about such trivial matters." After all, his personality had always been bold and carefree. She never expected him to be particular about his WeChat notes. Xie Jingsi replied with an expressionless face. "No, I care." "All right then." Nan Xu picked up her phone to modify the note, presenting it to him like a diligent student submitting an assignment, awaiting the teacher's feedback. "I've changed it." He glanced at it, seeing X transformed into his name. Nan Xu tentatively raised her gaze, deciphering something in his stern brows, feeling increasingly perplexed, even her tone inadvertently laced with a hint of grievance. "Is that not acceptable?" Xie Jingsi lightly scoffed. "What do you think?" Gathering her courage, she cleverly countered. "Then what did you save me as?" He appeared to have been waiting for this question, showing no hesitation as he handed his phone to her without a trace of defense. Take a look for yourself. Upon receiving it, she found her note was 3 simple characters, Nan Xu. Her cheeks puffed up as she muttered softly, "Your note is hardly any better, childish." "Not at all. I find it quite endearing." At that moment, his striking features loomed larger before her. Xie Jingsi's lips curled into a smirk, his dark eyes glinting with a carefree, teasing smile as he uttered, "Nan Xu." Chapter 54. Brother Jingsi. The boy's stark black and white irises regarded her. The bright light refracting in their depths, with long and thick eyelashes casting shadows over his gaze. It felt as if a string within Nan Xu's mind had snapped. Xie Jingsi's Adam's apple rolled as he lowered his voice to call those 3 characters. His tone imbued with a teasing lilt that transformed the otherwise mundane address into something laden with affection. She tightened her grip on her phone, her already tumultuous heart now swirling with even greater agitation. In her flustered bewilderment, Nan Xu caught a glimpse of Song Yang, who had already slipped out of the classroom, peeking her head back in to wave goodbye, her face adorned with the gleeful smile of a shipper. Before turning to leave, "Why the rush?" The warm winter sun streamed through the glass windows, and Xie Jingsi leaned closer, as if drawn by an unseen force, whispering, "The note hasn't been changed yet." Their faint shadows intertwined on the floor, a testament to their intimacy. Nan Xu felt her ears flush crimson, and she reluctantly asked, "What would you like me to change it to?" The implication that he could dictate the change based on her feelings was tantalizing. Did he mean it? Xie Jingsi pretended to reach for her phone, and she simply lowered her long, thick lashes, showing no inclination to stop him. He pressed the power button, returning it to her. Nan Xu couldn't shake the feeling that his smile bore a hint of mischief, as if he had accomplished something devious. Instinctively, she wanted to unlock the phone to see what he had saved. Her imagination spiraled wildly. Surely he hadn't chosen something presumptuous. Had he? Perhaps titles like Boss or Your Majesty? The more he attempted to keep it hidden, the more her curiosity piqued. She was determined to uncover it now. Seeing her resolute attitude, he chuckled softly. "All right, go ahead." With a fingerprint unlock, Nan Xu's eyes widened as she beheld Xie Jingsi's WeChat note, which had audaciously transformed into Brother Jingsi. A vivid blush spread across her fair and smooth cheeks, akin to a ripe, juicy peach, her almond-shaped eyes brimming with indignation as she bit her lip. "Xie Jingsi," called by name, the boy responded languidly. Here, she couldn't compete with his audacity or wit. In terms of eloquence, she was no match for him. So Nan Xu opted for silence, shooting him a shy yet reproachful glare. The corners of Nan Xu's eyes flushed with color, her tone firm. "Step aside, as if she had committed some heinous crime." Xie Jingsi urged gently, "I am your senior. Calling me brother is not out of line." "Is it?" To her surprise, it actually sounded somewhat reasonable, albeit just a little. She huffed softly. That's a flimsy argument. Xie Jingsi, in good spirits, stepped aside to let her pass, their bodies brushing closely together, the soft rustle of their clothing barely audible. His expression shifted to one of mild surprise. If that was the case, what had he spent so long trying to persuade her to change her note for? It couldn't have just been to tease her, could it? Unbeknownst to her, Xie Jingsi's gaze lingered on her retreating figure for a considerable time, the corners of his lips curling into a faint smile as he murmured to himself, "One day, I will make you willingly change it in the afternoon." Nan Xu went to tutor Xuening. The young girl and her father had completely resolved their conflicts. On Christmas Eve, Xue's father had apologized to her, reflecting on his impulsive and extreme words and actions, vowing to change in the future, and they had a lengthy discussion about the feelings that arise during adolescence. The easing of their estrangement was largely thanks to Nan Xu's mediating role, for which Xue's father expressed deep gratitude, promising her a monetary reward. Xuening grew closer to her, thinking of her whenever she encountered something delicious or fun. After the tutoring session, the little girl scampered over to her exclusive mini-fridge and retrieved 2 small tubs of ice cream. "Sister Su, this is really delicious." The ice cream was from an expensive overseas brand, hard to come by, and she had reserved a tub for Nan Xu. Hesitant, Nan Xu asked, "Eating ice cream in winter?" "It's even better in winter." Xuening had already taken a generous spoonful and relished it, and the room was far from cold. Her home was abundantly heated, and every time Nan Xu visited, she had to shed her thick outer coat to don only a thin base layer. Seeing Xuanning enjoy her meal so heartily made her feel a twinge of temptation. She took a tentative taste, and the rich raspberry aroma flooded her palate, while the icy yogurt melted in her mouth. After finishing a small box, Nan Xu suddenly recalled that her menstrual period was due in just a few days. However, there wasn't much in that box. She reassured herself that it shouldn't have a significant impact. The following morning, Song Yangyang hurriedly leapt out of bed, changing her clothes while exclaiming, "Su, why didn't you wake me today? I'm going to be late. For Sundam O Wang's class." She often stayed up late binge-watching dramas or reading novels, making it difficult for her to rise early. Nearly every day, Nan Xu was the one to rouse her, and it had become a habit. It was no surprise that her reaction was exaggerated. Nan Xu, nestled in her blankets, groggily opened her eyes, her pale face resembling the color of a wall, beads of sweat dotting her forehead, and her delicate brows knitted in suppressed pain. "It's nothing," she murmured softly, her lips devoid of color, "just menstrual cramps. I was too indulgent yesterday. I haven't felt this way in years. Then you shouldn't go to class. Take a leave." Song Yangyang rummaged through the drawer for a box of ibuprofen and poured a glass of warm water, urging her to take some medicine. Nan Xu rose to take the medication but hesitated. "But Teacher Sun will take attendance." Their original instructor had gone on a business trip to Shanghai, and this Teacher Sun was a middle-aged man who had replaced him, known for his strictness toward students. In the very first class, he had laid down harsh and perplexing requirements, one of which included that absences must be requested in advance. Otherwise, they would be treated as unexcused. Missing a class would result in a complete deduction of participation points, and 2 absences would lead to failing the course. This course's grade was based on 30 participation and 70 final exam, meaning that if she didn't attend today, even if she scored full marks on the final, her overall grade would only be 70. This was detrimental to her scholarship application. Nan Xu didn't wish to skip class unless absolutely necessary, but every movement sent a sharp pain through her abdomen, making it hard to breathe, as though invisible hands were kneading her insides. "Just go ahead. Don't be late," she urged, biting her lip. Song Yangyang grabbed her bag. "Don't worry. I'll explain to the teacher. Rules are rigid, but people are flexible. If you can't even get up, how can you attend class?" She dashed into the classroom just as the bell rang, approaching Professor Sun. "Sir, I'd like to Song Yangyang." Anxious interrupted. She took her seat with a huff, thinking it would be fine to speak up when attendance was taken. A male student behind them suddenly spoke up. "What happened to Nan Xu?" She recounted the entire situation, and Xie Jingsi nodded in understanding. "Got it. No need to ask for a leave." Song Yangyang began to grasp his meaning, regarding him with a skeptical eye. "Is that really okay?" Without waiting for her to ponder further, the teacher began taking attendance, calling out names at random rather than going through the list one by one. Just as she feared, he called out, "Nan Xu." Xie Jingsi raised his hand leisurely and replied nonchalantly, "Present." In that instant, the room fell silent, and nearly every classmate's gaze fixed on Xie Jingsi. Their expressions varied. Song Yangyang shut her eyes tightly, resigned. Professor Sun squinted at him for a few seconds, bewildered. Nan Xu is a boy. That name sounds rather feminine. The loose fit of the male student's jacket accentuated his sharp physique, and in the frigid weather, he exuded a certain rebellious charm that clashed with the gentle, delicate name of Nan Xu. Nan Xu was generally well-liked and got along well with her classmates, so there was no intention to undermine anyone. Yet some couldn't help but whisper and snicker. If he had shown any sign of evasion or panic, Professor Sun might have suspected that a student had arranged for a proxy. But Xie Jingsi appeared calm and collected. Clearing his throat, he said, "All right, sit down. Let us continue with attendance." Song Yangyang was incredulous that this had been brushed off so easily. It took a bold person to fabricate such a story with such ease. Professional courses could be rather dry and tedious, especially for those not majoring in that field. Someone was fortunate to have casually brought along paper and pen, pretending to take notes. A male classmate generously shared his textbook, and they glanced at it together, lowering their voices while the teacher was writing on the board. "Dude, can I gossip a bit? What's your relationship with our class's Nan Xu?" Xie Jingsi twirled a pen between his fingers. A knowing smile playing at the corners of his mouth asked her. "Whatever she says is the truth." The male classmate seemed to interpret this differently, suddenly enlightened. "Oh, I get it. I get it." Thankfully, this Professor Sun would not be teaching them in the future. Otherwise, if he discovered that Nan Xu had once again been labeled a girl, the consequences would be unimaginable. She excitedly messaged Nan Xu, "Baby, good news. You 1T lose participation points, and you 1T miss out on the scholarship. Your Xie Jingsi pulled a fast one and answered for you. He is so bold, I was sweating bullets. Based on his performance today, I approve of your marriage." Nan Xu, still groggy, saw the WeChat notification and initially thought she had misread it. How could Xie Jingsi be in their classroom and answer for her? The ibuprofen was taking effect. Her abdominal pain was no longer as severe as it had been in the morning. She got up to drink a cup of warm water, and just as she sat down, Song Yangyang burst in with excitement. "Su Bao, look what this is." She plopped a large bag onto the table. "Tada! Xie Jingsi heard you hadn't tea at breakfast and were in pain, so he ordered this for you. There's even a portion for me." Just as she came downstairs, Xie Jingsi had stopped her, saying he had ordered some food, which had just arrived at the girls' dormitory, and asked her to bring it to Nan Xu. Nan Xu was taken aback, slowly opening the simple yet exquisite takeout packaging. While Song Yangyang chimed in, "Wow, look at this high-quality takeout box. It's on a different level from the national trend takeout I usually eat, and this metal spoon is so much sturdier than the flimsy black plastic ones." Nan Xu felt her cheeks flush from her teasing and handed her one of the portions. "Go ahead and eat yours." "Hey, don't be shy." The dishes Xie Jingsi ordered were simple: steamed coral grouper, blanched greens, chestnut chicken soup, and rice, all in modest portions, perfect for a girl, and there was even an extra bowl of steaming hot sweet glutinous rice balls. Although scientifically speaking, brown sugar does not alleviate pain as ginger does. After sipping the sweet water a couple of times, the warm sensation flowed from her throat to her stomach, making her feel much more comfortable. "Are you still in pain?" "Ji Shui. I took the medicine. I feel much better." Ji Shui. "How much was the takeout?" "I'll transfer you." Upon sending that message, she received no response, as if he hadn't seen it and changed the topic instead. Rest well after eating. Don't rush to study." She was somewhat surprised. Xie Jingsi had always been laid back in class, yet he had taken notes on a course unrelated to his major. His nails were neatly trimmed, and beneath his pale skin lay prominent veins filled with vitality. Every curve of his bones was sharply defined, casually pinching a corner of the paper. Nan Xu couldn't help but steal a few more glances, her ears heating up as she saved the image. "Ji Shui. Thank you." She recalled how Song Yangyang had animatedly recounted the incident of Xie Jingsi answering for her and couldn't resist asking, "What made you think of helping me out? You could have faced punishment if you were found out." Having someone attend class on behalf of another wasn't uncommon in university. It was merely a minor indulgence. But it could reflect poorly on one's attitude towards studies and other classes. It might not have been a big deal, but Professor Sun was notoriously strict, and if discovered, both of them would face consequences. Did Xie Jingsi realize how well known he was at school? "Relax, I'm not foolish." He was too lazy to type and sent a voice message instead. "My advisor knows Professor Sun and mentioned to me that he has severe face blindness." Nan Xu chuckled softly, feeling rather fortunate. Chapter 56. A leg broken. Their conversation drifted from there. Nan Xu continued her meal, while Song Yangyang slid her chair closer, her expression one of revelation. "Baby, look into my eyes. Xie Jingsi definitely, absolutely, likes you." Her tone was firm. "My eyes are the measure." Nan Xu gently patted her head, treating her like a child. I believe you." "What do you mean?" Song Yangyang bristled, feeling disrespected. Nan Xu shook her head and, under her intense gaze, diplomatically stated the truth. "But you've never been in a relationship. That celebrity couple you were rooting for announced their breakup last week." The artificial lake at their school was beautifully constructed, with a gazebo featuring traditional Chinese aesthetics nestled among the willow trees and rock formations, where couples could often be seen on dates. Today was no exception. A boy and girl sat together in the gazebo, the boy affectionately hugging the girl. Nan Xu's gaze casually swept over them, and when her eyes met the boy's, he suddenly became awkward, quickly looking down to evade her gaze. She paused for a moment, calmly shifted her gaze away, and pulled Song Yangyang along to walk faster. Zhang Haoyang, her roommate Zhuang Ying's boyfriend. Yet the girl he was embracing was not Zhuang Ying. Nan Xu felt no fondness for Zhang Haoyang, a man who deceived girls into staying over after only a few days of dating. However, relationships were a matter between two individuals, and as long as Zhuang Ying was happy, outsiders had no say. Watching her roommate revel in her sweet moments with her boyfriend, Nan Xu sincerely hoped she would find a good man. Little did she expect to witness such a scene today. First, Song Yangyang did not recognize her. It was only after she walked away that the realization struck her, her eyes widening in shock. That was Zhua Ying's boyfriend. Had they broken up? Or had he cheated? Nan Xu leaned towards the latter possibility. Zhua Ying openly expressed her affection for her boyfriend. If they truly had split, she would undoubtedly be heartbroken for days. Yet, she continued her usual routine of leaving early and returning late. Showing no signs of a breakup, in truth, Nan Xu could empathize with Zhua Ying, sensing that her family background was less than ideal. A girl starved of love yearns desperately for care and affection, yet remains perpetually neglected and unfulfilled. When someone shows her a modicum of kindness, a scarf or a cup of milk tea, it holds a value far beyond its material worth, representing what she had long been denied. Indeed, Song Yangyang wholeheartedly agreed. We have evidence. No amount of excuses from that scoundrel will suffice. Nan Xu chuckled softly, envisioning the fiery confrontation that Moon would undoubtedly initiate, confronting the two-timer and hurling insults at him, ultimately posting his transgressions on the confession wall. A shared glance between Nan Xu and Song Yangyang conveyed unspoken thoughts. Finally, once the call ended, she cautiously called out to Zhua Ying, gently inquiring, "Are you and your boyfriend still doing well?" To her surprise, Zhua Ying's countenance shifted drastically, as if Nan Xu had uttered a malevolent curse rather than a benign question. Zhua Ying's face was etched with suspicion. "Why do you ask?" "That's impossible," she retorted without a moment's thought. "How can it be impossible? Your boyfriend saw us. He looked particularly awkward at the time." Nan Xu soothed, her tone gentle. "I understand this might be hard to accept, but we truly did see it. Please be cautious." The two fell into a heavy silence. Zhua Ying then stomped off to the bathroom to wash up. Song Yangyang bombarded her with a flurry of distressed emojis. I never imagined she could be so infatuated. It was their first time dealing with such a situation, and lacking experience, they had idealized the matter too much. Without any concrete evidence, they had impulsively revealed their suspicions to Zhua Ying, which not only failed to awaken her to the truth, but also fostered a sense of hostility towards them. "Xu, I just inquired about Zhang Haoyang, and it seems his reputation is rather poor," Song Yangyang whispered. "He is likely not new to playing the field." Nan Xu was taken aback. "Really? This my friend heard it from his friend? So it's not entirely certain." After some contemplation, Nan Xu messaged Xie Jingsi. "Do you know Zhang Haoyang, a junior at the sports academy?" "X. I just asked around a bit. X. Why are you asking about him?" "Don't he tell me he is your crush?" "X. Pats you. X. Invites you to a video call." Flustered, Nan Xu clicked to connect. "Why are you calling me on video?" She lowered her voice, quickly stepping out of her dormitory into the stairwell. The lighting on Xie Jingsi's side was dim. His tousled black hair framed his deep-set brows, and dark eyes swirled with unspoken thoughts. "Why the secrecy? Am I that unsightly?" "Not at all," she patiently explained. "There's a different reason." "What kind of person is Zhang Haoyang?" The boy's lips pressed into a straight line, his voice colder than the drizzling night rain outside. "He is quite a scoundrel. Has been with many girls, both within and outside the school, often engaging in cold breakups right after intimacy." "Do you know what others call him?" Nan Xu's delicate brows furrowed. "What? Forget it. It's quite unflattering. I wouldn't he want to corrupt good students." Xie Jingxi's gaze pierced through the screen, locking onto her. "If you truly have feelings for that kind of person, I'll break his legs." Nan Xu was taken aback. "I thought you'd say to take me to an eye doctor, not break someone else's legs." Xie Jingsi seemed to read her thoughts, his tone icy. "He must have deceived you." Chapter 57. Easily soothed. Xie Jingsi experienced the sensation of urgent anxiety for the first time, but fortunately, Nan Xu wasn't one to tease for long and quickly clarified. "He is definitely not the person I have feelings for. I am inquiring for other reasons that I can't share with you." Finally, she added softly, "I don't like that kind of person at all." The boy felt a weight lift from his chest, but upon hearing her mention him again, a sudden heaviness enveloped him. He spoke in a casual tone. "That's quite all right." Nan Xu remained oblivious, softly saying, "Thank you. It's late, so I want to keep you. Good night." Her voice was gentle and pure, like a babbling brook flowing through a serene forest, the final words softly landing like a delicate white tea flower swaying in the breeze. The heaviness in his chest dissipated inexplicably. After ending the call, he stared at Nan Xu's profile, chuckling lightly to himself, murmuring in self-deprecation. "Am I really that easy to soothe?" Tong Xinyue crossed her arms, casting a cool glance at Song Yangyang and Nan Xu. You two have been keeping secrets from me. Do you think a shoulder rub will earn my forgiveness? She suddenly sensed something was off. Her proud demeanor, akin to that of a spoiled princess, had clashed with Nan Xu, who typically exhibited such a gentle temperament. Inquiring further, Nan Xu recounted the events of the previous night. Dear princess, we didn't intend to gossip without you. Song Yangyang raised 3 fingers. I understand that friendships among 3 can be fragile. This time, it's on us. We won't dare to do it again, and we'll keep you informed of everything. Tang Xinyue was merely putting on a show and wasn't truly angry. With a sigh of disappointment, she lamented. Had I known, I would have asked you more questions. When advising a breakup, one must consider the circumstances, you know? If it were me or any other clear-headed girl. Upon hearing that her boyfriend might be unfaithful, she would certainly keep her wits about her and investigate thoroughly. She should be grateful to you two for steering her away from a scoundrel. However, Zhuo Ying seemed hopelessly ensnared in a manipulative relationship, and their intervention might have only fueled her belief that her boyfriend was being unjustly slandered, igniting an even more fervent sense of love for him. Song Yangyang felt her worldview shatter. Are there really people like that? I thought they only existed in dramas. Oh heavens! Nan Xu accepted the situation with grace. We've done our best. And if she chooses not to believe us, there's nothing we can do. Exactly, let us not worry. She doesn't appreciate it. Tang Xinyue playfully lifted one of their chins. Let us go out for a meal. Today, I'm treating. Both girls hugged her arm. Thank you, boss. To avoid adding psychological burden to them, Tang Xinyue always chose reasonably priced restaurants when treating, and they graciously accepted all the small gifts she later offered. This restaurant was modest in size but bustling with activity. During peak hours, both floors were packed, and the trio had to wait a while before a table became available. The mint ribs here are particularly delicious. As they perused the menu, the owner led 3 new customers in. Classmates, would you mind sharing a table with these 2 fine gentlemen? They're from the same school. Tang Xinyue was reluctant to share a table with strangers and was about to decline when she unexpectedly glanced up and caught sight of the tall boy standing next to Nan Xu. She quickly changed her tune. Sure, our table is quite spacious. Please, have a seat. Zhang Lai immediately began to flatter. Thank you, 3 beautiful and kind classmates. Otherwise, this meal might have been on us. Xie Jingsi settled beside Nan Xu. His voice languid. I thought you'd be treating. Zhang Lai raised his brows, speaking with double entendre. How could it possibly be my turn to treat? Xie Jingsi lazily acknowledged. I'll treat. Nan Xu was secretly pondering how her roommate had a point when she felt a gentle nudge on her knee from Moon, followed by a knowing look. Suddenly realizing she was being teased. Her cheeks flushed, and she instinctively glanced at Xie Jingsi. He was wiping the table with a napkin, a faint smile flickering in his elongated eyes. Don't be shy. You're friends with Nan Xu. The blush creeping across her cheeks deepened, extending down to her neck. Embarrassed, Nan Xu curled her fingers, fearful that Xie Jingsi might pick up on something. She stretched her leg under the table, attempting to subtly nudge her friends, signaling them not to be too conspicuous. To her surprise, her uninhibited roommates remained oblivious, while Xie Jingsi raised an eyebrow, leaning closer. What's the matter? Her eyes widened in confusion as she tilted her head. You just kicked me. Didn't you have something to whisper to me? It was then that Nan Xu realized her mistake in her flustered state, having inadvertently kicked the wrong person. She laughed awkwardly. I bumped into you by accident. Xie Jingsi responded slowly, a teasing smile playing on his lips. I thought you didn't want to have dinner with me. She shook her head. Of course not, Dotto. I misunderstood then. His serious demeanor and the glint in his eyes hinted at a deeper meaning. As he earnestly translated. So, you wanted to have dinner with me? Nan Xu's mouth opened slightly in bewilderment, unsure of what to say. His phrasing seemed innocuous yet carried an undercurrent of flirtation. They were still leaning in to whisper to each other. Song Yangyang feigned focus on the menu, yet her peripheral vision remained fixed on the two, witnessing their intimate exchange and feeling a pang of envy. Zhang Lai interjected sharply. Let us not concern ourselves with them. Let us order first. Right? Let us order first. How about a soup to warm us up? Though they shared a table, it felt as though an invisible barrier divided the 5 of them. Xie Jingsi and Nan Xu were engaged in a hushed conversation, while the girl shot a playful glare at him. Zhang Lai, Song Yangyang, and Tang Xinyue were lost in their own world, chatting animatedly as if they were long-lost siblings. Each determined to play the role of matchmaker for the budding couple. Chapter 58. Finding warmth together after finishing their meal, the group lingered, not in a hurry to leave. Nan Xu nodded in agreement, and Tang Xinyue expressed her approval. Let us stroll around the mall to digest, and then we can catch a movie. I love movies. It's my and CES favorite pastime. Jiang Lai, with a boldness that bordered on audacity, proposed, let us go together. Group purchases come with discounts. Song Yangyang leaned in, unhesitatingly gesturing towards a romantic film, often described by numerous netizens as a must-watch for couples due to its abundance of kiss scenes. Of course it's. Nan Xu's heart raced, practically lodged in her throat. She swiftly reached out to halt her, compelling Song Yangyang to redirect her finger towards another blockbuster. Decided. It's this one. The latter accepted the choice, her expression subtly shifting as her dark, penetrating gaze settled on Nan Xu, seeking confirmation. We're watching this? Once Xie Jingsi procured the movie tickets, Nan Xu felt a wave of relief wash over her, only to be met with her friend's deeply resentful stare. Her phone vibrated in her coat pocket. Upon checking, Nan Xu discovered Song Yangyang launching a barrage of emojis in their small group chat. Did my CP get married today? Nan Xu, please explain yourself. I'm here to support you. Why are you causing chaos? CG Shui chimed in. You two should tone it down. It's too obvious. QAQ. Xiao by Mommy added. The organization is quite disappointed in you, JPG. At this juncture, the two eager to assist could only accept reality, sighing in regret deep within their hearts. Not that I mind. But why didn't you inform us earlier about your plans? Su lamented. I misjudged you. Turns out you intended to go this route. DOL. Nan Xu, perplexed, inquired. What do you mean? All right, we all understand. Song Yangyang and Tang Xinyue exchanged knowing smiles, mistakenly believing she was too shy to admit it. However, their plan to enlist Jiang Lai in creating a romantic atmosphere for the couple had not come to fruition. The seating arrangement was rather off, significantly detracting from the viewing experience, and finding an excuse to switch seats would be too conspicuous. The five of them were seated in a connected row, with Song Yangyang to Nan Xu's left and Xie Jingsi to her right. Having just finished their meal, they had meandered through the mall for a mere 10 minutes, hardly digesting anything, yet still indulged in 2 small tubs of popcorn for the sake of ceremony. As the lights dimmed, the screen flickered to life. The film opened on a torrential downpour one fateful night, as a seemingly dilapidated abandoned hotel welcomed several strangers seeking refuge from the rain. The somber color palette, eerie music, and unique cinematography gradually stirred an ominous feeling within Nan Xu. She instinctively curled inwards, hugging her arms tightly. Xie Jingsi's features were shrouded in shadows, his voice lowered to a husky murmur. Are you frightened? Why did you choose a suspense thriller? Thriller? Nan Xu replied, momentarily stunned. Why didn't you warn me? He chuckled softly. I thought someone was quite brave. To avoid disturbing others, they leaned closely together, their voices soft enough to be drowned out by the film's sound effects. Their warm breaths brushing against each other's ears, her ears flushed as if they were radiating heat. Just as she was about to speak, a deafening clap of thunder, accompanied by a flash of lightning, illuminated the dark space. Through a glass window, her boyfriend appeared before her, their cheeks mere centimeters apart. A gaping wound adorned his head, blood gushing forth, his eyes wide with shocked, ah? The girl's scream from the film harmonized with the collective gasps of the audience. Nan Xu, utterly unprepared for the fright, jolted, her mind blank as her body instinctively sought refuge against him. The air filled with a bold, minty fragrance. A lean, firm arm encircled her gently, yet assertively, patting her shoulder without crossing boundaries. His back arched slightly, the contours of his muscular form enveloping her entirely, his tall, sturdy frame serving as an impenetrable shield against the chaos around them, obscuring her senses. Nan Xu's cheeks and earlobes felt aflame, the thin fabric of her winter attire dampening with a light sheen of sweat. Yes, all right, Xie Jingsi murmured, his jaw clenched. That was quite a shock. Many were startled. Following this, he slowly lifted the hand resting on her shoulder, prompting Nan Xu to sit up straight in embarrassment. She awkwardly sought to change the subject, attempting to diffuse the tension in the air. You're impressive. You weren't scared at all. Not at all. I was merely pretending, he replied seriously. In truth, I was quite scared. She found nothing odd about this. After all, there was no rule stating boys must be fearless when it came to horror films. His admission sparked a sense of camaraderie within her. since we're both afraid. Xie Jingsi's gaze fell gently upon her features, his voice softening. Then we must huddle together for warmth. Chapter 59. Reluctantly lending you a hand. Huddling together for warmth is a metaphor for mutual cooperation, gathering strength to weather the most challenging times. At the very least, Xie Jingsi did not genuinely mean they should embrace. Nan Xu reminded herself of this internally. Yet, despite her efforts, a faint blush crept onto her earlobes, and she bit her lip. In the dilapidated villa, the group began to suspect one another of murder, suggesting they ascend to the upper floors to fetch blankets, opting to stay in the living room for the night. Safety in numbers, after all, would deter the murderer from being too brazen. The timid male high school student teamed up with a white-collar woman. While rummaging through the room, the woman suddenly vanished. The boy, filled with anxiety, hid within a wardrobe just as eerie footsteps echoed down the dark corridor. As if someone were tiptoeing in a moment of panic, he concealed himself, waiting for the intruder to enter and subsequently leave. Just as he exhaled a sigh of relief, he felt something soft brush against his neck. Instinctively reaching up, the stark light from a flash of lightning illuminated the wardrobe's crevice, revealing the long hair of a woman. Nan Xu's heart raced as she closed her eyes, sensing the impending dread as the male high school student awkwardly raised his head. Indeed, the music crescendoed in terror, and the audience erupted in frightened gasps. A large stone, previously suspended, fell suddenly, and something soft landed upon her left hand. The scene from the film lingered vividly in her mind, causing her to shiver involuntarily, her right hand instinctively grasping something tightly. "Oh, it's nothing," Song Yangyang chuckled apologetically. "It's just my scarf, haha. I got a bit warm and took it off." Nan Xu shot her a resentful glance. "You nearly scared me to death." "It's fine. You have someone to protect you," Song Yangyang whispered conspiratorially. "Just snuggle into Xie Jingsi's arms, and you won't be scared anymore." She shot her a reproachful glare, turning away in silence. It was only 2 minutes later, once Nan Xu had regained her composure, that she suddenly sensed something amiss. Her right hand felt soft, warmth radiating from the point of contact. Gradually, she shifted her gaze. And in that moment of clarity, her eyes widened in disbelief as she beheld their tightly intertwined hands. Xie Jingsi raised an eyebrow. "Nan Xiaoxiu, you're not trying to play the victim here, are you? You were the one who suddenly grabbed my hand. I hadn't even complained yet, and you look as though someone else taken advantage of you." "I'm sorry." Nan Xu hastily withdrew her hand, embarrassment washing over her. "You should have reminded me, but it's all right. My greatest virtue is my kindness." He leaned in closely, his breath warm against her ear. "If you're this frightened, you can reluctantly lend me your hand." Nan Xu's awareness and reason evaporated the moment his heated breath brushed against her ear. All her attention was ensnared by the boy beside her. She vaguely heard her own voice tremble as she stammered a rejection. "No." The cinema's armrest provided support for the audience, and as she became engrossed in the plot, her hand unconsciously rested atop one. Half a minute later, she felt a warm pressure against her hand. His fingers were long and slender, the knuckles prominent, resting on the armrest beside hers. Due to the confined space, their skin inevitably brushed against one another. It was not a full embrace, but an almost imperceptible connection. A delicate awareness of each other's presence. Xie Jingsi appeared oblivious, his deep-set eyes fixated on the screen, seemingly unaware of everything around him. A fleeting thought crossed Nan Xu's mind, sending her heart racing. Her clear eyes glimmering with mischief, she decided to feign ignorance, maintaining the position of their hands touching. With this resolve, Nan Xu indeed followed through. Perhaps the plot was too captivating, or perhaps the comfort of their position was too inviting. Throughout the film, Xie Jingsi remained oblivious, never once withdrawing his hand. Meanwhile, Nan Xu dared not glance down too conspicuously, fearing that any significant movement would lead to her being caught. Upon exiting the cinema, the biting cold wind did nothing to diminish the warmth on her cheeks. Slowly, she raised her delicate hand, quietly observing the back of her palm, where it seemed his essence lingered. That was such an exhilarating movie. It's no wonder it's so popular. Song Yangyang and the others were discussing the plot, and the twist left her in a state of shock. She had initially felt sympathy for the innocent victims, only to realize they were all villains. Although they had all committed wrongs, that girl was still quite pitiable. She had even shed tears. Tong Xinhua added with a hint of nostalgia. "Right? Su? Nan Xu quickly lifted her gaze, responding absent-mindedly, "Hmm." The action scenes were quite thrilling. It turned out the popular young actor's skills weren't so lacking after all. The final scene focused on the blood-stained dagger, hinting that the old man was the mastermind. Jiang Lai concluded his analysis, seeking affirmation. "Isn't that right? See? Xie Jingsi didn't even blink. Hmm. Why are you two so quiet? You seem out of sync with us." Jiang Lai scratched his head in confusion, wondering if they found the film unappealing. Nan Xu and Xie Jingsi's voices harmonized in unison. Not at all. Upon finishing, they exchanged glances, their gazes colliding in the winter night, igniting an indescribable spark. As the two groups were about to part ways upon returning to school, Jiang Lai cheerfully suggested, "Let's get together and have some fun when we have the time." Song Yangyang and Tong Xinyue instantly agreed, exclaiming, "Sure. We can hang out when we have the chance." No sooner had they arrived at their dormitory than Nan Xu found herself subjected to intense interrogation by the two girls. "Come on. Confess. What were you sneakily up to? We know you too well. If nothing happened, why are you blushing? Why can't you look at Xie Jingsi? It was entirely my fault for being too engrossed in the plot and not paying attention to you two. Did you two kiss? Of course not." If Nan Xu continued to remain tight-lipped, who knows where their imaginations would take them? She succinctly answered, her fair skin flushed. Song Yangyang nodded in approval. "Not bad. At least you have some ambition." However, Tong Xinyue, stroking her chin with suspicion, inquired, "Xie Jingsi didn't notice that your hands touched for several minutes?" "No way. He definitely sensed it. He might have even intentionally brushed your hand." Nan Xu vehemently denied. "What are you thinking? He was just too focused on the plot to notice." "Silly girl, be more aware," Tong Xinyue advised earnestly. "Otherwise, in a few days, you might find yourself tricked into his bed, thinking he was just helping you exercise." Chapter 60. Is this how you greet me? Nan Xu felt herself nearly blushing to her core, her cheeks burning. What nonsense are you talking about? Song Yangyang nodded in agreement. "Actually, there is some truth in that. And it's not entirely inappropriate at Su Bao. You're just too innocent. I have some high-age plotlines and juicy scenes. Otherwise, I could recommend some." Before she could finish her sentence, Nan Xu clamped her hand over Song Yangyang's mouth, playfully scratching her. "Shut it, Dotto. So you're bold enough to pick on me now?" Song Yangyang retorted, pinching her slender waist. Originally, Tong Xinyue had been leisurely watching, but somehow she found herself drawn into their playful scuffle, and the three almost toppled over in a comedic chaos. With the sudden presence of a fourth person in the dorm who disapproved of their antics, the atmosphere turned subtly awkward, prompting the trio to cease their playful banter and return to their respective activities. Unexpectedly, it was Zhuang Ying who broke the silence, asking if they were free in the coming days, as her boyfriend, Zhang Haoyang, wished to treat the dormitory members to a meal. Even someone as emotionally stable as Nan Xu couldn't help but raise her eyes in confusion. "Him? Treating us to dinner?" Tong Xinyue crossed her arms, smirking, as if ready to mock Zhang Haoyang's sanity at any moment. Zhuang Ying appeared somewhat reluctant, but, having been prompted by her boyfriend, conveyed seriously, "He says there's a bit of misunderstanding between you all, and wants to invite you to dinner to clear the air. He explained to me that the girl you saw was his cousin." Nan Xu's lips parted and closed, barely managing to squeeze out a few words. "As long as you're happy." Initially, she couldn't fathom why her boyfriend would want to treat everyone, until he took her hand tenderly and said, "I've seen that after a relationship starts, the partner often treats the other's roommates to milk tea or meals. Besides, I'm doing this for you. Baby.it doesn't matter if they misunderstand me, but if this leads to you being isolated, that wouldn't be good. Dio, ensure you have a harmonious relationship with your dorm mates. Treating them to a meal is no big deal." Zhuang Ying was immediately moved, insisting that it was inappropriate for him to spend money. Since it was for her benefit, she should be the one to pay. After several rounds of polite refusal, they settled on the arrangement. Her boyfriend would treat, and she would cover the costs. After all, her boyfriend had good intentions. She asked again, "Are you really not going?" Nan Xu politely declined. "I'm sorry. We have our final exams coming up, and we're all busy with revisions, so we might not have the time." After repeated invitations met with refusal, Zhuang Ying finally gave up. She stepped into the hallway to call her boyfriend and report the outcome, only to receive his reproach. "What? Not a single person is coming. How can you not handle such a simple matter?" Zhang Haoying's tone held a hint of impatience. "Can't you persuade them a bit better?" Although Zhuang Ying was willing to spend money for him and generally complied with his wishes, She was also growing weary of it and felt it was time to find a new girlfriend. Her dorm mates were all quite appealing. Tang Xinyue was a wealthy heiress, and winning her over would secure his future. Song Yangyang was lively and interesting, with parents and stable jobs, while Nan Xu, though from a modest background, was undeniably beautiful. It would be a loss to win any of them. He had initially intended to feign an invitation to dinner to create an opportunity for interaction and to further connect via WeChat. But he hadn't anticipated that Zhuangying would be so inept. "I'm sorry, I tried," Zhuangying replied, feeling wronged. "They just want to agree, and honestly, I feel like they look down on me. I don't want to interact with them. They all lived in the same dorm. How could there be such animosity?" Zhang Haoyang strongly disagreed. "You should build a good relationship with them. I've heard that spending time with certain people can gradually influence you. Tang Xinyue is wealthy and fashionable, Nan Xu is stunning, and Song Yangyang is cheerful. How come you don't fit in with them? I'm not as good as they are, so you can just get along with them." After saying that, she hung up the phone. Zhuangying detested being compared to others who were better than her. Why, living in the same dorm, did she feel inferior in every aspect? Now, even her boyfriend praised her incompatible roommate while belittling her. Why was that? With a sullen expression, she entered the dorm, her mood clouded as she prepared to wash up, as she was getting ready for bed. Zhang Haoyang sent an apology, saying he had been too impulsive earlier and meant no offense. Her ordinariness didn't matter, as he would always like her. This made Zhuangying feel somewhat better. Zhang Haoyang then inquired about her roommate's WeChat IDs, stating he wanted to communicate with them to ensure they treated her better and didn't isolate her. Zhuangying, without a hint of doubt, provided him with all 3 IDs. The next day, just before the early 8 o'clock class, Nan Xu discovered someone had added her on WeChat. The profile picture was unfamiliar, and the note didn't clarify the reason for the request. Unaccustomed to adding strangers, she simply ignored it. Noon. Nan Xu had planned to study at the library with Song Yangyang in preparation for their final exams, but unexpectedly encountered someone there. After sitting indoors for too long, she stepped out to a quiet corner of the hallway for some fresh air when a figure silently approached her. "Hello, beautiful. I'm Zhang Haoyang." The boy came closer. Grinning, "Do you remember me? Why haven't you accepted my friend request? Was that you?" Nan Xu shot him a cold glance. "We have nothing to discuss." Zhang Haoyang wore a cheerful expression. "Don't be so cold. You have misunderstandings about me? How about I treat you to a cup of milk tea and explain?" Her delicate brows furrowed slightly as she curtly refused. "No need. To be honest, Zhang Haoyang's appearance was decent, but he carried himself in a way that was overly self-satisfied with his looks. Do you know why I came to explain myself? I think you're different from the other girls in your dorm. You re much more pure and sensible than them. You look like a virtuous girl." Last night, after receiving her WeChat ID, he had noticed that Tang Xinyue often posted about bars and clubs, hinting at a rather wild lifestyle. Song Yangyang frequently bought idol albums and attended concerts, clearly a mindless fangirl. Nan Xu's tone turned sharp. "Are you out of your mind?" Zhang Haoyang, ever understanding, replied, "Don't your dorm girls stage their own dramas daily? Plotting behind each other's backs. I'm just here to vent with you. Nothing more." About a minute later, she heard soft footsteps behind her and caught a glimpse of a man's hand reaching out from behind. Nan Xu's patience reached its limit. Her luminous cheeks were shrouded in frost as she turned around sharply. Raising her hand, a slender, pale finger gripped her delicate wrist effortlessly, and Xie Jingsi raised an eyebrow. "Is this how you greet me?" Chapter 61. Let us go together. The girl's wrist, slender and delicate, was easily encircled by Xie Jingsi's hand, his calloused fingertips resting against the soft inner side, igniting a smoldering fire within. Realizing who had approached, Nan Xu was taken aback, immediately relaxing her grip, her expression filled with remorse. "I'm sorry, it wasn't directed at you. I thought you were someone else." Xie Jingsi squinted slightly, his deep-set eyes sharpening with a hint of intensity. "Is someone bothering you?" Not wanting to sully the moment with thoughts of that neurotic Zhang Haoyang, she hastily changed the subject. "It's not really that. It's nothing serious. I'll handle it." His onyx eyes bore into hers as he softly replied. Curiosity piqued, Nan Xu inquired, "What are you doing here?" It was said that Xie Jingsi had a rather nonchalant approach to his studies, skipping elective classes whenever possible and coasting through major courses, barely scraping by with passing grades each semester. Xie Jingsi smirked lazily. "What? Do I really look like someone who doesn't love studying?" Nan Xu hesitated, wanting to speak but ultimately giving in to her instincts. nodding. Yeah, you do. His clear, innocent apricot eyes brimmed with sincerity, reflecting his image with a softness that caught his attention for a moment before he suddenly chuckled. You're right, I'm not. I came to help find some data. It's not available online, but the library has physical copies. Just found it and sent it to them. Xie Jingsi then asked, Are you here to study? Just in time. I also wanted to read some books. Shall we go together? Nan Xu's eyes widened. Aren't you the one who doesn't like studying? He responded without hesitation. I was inspired by the hard-working spirit of good students. I just had an epiphany and decided to work hard. She couldn't shake the feeling that he was pulling her leg, yet lacked any proof. I forgot. During finals week, the library is packed. And the study rooms are even more crowded. Everyone has to come early to secure seats. Nan Xu cautiously glanced at the person beside her, realizing there were no available seats. A small smile danced on her lips. All right. With his long eyelashes slightly raised, Xie Jingsi, who had initially turned to leave, instead bent down slowly, his dark, cool gaze capturing hers. Nan Xiaoxiu, why do I feel like you're quite pleased with this outcome? Nan Xu's eyes, meeting his, fluttered slightly. Not at all. He feigned disinterest but clearly didn't believe her. Raising his lean hand to gently ruffle her hair, she froze in astonishment, unable to react. And before she could gather her thoughts, Xie Jingsi had already turned and walked away. The group was casually arranged by the professor, consisting of 4 members in Nan Xu's group. Apart from herself, there were 2 boys and Zhuang Ying, who served as the group leader. Given the limited number of participants, Nan Xu promptly divided the tasks. Initially, the selection of the topic and the main content of the PPT required the involvement of all members. Allowing each person to express their views. Point 1 would gather information, another would handle model simulation, a third would compile and organize the PPT document, and the last would present during the defense.as. The group leader, Nan Xu, with her amiable disposition, graciously allowed the other 3 to choose their tasks first, leaving her with the remaining responsibilities. The 2 boys opted for the first 2 tasks. Zhuang Ying took charge of the PPT, and Nan Xu was left to present. Nan Xu was not surprised. In this professor's class, a defense was not merely reading from a PPT. The professor simulated a graduation defense, where the presenter, after completing the group project, would face questions from both classmates and instructors. Song Yangyang, upon learning this, expressed her sympathy. Oh dear, if the professor were watching me, I would break down in tears on the spot. How could I think straight? Moreover, with Zhuang Ying on your team, I genuinely fear she might pull some tricks on you. Nan Xu shook her head. That shouldn't be the case. They have been keeping to themselves these past few days. And Zhuang Ying has always been diligent in her studies, striving for top marks in her major courses. She would certainly want to secure a scholarship, and right now, both of us are tied together by mutual interests. Yet, what one fears often comes to pass. The results from the first 2 students had already been shared in the group chat, and Nan Xu was now waiting for Zhuang Ying to integrate them into the PPT. After making her second phone call, which rang for several seconds before connecting, Zhuang Ying's voice, thick with tears, erupted. Are you out of your mind? Are you trying to rush me? There's still a whole day left. Nan Xu replied coldly, Fine. I want to see the PPT by 6:30 at the latest. With that, she hung up the phone. Zhuang Ying's outburst echoed through the dormitory over the phone line, prompting Tong Xinyuet to furrow her brow. What is she losing her mind over? How dare she yell at you when her own work isn't finished? I know. Song Yangyang exclaimed. They broke up. Nan Xu frowned. Zhang Haoyang initiated it. Zhuang Ying wouldn't agree. They had all witnessed how Zhuang Ying had been manipulated by the scoundrel. It was unlikely she would propose a breakup herself. It was more probable that she was the one being broken up with, hence her heartache. Exactly. Song Yangyang confirmed. A friend of a friend told me. Zhang Haoyang must be tired of her, that despicable scoundrel. Zhuang Ying was perfectly normal before she met him. We were quite happy during our first group dinner. With delicate fingers massaging her brow, Nan Xu sighed. I hope she can deliver and complete the assignment. By 6:30 that evening, Zhuang Ying had sent no files, and her phone was turned off. Nan Xu's final shred of trust and patience had been utterly depleted. Just then, a familiar girl sent a WeChat message, stating that she had seen Zhuang Ying at a bar near the school, appearing quite unwell. After confirming the address, Nan Xu donned her coat and left with a stern expression. Upon entering the bar, Nan Xu scanned the dimly lit and flickering surroundings, soon spotting Zhuang Ying, her face streaked with tears. Emotionless, Nan Xu yanked her to her feet. Zhuang Ying, slightly intoxicated, lacked the strength to resist and was dragged to the restroom. Turning on the tap, the water cascaded forth, and Nan Xu cupped her hands to splash it across Zhuang Ying's face. "Are you out of your mind?" she shrieked, lunging at Nan Xu. With composure, Nan Xu sidestepped. "Are you awake now? Where's the assignment?" Zhuang Ying shook the USB drive in her hand and tossed it to her. "It's here. I've finished it." Nan Xu's voice was icy. "I hope there's actually a PPT inside and that you won't drag us down because of your heartbreak." "It's easy for you to say," Zhuang Ying retorted with a bitter laugh. "You have no idea. I thought I found someone who truly loved and cared for me. But you wouldn't understand. You're so beautiful that countless boys adore you, while I am just plain, overlooked, and belittled by everyone," Nan Xu countered. "Are you truly plain? You gained admission to Peking University from a minority region, surpassing countless others. Everyone knows how hard you study. Professor Chung often praises you." Zhuang Ying stood frozen, like a marionette in a soft voice, she replied. "To prevent others from underestimating you, you must first stop underestimating yourself." Chapter 62. You scared me to death in that moment. Zhuang Ying seemed to have her soul stripped away, leaving merely an empty shell behind. After a prolonged silence, her lips trembled, and large tears cascaded down her cheeks as she crouched down, hugging her knees and weeping uncontrollably. Was she not extraordinary? Zhuang Ying had been a rare talent in her hometown, but upon entering Peking University, she discovered that the campus was filled with geniuses. Many could solve problems at a glance, while she had to painstakingly work through them step by step. She believed she had no other strengths, and studying was her sole source of confidence. When a genius stands before another even more brilliant genius, they become just an ordinary person. Her anxiety grew, leading her to study day and night, terrified of falling behind. Deep down, she longed for someone to recognize and appreciate her brilliance. Zhuang Ying thought Zhang Haoyang was that person. After speaking, she turned to leave. Yet, just a few steps away, the sobbing Zhuang Ying suddenly stood up and pulled her towards another exit. "No, you can't go out the front door. Zhang Haoyang is waiting for you. We must leave through here." Zhuang Ying's face was a ghastly sight. "He has my private video and wants to use it to threaten me into bringing you here. The bar is owned by his friend. He intends to take advantage of you." Despite the erosion of her trust in Zhuang Ying, Nan Xu chose to believe her and followed her to the side door. As they approached the exit, bathed in the bright glow of streetlights, they were about to step outside when a curse rang out. "You filthy bitch, where do you think you're going? Lucky for you, I have been keeping an eye on the surveillance." Zhang Haoyang strode over, violently yanking Zhuang Ying by her hair and delivering a resounding slap to her face. "What are you pretending for? Didn't you hate her?" Nan Xu gasped in shock, exclaiming, "How can you strike someone at will? What's wrong with hitting my own girlfriend?" Zhang Haoyang arrogantly retorted, a repulsive grin spreading across his face. "Don't worry, I won't hit you. I'll just cherish you." His oppressive demeanor bore a resemblance to Xie Jingsi, though not an exact match, but it was enough to intimidate in this moment. Zhang Haoyang hesitated, but only for a few seconds. He raised his phone, revealing a malicious smile. "No worries, once I film this, you'll have something to hold over you. If you dare to report me, I'll release your video online for everyone to enjoy the pure beauty of our delicate flower." Nan Xu retorted sharply, "Do you think that threat works on me? What's there to be ashamed of in nudity? Everyone has it. If you dare to post it, that would be evidence of your crime." To her surprise, Zhang Haoyang smirked. "I never expected your mouth to not only look good, but to also be quite articulate." He slowly approached her. "I don't have time to chat with you. Let us just enjoy the night." As his hand neared her neck, she swiftly kicked him in the groin and with Zhuang Ying bolted away. Zhang Haoyang, clutching his lower half, let out a howl, contorting his face as he chased after them. The two girls burst into the hall, where a few scattered patrons remained, immediately crying for help. But their voices were nearly drowned out by the suddenly loud music. In mere seconds, Zhang Haoyang caught up with them, and his friends joined in. He covered Nan Xu's mouth and nose with something unknown, causing her body to go limp in a matter of breaths. Supporting Nan Xu, Zhang Haoyang grinned. "It's fine. My girlfriend is just drunk, acting out." The boys no longer questioned him. Zhang Haoyang, captivated by Nan Xu's fair and radiant face, reached to wrap his arms around her waist. "Why were you so cold to me before?" Just as his fingers brushed the fabric at her waist, a powerful gust of wind rushed from the left. As if something had sliced through the air. Instinctively, He turned to look, only to be met with a solid punch landing squarely on his face. Before he could react, a long leg swiftly struck his abdomen, sending him flying backward, crashing into a table, shattering glasses and beer all over the floor. Nan Xu, though still somewhat conscious, could not control her weakening body as she began to collapse. Everything around her felt as though it were being played in slow motion. Much like a film, Xie Jingsi's lean and powerful arms encircled her waist, pulling her into his embrace, his sharp brows and eyes transitioning from a hazy blur to a gradual clarity. The deep, shadowy depths of his gaze could not conceal the urgency and tension. Nan Xu, are you all right? Song Yangyang, breathless, reassured her. Don't be afraid, Su Bao. I've already called the police. They will all pay for this. Nan Xu managed a faint smile, her breath weak. I'm fine, should just be a little inhaled. Xie Jingsi held her tightly, their bodies pressed closely together, his chin rested against her neck, his warm breath trembled against her skin. You scared me to death. Chapter 63. It's my treat. The scent of disinfectant lingered in every corner of the hospital, and the stark white walls and tiles felt particularly desolate. Nan Xu lay on the hospital bed, receiving in 4 drip, her delicate features tinged with a hint of fragility. The doctor assured her that she was not severely harmed, having inhaled a small amount of industrial chemicals containing ether. With rest and fluids, she would recover. Please proceed to the payment desk, the doctor instructed. Xie Jingsi glanced into the ward before heading to settle the bill. Nan Xu smiled faintly. Education doesn't define everything. It is fortunate you warned me where to go. Otherwise, I would have been in deep trouble. Song Yangyang, after finishing a game, increasingly felt uneasy. It was too reckless for Nan Xu to go to the bar alone to find Zhuang Ying, especially since Zhuang Ying had always harbored grievances against them. If they were to argue or even fight over the group project, the soft and gentle Nan Xu would hardly stand a chance against her. She had to go and see. Perhaps she could help in scolding someone. With these thoughts in mind, Song Yangyang hurriedly stepped out, taking the opportunity to call Nan Xu, only to be met with the disappointing silence of an unanswered call. In the fleeting moments that followed, her mind raced with images of notorious dormitory murder cases such as the Fudan male student poisoning incident and the 2004 Ma Jiajue dormitory massacre, plunging her into a state of panic. Just then, she fortuitously spotted Xie Jingsi. Without a moment's hesitation, she rushed over to him, exclaiming that Nan Xu might be in trouble. The latter's expression darkened immediately, and without uttering another word, he instructed her to get in the car, racing through the streets towards the bar with a sense of urgency. At that moment, Song Yangyang vividly recalled the chilling intensity of Xie Jingsi's gaze, a look that seemed capable of extinguishing life, and the overwhelming sense of relief when he embraced her, as if he had reclaimed something precious. I felt as though he was about to declare, "Dare to touch my woman? You must be seeking death. Yangyang, you truly should have pursued a degree in the humanities and ventured into novel writing." Nan Xu sincerely remarked, "You would undoubtedly become a master." "Humph, I'm not speaking to you anymore," Song Yangyang muttered, lowering her head to tap away on her phone. According to the police, the drug Zhang Hao Yang had administered to her was an illegal product purchased online, linked to certain nefarious industries, with many criminals using it to assault women. Fortunately, she had not inhaled much of it. Still uneasy, Song Yangyang suggested, "I should have the moon accompany you." But Nan Xu replied, "The moon's kitten is sick and in the hospital. She's busy, so don't disturb her." Pretending to be annoyed, Nan Xu nudged her, "Hurry up, weren't you eager to lend your support?" As soon as this topic was mentioned, Song Yangyang's eyes lit up with realization, as if a sudden epiphany had struck, and she sprang to her feet. "Oh right, goodbye." In the blink of an eye, her figure had vanished through the ward's entrance. The boy's eyes, as dark as ink, remained calm, entirely incongruous with the fierce and ruthless persona that Nan Xu recalled. She began to question whether the shadow of madness lurking behind his brows, and the nearly crushing embrace he had given her, had been mere figments of her imagination, induced by the traditional medicine she had consumed. In a rush, we still need to visit the police station to file a report. Feeling a pang of guilt, Nan Xu's delicate fingers twisted nervously beneath her loose sleeves. "I'm sorry for dragging you into this." Xie Jingsi stretched his long legs, pulling a chair beside the hospital bed. "What do you mean dragging me into this? Had I known the one entangling you was him, I would have dealt with him much sooner." His words flowed with such natural ease, devoid of any hint of flirtation or ambiguity. Yet, it was this very ease that left her momentarily dazed. When had their relationship evolved to the point where he would defend her so staunchly? Did he perhaps harbor some genuine affection for her? By the time they left the hospital, it was already 9 in the evening. Due to Zhang Haoyang's actions constituting a criminal offense, their cooperation with the police at the precinct took longer than anticipated. Spanning over 2 hours, Zhang Haoyang, now detained, had the audacity to threaten to sue Xie Jingsi, but the latter merely tossed out a casual remark about contacting his lawyer before departing with Nan Xu. The moon hung dully in the sky, the stars sparse, and the warm yellow glow of the streetlights mingled with the fine snowflakes, deepening the night. The streets were nearly deserted, with only the occasional vehicle breaking the silence. Xie Jingsi pressed a hand against his abdomen, his pale forehead accentuating the depth of his dark, haunting eyes. Nan Xu noticed his gesture and observed that his lips appeared slightly paler than usual. Leading her to inquire, "Does your stomach hurt? Did you skip dinner?" He managed a faint smile. No, not only had he skipped dinner, but he had also risen late, only managing to eat breakfast around 10, and had not felt hungry at lunch, resulting in nearly 12 hours without food. Concern filled Nan Xu's eyes, far surpassing his own. "Then you should eat something quickly." "It's on me," fearing he might faint from hunger. She searched for a nearby clean and tidy restaurant, ordering a claypot wonton, steamed ribs, and shrimp dumplings. The food was passable. Xie Jingsi finished his meal and finally seemed to regain his composure. However, the worry in Nan Xu's gaze had not dissipated. Her delicate brows slightly furrowed. "Is your stomach still uncomfortable? Should we buy some antacids?" "It's fine, just hunger pangs. I have a bit of a stomach issue." Among contemporary youth, 7 out of 10 suffer from some gastrointestinal problems. Yet she assumed that someone of Xie Jingsi's affluent background would have a personal nutritionist and doctor, as depicted in dramas. Perhaps her expression revealed too much, as Xie Jingsi shot her a sidelong glance. A hint of amusement in his eyes. "Do you find it surprising that a wealthy heir like me has stomach issues?" Embarrassed, Nan Xu offered a shy smile and nodded. She was acutely aware of his flamboyant nature. He would never yield to pressure, only to softness, as she had predicted. Xie Jingsi casually recounted, "I was quite stubborn back then, not a penny to my name, and I never bothered to inform my grandparents or relatives. There were times I'd go an entire semester without breakfast, sometimes even a whole weekend without eating. At that age, a boy was still growing, full of energy and consuming a high amount of calories. Hunger could lead to serious issues, and he had fainted at home, just as his grandparents came to visit, leaving them terrified. Once they learned the whole story, his father was met with familial discipline, and that woman was never welcomed back, still barred from entering the ancestral home." Chapter 64. "Nan Xu, would you like to come home with me?" Nan Xu exhaled slowly, as if a heavy stone had lodged itself in her chest, making her breaths shallow and labored. She gazed at Xie Jingsi, unable to articulate her thoughts. In stark contrast, he appeared relaxed, displaying no signs of negativity, even finding the time to tease her. "I was just sharing a story from my youth. And here you are, on the verge of tears. Are you that heartbroken for me?" Her cheeks flushed, the pent-up frustration in her chest lightening somewhat. Xie Jingsi leaned forward, his posture languid and relaxed, speaking slowly. "All right, I'll let you in on a secret. I did it on purpose. I couldn't stand them, so I planned to faint. No need for you to feel sorry for me." Her eyes sparkled as if washed clean by a clear spring. And when they met his gaze, they seemed to carry a magical power that soothed the heart. "I know," Nan Xu replied, her voice clear and refreshing. What kind of person was Xie Jingsi? Intelligent and capable. He was well liked by others. Even if his father had frozen all his assets, he would not truly be without means to eat. Perhaps he genuinely wished to punish his father and stepmother with that behavior. But there might also have been a hidden motive. Through self-harm, he sought to awaken his father's guilt, a child whose mother had just passed away, witnessing his father brazenly bring his mistress into their home. Likely still clung to the faintest hope of a return to the happy family he once knew. This topic was too heavy, and they tacitly chose not to delve deeper, settling into a comfortable silence. Nan Xu's heart raced as she checked her phone. There were only 2 minutes until midnight, and the dormitory would soon lock its doors in the span of just a few hours. So much had transpired that she had forgotten the curfew. Noticing her distressed expression, Xie Jingsi asked, "Are the dormitory supervisors lenient? Should I speak to them on your behalf?" Nan Xu pursed her lips, shaking her head gloomily. Their dormitory had 2 supervisors who took turns. And today happened to be the shift of the notoriously strict one, known for her punctuality. Anyone who missed the deadline would find the doors firmly shut, no matter their pleas. "It's all right," she reassured herself. "I'll just stay at a hotel." But as soon as she said it, she negated her own idea. First, she had no identification, making it impossible to check into a hotel. Second, she had yet to review the PPT that Zhuanging had prepared. In her emotional turmoil earlier, she hadn't even thought to assess its quality, and if it needed modifications, she would need a computer. After pondering for a while, Nan Xu formulated a plan. She turned to Xie Jingsi. "You." The corners of his lips subtly lifted, a glimmer of anticipation hidden in his otherwise tranquil gaze. Do you have your ID on you? Could I possibly borrow it?" Nan Xu succinctly explained her predicament. "I need it to find an esports hotel." Xie Jingsi's long lashes fluttered slightly, casting a small shadow beneath his eyelids as he smirked. "Unfortunately, mine is at school as well." He wasn't deceiving her. Xie Jingsi chuckled, realizing he had to draw closer, his tall frame enveloping her in a space filled with a refreshing mint scent. "I know a place where you don't need to ask anyone for help. And you 1T need an ID. It's also quite safe," he offered. Nan Xu was bewildered. "Where?" Xie Jingsi leaned in, his voice low and lazy, catching a whiff of a delicate camellia fragrance, his emotions becoming increasingly obscure. "My home." Her heart raced wildly, her pupils constricting in panic as she looked up, her eyes shimmering with a hint of moisture. "What?" After unlocking the door with his fingerprint, the AI assistant in the living room greeted them with a mechanical voice. Xie Jingsi retrieved a pair of gray slippers from the shoe cabinet and placed them by Nan Xu's feet. "They're new. The apartment doesn't have women's slippers, so these might be a bit large. But make do with them." After changing into the slippers, her gaze swept across the expansive living room. The bright black marble floor sparkled, the dazzling city lights reflecting off the large floor-to-ceiling windows. And the furnishings were predominantly in black, white, and gray, exuding a minimalist yet grand atmosphere. Xie Jingsi filled a new cup with warm water for her. "The bathroom is at the end of the hallway. The study is the left room, and the computer is inside. Feel free to use it. I'll go tidy up the guest room." Nan Xu felt the urge to take a shower. The thought of having been embraced by Zhang Haoyang made her skin crawl. However, without any change of clothes, she resisted the desire. She stood up to head to the study and checked the PPT on the USB drive. Xie Jingsi's study was quite spacious, cluttered with various professional books. And the computer had no password, allowing her to access it swiftly. Zhuanging's expertise was commendable. Even in the wake of a breakup, the PPT was concise and clear, requiring almost no alterations. Nan Xu meticulously reviewed it, aligning her thoughts. Just then, a knock echoed at the door, and Xie Jingsi's deep voice came from the other side. "May I come in?" It was undeniably his home, his study. Why did he sound like a guest? Nan Xu hurriedly rose. "Of course, come in." Xie Jingsi pushed the door open and handed her the phone, which was still in conversation. She was somewhat dazed when the voice on the other end spoke in impeccably standard Mandarin, using polite language. "Hello, madam. May I inquire what size clothing you usually wear?" Nan Xu understood, glancing at the young man. She mouthed, "Isn't this a bit extravagant?" Xie Jingsi smiled slightly. "It's no trouble at all. What I have in abundance is money." His straightforward display of wealth left her momentarily speechless, and she inwardly lamented, "Damn those wealthy people." "All right, madam, what is your underwear size?" At that moment, both paused almost simultaneously. Nan Xu's eyelashes fluttered, her mind abruptly stalled. A scorching heat began to spread from her cheeks. Chapter 65. The snail girl. The deepening twilight outside seemed to seep into the room, casting a hazy light that rendered everything slightly tipsy. The noise from Nan Xu's eardrums resonated with her heartbeat. Her gaze lowered as she fixed her eyes on the slippers, her long, pale neck bending slightly, revealing more of her delicately flushed skin to Xie Jingsi's view. His dark pupils flickered with an unusual wave, and he restrained himself from looking directly, gentlemanly retreating from the study. Remembering to close the door behind him with a reddened face, she quietly communicated her underwear size to the woman on the other end of the line, then opened the door to return the phone to him. Nan Xu organized her thoughts for tomorrow's report, rehearsing the content she had long memorized twice without notes. Just as she shut down her computer, her clothes were delivered. Xie Jingsi fetched a new towel and led her into the bathroom, instructing her on how to use the water heater and which items were for washing up. The sound of rushing water filled the bathroom, and the steam gradually enveloped the entire space. After dispensing 2 pumps of shower gel, the refreshing mint scent filled her nostrils as the thickening foam enveloped her. It was reminiscent of the fragrance that lingered on him. Catching sight of her own flushed ears in the mirror, she quickly quelled her wandering thoughts and hurriedly finished her shower. Just then, Xie Jingsi returned to the living room to fetch a glass of water and saw the bathroom door swing open, revealing the girl, her body cloaked in steam. Her hair was styled in a round bun, and her clear eyes were clouded with mist, while her loose, fluffy nightgown added an extra touch of softness, resembling a delicate little kitten. Nan Xu smiled gently at him. "I'm done with my shower." Xie Jingsi gestured towards the guest room. "It's all tidied up." Rest early, he picked up her nightgown and walked towards the bedroom, discovering it had been simply organized. The mirror was wiped clean of moisture, and the toiletries were neatly arranged. In the winter, the warm steam in a sealed space dissipated slowly, leaving a lingering warmth in the air. Nan Xu was evidently using his toiletries. Logically, he should have been accustomed to the scent by now. Yet, Xie Jingsi felt a subtle, enchanting fragrance entwined with the mint, exuding a bewitching softness. His throat involuntarily moved as he turned the faucet to cold water, splashed some on his face, and grabbed a towel hanging nearby. Just as he was about to dry his face, the moment the soft towel touched his skin, he froze. Damn it. This wasn't his. It was the one he had given to Nan Xu earlier. The one she used to dry herself. Xie Jingsi briefly closed his eyes, the color in his long, narrow eyes darkening considerably, resembling a beast lurking in the depths of darkness. His personal items were not particularly fastidious. He bought towels in bulk, all quite similar. He hadn't thought of this earlier in his agitation. Emerging from the bathroom with the lingering chill of steam, his mind was exceptionally clear, even slightly exhilarated. He decided to work on a project proposal in the study for a while, and after tossing and turning in bed for what felt like ages, he finally managed to fall asleep. By the time he awoke the following morning, Nan Xu was nowhere to be seen. The guest room was impeccably tidy, as if the snail girl had visited. Had it not been for the breakfast she had prepared on the dining table, he might have doubted the authenticity of his memories from the previous night. The WeChat message from her appeared. "I borrowed your kitchen to make breakfast. If it's cold, you can warm it up in the microwave." Xie Jingsi's lips curved upward as he typed with one hand. "Thank you, snail girl." From the professor's expression, it was apparent that he was quite satisfied with their group's performance. Nan Xu breathed a sigh of relief as she stepped down from the podium, and Song Yangyang gave her a thumbs up. "Incredible. After everything that happened last night and your late sleep, you still managed to present so energetically today." Zhuangying echoed this sentiment, even after such an emotional breakdown. "Your PPT was still excellent. You scholars are truly formidable." She laughed in disbelief. Zhuangying was indeed impressive. She had spent quite some time taking notes the night before, yet appeared as if nothing had happened when she attended class today. Her state was remarkable. Zhang Haoyang's criminal behavior was backed by solid evidence. There was no room for leniency. His instructor had already notified his parents, and the school would not shelter such a person, opting to expel him instead. The nature of this incident was far too severe, and while the school hesitated to make it public for fear of damaging its reputation, whispers of the incident had begun to circulate. It was a relief to many. He should have been expelled long ago. Such individuals tarnished the reputation of us athletes. Could it be that the girls he had wronged banded together to report him? It shouldn't be that simple. If a scoundrel could be expelled, then Xie Jingsi would have been expelled 100 times over. "I heard that Xie Chuai has been detained." He committed a crime. Apparently, he threatened someone with private photos of a girl and coerced her. Is he even human? Which girl was it? How pitiful. It can't be someone from our school, can it? Let us not discuss the victim. What if her identity gets exposed? How would she live normally afterward? Within minutes, the post was deleted, and any further discussions were swiftly erased as well. It was only days later that Nan Xu learned the post had been removed at Xie Jingsi's request to a friend who was a forum administrator. For thousands of years, the patriarchal society has continually disciplined women, imposing heavy moral burdens upon them. Even when they are victims, the discourse often shifts to blame and judgment, especially regarding sexual crimes. The notion of victim blaming still persists, with many scrutinizing the victims rather than condemning the perpetrators, nitpicking their every action. Nan Xu believed that should the full story of the case be revealed, it would undoubtedly spark rumors about her and Zhuangying. Going to a bar late at night, how could you not get into trouble? Your boyfriend asked you to film something private, and you complied. It's no wonder he would threaten you. Though she was not someone easily swayed by external voices, avoiding such sounds was undoubtedly preferable. Chapter 66. Do you want to go skiing? In this situation, she was the victim, yet she could have easily become an accomplice to the crime, had she not experienced a moment of clarity that allowed her conscience to triumph over fear. At present, she should be facing the same fate as Zhang Haoyang. While Nan Xu had not suffered any substantial harm, pursuing responsibility from Zhuang Ying would have been burdensome, yet she chose not to do so. She sincerely expressed her gratitude. Thank you very much. Nan Xu smiled faintly. It wasn't that she was overly virtuous. Rather, she and Zhuang Ying had no significant conflict. At its core, this incident was not entirely Zhuang Ying's fault. Given Zhang Haoyang's character, even if she had not gone to the bar that day, he would have sought another opportunity to act. Currently, she truly repented, and there was no need to cling to the past. However, their relationship would remain at this point, merely as ordinary roommates. Zhuang Ying said, I will be moving dorms next semester. Song Yangyang's eyes widened. We didn't mean to kick you out. It's not because of you. Zhuang Ying explained that I plan to change my major, and it will be more convenient after switching dorms. Nan Xu recalled that during their first group dinner, Zhuang Ying had mentioned applying for a major in optoelectronic information, but was reassigned due to an overflow in the number of students. Jing University had strict requirements for students wishing to change majors. A GPA in the top 5 was necessary, as well as passing written and oral examinations. No wonder she often stayed late studying AT that time. Tang Xinyue was not in the dormitory, but upon hearing their discussion afterward, she had commented, that sounds good. After changing dorms, everyone will feel more at ease. The conflicts and contradictions had indeed existed, even if they were now resolved with a smile. On the journey of life, one encounters all kinds of people, bringing forth various negative and positive emotions. Those who mesh well will walk together, while those who do not will merely intersect briefly, continuing on their separate paths, wishing each other well. What if you don't enjoy it when the time comes? Tang Xinyue remarked coldly, who was it that cried just a few days ago about not being able to finish studying and feared failing? Nan Xu gently patted her head. Let us think positively. At least our school is known for having an early break. I heard F University still has exams on January 16th. Really? Song Yangyang's expression suddenly changed, and she burst into laughter. Her spirits lifted immediately. Tang Xinyue looked up and asked them, since we finally have a holiday, do you want to celebrate New Year's together? Beihua has built a massive new ski resort, where we can also soak in hot springs. At night, we can relax in the hot springs with red wine, watching fireworks. Doesn't that sound enticing? Most importantly, Tang Xinyue winked at Nan Xu. I've recently been flirting with a boy. Guess who he is? Nan Xu's mind raced and she quickly deduced, is it related to Xie Jingsi? After all, they were all part of the same circle, and it was inevitable they would have connections. Clever. He is a friend of Xie Jingsi's cousin. The 6 degrees of separation holds true. Tang Xinyue's excitement grew as she exclaimed, I'll find a way to have him bring Xie Jingsi along. The more she spoke, the more animated she became. You both will be soaking in the hot springs, and amidst the mist, Xie Jingsi will reveal his 8-pack abs, and you'll find yourselves kissing as fireworks illuminate your love. Nan Xu seriously advised, you should watch fewer of those novels with Yang Yang. With her arms crossed, Tang Xinyue scoffed, just tell me if you're going or not. I'll go. Regardless of the circumstances, going skiing in Beihua for New Year's was settled. The only uncertainty was whether Xie Jingsi would agree to join them for the outing. At the fervent insistence of Tang Xinyue, her young boyfriend inquired about Xie Jingsi's personal willingness to assist in an effort to ensure the success of this endeavor. He nearly extolled the virtues of the Beihua ski resort to the heavens, practically kneeling in supplication for his company. Unfortunately, that very evening, the young boyfriend regretfully relayed to Tang Xinyue, baby, I wasn't able to accomplish what you asked of me. It seemed like Xie Gu was inclined to agree. He himself has a keen interest in skiing. However, upon learning that my girlfriend has a few close friends joining us, he swiftly declined. She found this rather peculiar. Oh, when did he change? Has he forsaken the roguish playboy path to become a monk indifferent to women? The young boyfriend, sensing the faint sarcasm in her tone, shyly touched his nose and remained silent. After hanging up, Nan Xu was also informed. She continued to tidy her desk, glancing towards Tang Xinyue with a subtle smile. I understand. The latter reflected that had she known this would be the outcome, she should have refrained from speaking out, as she had offered hope only to have it dashed. A hint of sorrow flickered in her eyes. Are you feeling disappointed? Nan Xu replied honestly, not particularly. She considered herself not a pessimist, yet when it came to matters involving Xie Jingsi, she unconsciously lowered her expectations to a minimum, crafting the most negative scenarios in her mind. This way, if things did not pan out, she would not feel excessively disheartened. Each time her expectations were fortuitously met, she viewed it as a personal gain. As night fell, before sleeping, Nan Xu casually opened her WeChat moments and noticed Zhang Lai had posted, "Woohoo! The Jingda Iron Triangle is heading to Beihui for skiing this New Year's." The Jingda Iron Triangle presumably referred to him, Lu Shuezhang, and Xie Jingsi. It turned out they were also planning to ski at Beihui during the New Year, simply preferring not to join them. Refreshing the page, she stumbled upon comments from their mutual friends, Lu Jishuan, Jingda Iron Triangle, X, delete. Immediately, this post was removed. Nan Xu stared at the screen for a long moment, and after a prolonged silence, her long eyelashes cast a delicate shadow, and her nose felt slightly sore. Perhaps she was not the person who disrupted Xie Jingsi's peace, yet guarding a secret within her heart. She suddenly felt a wave of melancholy akin to a kindred spirit's sorrow, as if something had been shattered, leaving her heart drenched in rain. She had not orchestrated a chance encounter, but had indeed contemplated a similar affair. A silent and bitter drizzle had settled in her heart. Turning off her phone, she extinguished the bedside lamp, cocooning herself in a soft blanket, and closed her eyes in an attempt to sleep. A faint vibration emanated from her phone. In the darkness, Nan Xu fumbled to turn it on, the bright screen illuminating her astonished expression. X, do you want to go skiing? Chapter 67. A trip to the supermarket. As the moon waned and the sun rose, a new day dawned. Previously, Nan Xu's living expenses had been tightly controlled by her mother, leaving her with little pocket money. During her senior year, her regular payments for materials were met with suspicion, as if she were attempting to swindle money. Consequently, whenever friends invited her out on weekends, she would most often politely decline. The skiing trip to Beihui represented her first venture out with friends. A novel experience for her. 2 days in advance, she began planning with Song Yangyang regarding the items to pack, the outfits to wear, and the poses for photographs. Tong Xinyue jokingly referred to it as the elementary school spring outing syndrome. So what? Song Yangyang retorted candidly, even if Xie Jingsi doesn't go, the three of us will enjoy a beautiful girls' getaway. As she uttered the latter part of her sentence, Tong Xinyue quickly winked at her, signaling her to be quiet, as her freshly applied false eyelashes were nearly fluttering like butterfly wings. It was only then that Song Yangyang realized she had inadvertently touched a sore spot with her friend, and she immediately fell silent, glancing at Nan Xu with a mix of embarrassment and guilt. Actually, she stammered, her delicate fingers twisting nervously, her voice soft. Xie Jingsi asked me last night if I wanted to go skiing. What? Both girls sat up in shock, their gazes fixed intently upon her. What does that mean? Is he playing hard to get, offering a sweet reward after a slap? What a crafty man. Oh, what did you say? Let me see. The content of their previous conversation was not something to be concealed. Nan Xu opened WeChat and retrieved the chat with Xie Jingsi.x. Do you want to go skiing? 4 Seasons Snow. Huh? X. A new, large ski resort has opened in Beihui. Lu Jishuan is one of the owners and has some extra tickets. I remember you really like snow. Ningxing, belonging to the south, does not experience snowfall every winter. Even in particularly cold years when it does snow, it is merely a light dusting, unlike the thick, soft snow of Jing City. During the first snowfall, Nan Xu was quite excited and woke up early to play in the courtyard, capturing photos to post on her moments. 4 Seasons Snow. I had already made plans with my roommates to go skiing on New Year's. X. What a coincidence. We can go together and look out for each other. What do you think? 4 Seasons Snow. O. After a brief moment of confusion, Song Yangyang suddenly grasped the meaning. So, does that mean your boyfriend didn't tell Xie Jingsi that those close friends are us? Tong Xinyue furrowed her brow and immediately called her boyfriend. Upon answering, he appeared oblivious to any discrepancies. Oh, right, you all know each other, but what difference does it make? Xie Jingsi has no female friends and has never brought a girl along when going out. Even if any of his friends brought their girlfriends along with their close friends, he has always maintained a distance and minimal interaction. Based on her understanding of that gentleman, he likely prefers to be surrounded by unfamiliar females when going out, as it would be less complicated to refuse any advances. If he were informed beforehand that his girlfriend's circle of friends knew him, he would likely decline even more swiftly. What do you know? After hearing her boyfriend's account, Tong Xinyue snorted coldly. We are not just acquaintances. If you mention my friend Nan Xu's name, he is very likely to agree. Nan Xu, listening nearby, widened her bright, almond-shaped eyes in surprise. Her cheeks flushing as she silently waved her hands. Is this what they call the best friend filter? Where did she acquire such prowess? Evidently, her boyfriend was of the same opinion, half convinced. That can't be true. Despite Xie Jingsi's playboy image, he remains distant at heart. I've never seen him treat any girl with special consideration. Tong Xinyu retorted coolly, I can't be bothered to explain. After hanging up, her boyfriend still harbored doubts and sought verification. He sent Xie Jingsi a message. Moonlight belongs to me, Xiegu. I forgot to mention yesterday that my girlfriend and her close friends are acquainted with you. They are from your school. X, acquainted? Even less likely to go. Moonlight belongs to me. She has a friend named Nan Xu at X. Why didn't you say so yesterday? Xie Jingsi finally understood the implications behind the ellipsis Nan Xu had sent when he invited her to go skiing. Moonlight belongs to me. So it was true. Has he really turned over a new leaf these past few months? How has Xie Jingsi managed to become so reformed? Accommodation was arranged by Lu Jixuan. Everyone was quite supportive. Not a sticky note. Thank goodness for you, Su Su. I almost forgot to bring a heat pack .185 socially awkward mail. So thoughtful. Awesome, Moonlight. Su Bao, you look like a kindergarten teacher leading a field trip. Moonlight belongs to me. Thumbs up. X. So considerate, Teacher Nan. Among the compliments, only Xie Jingsi's remark made Nan Xu's ears flush with warmth. She could almost envision him delivering that line in his usual languid, low voice, laced with a hint of tired amusement. Why CP got married today. Su Su, you seem to have forgotten something very essential. How could they embark on a several-hour journey without some snacks to liven things up? 185 socially awkward mail. Right. We can't forget the snacks. Who's going to the supermarket? 4 seasons snow. I'll go. Since others were providing ski tickets and accommodations, she felt compelled to contribute something. Song Yangyang, realizing this, was about to volunteer to help out the ski team when suddenly, Tong Xinyu lightly stepped on her foot. The next moment, someone in the group suggested, let's send a guy to help carry things. 185 socially awkward male. X, Sigu should go. He's super strong. Perfect for carrying stuff. X, Nan Xu gazed at the single character on the screen for a long while, a faint smile gracing her lips. Just then, her phone buzzed with an incoming voice call from Xie Jingsi. Flustered, she hurriedly answered, What is up? The deep, languid voice of the boy drifted into her ears. Are you free now? All right, I'll wait for you downstairs. Xie Jingsi chuckled softly. Let's go to the supermarket together. Chapter 68. Adorable. The winter twilight descended early, painting the western sky in fiery hues akin to a burning canvas. The sunlight fractured through the withered leaves, casting a warm, gentle glow. Nan Xu, quickly donning a scarf, rushed downstairs where Xie Jingsi awaited beneath a nearby tree. His gaze, deeply enigmatic, seemed softened by an ethereal light as he looked at her. She hurried to him, her soft voice mingling with the mist of her breath. Why are you waiting downstairs? Since it was nearby, I thought I would come by, he replied, casually strolling alongside her, one hand tucked into his pocket. Afraid others might see us getting too close. Nan Xu's eyes widened in surprise. No, why would I think that? He raised his slender eyelids, glancing at her with feigned nonchalance, adding, I thought you might be worried about your secret crush finding out about us. Whenever this topic arose, it rendered her increasingly flustered, and this instance was no exception. Her thick lashes fell low, casting a soft shadow beneath her eyes. He probably wouldn't mind, she murmured. Xie Jingsi's languid gaze lingered on her slender figure for a few seconds, a knowing smile playing on his lips. Your secret crush is quite well informed. He knows about our rumored relationship. Is he from Jingda, or one of the surrounding schools? Nan Xu, unable to believe the depth of his cunning, met his gaze incredulously. How could there exist such a scheming man? He seemed to have more tricks up his sleeve than a magician. While enjoying their conversation, he suddenly brought up her secret crush and posed such a loaded question, catching her off guard. She momentarily lost her composure, exposing a crack in her facade, and he seized upon it. How infuriating! Nan Xu shot him a flat look, abruptly lowering her head and quickening her pace, leaving Xie Jingsi trailing behind. This was troublesome. The young man discreetly pressed his tongue against his teeth and quickened his pace, effortlessly lengthening his strides to catch up before he could utter a single word. The corner of the girl's eye caught sight of his silhouette, prompting her to hasten her steps even further. With a sense of helplessness, he accelerated once more, only to be met with the same outcome. Xie Jingsi let out a soft sigh and gently tugged at the corner of her scarf. The subtle resistance felt at her neck finally compelled Nan Xu to slow her pace. "I am sorry, I was wrong." The words flowed smoothly from his lips. Nan Xu tilted her clear, luminous gaze upward to scrutinize him, her porcelain cheek still taut, her voice flat. "Oh." Xie Jingsi was acutely aware that this was not the moment for idle thoughts. Yet an uncontrollable idea flitted through his mind. She was adorable, alas, she was not yet his girlfriend. Otherwise, he would have long since enveloped her in his arms, offering comfort rather than standing there at a loss. "I truly apologize." It was a thought that slipped out. Xie Jingsi nearly swore to the heavens that there would be no next time. Nan Xu regarded him with skepticism. "Is that so?" "Indeed, if I do so again, you can just—" Xie Jingsi faltered, unable to conjure a suitable retort, and blurted out, "Hit me." Nan Xu was nearly amused by his words. Her gaze wandered over his tall, sturdy frame and the sinewy strength of his wrists, murmuring softly, "How could I possibly hit you?" As she spoke, he leaned slightly closer, his dark, unfathomable eyes seemingly concealing deeper, turbulent emotions that were difficult to decipher. It was as if one were gazing into a boundless, tranquil sea, its surface smooth and undisturbed, yet beneath lay a powerful undercurrent, capable of unleashing tumultuous waves that could consume everything in their vicinity. Nan Xu found herself lost in this endless ocean, momentarily speechless. She heard Xie Jingsi add, "Just don't ignore me." Flustered, she lowered her lashes, her neatly manicured fingertips pressing into her palm, leaving faint crescent-shaped imprints. His profound gaze, ambiguous words, and everything about him felt insurmountable to her. Yet, as time passed and their interactions grew, her heart, which constantly reminded her to remain vigilant, unwittingly became ensnared in his allure. The playful teasing from her friends had gradually led her to take it to heart. Was there truly a possibility between her and Xie Jingsi? After pondering for a moment, she suggested, "How about the supermarket across from the school?" Others had already shared their snack cravings in the group chat, and Song Yangyang compiled a list to send to them. The selection was quite diverse. The small supermarket on campus might not suffice, but a large chain supermarket across the street boasted an overwhelming array of snacks. Xie Jingsi nodded in understanding. "I'll follow your lead." His fingers, half covered by his sleeve, instinctively curled in, and Nan Xu mused to herself about how he had a way with words. The supermarket was bustling with activity at 5 in the afternoon, especially with the upcoming new year drawing in a throng of shoppers. With a lengthy list of items to purchase, Xie Jingsi proactively pushed a shopping cart as they entered, ensuring Nan Xu was protected within its confines. Upon reaching the snack aisle, she diligently checked items off the list, tossing them into the cart while Xie Jingsi ambled behind, occasionally retrieving items from the higher shelves. Nan Xu lowered her gaze to her phone, glancing at the shelves, her delicate brows slightly furrowing. Noticing her distress, he stepped closer, standing just behind her, casting a glance at the list. "What's wrong?" She pointed to a chocolate bar that Jianglai had wanted. "The hazelnut is out of stock." He casually grabbed a box of matcha-flavored treats and tossed it into the cart. "He has spoiled. Let him eat it if he wants." After gathering most of their items, as they prepared to leave the snack section, Nan Xu glanced at the candy shelves but found none of her usual orange candies. "Forget it," she thought, intending to proceed to checkout when a rich, sweet aroma of freshly baked bread wafted through the air. "That smells amazing," she exclaimed, prompting Xie Jingsi to steer the cart around, an array of breads and cakes displayed enticingly in the glass case. And Nan Xu couldn't resist purchasing 2 bags of their best sellers. "Miss, would you like to try our new product?" A cheerful sales associate recommended, chocolate cream horns. "You can sample one." Her enthusiasm made it hard for Nan Xu to decline, and she took a small piece on a skewer to taste, confirming its delightful flavor. However, having already bought plenty, she knew that bread does not keep well. Sensing her hesitation, the salesperson seized the opportunity. "What about your boyfriend? He should try it too." Nan Xu's eyes widened in panic, ready to explain, but Xie Jingsi, holding a skewer, took a piece himself, grinning as he said, "It's quite good. You should buy it." Chapter 69. Do you want to eat? The vast sky stretched above, and the crisp morning air was laced with a chill as 2 luxury cars departed from the gates of Jing University. Traversing through the hazy morning fog, The warmth of the winter sun glimmered off the car bodies. The vehicles belonged to Xie Jingsi and Tong Xianyu, both of whom were also moonlighting as drivers. When seating arrangements were made, Jiang Lai suddenly declared that he wished to discuss life philosophy with Tong Xianyu's boyfriend, Huang Qi, who naturally took the passenger seat beside her. Unfortunately, her car could only accommodate 4 people. Leaving either Song Yangyang or Nan Xu to ride with Xie Jingsi, Su Bao, you know I'm not very familiar with Senior Xie and the others. I have a bit of social anxiety, Song Yangyang said, adopting a pitiful expression while looking at Nan Xu with hopeful eyes. She chuckled softly, then I'll go ahead. After all, she was quite acquainted with Lu Xuezhang and the Xie siblings. Nan Xu settled into the passenger seat. Today, everyone had synchronously donned their jackets, with Xie Jingxi's collar pulled high, obscuring half of his sharp jawline. His dark hair fell over his defined brow, and his expression remained emotionless as he fixed his gaze ahead. The traffic was heavy as they approached the outskirts of the main city, stopping and starting intermittently. They had barely covered a few dozen meters in over a minute, and eventually came to a complete standstill. Xie Suanyan slumped in the back seat, expressing his discontent with a huff. We finally get to go out, and we're so unlucky. This is so boring. Jiang Lai suggested, how about we play the turtle soup game? I just had Huang Qi and the others guess. It's quite interesting. Xie Suanyan nodded eagerly, and as the thought that they were also driving out for fun struck her, reminiscent of characters in a horror story, Nan Xu felt a chill run down her spine and instinctively shrank back in her seat. Clearly, she was not alone in her apprehension. Xie Suanyan complained, Brother Jiang Lai, you're too mean. We're in the car, and it's so scary, but I actually kind of like it. She was the first to pose a question. Is there a ghost in the story? Yesw Ji Sun pondered. Did the girlfriend encounter something after getting out of the car? Yes. Nan Xu mustered her courage and brainstormed. Do the strange gestures of the person trying to flag down the car carry some meaning or message? Yes. Jiang Lai encouraged. Good, you're getting to the point. Xie Jingsi, from the driver's seat, surveyed the unmoving traffic ahead and decided to join in. Did the girlfriend and the person flagging down the car make similar gestures? Prompting Xiao Ming to realize something was wrong with his girlfriend? Yes. Jiang Lai shot a teasing glance at the two of them. You two have quite the tacit understanding. Xie Suanyan excitedly pulled out a bag of snacks. Munching as she inquired, did the 3 of them all turn into ghosts? No, as Xie Suanyan extended her hand to mimic the gesture of hailing a cab. Nan Xu's skin prickled with unease, and she wrapped her arms tightly around herself, saying, what if the hands are reversed? The former let out a startled scream, clinging tightly to Lu Jisun's arm. That's chilling. Jiang Lai nodded in agreement. Xie Jingsi raised an eyebrow. The girlfriend was laughing and clapping, while Xiao Ming saw her clapping backward. The group couldn't help but imagine the scene, prompting Xie Suanyan to scream again, while Lu Jisun waved Jiang Lai away. Are you deliberately telling ghost stories to scare us? How boring. Just go away. In stark contrast, Xie Suanyan, who had initially been fearful, was now completely at ease. Cozily huddled with Lu Jisun, sharing laughter, he leaned closer to the girl in the passenger seat, lowering his voice. Are you still scared? Nan Xu's pupils dilated slightly, her lips pressed together awkwardly. A little. Song Yangyang had once remarked that her empathy was stronger than others, able to immerse herself fully in any story, whether joyful or sorrowful. I suppose that's true. Xie Jingsi casually rested his hand on the steering wheel. You seemed quite afraid of this kind of plot during our last movies. Nan Xu's gaze drifted, seemingly drawn to something, uncontrollably resting upon the young man's long, dry fingers, with defined bones and faint blue veins subtly visible against his cool skin. Exuding a sense of control, concurrently, the almost imperceptible touch of their skin in that dim environment replayed vividly in her mind. The eerie sensation in her heart gradually gave way to a wave of lightheadedness and embarrassment. Her eyelashes fluttering as she responded vaguely, Su, you must try the snowflake crisp my mom made. Xie Suanyan handed her a few pieces. Brother, you should try it too. It's not too sweet. Nan Xu accepted the package, tearing it open to taste a piece. While praising Auntie's skill, she offered 2 pieces to Xie Jingsi at that moment. The vehicles ahead began to move slowly, and the car behind impatiently honked its horn. Xie Jingsi started the car. I want to eat. I don't have hands. You're missing out. Xie Suanyan teased him. It's super delicious. Don't you want to try? Xie Jingsi cast a cool glance through the rearview mirror, then quickly turned to look at the demure girl beside him. The sharpness in his brows softened in an instant. He cleared his throat to cover his reaction and casually asked her, "Is it really that good?" Nan Xu, confused, met his gaze, her eyes sparkling like glass beads. Xie Jingsi absent-mindedly replied, "That's quite a pity. You once get to taste it." The gentle sigh, laden with a sense of melancholy, fell upon Nan Xu's ears, prompting her to reflect. After all, he had endured the drive for so long, while she, in the passenger seat, had contributed nothing. A wave of regret washed over her, and without a moment's thought, she tore open another package, her ears burning as she offered it to Xie Jingsi's lips. "Do you want to eat?" Chapter 70. Their lips brush against each other's fingers. The rich, creamy scent enveloped Xie Jingsi's nose as Nan Xu's delicate, glistening hand hovered close. Yes, a subtle curve lifted the corners of his lips. Yet he remained focused on the road ahead, gently nodding to accept the piece of snowflake pastry. Nan Xu raised her hand, tenderly feeding it to him. Their synchronized movements of lowering their heads and lifting their hands perhaps led to an unexpected little incident. As Xie Jingsi bit into the pastry, his lips brushed against Nan Xu's fingers. His thin lips, pale in hue, appeared cold and distant when taut, exuding an air of aloofness. Someone on the school forum had once commented on his features, describing him as possessing a pair of flirtatious, roguish peach blossom eyes, yet coupled with a visage of indifference. It was hard to imagine that such a flamboyant man like Xie Jingsi had soft lips that radiated warmth, and when they grazed Nan Xu's fingertips, it felt like an electric current coursing through her skin, sending tingles of sensation throughout her body. The unexpected physical contact, lasting less than half a second, left both of them momentarily stunned. Her delicate fingers curled slightly, warmth blooming in her palm. "Don't dwell on it. It was merely an accident," Nan Xu reassured herself. She subtly lifted her long lashes to glance at Xie Jingsi. He drove with an air of languid ease, his posture relaxed, his expression calm as he gripped the steering wheel, showing no sign of having noticed their brief contact. A normal person would behave just as he did. She turned her gaze towards the scenery outside the car window, silently banishing her swirling thoughts from her mind. The sun hung high in the sky, casting a gentle yet fervent glow that streamed through the car, enveloping her in a sense of ease and comfort. The journey was monotonous, basking in the warm sunlight, and before she realized it, Nan Xu drifted off to sleep. It was Xie Jingsi's deep voice that roused her from her slumber. As she opened her eyes, her vision gradually sharpened, revealing his sharply defined brow. We've arrived. Waking up from a winter slumber often left her mind in a fog, and she found herself in such a state now. Her cheeks bore the delicate flush of someone just awakened, and as she sluggishly attempted to rise from her seat, she found herself unable to stand after 2 attempts, as if held back by an invisible force. Confused, she prepared to try again, only to be stopped by Xie Jingsi's hand on her shoulder. He slightly bent forward, his strikingly handsome face lowering, leaving her mind blank and unable to think. A soft click echoed as the seatbelt clasp was released. Nan Xu suddenly felt her upper body loosen, the tension she had been holding onto dissipating. The drowsiness that had enveloped her vanished in an instant, her eyes slowly brightening as they adjusted to the surroundings. Oh dear, what foolishness had she displayed in front of Xie Jingsi? Surely wouldn't he think she was a bit addled, would he? Unable to meet his gaze, Nan Xu hastily exited the vehicle, grabbing her backpack and sprinting to catch up with Song Yangyang and the others, as if being pursued by ghosts. Xie Jingsi watched her retreating figure, unable to suppress a chuckle. After the group settled their luggage at the hotel, it was nearly noon. Going skiing now felt too rushed, so they decided to have lunch first and then meander about to aid digestion. The altitude of Beihui Mountain soared over 3,000 meters, where the air was frigid and delicate snowflakes danced in the biting wind. The lake outside the hotel was calm as a mirror, its surface smooth and glassy, reflecting the trees along the shore that had formed frost. The group paused to admire the landscape, meticulously crafted by nature. The girls were particularly animated, discussing where to pose for photographs. "This angle will definitely capture a great shot. I can take 100. In the matter of photography, Tong Xinyue and Xie Suanian were in perfect agreement. The boys, lacking any talent in this area, had initially seen Quang Chi volunteer to take pictures for his girlfriend, only for his meticulously taken photos to be unanimously dismissed. The girls took turns photographing one another, punctuated by bursts of exclamations and praise, creating a harmonious atmosphere. Look at the girls. Jiang Lai felt a pang of envy, the spirit of camaraderie igniting within him. Why don't we take a group photo as well? Xie Jingsi glanced at the girls huddled together for a photo. His expression cool and dismissive. Forget it. Jiang Lai's enthusiasm waned. Oh, just don't delete it. This one looks really good. Xie Suanian trotted over with his phone, earnestly advising Nan Xu, you really need to acknowledge your beauty. Nan Xu felt her cheeks heat up. She was aware that she was decent looking, but certainly not as stunning as they claimed. She was unaccustomed to taking pictures of herself. Most of the photos on her phone were of landscapes and pets, with only a few taken by her roommates. Earlier, they had taken numerous shots together, and one photo she deemed silly, insisting it should be deleted, but her friends vehemently disagreed, criticizing her lack of taste. Tong Xinyu sighed, thank goodness you're studying engineering. If you pursued art, you'd surely fail. How can you not appreciate such naturally lovely photos? But I really think I look ridiculous. Who says you look ridiculous? That photo is absolutely beautiful, Song Youngyang chimed in, disapproving of her sentiments, even seeking the boys' support. What do you think? Xie Suanian surveyed the four boys. They have no sense of aesthetics. Only my brother has a bit of taste. Judging by Kuang Chi's photography skills, his aesthetic was clearly lacking. Jiang Lai favored collecting colorful sneakers, and Lu Zhishuan's wardrobe was perpetually minimalist in black, white, and gray. Yet Xie Jingsi could make even a simple t-shirt look fashionable. His deep, dark eyes glinted with amusement as he fixed his gaze on Nan Xu, causing her ears to flush under his scrutiny. He raised an eyebrow, his deep voice flowing from his lips. May I see? Chapter 71. I'll teach you. Her lips moved as she made an effort to maintain a composed expression, feigning indifference. MHM. Having received permission, Xie Suanian joyfully thrust his phone in front of Xie Jingsi, eagerly seeking affirmation. Just tell us it looks good. His clear, round eyes held a hint of bewilderment, reminiscent of a naive fawn lost in the depths of a forest. She possessed an unrefined beauty, requiring no elaborate atmosphere or extravagant adornments. She stood there with an innate grace that radiated a lively and pure charm. The sky was tinted with a velvety, cool blue, while the distant mountains were blanketed in pristine white snow, and the fir and pine trees behind her transformed into delicate frost-laden branches. The entire world seemed to have morphed into a low-saturation photograph. The glacier blue jacket she wore, her sleek, dark hair, and her rosy, plump lips became vibrant splashes of color against the boundless expanse of white snow. The endless winter landscape mirrored the verdant early spring buds akin to Nan Xu. Xie Jingsi's throat bobbed slightly as he swallowed, a tickle in his voice. Beautiful, he declared that a pebble was tossed into the pond of her heart, sending ripples of emotion through her. Nan Xu's eyelashes fluttered, her voice barely audible against the north wind. Oh. Xie Suanian and the three girls cheered. See? We told you it looks adorable. The group continued to wander about, stopping and starting, until they leisurely made their way to the ski resort, spanning 80,000 square meters. It was vast, boasting multiple slopes of varying difficulty to cater to all skiing enthusiasts, from beginners to professionals in this world draped in silver. The ski slopes wound down like a great white dragon, exuding grandeur. The resort was bustling with people, visitors resembling colorful butterflies as they soared down the slopes like arrows or stumbled like toddlers learning to walk, creating a lively atmosphere. After collecting their skiing gear at the rental center, newcomers like Nan Xu and Kuang Chi donned complete protective gear, including wrist guards, knee pads, and soft seat pads for extra safety. Entering the area with their snowboards, they each strapped on their ski boots. Let me help. The tall, lean figure of Xie Jingsi knelt before her, his slender fingers deftly fastening her snowboard. The height difference created by the slope meant they were almost eye to eye, and from Nan Xu's perspective, all she could see was the top of his dark hair and his straight nose. It was hard to imagine that such an audacious and proud person would perform such an act. It felt as if he were bowing to her in submission. All done. Xie Jingsi stood up, but didn't he rush off, encouraging her to try standing. Feeling a bit disheartened, she looked up at him, her eyes reflecting a helplessness she wasn't even aware of. I can't stand up. Her voice carried a hint of childish annoyance, vibrant and alive. A subtle smile flickered in Xie Jingsi's dark eyes. Don't worry. I'll teach you. First, place the snowboard to the side on the slope, perpendicular to it. Use the edge of the board to grip the snow, support yourself with your hands behind you, then push your body over the board and curl up. And you'll be able to stand. As he meticulously explained, he demonstrated the movements. You can also use the ski poles. Hold one at the tip and the other at the handle, also supporting yourself with your hands behind you. This method is quite strenuous, so I wouldn't recommend it for beginners. The snow-capped mountains were frigid, and everyone was bundled up for warmth, making movements appear clumsy. Yet Xie Jingsi moved with fluidity, performing each action with grace. Exuding an effortless charm, following his instructions, Nan Xu attempted to rise. His brows, sharp as blades, lifted slightly, and the corners of his mouth curled upward. You are catching on quickly. Next, we'll learn the correct stance and how to fall safely. Instinctively, she raised her face. Will you teach me? She had thought he would only instruct her momentarily, but to her surprise, he seemed willing to continue. Xie Jingsi's smile faded slightly, his tongue grazing his teeth. From what you're saying, it seems I'm not particularly welcome, huh? Who do you want to teach you? Nan Xu replied honestly. The coach.it is not to say that Xie Jingsi is inferior to the coach. Rather, she possesses an acute awareness of her own athletic talent, understanding that mastering the skills will not come easily and that she will inevitably encounter moments of awkwardness along the way. She does not wish to draw his attention to this. No, it will suffice. With each word deliberately articulated, Xie Jingsi grasped Nan Xu's wrist and pulled her sharply towards him. The latter, caught off balance, stumbled, instinctively reaching out to stabilize herself with whatever was nearby. Namely, Xie Jingsi's irmit seemed he had anticipated this, leisurely smiling as he raised his own arm to steady her. The warmth of his breath mingled with the thin veil of mist escaping from his lips. Brushing against her slightly flushed ears, his tone was languid. Either willingly choose me, or be compelled to select me. Nan Xu bit her lip, gazing at him in silence, troubled. Do not be afraid. Xie Jingsi gently tapped her helmet-clad head, his voice softening. I promise to teach you well. All right? Nan Xu paused for a moment, her delicate, pale chin nodding slightly. Yet soon after, the difficulty escalated. Do not let your knees buckle inward, and ensure the board's tip does not splay outward. Keep your knees slightly apart, with the inner soles pressing against the snowboard to lift the outer edges, ensuring a gap of roughly a fist between the front tips. Xie Jingsi reiterated the essentials of the snowplow stop. You executed it quite well just now. Now let us try it on the slope. In her mind, Nan Xu repeated the techniques as she hesitantly approached a gently sloping area. With both poles thrust forward, her center of gravity shifted forward, and she instinctively glided down the slight incline. Xie Jingsi awaited her at the bottom of the slope, exuding a relaxed demeanor that starkly contrasted with her own tension. Although she had practiced her posture and techniques on flat ground, she soon realized her lack of proficiency when faced with the slope. As her descent accelerated, panic set in. Her poles and balance faltered, causing her to veer directly towards Xie Jingsi. Be careful. Nan Xu's heart leapt as she cried out in alarm. Yet, Xie Jingsi showed no inclination to dodge, standing firmly with outstretched legs, a smile playing at his lips as he reached out a hand towards her. She collided with him, enveloped by his scent. A familiar minty fragrance intertwined with the crisp chill of the air, rendering it even more distant and aloof. Yet, she could distinctly feel his body radiating warmth, his breath scorching against her. Beneath his dark, half-lidded eyes, his lashes cast a shadow, exuding a wild, untamed allure. Nan Xu, his voice, steeped in the chill of winter, bore a low, husky laugh that sent tingles across her skin. Were you intentionally diving into my arms? Nan Xu's eyes widened in surprise as she instinctively protested her innocence. I did not. Xie Jingsi chuckled softly, his deep-set brows arching in disbelief. Oh, really? His demeanor and tone unmistakably conveyed his skepticism. She was left speechless. Rather than standing directly beneath her as she slid down, he had shifted slightly to the side, yet she unwittingly veered in his direction. It indeed appeared somewhat deliberate. Nan Xu felt at a loss for words. Helplessly reiterating, I truly did not. Though she understood that his assurance meant he could save her if she faltered, her ears flushed with warmth, conveniently shielded by her dark hair and helmet, preventing anyone from noticing. As she prepared to brake, her balance faltered, and her body uncontrollably tilted sideways, prompting a frantic attempt to save herself as her snowboard continued to glide. Just as she was about to slide onto a steeper slope, a lean, powerful arm encircled her waist, pulling her firmly into his embrace. The momentum of her descent combined with his strength drew their bodies closer, creating an intimate proximity. His striking features were merely inches away, each long lash distinctly visible. It felt as if, with just a slight lean, their breaths would entwine, generating an ambiguous warmth amidst the frigid snowfield. Apologies, Nan Xu lowered her gaze, taking a step back to create distance between them. A hint of dejection shadowed her expression, as if enveloped by a gloomy cloud. I seem to be rather clumsy. I cannot even manage this. That is perfectly normal. I too took a long time to learn. And my skiing is quite average, Xie Jingsi replied, his words betraying a hint of insincerity, given that he was already proficient at 10, effortlessly navigating the slopes and attempting various advanced techniques. Nan Xu's rosy lips parted in preparation to respond. But she was interrupted by a young man who had been observing for some time. I say, Miss, if his skiing skills are so mediocre, then he certainly cannot teach anyone. The speaker was a handsome, sun-kissed young man, likely in his 20s, who boldly volunteered, my skiing skills are excellent. I can teach you the simple snowplow technique in no time. Xie Jingsi languidly raised his eyelids, casting a cool glance at him. Dark hair falling onto his forehead, his deep-set eyes swirling with shadows, he scoffed, and you are? The assertive young man had attempted to get closer several times, but the girl consistently retreated shyly from his perspective. It was clear that he was pursuing her, yet the affection was unreciprocated. Since you cannot match his skills, perhaps you should relinquish this opportunity to someone else, he stated with an air of superiority. Xie Jingsi half closed his eyes, his dark pupils bearing an inscrutable depth, his voice low and tinged with an unnoticeable chill. And you think you have the right? Meanwhile, Nan Xu, caught in a state of confusion, had yet to grasp the reason behind their rivalry. Opportunity? What opportunity? Although she did not comprehend the situation fully, she felt compelled to defend Xie Jingsi. Furrowing her elegant brows slightly, she shot the young man an irritated look, retorting firmly, it is none of your business. The young man's expression froze, and he walked away in frustration, muttering, your judgment is lacking. I thought girls were supposed to admire strength. Her irritation surged. What sort of person is he? Does it even concern him? Xie Jingsi's demeanor shifted, a bemused smile escaping him. He was referring to me. Why are you still angry? Do not be upset. It is not worth your concern. Nan Xu's cheeks puffed up in irritation as she nodded. Yes, I will ignore him. Do you need a break? Having faced multiple failures and the unwelcome interruption by a stranger, she indeed felt a desire to rest. Xie Jingsi knelt once more to assist her in removing the long snowboard, setting it aside to allow her some free time. With renewed enthusiasm, Nan Xu observed the progress of Song Yangyang and Quang Qi, discovering Tang Xinyue's displeasure as she ignored her boyfriend's eager attempts to please her. Did you two have a quarrel? Do not even mention it. He is driving me insane, Tang Xinyue lamented. I have never encountered someone so inept. No matter how I teach him, he simply cannot grasp it. Quang Qi, ever obedient, attempted to placate her. I am sorry, sister. I am truly foolish. If you wish, you may hit me a couple of times. Do not sulk. It is not good for your health. Tang Xinyue crossed her arms and coldly huffed, continuing to ignore him. Observing this, Nan Xu felt a pang of guilt. Thankfully, she had not allowed Yu Liang to teach her, or she too would be sulking now. As she contemplated this, she suddenly heard cheers and applause from the surrounding crowd. Following the sound, she saw a young man clad in a black jacket, gliding past on a black and white graffiti snowboard, resembling a flash of lightning racing down the slope. His movements were fluid and graceful, effortlessly turning, jumping, flipping, and soaring. The wind tousled his dark hair back, revealing his striking features, illuminated by the soft golden sunlight that scattered behind him, creating an ethereal aura around his cold, pale-eyed eye. In that moment, all fell silent, and Nan Xu could only hear the rapid beating of her own heart. Xie Jingsi's dynamic figure began to decelerate. He lowered his center of gravity, placing his hands on the ground, twisting his body to the right and back, straightening his feet to control the snowboard. Snow dust erupted like splashes of water, resembling fireworks, momentarily forming a wall of snow. After completing this visually pleasing display, he nimbly turned, carving the snow, gradually slowing down until he came to a stop not far from Nan Xu. Once steady, he pushed up his goggles, revealing his forehead, slightly disheveled black hair, and those cool, lazy eyes. In an instant, He locked eyes with the sun-kissed young man who had just mocked his skiing abilities. With a brazen demeanor, Xie Jingsi provocatively raised an eyebrow at him. The young man was taken aback. Wait a minute, you said your skiing skills were average. How is this average? Ignoring the others, Xie Jingsi strode directly towards Nan Xu. Did you see that? Her eyes sparkled beneath her curled lashes, her voice brimming with admiration. I saw it. That was amazing. Under her earnest gaze, Xie Jingsi coughed lightly to mask his embarrassment, nonchalantly saying, It is actually not that difficult. I can teach you. Sounds good. Just as she eagerly agreed, the harsh reality struck her. She had yet to even get started. When would she ever learn? Xie Jingxi's eyes darkened as he spoke in a low tone. Take your time. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future. She smiled brightly in response. Meanwhile, Tong Xinyue, unable to watch any longer, face-bombed. What a naive girl. He was clearly laying the groundwork for her future, while she remained preoccupied with skiing and snow walls. The girls, lacking the boy's stamina, had taken a break from skiing, gathering together to chat and build a snowman. In response, a snowball was hurled at them by Xie Suanyan. Brother Jiang Lai, you stepped on our snowman. He was promptly showered in snow, glancing down to see the remnants of their small snowman beneath his feet, hastily pleading for mercy. I am sorry. I did not see it. Wait, why are you still throwing snow at me? I can fight back. After being hit by a third snowball, Jiang Lai could no longer tolerate it. He rolled up his sleeves, formed a ball of snow, and prepared to retaliate. To his surprise, his aim faltered, and instead of hitting Xie Suanyan, he inadvertently struck Song Yangyang, who was watching from the sidelines. The innocent victim let out a cry and joined the fray. Outnumbered, Jiang Lai found himself overwhelmed and had to call for assistance. Sai, save me! Hearing the cry, Xie Jingsi turned his gaze toward the source of the commotion. As he approached, he formed a snowball and, with a nonchalant flick of his wrist, hurled it with precision, striking Jiang Lai squarely in the face. The smug expression on Jiang Lai's face instantly froze. I asked you to help me. How could you betray me like this? The setting sun resembled a burning amber, casting a warm orange glow across the western horizon. The sky was a stunning blend of gold and crimson, creating a vivid, impressionistic painting. The snow-covered ground began to shimmer with a golden warmth. Their figures were enveloped in the soft hues of dusk, radiant and exuberant. Nan Xu reveled in the exhilarating atmosphere. Racing through the cold air, her lustrous black hair billowing around her, as a sudden sense of freedom blossomed within her. She felt the vibrant pulse of youth coursing through her veins. Suddenly, a tall shadow loomed beside her. Had she been caught watching from the sidelines? Nan Xu's mind was still tangled in the chaotic snowball fight when she heard a voice and instinctively hurled the snowball in her hand. The loosely packed snowball struck Xie Jingsi squarely in the face, shattering into a flurry of crystalline flakes that adorned his striking features, some even cascading down his sharp jawline into his collar. Realization hit her belatedly, and she froze like a marionette whose strings had been severed. Slowly, she lifted her gaze to meet his expressionless eyes. A wave of anxiety washed over her, and she instinctively took a step back. He regarded her with a smirk that was neither friendly nor hostile, the corners of his elongated eyes subtly lifting. You've done something naughty, and now you wish to flee? She attempted to wriggle free, but the grip on her nape felt as unyielding as steel. Nan Xu could only lower her gaze, feeling a rush of panic. Didn't he mean to? My hand moved too quickly. Xie Jingsi chuckled softly, his piercing gaze lingering on her slightly upturned cheeks, which had taken on a natural rosy hue from their earlier frolic. Her fair, supple skin appeared even more vibrant, and her full, moist lips seemed to beckon for attention. Realizing that his thoughts were wandering into inappropriate territory, he steadied himself, swallowing hard. All right, are you ready? She nodded solemnly. The delicate lashes framing her eyes fluttered slightly, akin to the fragile wings of a butterfly, betraying her current anxious state. Xie Jingxi's heart melted alongside the snowflakes, and he raised a finely structured hand to gently pinch her cheek. Just a brief touch, and he withdrew. The coolness of his hand lingered on her skin, and Nan Xu blinked in astonishment. Is that it? She had braced herself for a snowball to the face. Xie Jingsi arched an eyebrow. Is that not enough? Would you prefer another round? No, no, she quickly replied, sensing that she had already received more than enough. With a light-hearted tone, she scampered off to catch up with her friends. Xie Jingsi gazed down at his right hand, the soft and delicate sensation still lingering on his fingertips. Unable to resist, he rubbed his thumb across the pad of his finger as if imprinting this moment in his memory. He then took long strides to catch up with her, and they walked side by side, the vibrant hues of the sunset casting a warm glow upon them, stretching their close shadows into elongated forms. Chapter 74. He disdains him. Jiang Lai boasted, "Let us not kid ourselves. I should be crowned MVP of this snowball fight. I was the fiercest, like a tiger descending the mountains. You were begging for mercy from us." Xie Suanian retorted mercilessly, "Why, brother is the real powerhouse, swift and precise, and utterly ruthless. Everyone has felt his wrath." Song Yangyang, stroking her chin, narrowed her eyes. "Wait a moment. Indeed there's someone who hasn't been hit by the great Xie?" At this remark, the others exchanged curious glances. Really? Who possesses such agility? Among their youthful group, playfulness reigned, and they paid little mind to traditional gender roles. In the chaos of the battle, distinguishing friend from foe was nearly impossible. Everyone was simply a target. Tong Xinyue cast a knowing glance at Nan Xu and remarked leisurely, "Who else could it be?" Under the sudden scrutiny of multiple gazes, Nan Xu felt her cheeks flush, warmth flooding her ears as she instinctively turned to glance at the boy beside her. He brushed her hand away with a teasing reprimand. "Get lost." Jiang Lai dramatically clutched his chest. "So cruel. I think I'll go get a sex change surgery." The group erupted in laughter, and a soft smile graced Nan Xu's lips while Xie Jingsi chuckled quietly. Just then, two boys approached, and as their paths were about to cross, one of them unexpectedly broke the jovial atmosphere. Xie Jingsi's demeanor shifted, his casual air slowly dissipating as he lifted his cool gaze, silently scrutinizing the boy, his dark eyes shimmering with an icy resolve. Nan Xu sensed the shift in his aura. He usually exuded a carefree attitude, but now he resembled a silent wolf revealing its sharp fangs. He detested him. The boy bore a gentle and clean visage, contrasting sharply with Xie Jingsi's aggressive features. With soft black hair and round eyes, he had the appearance of a model student, someone whom elders would undoubtedly favor. He surveyed the group, a smile gracing his lips. "Out here having fun with so many friends? Liangyu, are you out of your mind?" Xie Suanian snapped, her temper flaring like an irked cat. "Don't come here to disgust us." Liangyu feigned innocence. "Suanian, do you really not welcome me?" Xie Jingsi interjected, blocking Xie Suanian from speaking further. His glare was as sharp as an arrow, his voice colder than unmelted snow atop a mountain. "That's right. No one welcomes you. Stay away from me." With that, he brushed past the boy. Nan Xu and the others followed suit, and as Jiang Lai passed by, he deliberately jostled Liangyu with his shoulder, giving him a rough shove, and capped it off with an obscene gesture. His companion quickly steadied him, casting a wary glance at Xie Jingsi's retreating figure. "Are you all right? Is that guy in black your enemy?" "How rude." "Not an enemy," Liangyu replied, regaining his balance and speaking slowly. "I should call him brother." The soft new snow crunched beneath their feet as they walked, the branches of the pines lining the path cloaked in a thick layer of white. Delicate snowflakes danced in the lamplight, resembling fine salt. Though they remained unaware of the intricacies of Liangyu and Xie Jingsi's relationship or the tensions between them, they instinctively refrained from probing into matters that seemed to weigh heavily on Jingsi's heart. Instead, shifting to lighter topics, Nan Xu trailed behind, stepping into the impressions left by others, her mind wandering toward the boy. Since encountering Liangyu, Xie Jingsi had become unusually quiet. His usual banter was now replaced by a heavy silence, as though an invisible cloud of gloom had settled upon his shoulders, stifling his breath. Concern gnawed at her heart, but she felt helpless in the face of his turmoil. Once they returned to the hotel, Xie Jingsi seemed to shake off the earlier tension, acting as if nothing had transpired, effortlessly engaging in cheerful conversation with the group. They dined on Japanese cuisine that evening, savoring the sweet flavors of salmon and shrimp, and the warmth of the hot pot enveloped them, banishing the chill from their bones. After their meal, Tong Xinyue suggested they soak in the hot springs. The hotel was nestled halfway up a mountain, with a natural spring area just behind it. The garden featured traditional Chinese architecture, with white walls and dark tiles, adorned with flying eaves and lush greenery. A few red plum trees stood proudly, blooming defiantly against the cold wind. The hot springs were divided into open-air and indoor sections, with separate areas for men and women, as well as mixed bathing. For those who preferred solitude, the hotel thoughtfully offered private baths. The girls quickly opted for the smaller pool, enjoying a leisurely soak together. The natural springs carried a faint scent of sulfur, and steam rose gently from the surface, enveloping them in a soothing warmth that eased their fatigue. With only girls present, their conversation became increasingly uninhibited. "Sister Yang Yang, I envy you so much," Xie Suanian remarked, glancing at Song Yang Yang. "You have such a small chest, right? Right?" Yang Yang replied proudly, "Even though my outfits aren't that flattering, I don't bounce around when I run. I don't even need to wear a bra in winter. It's so comfortable." Tong Xinhua smirked. "Look at Su Su, who would have thought that someone so slender would have a decent chest? If she hadn't worn something revealing today, we wouldn't have had a chance to see." Nan Xu's silky black hair was styled into a full bun, a few damp strands clinging to her delicate skin. The warmth of the steam had given her cheeks a soft blush, her lips glistening and red, with droplets of water tracing down her slender neck, cascading into the gentle curves of her collarbone. Song Yang Yang teased, "If someone were to see this scene, wouldn't they want to devour our Su Su whole?" Chapter 75. Stay away from me and my people. The conversation began to veer off course. As Tong Xinhua and Song Yang Yang exchanged playful jabs, leaving Nan Xu blushing with embarrassment, unable to defend herself. Claiming she had soaked long enough, she hurriedly stood up and made her exit. It wasn't entirely an excuse. Soaking for too long in hot springs wasn't advisable, especially for a first-timer like her. Staying too long could make her feel dizzy. Exiting the hot spring area led her to the buffet, offering an array of barbecued seafood, Chinese and Western dishes, fruits, and drinks, all available for unlimited consumption. Nan Xu grabbed some fruit and settled onto a plush sofa to wait for the others. To her surprise, instead of her friends, an unexpected guest arrived. "Here you go." After peeling the grapes, her hands became sticky with juice, an uncomfortable sensation prompting her to scan the vicinity for tissues. Just then, a long hand appeared, presenting a tissue before her. As Nan Xu's gaze followed upward, it met Liang Yu's face, adorned with a gentle smile. She quickly averted her eyes, taking a tissue from the nearby table to meticulously wipe her hands, all the while avoiding any superfluous glances in his direction, treating him as if he were mere air. Liang Yu, unperturbed by her deliberate disregard, chuckled instead. "Don't be so guarded around me, I assure you. I mean you no harm that I neglected to introduce myself. My name is Liang Yu, the unwavering Yu, and I am the half-brother of Xie Jingsi." Nan Xu was taken aback, never anticipating such a connection. Did this not imply that his father had been unfaithful during his youth, fathering an illegitimate child with a mistress? Recalling the nonchalant manner in which he had mentioned his family background, a dull ache spread within her, akin to a sharp stone cutting her deeply, as her compassion for Xie Jingsi engulfed her. Consequently, her demeanor toward the youth before her grew increasingly cold and distant. "And what is it that you wish to accomplish? I am aware of the lingering grievances between him and my mother, but those belong to a previous generation. After all, we share a blood bond as brothers." Liang Yu replied earnestly. "My brother harbors many misunderstandings about me. Each time I attempt to mend our relationship, he avoids me as if I were a plague. Had it not been for that incident years ago, our family might not have descended into its current state." He paused, allowing the suspense to linger as he observed Nan Xu. Her expression remained cool and composed, akin to a tranquil lake, revealing no curiosity, surprise, or any other emotion, as if she had not heard him at all. Liang Yu inquired, "Are you not curious about what transpired back then?" Indeed, curiosity flickered within her. She yearned to uncover the scars hidden deep within his heart, to grasp the entirety of his being, not wanting to feel powerless during his moments of melancholy. Yet, those tales should not be recounted by someone harboring ill will toward him. "Is this the purpose of your visit? Are you envious of the many friends he has, seeking to sow discord amongst us through slander?" The mockery in her eyes was palpable, yet the overt theatricality of his performance rendered it insincere. Her words cut through Liang Yu's facade like a sharpened blade. The warmth of his smile gradually faded, revealing a shadow of gloom beneath his otherwise emotionless visage as he fixed his gaze upon her. Nan Xu possessed an exquisitely enchanting appearance, appearing delicate and gentle, resembling someone who would steer clear of delinquent youths. Yet, beside this audacious boy, she appeared strikingly out of place, a dissonance that contributed to his interest in her. However, He did not expect her to become so sharp and aggressive when the topic of Xie Jingsi arose, abruptly transforming from a soft and placid kitten into a prickly hedgehog, wielding her defenses coldly against him. Liang Yu suddenly smiled. No wonder Xie Jingsi is fond of you. A flicker of astonishment crossed Nan Xu's eyes. What nonsense are you speaking? Her confusion was genuine, tinged with a hint of wariness and suspicion, as she truly doubted whether he was subtly targeting Xie Jingsi. Liang Yu's spirits lifted once more. During their earlier encounter, he had keenly discerned the distinct way Xie Jingsi regarded Nan Xu, even without affectionate gestures or ambiguous words. The truth lay within the gaze. Such an imperious individual could indeed harbor feelings for a girl. Thus, he had come to probe her, only to find her fiercely protective of Xie Jingsi. Yet now, Liang Yu discovered something that pleased him. Nan Xu remained oblivious to Xie Jingxi's affections for her. Or perhaps she regarded him merely as a friend as long as it could frustrate and dishearten Xie Jingsi. He found satisfaction in it. Liang Yu remarked, "You are not aware?" Liang Yu. Xie Jingsi strode over, forcefully inserting himself between them and shielding Nan Xu behind him. Fresh from the hot springs, the dampness clung to him. Dark hair tousled against his pale forehead, his eyes swirling with a tempestuous darkness, sharp and menacing. "Brother, you arrived just in time." Liang Yu feigned an ambiguous smile, weaving a narrative that invited speculation. Nan Xu had never encountered such hypocrisy. In a flurry, she tugged at Xie Jingxi's sleeve, whispering urgently, "No, he's lying." Liang Yu's narrowed eyes brimmed with dark intensity, his malevolence palpable in the next instant. He lunged forward, seizing Liang Yu by the collar and forcefully slamming him against the cold tabletop. The impact echoing through the room and drawing the attention of onlookers. Nan Xu's heart raced, gripped by an invisible hand, fearing he might lash out in a fit of rage. Yet Xie Jingsi refrained from further violence, looking down upon Liang Yu with a frigid indifference. "Did I not warn you to keep your distance from me and my people?" He released his grip, grasping Nan Xu's slender wrist, ready to lead her away. Liang Yu rose, slightly disheveled, and approached them, a malicious grin spreading across his face. "Sister, did you know he has killed before?" Nan Xu's pupils dilated in shock, her hands clenching tightly at her sides, while Xie Jingxi's jaw tightened. Chapter 76. An unrelenting onslaught. Is Sir C truly unwilling to join the fun? In the entertainment room, Huang Qi pocketed a successful shot, curiosity piqued, having seen Xie Jingsi in good spirits just moments ago. Jiang Lai shrugged, unbothered. He mentioned he had urgent matters to attend to. "Let us continue our game. Xu, it is your turn to play. It's the card table." Song Yangyang gently nudged Nan Xu from her reverie. She emerged from her thoughts as if awakening from a dream, playing a pair of jacks. Her mind, however, remained preoccupied with recent events. After Liang Yu's shocking revelation, Xie Jingxi's eyes had darkened ominously, akin to a blade forged from icy coldness. Nan Xu suspected that for a fleeting moment, he had genuinely contemplated killing Liang Yud in the now silent stairwell. Tension hung heavily between the two, each breath laden with discomfort. A profound darkness threatened to consume Xie Jingsi, who leaned against the wall like a statue, his body rigid. Nan Xu, caught off guard by the secret he had concealed deep within, felt no joy, only an overwhelming tide of concern and helplessness threatening to engulf her. Unsure whether to offer comfort or to feign nonchalance and shift the topic to ease his burden, she hesitated as her lips parted slightly. Xie Jingsi casually swept his dark hair back, revealing his deep-set brows and intense gaze that ensnared her. "Xie Suanian and the others are looking for you." "Oh." Nan Xu felt as if trapped in a murky dream, only vaguely registering her response before drifting away, as if her soul had been stripped away, leaving behind but a shell, merging with the crowd. Throughout, Xie Jingsi did not reappear. Haunted by his earlier despondency, Nan Xu struggled to find peace. After the game concluded, she lost another 10 yuan. Once she sent the red envelope in the group chat. Nan Xu stood. "I am feeling a bit unwell. I wish to rest upstairs. Is everything all right? Do you need to get some medicine?" "No need. A nap will suffice." She rode the elevator upstairs. Nan Xu hovered uncertainly outside Xie Jingxi's door. Hesitating whether to knock and inquire about his well-being, a server with a food cart approached, confirming the room number before placing several bottles of alcohol outside, knocking lightly to alert the occupant before attending to other guests. Approximately 2 minutes passed before the doors swung open, An overpowering scent of alcohol wafted out, filling her nostrils. The room was warm, and Xie Jingsi, clad in a loose bathrobe, revealed a swath of pale skin beneath his collar as he picked up the bottles off the floor. The intoxicating aroma enveloped him, his slanted eyes lazily settling on Nan Xu, exuding a languid charm that was intoxicatingly overwhelming. Xie Jingsi? Nan Xu sensed something was off. He seemed drunk, her delicate brows knitting in concern. How much have you had to drink? Before she could finish, Xie Jingsi suddenly seized her hand, pulling her into the room. Bang! The door slammed shut, and in a whirl, Nan Xu found herself pressed against the cold wall, resting on Xie Jingsi's arm. The room remained dimly lit, illuminated only by the television airing a documentary on Antarctica. The abrupt transition from brightness to darkness left her momentarily blinded, and as her eyes adjusted, the faint glow revealed Xie Jingsi's striking features. His dark, alluring eyes, bare of pretense, concealed a tempest that crashed into her heart. Her pulse quickened uncontrollably, panic rising as she pushed against his chest. Let go. Xie Jingsi feigned ignorance, his tall frame looming closer, the intoxicating scent enveloping her as his gaze traced the contours of her face. Nan Xu. His voice, seemingly steeped in alcohol, was husky and low, called by name. Her throat felt parched, and she bit her lip, managing a soft in an unexpected turn. His heated body withdrew, releasing her. Nan Xu fumbled to turn on the light, revealing several empty bottles strewn across the floor. He had indeed indulged excessively. No, you mustn't drink any more. As she attempted to reclaim the bottles, Xie Jingsi remained seated, his eyes fixed on her, the depths of his dark gaze unsettling her. She hesitantly faced him, the alcohol concealed behind her back, their eyes locked in a silent duel for several moments. Yet Xie Jingsi ultimately relented, his posture slackening, showing no intention of reclaiming the bottles. A glimmer of hope flickered within her. Perhaps he was more amenable than expected, yet he continued to gaze at her unwaveringly. The inebriated boy remained motionless, his eyes trained on her with an intensity that followed her every step. Nan Xu extended a glass of honey water toward him, but he accepted it without any desire to drink. She was pondering how to comfort him when the phone on the table lit up, revealing a voice message from Jiang Lai. Hello? Junior, are you feeling any better? If you're still unwell, you must tell me. We should go to the hospital soon. Who is he? The person you have a crush on. The intention behind the question was to inquire whether the boy sending the message was someone she liked. Yet Nan Xu misinterpreted this, jumping to conclusions. How could he, in his drunken state, be so concerned about her feelings for another man? She let out a silent laugh, instinctively responding with nonchalance. We agreed not to ask about him. So why are you so concerned? Her weary, intoxicated mind was now completely enslaved to primal impulses, with all rationality crumbling in an instant, a beast within her roaring to break free from its constraints. Xie Jingsi leaned towards her, effectively cornering her against the table. Nan Xu instinctively sensed danger, reaching out to push him away, only to have her hand captured in a vice-like grip, his fingers tightening around her wrist. Rendering her immobile. Panic-stricken, she exclaimed, Xie Jingsi, you? Her lips were suddenly pressed against his, the kiss fervent and overwhelming, igniting everything in the air like a blazing fire. In that fleeting moment, her mind shattered into blankness. Chapter 77. He kissed her. The hazy night light seeped through the glass window, casting overlapping shadows on the entangled figures of the two. Nan Xu found herself nearly pinned against the table, her slender waist bending in a soft curve, with no escape behind her, and in front, Xie Jingsi's heated, firm chest, trapping her in this confined space, enduring his relentless advance. His breath surged like an overwhelming tsunami, engulfing her completely. The passionate, suffocating kiss was like the sultry night breeze of summer, demanding her breath, her essence. A loud bang announced the explosion of brilliant fireworks outside, vibrant colors illuminating the night sky, painting their profiles with radiant hues. The digital clock on the bedside table struck midnight, heralding the arrival of a new year. The distant sounds of a crowd below erupted in unison, wishing each other a happy new year. Nan Xu could vividly imagine how lively and candid the scene would be with Song Yangyang and the others. Yet here she was, kissing Xie Jingsi in the confines of the room. This cannot continue. Her hands futilely struggled against him, repeatedly captured by his forceful grip. Ultimately, steeling herself, the girl abruptly clenched her jaw, A faint metallic taste lingered between their lips as she felt him emit a muffled groan, followed by the warm sensation on her lips receding. His gaze, dulled and heavy, fell upon her face. Her cheeks and the corners of her eyes were tinted a vivid crimson, her dark lashes dampened, her eyes glistening as if drenched in rain, staring at him in a mix of fear and anger. Her lips, deeper in color than usual, resembled a fully ripened peach blossom, exuding a captivating blush. And there was an even darker hue, the stain of his blood. It was not a dream. He had kissed her. This realization unleashed a torrent of fervent pleasure within Xie Jingsi's chest, a warmth that made every cell tremble, his heart racing uncontrollably. Meeting Nan Xu's reddened gaze, he distinctly recognized for the first time how despicable and shameful he truly was. I'm sorry. I doubt what does this even mean? The tumultuous emotions compelled her to abruptly raise her hand, pausing midair without bringing it down. She bit her lip, glaring at him defiantly for several seconds, before finally loosening her grip. A sharp slap echoed as her palm struck his face. Nan Xu's almond-shaped eyes widened in disbelief at her own hand's action. Xie Jingsi had made her slap him. Although her grip had weakened, he showed no mercy, his palm forcefully striking his cheek, a faint imprint immediately appearing on his pale skin. His deep, dark eyes fixed intently on her. Feeling any better? Tears streamed down her cheeks like pearls from a broken string. Nan Xu's chest rose and fell in shallow breaths, her voice trembling with tension. Xie Jingsi, you're insane. The more she spoke, the less control she had over the quaver in her voice, a harsh reprimand rendered soft and feeble. The icy tears splattered onto the floor, crashing heavily into Xie Jingsi's heart. He lifted his hand, the rough pads of his fingers brushing against her delicate skin, gently wiping away her tears. He spoke haltingly. Why are you still crying? There was an unexpected hint of helplessness in his voice. She wanted to hit him. He stood there inviting her to do so, yet instead of soothing her, it only seemed to exacerbate the situation. Nan Xu's emotions intensified, her eyes red as she glared at him, her tone rigid. It's none of your business. Xie Jingsi grasped her shoulders, forcing their gazes to meet, his voice low and hoarse. This situation arose because of me. How can it not concern me? She lowered her eyes, sniffing back her tears. I know, you were drunk. He raised an eyebrow in disbelief. So? He had yet to say anything, and Nan Xu had already prepared a flimsy excuse for him. Her words came out slightly faster than usual, her gaze darting around. She attempted to leave, but Xie Jingsi, taking advantage of his height, blocked her path at the table. Oh, you're quite understanding. The last 4 words were pronounced with particular emphasis, sounding rather gritted. Still reeling from her emotional upheaval, Nan Xu failed to grasp the underlying meaning in his words, nodding earnestly. Xie Jingsi found it amusing, a laugh escaping him, his tongue touching the roof of his mouth, his voice restrained yet somber. So your intention is to let this matter slide? Nan Xu suppressed the growing bitterness. Yes. Let us pretend it never happened. What else could she do? Should she force him to slap himself an apology? Or compel him to take on some inexplicable responsibility? After all, it was merely a kiss. Even if it was her first kiss, even if he would never know the complex emotions swirling within her chest, she did not wish to leverage a kiss to make him do anything. Nan Xu's eyelashes fluttered slightly, her voice soft. Let it be. Xie Jingsi's brow twitched, his thin lips parted but then hesitated. After a moment of silence, he sighed in resignation. All right, as you wish. His hands clenched at his sides. Nan Xu's breath hitched momentarily before she turned to leave. Just as her fingers brushed the doorknob, the boy called out to her, I must tell you, alcohol only amplifies inner desires. It cannot dictate one's actions. With a crisp sound, the door swung open and then shut, restoring the room to silence. Xie Jingsi raised his hand, his fingertip grazing the torn corner of his lip, the still fresh blood coloring his vision, sending a shiver of alarm through his senses. Nan Xu, he whispered, his eyes dark with an unfathomable depth. What am I to do with you? Chapter 78. At the end of sight lies, Nan Xu as the morning light broke. The eastern horizon shimmered with pale hues, the dim twilight gradually receding, leaving the world draped in a veil of ethereal gray. Su, are you all right? We're going to watch the sunrise. Song Yang called from outside the door. Coming, Nan Xu replied, letting out a troubled sigh. The girl in the mirror had lips fuller and redder than usual, vibrant like a flower on the verge of decay, silently reminding her of the passionate encounter from the night before. She had hoped that a night's sleep would remedy it, yet her lips remained swollen. There seemed to be no other option. Perhaps it was merely her own psychology at play. Surely no one would be paying constant attention to her lips. Comforting herself with this thought, Nan Xu hurried out the door. The others were already prepared, waiting in the hall. She jogged over, deliberately avoiding looking at that tall, imposing figure. It was still not yet 7 o'clock. And the group leisurely enjoyed breakfast before the 8 of them boarded the same cable car to ascend the snowy mountain. The cabin was surrounded by transparent glass, revealing a gradually unfolding view below, where the peaks covered in thin clouds and white snow met the deep blue of the lake. She looked up in confusion. "I didn't put on lipstick. No, that wasn't right." As the words escaped her, Nan Xu's thoughts suddenly sharpened. Realizing what Xie Swain Yin meant, her nerves tensing like a drawn bowstring. Song Yangyang and the others turned to look, gasping as if discovering a new world. "Darling, your lips seem even redder now and a bit swollen," she forced herself to explain. "I had something a bit spicy last night." "Spicy? Well, you really can't handle spicy food, can you?" Having barely covered her tracks, Nan Xu sighed in relief, though a sense of embarrassment and anger bubbled within her. Instinctively glancing towards the source of her turmoil, it was a mistake to look. Her gaze unexpectedly collided with Xie Jingsi's dark, penetrating eyes. He sat languidly, appearing both weary and aloof, backlit, his deep-set features shadowed. When his gaze met hers unreservedly, it felt like a chill had enveloped her. Under her scrutiny, he leisurely raised an eyebrow, his lips parting slightly. Nan Xu could discern the shape of his words. "Did I kiss you?" Knowing full well, he feigned ignorance. How shameless. Her ears turned slightly red, and she averted her gaze in defiance. Their luck was remarkable. Just after stepping off the cable car, they were treated to the breathtaking sight of the sunrise over the snowy mountain. The soft light pierced through the clouds, and the sun emerged, casting its golden rays upon the world, warming the undulating peaks and awakening the slumbering creatures below. The snow-covered mountains, illuminated by the sun, revealed their contours more distinctly, the layers of snow and the mountainous texture becoming clear against the backdrop of a cerulean sky and rose-gold clouds, creating a breathtaking natural panorama. The group lingered in the brilliance of the sun-kissed mountains for a while before they realized to capture the soul-stirring scene. After taking several photos individually, Jiang Lai suggested, "Let us take a group photo together." Receiving unanimous approval, and since they had no selfie stick, the social butterfly Tong Xianyu stepped up, asking a stylish young woman nearby to help them take a few pictures. It has been proven that girls possess an extraordinary acumen. The girl they instantly fixate upon is evidently a seasoned photographer with exceptional skills. She not only selects the optimal location and angle, but also directs the positioning of her companions. Miss in the blue attire, why not switch places with the young man beside you? The photograph will turn out far more aesthetically pleasing. Upon hearing this, Song Yangyang immediately concurred, "Indeed, that makes perfect sense. Let us change it up." Nan Xu found herself nudged next to Xie Jingsi, the minty fragrance that had enveloped her the previous night wafting back to her senses, causing her to momentarily lose her breath. She pressed her lips together, striving to appear more at ease. "Miss in blue, please move closer to the young man on your left. Otherwise, you won't fit in the frame." Complying, she shuffled closer to Xie Jingsi but failed to notice the uneven ground beneath her feet. She stumbled into a dip, nearly losing her balance. A firm, reassuring hand gripped her waist, stabilizing her. "Are you all right?" Nan Xu looked up at him and shook her head. The shutter clicked, capturing a moment where youthful faces exchanged glances. Illuminated by the early orange rays of the sun, the kind-hearted girl diligently took dozens of photographs from various angles, each met with expressions of gratitude as she departed. Every photo was impeccably composed, exuding an effortless charm and vitality worthy of gracing the cover of a youth magazine. While descending the mountain in a cable car, Tong Xinyue shared the photos in their group chat for everyone to peruse. "I must extract my solo shot. This is truly a defining moment in my life." Jiang Lai lavished praise. "Look at the play of light and shadow on my face. It makes me appear even more handsome. The title of campus heartthrob might soon be mine." Song Yangyang earnestly advised, "A case of overconfidence is a serious ailment. Please don't neglect treatment in this one." You and Su Su did not look at the camera. Xie Suanian remarked. Jiang Lai added. Not only did you fail to look at the camera, but in this one where we agreed to pose together, fourth master. Where's your right hand? Nan Xu flipped to the photo in question, feeling somewhat guilty. Fortunately, everyone was close together, and Xie Jingsi's hand resting on her waist had not been captured. Otherwise, 1,000 explanations would not suffice. Liu Jishuan chuckled ambiguously. Someone has always been a maverick. Not a single clear shot of his face across all those photos. Really? Nan Xu inquired, intrigued. She scrolled back through the images, one of which was an unplanned candid shot taken when Quang Qi unexpectedly mentioned the upcoming exam, prompting laughter and playful complaints from the group. Their expressions varied, yet all eyes were on Quang Qi, and Nan Xu found herself smiling at him as well. However, Xie Jingsi's gaze diverged from the rest, his lashes casting a shadow beneath his lowered eyelids. In other photos, Xie Jingsi either stood lazily with a hand in his pocket or joined the group in posing, yet he exuded an unrestrained and carefree aura in every shot. His face remained elusive. In each and every picture, the obscured endpoint of his gaze was Nan Xu. Chapter 79. I won't hide from you anymore. Are you and Xie Daolao in a cold war? Nan Xu's eyelashes fluttered, and she averted her gaze. Not at all, Song Yangyang scoffed. Oh, come on, even Suanian noticed. Had everyone truly picked up on it? She had believed her facade of nonchalance was convincing. Despite her attempts to convince herself that the kiss was trivial, she could not suppress the vivid imagery that surfaced whenever she encountered Xie Jingsi, nor could she quell the warmth rising to her ears and the rapid beating of her heart. Fortunately, time would gradually erode all things. She needed a process to accept, digest, and ultimately attain tranquility. Song Yangyang breathed a sigh of relief. As long as you haven't cut ties. Nan Xu chuckled softly. Of course not. From the affiliated school to Jing University, transitioning from strangers to friends capable of traveling together, how could she bear to sever that connection? Ultimately, relationships are a matter between two individuals, and others should not interfere too much. Thus, Song Yangyang refrained from probing further. In the afternoon, the group embarked on a trek through the snow-laden forest, marveling at the towering trees adorned with a crystalline sheen. Throughout the journey, Nan Xu and Xie Jingsi mingled seamlessly within the collective but did not interact. This silent estrangement persisted until that evening when it was unexpectedly shattered. Hours of walking had drained their energy, leading them to cancel their plan for stargazing and instead huddle in the hotel for a game of kings. This is splendid, Jiang Lai declared, raising both hands in approval. I caught a whiff of its delicious aroma when we passed by yesterday but didn't have the chance to try it. Perfect for a late-night snack. Song Yangyang scoffed lightly. Wait until it's your turn. Then you'll behave. Quang Qi built suspense before announcing the final selections. I choose number 1 and number 5. Whoever it is, step forward. Nan Xu retrieved her number 5 card. Raising her hand. Number 5 is me. Who is number 1? Xie Jingsi tossed his number 1 card onto the table, lazily standing up and casually grabbing his coat. I am. A hush fell over the room, and he tilted his chin toward Nan Xu. Let's go. Once the two exited, Quang Qi helplessly buried his head in his hands. I truly did not intend for this. Who could have predicted they would both be drawn? Tong Xinyue gently patted his head, her expression affectionate. Cheer up. Perhaps a chat outside will break the ice. As Bei Huai Mountain emerged as a popular tourist destination over the past few days. The eateries within the scenic area thrived with business, remaining open even late into the night. The night was thick and somber, silver light cascading over the earth, draping the quiet night in a veil of indistinct mist. A biting cold wind whispered through, causing the nearby pine trees to rustle, their dark silhouettes swaying and adding an eerie atmosphere to the stillness. Blame her overactive imagination. The current environment inexplicably reminded Nan Xu of the ghost stories Jiang Lai had recounted, tightening her nerves, yet, behind her was nothing but emptiness, with only one set of footprints in the thin layer of snow. Where had Xie Jingsi gone? He had sprinted a dozen meters, just past a small bend, and she could not stop in time, colliding into his warm, towering embrace. Be careful. Xie Jingsi held barbecued skewers in one hand and a cup of hot milk in the other, using his forearm to gently steady her. Feeling his warmth, the fear that had gripped Nan Xu dissipated instantly. She wanted to conceal her earlier fluster, but he offered her no opportunity. Are you scared? His voice was deep, with wisps of white mist escaping his lips. Lingering in the air, he reached for the bag in her hand. Rose milk tea?
I've heard it's quite delicious. Drink some to warm yourself. Holding the steaming cup emitting warmth, Nan Xu shot him a sullen glance. You could have at least warned me. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been so flustered. Xie Jingsi's intense gaze bore into her, a fleeting smile breaking across his face. I thought you didn't want to talk to me. Nan Xu stepped forward, the minty scent enveloping her, breaching the typical bounds of social distance. Xie Jingsi's eyes were dark yet restless, his voice soft. Are you truly ignoring me? His tone seemed to carry the chill of winter, yet bore a hint of vulnerability. He sought justification. Still upset? She raised her face, fearing he might revert to self-punishing apologies. No, I'm just still processing it, unsure how to face it. Xie Jingsi bluntly summarized her sentiments into 2 words. You're shy. Understood. No, that's not it. Nan Xu maintained her serious demeanor, locking eyes with him, enunciating each word. You cannot behave this way, he accused, as if his typically audacious and unruly demeanor were merely her illusion. Didn't you say to treat it as if nothing had happened? That had indeed been her remark. Nan Xu fell silent. With lowered lashes, Xie Jingsi, akin to a master tactician, coaxed. If nothing happened, why are you avoiding me? If we cannot treat it as though nothing occurred, we can discuss that night's events once more. She opened her mouth silently, then closed it again. Nan Xu suddenly realized her words from that evening had ensnared her in a deep pit. No matter how she chose, she was unwillingly the one at a disadvantage. Meeting his dark, lowered gaze, she softly confessed. I won't hide from you anymore. His lips subtly curved upwards, his large palm gently ruffling her hair. Remember what you said. Chapter 80. I like someone stubborn. How thoughtful of you to bring crawfish. The rich aroma burst forth within the confined space as Lu Zhishuan activated the ventilation system. Everyone settled down, leisurely enjoying the feast, occasionally engaging in light-hearted conversation that spanned from astronomy to campus gossip, creating an increasingly jovial atmosphere. Out of nowhere, the topic shifted to ideal types. Huang Qi was the first to express his heartfelt preference. My ideal type is someone like my sister. I fancy sweet girls who are a bit soft. Zhang Lai elaborated in vivid detail, someone with fair skin, round face and eyes, like a little cake. Xie Suanian cast a glance at the refined and gentle young man beside him, clearing his throat. I prefer someone a few years older, clean and gentle, with good academic performance, who will take care of me and indulge my whims. Are you looking for a partner or a father? Xie Jingsi interjected coolly with a scoff. Huang Qi suddenly recalled something. I remember everyone saying fourth master likes bright and cheerful types. But before he could complete the thought, he was sharply stepped on by Tong Xinyue. Realizing he had misspoken and quickly fell silent, Nan Xu slowed her chewing, her expression betraying no sign of disturbance. That is not true. Xie Jingsi paused in his peeling of shrimp, leisurely lifting his cool gaze. Allow me to dispel that rumor. I have never liked that type. Song Yangyang astutely seized the opportunity. What about now? The atmosphere shifted, the lingering tail of his words stretching out as his peach blossom eyes glimmered with an indescribable darkness as they swept across Nan Xu's figure. His Adam's apple bobbed, his deep voice escaping his lips. I like someone stubborn, the kind who can make my chest ache with frustration. This inexplicable description left everyone bewildered. Only the figure of Nan Xu tensed up, her delicate white fingers slightly curling. Did she just feel that Xie Jingsi was staring at her? Was it merely an illusion? The topic shifted rapidly, and before long, they found themselves discussing a scandal involving a certain group of seniors engaging in infidelity, straddling 2 boats, bisexuality, and various other sensational elements. This was the first time Nan Xu had heard of such a subversive event, her almond-shaped eyes widening in astonishment, her full, moist lips parting in surprise. The skewer in her hand remaining untouched for 2 minutes, a soft sound broke the moment as a bowl appeared before her, filled with glistening shrimp. Instantly, all eyes were drawn to her, and the boy responsible lazily removed a disposable glove. Wiping his distinctly structured hand with a tissue, he casually remarked, I peeled too many. I can't finish them. Could you help me share? No wonder. This gentleman typically shunned messy foods like crayfish, yet today he had meticulously peeled a bowl for someone else. The attention shifted back to Nan Xu. She glanced at Xie Jingsi, who raised an eyebrow, as if to remind her not to hide. Thank you. She picked one up, and the succulent shrimp meat burst with sweetness as she bit into it. The two then ascended to the second floor to enjoy tomato fish ball rice noodles, a renowned delicacy at the university cafeteria, where they found a queue of 7 or 8 people ahead. Nan Xu suddenly recognized someone from her physical education class, someone with whom she had once been grouped, and she smiled in acknowledgement. The short-haired girl wore an expression of excitement akin to that of a spectator meeting the protagonist. Nan Xu? Can I ask you some gossip? What is it? Go ahead. A hint of curiosity tinged her heart. Could it be that while she was away traveling, some rumors had surfaced on the forums? What's it like dating Xie Jingsi? The short-haired girl gave her a thumbs up, exclaiming, "No wonder you are from the 7th dormitory. You snagged the campus heartthrob." Nan Xu nearly choked, hastily waving her hands in denial. "You misunderstood. We aren't dating." "Oh, are you keeping it a secret?" The girl winked, "But you two are already famous online." Realizing the extent of the situation, Nan Xu opened her phone to search. To her astonishment, the video had gone viral, racking up over 2 million likes in just a day. Some were marveling at the male beauty in the clip, while others focused on the young couple in the upper left corner, exclaiming, "Although you're quite handsome, could you please step aside? You're blocking that adorable couple." The content creator, seeing the back-end statistics, thought he had become popular, only to find the comments section filled with remarks stating that the boy in the upper left corner was more attractive than him. The girl lost control while skiing, and the boy caught her in his arms, embracing her tightly as he whispered softly, "Wasn't he this akin to a scene from an idol drama?" It brought to mind sweet memories of first love. The content creator received advice from viewers to seek out that couple for a video collaboration, promising it would be a hit. 2 days had passed, and no one seemed to know their accounts. In this age of big data, a user claiming to know them commented that they were students from Jing University, with both good looks and the fact that they were university students. Netizens became even more invested. Coincidentally, a Jing University student stumbled upon the video and confirmed that it was indeed Xie Jingsi and Nan Xu, which sparked a heated discussion on forums and confession walls. As Nan Xu consumed her bowl of tomato rice noodles, tasteless as chewing wax, she found the online chatter inconsequential. In the fast-paced era of internet trends, no one would remember them in a few days. However, campus life was different. Her classmates, with whom she interacted daily, believed they were in a relationship, and the resulting misunderstanding could affect both parties. Song Yangyang took a sip of soup to comfort her. It's not surprising they think that. You two are always hugging and holding each other. With everyone on edge during finals, discussing gossip is a welcome distraction. Once the holidays come, it will all blow over. Nan Xu nodded in agreement. Chapter 81. "I want to call you Xie Jingsi." Casually set down his plate, his long, slender legs resting at an angle as he conversed with Nan Xu. "Is the rice good?" She swallowed her food, nodding that it's quite decent. "The tomato flavor is rich," he responded with a soft hum, suggesting they try something different next time. The two had become the talk of the school forum. Rumored to be in a relationship, and their sweet vacation during finals had garnered much attention. Naturally, their classmates, tormented by exams, seized the opportunity for amusement, casting furtive glances their way. Nan Xu had initially disregarded it until she inadvertently caught the gaze of the short-haired girl from earlier, who smiled teasingly. Though no words were exchanged, Nan Xu could easily decipher the meaning in her bright, sparkling eyes. "And you say you're not together?" Embarrassed, she offered a shy smile and lowered her gaze. Song Yangyang hastily finished her meal, then, wiping her mouth, pulled out her phone, feigning nonchalance. "Oh, I just got a package. I have to leave now. If I don't hurry, the delivery station will close." Nan Xu glared at her. "You just said you were going to wait until the other 2 packages arrived." Song Yangyang shrugged with a grin. "What can I say? I love being a wingwoman." After she left, they finished their meal as well. Xie Jingsi stood up, casually taking Nan Xu's bowl and chopsticks. She immediately jumped up. "I can handle it myself." Nan Xu glanced around, hesitating to speak. "Aren't you concerned about what the campus forum is saying? Are you avoiding me because of their speculations?" He remained unfazed, replying, "Those who are clear will remain clear." The final 4 words left her momentarily speechless. After all, her feelings for him were hardly innocent. Nan Xu parted her lips, slowly uttering, "True. That place could hardly be called home." It was a prison she had escaped through her own efforts. When the class monitor was tallying the number of students staying on campus during the winter holiday, she had intended to fill out the form but received a call from her mother. To her dismay, Nan Xu realized she was still ensnared by her original family. Despite having so many grievances and misunderstandings toward her mother, her heart, once steadfast, softened slightly after hearing a few emotional words. Xie Jingsi inquired. What time is your flight? She told him the time, and he responded with a light chuckle. What a coincidence. I'm heading to the airport to pick someone up. I can give you a ride. Nan Xu's eyes sparkled with surprise. What a coincidence, thank you. The newly built airport was rather remote, located 40 kilometers from Jing University, making it inconvenient to navigate public transportation with a suitcase. And taxis were quite expensive. She was grateful that Xie Jingsi could help her solve this dilemma. On the evening of the 8th, she opened WeChat and discovered he had posted a new moment. Tagging his location in High City IT was merely a casual snapshot of a grand hotel lobby, alongside 5 or 6 individuals whose faces were not visible, all dressed in suits. Xie Jingsi himself was not fully in view. Only his white shirt and black trousers were visible, his long, straight legs crossed, his pale, bony hand resting casually on his knee. Nan Xu zoomed in on the photo for a few seconds, noting how he, a free-spirited person, seemed to favor casual attire over formal wear. Yet, she couldn't help but wonder how he would look in a suit. Perhaps he would wear it with a carefree, nonchalant air. Amused by the image her mind conjured, she casually liked his post. Half a minute later, a voice call notification popped up. Nan Xu hesitated for a few seconds before pressing the green answer button, softly asking, Xie Jingsi, did you dial the wrong number? No, I wanted to call you. His deep voice, coming through the phone, was husky and melodic, akin to the sound of a cello, and paired with ambiguous words. It instantly flushed her cheeks with a faint blush. I had a little to drink, but I'm not drunk. Xie Jingsi chuckled, complaining about the difficult older folks he had to deal with, each one more cunning than a fox. Did they give you a hard time? She asked indignantly, feeling sympathetic for him. It was too much. Although Nan Xu didn't fully understand the intricacies of the business world, she grasped how challenging it must be for Xie Jingsi to navigate the treacherous waters of commerce at his age, dealing with those shrewd bosses. Just arrived, he replied. Well, you should get some rest then. As soon as she said it, he seemed to let out a helpless sigh. Nan Xu, I can't sleep. This topic was beyond her comprehension, leaving her at a loss for words. What should I do? A soft, almost imperceptible laugh emanated from the receiver, sending a tingle through Nan Xu's ears. He spoke languidly. Can you sing me to sleep? Little Teacher Nan. Chapter 82. I will only marry the one I love. Her ears betrayed her. Growing increasingly warm, Nan Xu bit her lip, responding with utmost honesty, I can't. Xie Jingsi flopped onto his bed, leaving only the warm glow of a bedside lamp illuminating the room. The corners of his lips curled slightly. Little Teacher Nan is quite incompetent. This was how Shue's father and his aunt referred to Nan Xu, and while she found nothing amiss, the phrase took on a strangely intimate tone when spoken by him. Don't call me that, she murmured, adding, I tutor middle school kids, not preschoolers. How could I possibly possess the skills to lull someone to sleep? As her gaze inadvertently lifted, it fell upon the books in the basket beside the bed. And she had a sudden idea. I could read to you. This book is extremely dull and boring, and you'll likely fall asleep within minutes. Xie Jingsi lazily replied, Sure. His soft, gentle voice resonated from the other end of the phone, like the delicate mist of dawn, clear and pure, adding an air of intellectual coolness as she began to read the tedious professional theories. Initially, she felt somewhat constrained, but as she continued, her voice grew more relaxed and natural. No sound came from the other end, leaving her uncertain whether he had fallen asleep. Yet she persisted in reading, Eye in the darkness. Xie Jingsi opened his long, dark eyes, glancing at his phone resting by the pillow. A faint breath emanated from within, and as she closed her eyes, an illusion of two souls lying together in peaceful slumber enveloped her. The corners of his thin lips curled into a gentle arc as he chuckled softly, silently whispering, Good night. Despite having no pressing matters to attend to these past few days, Nan Xu's biological clock remained unwaveringly punctual. She opened her hazy eyes and instinctively reached for her phone to check the time. The moment the screen illuminated, her gaze was drawn to the small battery icon in the upper right corner, glowing orange, indicating that the battery had dipped below 30. Yet, she distinctly remembered it being at 70 or 80% just the night before. How could it have drained so drastically? Suspecting a fault in the battery, she swiftly sat up and began to inspect her surroundings. Upon opening the WeChat page, the true reason for the significant battery drain revealed itself. Call duration, 7:48, 15, 7 hours. Had she truly spent 7 hours on the phone with Xie Jingsi last night? Nan Xu blinked in astonishment. After plugging her phone into charge, she opened her suitcase to further organize her belongings and, feeling a bit bored, tidied up her dorm room. Shortly after finishing lunch, Xie Jingsi called. "Are you ready? I'm waiting downstairs." As she took the elevator down, her eyes immediately fell upon the figure of a languid boy leaning against the car door. His black coat accentuated his sharp silhouette, and he lazily raised his gaze, his eyes reflecting her form. Xie Jingsi strode towards her, took her suitcase with ease, and placed it in the trunk, saying, "Get in the car." A refreshing scent of oranges filled the air inside the vehicle, the air conditioning having already been activated to achieve the perfect temperature. The black wheels rolled over the crisp, fallen leaves, smoothly exiting the campus and heading towards the airport. At a traffic light, Xie Jingsi came to a halt. Nan Xu casually inquired, "When did you fall asleep last night?" "I drifted off in just a few minutes," he replied nonchalantly. "Your method is quite effective." She nodded in understanding. No wonder, accidentally fell asleep too. It turned out they had both unknowingly succumbed to slumber, neglecting to hang up the call. Having consumed a bit of alcohol and stayed up late the previous night, Xie Jingsi remained focused on driving, so Nan Xu refrained from speaking to avoid distracting him. The car journey lasted nearly an hour, during which silence enveloped them. A phone call shattered the tranquility within the car. He quickly glanced at the phone resting on the center console and asked, "Could you answer that for me?" "Sure." Nan Xu leaned over to pick up the phone and noticed an unrecognized number without any notes. She answered, "Hello, he is currently." Before she could explain that Xie Jingsi was driving, her words were abruptly cut off by a voice filled with thinly veiled anger. "Who are you?" Patiently, Nan Xu explained. "I am Xie Jingsi's classmate. He is currently driving." The boy gripping the steering wheel frowned at the unfolding situation. "Who is calling?" The voice on the other end grew more irate. "I'm your father." "You little brat, are you planning to block me from several numbers?" After navigating through the busiest intersection, Xie Jingsi pulled over to the side of the road, took the phone from Nan Xu, and spoke in a cold tone. "What do you want? Why didn't you attend Miss He's birthday banquet last night? You should get your act together. In 2 years, when you enter the company, you'll need to form alliances to create value for the family." His eyes glinted with a chilling sharpness as he scoffed, "Unlike you, my worth isn't solely based on arranged marriages. I have the ability to create greater value on my own." His brief words further infuriated Xie's father, who barely had the chance to retort before Xie Jingsi continued, "You can try to engage with Miss He. After all, infidelity seems to be your forte. However, whether she would be interested in a hollow, aging man like you remains to be seen." With that, he decisively hung up the phone and blocked the number, ensuring that she wouldn't become the target of his father's impotent rage. Nan Xu, on the other hand, felt indifferent. It's nothing. That moment, she found herself somewhat preoccupied. He was still in university, yet his family was already pressuring him to pursue connections with suitable heiresses. Would he one day succumb to the pressure and yield to reality? "No," he chuckled softly. "Your thoughts are written all over your face." She offered an awkward smile, lowering her gaze in embarrassment. "Oh." Rays of fragmented gold filtered through the windshield, illuminating the boy's sharp features. He stated, "Nan Xu, I will only marry someone I truly love." Chapter 83. "I think you're beautiful too." The car came to a steady stop at the entrance of the terminal, where vehicles were only allowed brief stops. "It's all right, I can manage alone," Nan Xu replied, glancing at the time. "And aren't you here to pick someone up?" "What time is their flight?" he responded, the darkness in his pupils shifting slightly as he recalled. "Right? I am here to pick someone up. They should be arriving soon." A gentle smile spread across Nan Xu's lips. "Then I won't disturb you. Thank you for today. I'll treat you to a meal next semester." "Sure." Xie Jingsi's sharp demeanor softened as he agreed. The winter night descended early, and by the time Nan Xu arrived in Ningqing, the sky had already darkened. The airplane descended slowly through the dusk and landed smoothly. Following the crowd from the cabin, she prepared to take the subway, only to be greeted by someone waving their hand and calling her name. "Nan Xu? Over here." Lifting her head, she was pleasantly surprised to see a slightly plump middle-aged woman. She hurried over, pushing her suitcase, and stood before her aunt. "Aunt, you didn't have to come pick me up?" "It's too much trouble." "Not at all, I was passing by," her aunt replied, effortlessly taking her suitcase. "Your uncle is cooking at home. You can spend the new year with us, and I can help your sister with her studies." Although she got into the affiliated high school, her grades have been mediocre. "That girl is so carefree and still as silly as she was in middle school," She just doesn't seem to worry. Nan Xu reassured her, Sivan is still young. She will learn to focus in time, and she is quite intelligent. You mustn't say that in front of her. Otherwise, she will insist on me buying her some Idols album as a reward. Zhou Sivan's eyes sparkled with excitement, her enthusiasm causing her to narrow her gaze. What, are you going to make me help your brother with his fan rankings again? This time, it's not about that. Zhou Sivan said, you graduated from the affiliated high school too, right? Do you know a senior named Xie Jingsi? He is from your school, and he is super handsome. Yet Xie Jingsi was several years her senior. How could she know of him? The next moment, Zhou Sivan clarified. The school set up a wall of outstanding alumni to encourage us, and he is on it. His ID photo is stunning, and you're there too, right next to the handsome guy, looking incredibly beautiful. Many boys say you resemble the first love in a movie. As she spoke, she excitedly pulled out her phone to show Nan Xu the picture she had taken. On the wall of outstanding alumni with a red background, her small ID photo was displayed side by side with that of Xie Jingsi. Nan Xu couldn't help but chuckle, asking her cousin for the photo and cropping out her portion before sending it to Xie Jingsi. X, are you home? Si Shui, yes, Si Shui. My cousin is studying at the affiliated high school. She took this photo and thinks you look great. X, is it just your cousin who thinks so? Her delicate fingers typed a message. She said many classmates think the same. X, didn't he ask anyone else? X, I'm asking my cousin's older sister. Nan Xu was taken aback. Her cousin's older sister was none other than herself. The warmth in her ears surged, and she bit her lip in surprise, glancing up to see her cheeks blushing faintly in the reflection of the bedroom mirror. Why was he bringing up her crush again? She constantly regretted letting Xie Jingsi hear that confession. At that moment, her heart raced, filled with panic, and her mind fixated on one thought. She mustn't let him know she had a crush on him, or she would lose even their friendship. She responded with a few vague remarks, not expecting him to remember them so vividly. One lie requires a multitude of others to support it, and she was now experiencing the truth of that statement firsthand. Oh, fearing he would continue to pry, she was relieved when her aunt called them for dinner just then. Seizing the opportunity like a lifeline, she told him she needed to eat and would chat later, hastily putting down her phone and heading out. Meanwhile, thousands of miles away, Xie Jingsi stared intently at the 4 words on the screen for a long time. Eventually, he called Jiang Lai. You have a wide social circle. Do you recall any boys from our affiliated high school or the 1 or 2 years below us who look somewhat like me? The latter nearly spat out his food upon hearing this. Xie? I know you're handsome, but you weren't this narcissistic before. Why do you suddenly want to compare looks with alumni? Xie Jingsi clicked his tongue, his tone frigid. I'm asking a serious question. The boy scoffed, realizing he was losing his mind for consulting such an unreliable person. After hanging up, Xie Jingsi aimlessly scrolled through the chat history. Upon seeing the photo on the wall of outstanding alumni, a thought flickered in his mind, and his previously relaxed posture straightened. Once Nan Xu finished dinner and casually picked up her phone, she saw a message from Xie Jingsi. X, you also got into Jingda. Your photo must be on the outstanding alumni wall, right? Where is it? Chapter 84. Do you like it? Her photo? With her hair always styled in a high ponytail and her attire limited to the same blue and white school uniform. She rushed out each morning after brushing her teeth and washing her face, hardly having time for skincare or makeup. Compared to the vibrant and lively girls around her, she felt woefully inadequate. She stared at the photo of the plain-faced girl with her bare face, her long eyelashes fluttering as she lowered her gaze. She truly couldn't be called beautiful. How could she dare show it to Xie Jingsi? X, how could that be? She insisted. Really? Perhaps sensing her strong reluctance, he didn't press further. X, since you don't want to, then I want to look. I'll wait until you're willing in the future. Xie Jingsi casually turned the page. X, do you want to see a Samoyed? Nan Xu perked up with interest. Yes. His video call popped up in the next instant. She clicked to accept, and after a brief pause of 1 second, Xie Jingsi's strikingly handsome face materialized on the screen. The young man was positioned very close to the camera, his sharp eyebrows and straight nose fully in view. He lowered the camera with one hand, revealing a Samoyed on the bathroom floor that resembled a cotton candy, rolling around and acting adorably. Its round, glistening eyes sparkled like 2 crystalline beads, while its originally pristine white fur was now soiled with mud. Nan Xu was utterly charmed by it, her voice unconsciously softening. What's wrong with it? Xie Jingsi squatted down, gently patting the Samoyed's head. It's Xie Swain Yin's dog. I just took it for a walk, and I lost sight of it for a moment, and it ran off to roll in a puddle. He secured the phone, and with a somewhat rough gesture, pinned down the large dog, clicking his tongue. So fat. Nan Xu instinctively defended the dog. It must just be its fluffy F-word. As the perfectly tempered water from the shower cascaded over the Samoyed. Its soft fur became damp and conformed to its skin. Yet its size hardly diminished. In fact, with the visual obstruction removed, its round, plump body was even more apparent. Xie Jingsi chuckled lightly. If this were taken to a pet shop for a wash, they'd charge it as a super fat dog. Nan Xu disagreed. Don't say that about it. Being a little chubby is cute. The corners of his lips curled up as he teased. A doting mother spoils her child. She was displeased and muttered under her breath. A strict father doesn't necessarily raise a filial son. Xie Jingsi replied casually, his eyes slightly lifting, his words imbued with a hint of profundity. In the future, when we teach our children, we should discuss this more. At first glance, it seemed innocuous. One day, when they both had children, it would be entirely normal for them to share parenting insights. Yet, upon closer reflection, it felt vaguely ambiguous. Why did it suddenly feel like they were an old married couple? Nan Xu parted her lips, about to say something, when suddenly there was a flurry of commotion from the other end of the phone, causing the fixed camera to wobble and fall, plunging the screen into darkness. What happened? Xie Jingsi. Oh dear, what's going on? An aunt outside heard the noise and entered, saying, there's no need for you to wash it yourself. Miss Nian Yin was just speaking out of frustration. Why take it seriously? Let me handle it. Xie Jingsi wiped the water from his face. Can she control me? It's just because someone likes cats and dogs. This is all on you. Thank you. Xie Jingsi picked up the phone. It's nothing. It just got a bit rowdy and splashed water all over me. Nan Xu expressed her concern. Then hurry and dry your hair and change your clothes. Don't catch a cold. The phone swayed with his footsteps, perhaps due to his inattention, the camera angle gradually sliding downward. Inside, Xie Jingsi wore only a white t-shirt, which became translucent when wet, clearly outlining the contours of his physique. His lean muscles were visibly defined, the lines smooth and full of strength. His trim waist, sculpted abs, and the clear delineation of the V-line extended down to the hem of his black pants. Disappearing from view, this unexpectedly charged and visually striking scene unfolded before her, leaving Nan Xu frozen in place, her mind momentarily blank. Her heart raced like thunder, even her breath stalling for a beat. Before she slowly lowered her gaze, Xie Jingsi had always been the center of gossip, his looks and physique a topic of fascination among many girls. There had been instances where he was photographed on the basketball court, revealing a glimpse of his abs while shooting a three-pointer. Nan Xu still remembered one particularly memorable comment from that time. With a physique like that, one can tell he is quite vigorous in bed. For some inexplicable reason, that very line popped into her mind at this moment, swirling through her thoughts. This was not good. Nan Xu abruptly flipped the phone upside down, using the back of her hand to cool her increasingly flushed cheeks. Taking 2 deep breaths before picking it up again. The view of the wet body was gone, the camera now focused on a corner of the room, revealing a glimpse of the bed. The young man's voice filtered through. I'm changing my clothes. It then struck her as peculiar. Xie Jingsi was rather unrestrained and casual, and while the camera hadn't captured him, it felt as though he was undressing as if someone else were present in the room. Wouldn't that feel a bit odd? The rustling sounds emanating from the phone reached her ears, and she noticed a damp white t-shirt discarded on the floor, the very one he had been wearing. Images of what she had just seen flooded her mind uncontrollably, causing her cheeks to flush once more. Perhaps the day's experiences had left an indelible mark on her. As the saying goes, what one thinks during the day, one dreams of at night. That evening, she had an embarrassing dream in a sealed room where the curtains were tightly drawn. The dim light cast a sultry ambience reminiscent of old Western love songs emanating from a vintage record player. Xie Jingsi emerged from the bathroom, towel in hand, drying his hair, his upper body bare, muscles taut and defined as he raised his arms, veins prominent. He walked towards Nan Xu, his cold, slender frame almost within reach. Her hand was taken, placed upon his perfectly sculpted abs. A low chuckle from Xie Jingsi whispered in her ear. Do you like it? Chapter 85. A bone-chilling cold. Sister, you often save so much money. Why don't you ever spend any? Exiting a clothing store, Zhou Siyuan touched the coat she wore. A piece she had bought 2 years prior. When I start working and earn 10,000, I'll spend 8,008 to reward myself. Nan Xu blinked. I like saving money. Having once struggled to come up with a mere few dozen for materials, she had developed a profound reliance on money. The growing sum in her little treasury provided a sense of security. Her upbringing had instilled in her a deep desire for a true home of her own. She even wanted to save to buy a house. Zhou Siyuan, still young and with family support, didn't he need to discuss such matters with her? As they spoke, Xie Jingsi's birthday was approaching. She had checked, and it was not long after the new semester began. Given their current friendship, gifting him a birthday present would be entirely appropriate. Nan Xu had her own motives. It would be her first time celebrating his birthday, and the gift could not be too cheap. As for what to give, she had yet to decide. Seeing her lost in thought, Zhou Siyuan repeatedly urged, "Don't rush into a relationship. Let me help you find the right one. Nowadays, there are so many beautiful girls with toad-like boys. You must keep your eyes peeled and find someone who matches your looks." She chuckled lightly. Matching looks? Well, if someone wants to be my brother-in-law, they must at least be as handsome as. That's Xie Jingsi, right? Zhou Siyuan paused, then added. But too handsome is no good. Handsome guys are usually playboys, just like that senior Xie. I only just learned he is a notorious player. Such a person is even worse. Purity is a man's best asset. Nan Xu felt a pang of guilt and fell silent. The two of them continued to browse until dinner time when her uncle called, saying they were going to a private restaurant for a nice meal and asking them to take a taxi over. Stepping into the elegantly decorated and tranquil hotel private room, the moment she opened the door, Nan Xu's smile vanished. Her stepfather's family and her mother were already seated at the table. Her uncle rose and approached her, looking apologetic and guilty. Sorry, Su. Your mother wanted to have a meal with you to ease the mother-daughter relationship, so I agreed. I didn't expect her to bring the Meng family along. Nan Xu remained silent for a moment. She didn't blame her uncle. After all, he and her mother were siblings, and he naturally considered her feelings. As for her mother's actions, Nan Xu had grown accustomed to them. She simply couldn't understand why her mother was so adamant that there was a need to mend the relationship between her and Meng Zheng. A heavy stone gradually pressed upon her chest. No. I've been busy lately. Don't just talk. Let us eat. Her aunt interjected, trying to ease the tension, reminding them that the food would get cold. The round table was laden with an array of colorful and aromatic dishes. From time to time, her mother would serve her food, insisting that she eat more, claiming she was too thin. She chewed on a piece of rib. It felt as though she was gnawing on a block of wax. The icy, strange texture sliding down her throat, causing her stomach to churn uncomfortably. Zhou Siyuan glanced at her with concern. Sister? Nan Xu comfortingly patted her hand, took a few more bites, then stood up to head to the restroom. She hastily locked the stall door and promptly expelled everything she had just eaten. The bright overhead lights in the restroom illuminated her pale face as she rinsed her mouth with cold water. Droplets trickling down her chin, revealing a disheveled reflection in the mirror. Eating with us made you feel this nauseous? Meng Zheng's voice suddenly rang out from behind, causing Nan Xu's scalp to prickle instinctively. And her stomach churned violently once more. She wiped her chin and hands dry with a tissue, her almond-shaped eyes filled with clear disdain. As long as you understand. Meng Zheng leaned casually against the wall, arms crossed. You're still holding a grudge. That was years ago. I was just a foolish boy back then. Nan Xu didn't spare him a glance, coldly bypassing him to leave. Meng Guangping's previously lofty demeanor instantly shifted, his smile broadening as he approached. Mr. Sun, what a surprise to see you here. I'm Meng Guangping from Baichuan Group. We met regarding the new district project. This must be your son, right? Truly a case of like father, like son. His flattery lifted Mr. Sun's spirits, and the two engaged in a mutual exchange of compliments, seemingly oblivious to their surroundings. Nan Xu and Zhou Siyuan felt bored and linked arms to leave. After all, it wasn't relevant to them. Before long, it was the afternoon of New Year's Eve. Nan Xu and Zhou Siyuan were in the living room, watching television and making dumplings when the doorbell rang. Upon opening the door, they were greeted by Yuan Jun's beaming face. She had come alone, carrying bags of ingredients and fruits. Today, I'm spending the new year with you. I hope you don't mind? Though her uncle didn't say it, he had long hoped that the mother-daughter pair could bridge their divide. So he welcomed her in while observing Nan Xu's reaction. The sunlight outside filters through the lush leaves, casting a gentle halo upon her unblemished visage, untouched by the ravages of time. Nan Xu tasted a morsel but remained silent. As night fell, the twinkling stars echoed the myriad lights of the world below, while warm-toned lights illuminated the room, intermingling with the darkness outside, creating a cozy and tranquil atmosphere. After dinner, the three adults engaged in casual conversation when Yuanjun suddenly inquired of Nan Xu, "Is there a romantic interest for Xu in university?" The latter's gaze shot up, keenly perceptive. "If there's something to say, just say it, Dado. Dear child, your mother is merely concerned for you. Girls can explore romance in college. By the time they graduate, they'll be around 23 or 24. A couple of years later, marriage would be quite appropriate." Yuanjun tentatively proposed. "If there isn't a suitable match at school, your mother can introduce someone to you. Dio, you remember Mr. Sun whom we met that day at dinner? His son is quite charming, and he seemed taken with you at first sight." A chilling wave of dread spread through Nan Xu's heart. The warm illusion cultivated over the past few days was abruptly shattered. Yuanjun had come alone for the new year, and her overtures of goodwill were suddenly rendered all too explicable. Nan Xu felt no surprise. It was all too clear. This was her biological mother, bound to her by an unbreakable blood tie. Yet why did she consistently side with others to conspire against her? An indescribable fury and grievance erupted within her, and her tone turned sharp. "No wonder you've acted so unusually today. You intended to sell me off to someone else for the benefit of the Ming family? What do you mean by selling you off? Young Master Sun is quite the gentleman. What is wrong with him? If you two can be together, your marital matters would be resolved, and the Ming and Sun families would become in-laws, greatly benefiting their businesses. Isn't that a win-win situation?" Yuanjun, confronted by her daughter's accusations, appeared somewhat taken aback. "I merely wanted you two to get to know each other. Over the years, your Uncle Ming's career has flourished. If Mr. Sun were to lend a hand, promotion and salary increases would ensue, ultimately benefiting you as well. Is it truly for my benefit or yours?" Nan Xu inhaled deeply. "Since the moment you married into the Ming family, you have consistently sought to please them. When Ming Zheng bullied me, you turned a blind eye. When he lured me into an alley with intentions of assault, you disregarded it. You constantly defended him, claiming he was just a child who didn't understand, or that I was merely experiencing stress-induced hallucinations. The most absurd part is that you expect me to act as if nothing happened and maintain a brother-sister relationship with him, all to preserve your idyllic family. Don't you find that revolting?" With a thunderous crash, the silence of the room shattered like glass. After unleashing the pent-up words that had long been stifled, Nan Xu could no longer contain herself and bolted from the room, her slender, defiant figure vanishing into the vastness of the night. She ran relentlessly, the biting cold wind howling past her ears, stinging her cheeks painfully and seeping into her throat, leaving a faint metallic taste. Aimlessly, she found herself in a corner of a park, leaning against a tree to catch her breath. In the distance, the square bustled with life, filled mostly with parents and children playing, their laughter and joy permeating the air. While the cold moisture brushed against Nan Xu's face, had it rained? Bewildered, she raised her hand to wipe it away. Oh, it turned out she was crying, staring blankly at the damp traces on her hand. The suppressed emotions that had accumulated within her could no longer be contained, and the grievances she had endured surged forth in a tidal wave. Nan Xu understood the source of Meng Zheng's hostility towards her. He did not wish for a mother-daughter duo to become part of his family, yet he dared not confront Yuanjun openly. Thus she became the outlet for his frustrations. He mocked her modesty, ripped her completed assignments, and placed dead snakes in her backpack. At some point, his bullying had taken on a more sinister tone, his gaze lingering over her exposed skin, feigning chance encounters as he brushed against her hand. This left Nan Xu in a state of panic, and when she mustered the courage to mention it to Yuanjun, she was met with stern admonishment, accused of having a problematic mindset. The young and naive Nan Xu even began to doubt her own sensitivity. Until that fateful evening when the night class ended, Meng Zheng approached her classroom, telling her that Yuanjun had come to pick them up from the back door. Believing him, she followed Meng Zheng into the dimly lit alley, where he abruptly seized her hand. Terrified, she pushed him away and attempted to flee, but he restrained her, venomously accusing both her and her mother of being seductive vixens. Had it not been for Xie Jingsi's timely intervention, she dared not imagine what might have transpired. Upon returning home, Yuanjun was taken aback by her disheveled appearance. When Nan Xu tearfully recounted the truth, her mother's expression shifted. She covered Nan Xu's mouth and sternly warned, "You must never speak of such matters again. If others were to find out, what would they think of our family? What would they think of you?" The incident faded into silence, leaving Nan Xu in a prolonged state of despondency and disorientation. Until one day, she opened the iron box where her secret thoughts lay hidden, discovering a note that read, "If you are unlucky, try your courage," which rekindled her spirit. Subsequently, a video surfaced anonymously on the school forum, depicting Mingjing bullying classmates and cheating on major exams during a city government visit to the school, causing an uproar. Faced with mounting pressure from all sides, he had no choice but to withdraw from school and study abroad. Nan Xu once thought she had overcome that hurdle, only to realize that the wounds of the past had merely scabbed over, with the flesh underneath rotting to the bone. She crouched down, allowing large tears to fall into the earth. Minutes later, another call came in. Without glancing at the screen, Nan Xu answered, her voice teetering on the brink of collapse. "I truly wish to be alone for a while." Her soft, melancholic tone echoed through the phone, leaving her frozen in place. Hastily wiping away her tears, she endeavored to sound normal. "What's wrong? I'm in Ningqing. Can we meet?" Listening to her heavy sobs, Xie Jingsi paused before adding, "If you don't want to see me, that's fine. Could you at least tell me where you are? I just want to catch a glimpse of you from afar, without disturbing you. In less than 20 minutes, Nan Xu spotted Xie Jingsi. The moonlight bathed his tall, upright figure in a cold silver hue. His dark eyes were filled with an endless depth as he approached her step by step. When he finally stood before her, his cool fingertips brushed against her cheek, gently wiping away her tear stains. His voice was soft, almost soothing. "What grievance has befallen you?" Under the diffuse glow of the soft lights, Xie Jingsi's dark eyes appeared tinted a deep brown. As their gazes locked for 2 fleeting seconds, the biting cold wind blurred Nan Xu's vision. Just moments before his arrival, she had managed to compose herself, yet his simple expression of concern shattered her psychological defenses like a hammer. His profound gaze captured her unwaveringly. "Nan Xu, you don't need to put on a brave face in front of me. 1 second, 2 seconds. On the 3rd second, her eyelashes fluttered, and crystalline tears began to cascade down her cheeks. Xie Jingsi had not been mistaken. Her stubbornness was evident, for even amidst her sorrow, she cried silently, her distress palpable yet subdued. Her cheeks flushed, and her raven-black eyelashes, now damp, clung together in clumps. The tears fell silently, and the delicate skin around her eyes glowed with a tender blush that tugged at his heartstrings. He felt as if someone had pierced his heart with a tender yet firm touch, and his arm instinctively lifted to envelop her in an embrace. The girl he had longed for, warm and fragrant, pressed against him, yet Xie Jingsi felt no inclination towards intimacy. Instead, he was overwhelmed with compassion, his palm gently patting her back in a restrained manner. Nan Xu seemed to cling to him as if he were a lifeline in her turbulent sea, burying her face in his chest, her delicate fingers gripping the fabric of his shirt as she wept unabashedly. Her tears flowed like an uncontainable faucet, soaking the small patch of fabric over his heart. Xie Jingsi had witnessed many women cry. Yet this time, the sensation of her dampened skin against his began to ache, reaching deep into his heart, leaving him feeling helpless and restless. He felt an overwhelming urge to exact vengeance upon those who had wronged her. Observing her disheveled appearance, soaked through, she mumbled an apology. "I'm sorry for getting your shirt wet." His hand, resting on her slender back, instinctively moved upwards to ruffle her hair. "No more tears?" Crying is a way to release the emotions held deep inside, but if you keep crying, it won't do your eyes any good. Nan Xu shook her head, wiping her tear-stained cheeks with the back of her hand, her voice thick with emotion as she attempted to justify herself. "I usually don't act like this." Xie Jingsi replied, "I know." She had always been resilient. However, he added, "It's all right not to be strong with me. A child loved and supported by someone doesn't need to pretend to be strong." The fact that Nan Xu has developed such resilience clearly illustrates the hardships she has endured. The girl halted, and deep within her heart, the most secretive corners softened and crumbled under his words. The tightly shut door of her heart cracked open a small gap, and she began to speak as if to herself. "Tonight? It's because of my mother." She recounted her parents' divorce, leading up to her mother's attempt to introduce a boyfriend. "I've known for a long time that my mother might not love me, and I no longer harbor expectations of her. Yet, when she inflicts harm upon me once more, the pain still pierces deeply. Nan Xu lowered her gaze and remained silent for a while. She wished to steer clear of such heavy topics and suddenly recalled something. How did you end up in Ningqing? I came to spend the new year with my grandparents. They have been rehired by Jing University as economics professors. They're older now and focus on health. So after the New Year's Eve dinner, they went to bed early. He had initially planned to call Nan Xu on New Year's Eve to chat and wish her a happy new year while casually learning about her plans for the following day, hoping to orchestrate a chance encounter. However, to his surprise, upon connecting the call, he was met with her sobs. Xie Jingsi's gaze swept over a few children nearby, each holding a fairy wand, and suddenly inquired, "Would you like to see fireworks?" Nan Xu reminded him, but fireworks are prohibited in the city. Citizens are generally limited to playing with fairy wands and steel wool, and the relevant authorities turn a blind eye to this. Shall we head to the suburbs then? Faced with those deep, dark eyes, Nan Xu found herself unexpectedly stirred by a rebellious impulse. She nodded decisively. Let's go. The stillness at the mountainside in the dead of night was more profound than ever. In her 18 years, Nan Xu had never experienced a moment like this. On New Year's Eve, she and a boy had impulsively bought several boxes of fireworks and driven for an hour and a half to the outskirts. Gazing towards the main urban area, she could faintly see the flickering lights of prosperity and splendor, in stark contrast to the bustling noise across the way. Here the night was thick and somber, the dark sky twinkling with a dazzling river of stars as everything slumbered in silence. The rustling leaves stirred by the wind were clearly audible. At that moment, it felt as if two worlds existed. One was filled with joyous voices and family reunions, while the other contained only her and Xie Jingsi, yet they did not feel lonely. Xie Jingsi was moving the boxes of fireworks to a vacant area. His fiery energy seemed almost overwhelming. Although Ningqing was not as cold as Beijing, the winter night still hovered around 4 to 5 degrees Celsius. After moving 2 boxes, he felt warm and removed his woolen coat, leaving only a high-necked knit sweater. With a thunderous boom, brilliant fireworks soared into the darkness, illuminating the sky like shooting stars. The colorful lights intertwined, brightening this tranquil corner. Behind Xie Jingsi was the chaotic night and a sky filled with fireworks. He strode towards her, the cold wind tousling his dark hair, the flickering glow reflecting the sharp contours of his face. This scene resembled a classic moment from a film, played back in slow motion in Nan Xu's eyes, rendering everything around her gradually ethereal. The world shrank into a box of just the right size, with only the person within it feeling real. At this moment, the boy, running towards her with abandon, was aglow, not overshadowed in the least by the golden fireworks. Xie Jingsi stopped before Nan Xu, and the deafening sound of the fireworks was suddenly muted, reduced to a mere whisper, as warmth enveloped her ears. He had covered them. The continuous warmth emanated from that touch, spreading to her heart, transforming into a flowing, burning heat. Nan Xu's heart throbbed uncontrollably as she lifted her clear, almond-shaped eyes to meet his. The boy's profile remained striking and profound, with no hint of awkwardness, as if all his actions were perfectly natural. She averted her gaze, her heart racing, and looked up at the splendid night sky. The night breeze gently tousled her silky black hair cascading over her shoulders, and she felt utterly relaxed. The disputes and tears from 2 hours ago seemed like events from a past life. The delicate lines of her profile were gentle and warm, her long hair lifted slightly by the wind, strands drifting into his nostrils. A faint smile unconsciously graced her lips, as if all the stars in the world were twinkling in her clear and pure gaze. Xie Jingsi's Adam's apple moved slightly, the accelerated beat of his heart aligning with the fireworks bursting in the night sky. Just then, Nan Xu turned her head, and their eyes unexpectedly met in midair. He parted his thin lips to say something. It was brief, but the explosion of fireworks drowned it out, and since her ears were still covered, she couldn't hear it clearly. Once the thunderous noise subsided, she asked, "What did you just say?" Xie Jingsi chuckled softly, "Happy New Year, Nan Xu." After exchanging mutual blessings, neither of them averted their gaze. Something in the flowing air shifted silently. Xie Jingsi's deep eyes shimmered with a restless energy, as if the swirling matter in the darkness could break free at any moment. Nan Xu instinctively sensed an unease and danger, swallowing hard as her palms grew damp with sweat. She felt at a loss about where to place her hands and feet, awkwardly searching for a topic to break the strange atmosphere. "Did we not buy fairy wands to play with?" she said. turning to open the car door to retrieve them. The door was suddenly pressed down, and Xie Jingsi's tall and sturdy figure loomed closer. Nan Xu found herself enveloped, surrounded by his assertive presence. The light flickered, and his obsidian eyes fell upon her, alluring and captivating. I lied. What I said earlier wasn't Happy New Year. They hadn't consumed alcohol. Yet Xie Jingsi's voice was husky as if steeped in it, and Nan Xu felt herself somewhat intoxicated. Her cheeks flushed uncontrollably, her mind barely functioning. The crimson tip of her tongue instinctively licked her full lips as she asked, "Then what did you mean?" Xie Jingxi's gaze intensified, thick with uncontainable emotion as he spoke each word deliberately. "I like you, Nan Xu. Forget about gradual progression and the slow boil. In this moment," he realized all tactics and strategies were mere facades, easily cast aside. In the instant that the starlight fell into her eyes, only one voice clamored in his heart. "Tell her you like her." Xie Jingsi liked her? Nan Xu's mind was a whirlpool of confusion, her scattered thoughts entangled like a thorny mess. In a daze, she couldn't help but question whether everything after Xie Jingsi's call was merely her imagination, akin to the little match girl conjuring visions of warmth, food, and her grandmother in a cold, desperate situation. The fingertips hanging by her side dug into her palm, bringing a sharp sensation. Her voice trembled. "Why you? What did you say?" "I like you," Xie Jingsi repeated. "Be my girlfriend." The depths of his dark eyes held no trace of jest, filled instead with earnest sincerity, making Nan Xu's heart race faster. Like a drum beating violently against her chest. Not only was her heart pounding, but his was as well. He had never felt such tension. Each breath felt as if a century had passed. "I know my reputation at school isn't the best." Always proud and unruly, he felt a lump in his throat as he hesitantly sought her acceptance. "Actually, I." The rest of his words were abruptly cut off as Nan Xu suddenly rose on her toes. Her delicate hand grasping the fabric of his chest and placed a soft, incredible kiss on his cheek. She said nothing, yet conveyed everything. Time seemed to freeze, and Xie Jingsi felt as if he had been struck by something indescribable. Though the fireworks had ceased, the explosion of excitement ignited within him, sending waves of warmth cascading through his body, obliterating any remaining rational thought. He gripped Nan Xu's shoulders tightly, his eyes shimmering like sparks rekindling from ashes. It was only after her action registered in her mind that she realized what she had done, now caught in his unwavering gaze. Her ears turned crimson as she stammered, "I'm sorry, I just..." Nan Xu couldn't complete her sentence. The familiar scent of mint filled her nostrils as his large hand clasped around her waist, while another pressed against her back, drawing her closer. Xie Jingxi's cool lips met hers seamlessly, kissing her without hesitation, as if it had been a long time coming. This kiss was even more real and indulgent than the one on the snowy night of Beihui. Her thoughts fragmented. Overtaken by the invasion of his passion, he kissed her fiercely, with fervor and thoughtfulness. Nan Xu felt as if her strength had been drained, her body melting into a puddle of spring water. She felt as if she might collapse at any moment, her hands instinctively grasping his broad shoulders. However, this action only fueled the fire. Xie Jingsi paused for less than a second before tightening his grip around her slender waist. Pulling her deeper into him, their kiss growing more profound, he was a master of romance, transitioning from initial boldness to tender caresses before finally ending the kiss. Nan Xu leaned languidly against him, her eyelashes fluttering as her gaze became misty, her eyes glistening with moisture. The tips of her eyes, her neck, even her fingers radiated a rosy hue, her lips slightly parted, drawing in fresh air. Xie Jingsi couldn't resist and pecked her lips once more, asking, "Can you handle more?" The final term of endearment made Nan Xu lift her gaze, her damp eyes locking onto his. "What is it?" He misinterpreted the meaning behind her look, his sharp brows furrowing as his voice dropped to a low, husky whispered, "I've given you my first kiss and my second. Are you not going to give me a title? That night was my first kiss." Nan Xu was about to retort when she suddenly caught a more crucial piece of information. Gazing at Xie Jingsi in disbelief, wondering if she had misheard. First kiss? The kiss on Beihui Mountain was actually his first kiss. Xie Jingsi raised an eyebrow, a smile tugging at his thin lips. Yes, she instinctively found it hard to believe, questioning aloud. How is that possible? Her long, curled eyelashes cast a slight shadow beneath her lowered gaze, and she murmured, I'm not particularly concerned about the past. But you don't need to lie to me, I'm not lying, he replied. That night was my first kiss. Nan Xu was taken aback, her intuition telling her he had no reason to lie. Reflecting on it, she realized she had never actually witnessed Xie Jingsi being intimate with any of his previous girlfriends. Despite the fact that he had many days if reading her thoughts, he gently pinched the soft flesh of her cheek with his calloused fingers. Who said having a girlfriend necessitates kissing? She was rendered speechless, muttering softly, but your kissing skills are so good. A pleasing laugh escaped Xie Jingsi's lips as he leaned in closer, his warm breath brushing against Nan Xu's cheek. That's called innate talent. Thank you for the compliment, my girlfriend. I will continue to work hard. The searing warmth climbed up her glistening cheeks as she gently nudged him, slightly turning her face away, playfully chastising, Who praised you? The gaze of Xie Jingsi, mere inches away, enveloped her completely. Now that the misunderstanding has been resolved, isn't it time we discuss serious matters? What kind of title do you intend to bestow upon me? Nan Xu was still not entirely free from the dreamlike state, or perhaps she had yet to adjust to the transformation in their relationship. Slowly, she lifted her hand and gently intertwined her fingers with his. Her voice tinged with shyness as she whispered, boyfriend, and it served as an answer to him, but also a reassurance to herself, a reaffirmation. The sharp, defined contours of Xie Jingsi's features instantly softened to their utmost extent. His well-defined fingers tracing her palm's delicate skin, assertively sliding between her fingers. Their hands became entwined, fingers locked together. Nan Xu's almond eyes widened slightly, her tongue momentarily faltering. Isn't this too fast? Zhou Sivan had already sent a message stating that her mother stormed out after a quarrel with her uncle and aunt. Xie Jingsi nodded knowingly. All right. The sleek, sharp-lined Aston Martin came to a halt beneath the residential building, and as Nan Xu exited the car, he followed suit, opening the door for her. Tomorrow, I must visit my grandparents to see my mother. And the day after, I will come to find you. As he spoke, Xie Jingsi pulled out a thick red envelope from his bag, containing New Year's money. She refused to accept it. New Year's money is for children. I don't need it, aren't you also a child? He replied nonchalantly, directly taking her hand and pressing the envelope into her palm. Before she could gather her thoughts to refuse again, Xie Jingsi lightly brushed her cheek. Good night. Little one. Upon entering the house, she was met with her uncle and aunt's guilty expressions, and she turned to comfort them. Uncle, aunt, it's not your fault. You are well aware of the conflict between her and me. However, it would be best if I see her less in the future. Yes, it's better to see her less. Not seeing her at all would be best. Her aunt nodded vigorously in agreement, exclaiming how anyone could become a parent these days. Zhou Sivan, fearing that a few more words might reignite her sister's sorrow, quickly interjected, It's so late now. Let us not talk about anything. If we don't turn on the Spring Festival Gala now, it will end soon, and we might just catch unforgettable tonight. With her quirky charm, she managed to lighten the atmosphere among them. Realizing it was indeed inappropriate to bring up Yuan Jun, her aunt headed to the kitchen to wash fruits for the two of them. Oh, our community also has luxury cars. Her aunt emerged from the kitchen with a fruit platter, and Zhou Sivan's eyes lit up as she squeezed to the kitchen window to look down. Where? That black one. Did you see the logo? That's an Aston Martin, worth millions, so expensive. Mom, when I have money, I'll buy you one too. Listening to the mother-daughter conversation, Nan Xu suddenly realized something and leaned closer to the kitchen window to peer down. She recognized it. That was Xie Jingsi's car. He hadn't left yet. She pulled out her phone and messaged him. Is your car broken? X, did you see me? The car is fine. I was thinking of waiting for you for a bit. At first glance, his words seemed a bit nonsensical, but Nan Xu understood his meaning. She quickly typed a few words, her cheeks flushed, and clicked send. Drive slowly, be safe, boyfriend. After sending that message, the chat box displayed the other party is typing for half a minute. Yet she received no reply. Just as she was pondering this, he sent a voice message. Suddenly, I don't want to leave. This is your fault. Nan Xu, perplexed. What did I do? Xie Jingsi's deep voice resonated in her ears. Seeing you call me boyfriend? I want to press you against the car door and kiss you. This declaration lodged itself in Nan Xu's heart, rendering her sleepless throughout the night. Each time she closed her eyes, her mind flooded with confessions beneath the fireworks and fervent kisses pressed against the car door. Her thoughts and emotions were pulled in every direction, sometimes feeling surreal, at other moments blushing so fiercely that she buried her face beneath the covers. Consequently, on the first day of the new year, she awoke late, with the sun already high in the sky. Thankfully, her uncle's household did not impose many rules, and she had brunch with Zhou Sivan, who also woke up naturally. It was a rare sunny day, the surroundings bathed in a golden hue, as warm sunlight filtered through the trees, casting dappled shadows upon them, wrapping them in a cozy embrace. Zhou Sivan, feeling bored, dragged Nan Xu to put on some makeup and dress up for a picnic and photo shoot in the park, with their uncle and aunt cheerfully tagging along. The park was bustling with people, children running about with several kites soaring high. The four of them found a spot to lay out their picnic blanket, surrounded by snacks and fruits, leisurely chatting away. Yezhuan? What a coincidence! A middle-aged woman removed her sunglasses, her face lighting up with surprise as she looked at Nan Xu's aunt. You've brought the kids to the park to play too? Her aunt forced a smile. Su Xiaoli, quite the coincidence indeed. Zhou Sivan discreetly rolled her eyes. Didn't he check the lunar calendar before heading out today? Nan Xu found the woman familiar. Who is she? A distant relative of my mother's. She was classmates with my parents back in school and loves to compare. Every time we meet, she brags about her son studying abroad and her daughter earning tens of thousands in the big city. How infuriating! Their uncle and aunt had a daughter late in life. And with Zhou Sivan still being a student, they had no advantage in the competition of whose child was more successful. As the two sisters were venting, the other side had already begun. No need. Her aunt smiled brightly, holding Nan Xu's hand. This is my niece, from Peking University. Nan Xu was caught off guard, thrust into the fray, and feigned calmness as she nodded and greeted. Hello, Aunt. A top student. Huh? Aunt Xu's expression stiffened slightly as she touched her freshly styled hair with her ring-adorned hand, quickly changing the subject. But if you ask me, education is secondary. What truly matters in society is one's ability to earn. She patted her daughter's hand. My daughter, though her grades weren't outstanding, is now a top salesperson at a jewelry store. Some graduates from prestigious universities lack adaptability and earn only $3,000 or $4,000 a month. At this point, she abruptly halted, her gaze narrowing sharply at Nan Xu. That necklace you're wearing? Nan Xu, puzzled, touched her neck. What about it? The temperature was warm. Her coat was left open, revealing a hint of a delicate collarbone beneath her sweater dress. She had worn the necklace gifted by Xie Jingsi for a photo opportunity. Did this aunt intend to mock her for wearing a necklace worth a mere few hundred? Where did a student like you get the money for such an expensive piece of jewelry? Oh, I see. It must be a high imitation, right? Aunt Xu lectured earnestly. Girls shouldn't be too vain. Her daughter gently tugged at her mother's hand. Mom, that seems real. Aunt Xu's eyes widened. What do you know? Do you forget what industry I'm in? This absurd comparison concluded with Aunt Xu dragging her daughter away in embarrassment, leaving the scene. Zhou Sivan was baffled. Wasn't it just a necklace worth a few hundred? Did she really get scared off by that? Nan Xu's fingertips brushed over the butterfly pendant, keenly sensing something off. She snapped a picture of it and sent it in their dorm group chat. Tong Xinyue. 4 seasons snow. Do you know how much this necklace is worth? Many mothers spoil their children. Where did you get this? My CP is getting married today. That's the one Xie Jingsi gave me. Didn't he say it was only a few hundred? Having rarely had the opportunity to adorn herself at school, Nan Xu seldom wore the necklace, and Tong Xinyue was not often in the dorm. So naturally, she had never seen it. Many mothers spoil their children. You didn't tell me this necklace worth a few hundred looked like this? Nan Xu's breath caught. So, how much is it? When the necklace was gifted to her, it came without a jewelry box or receipt, and it bore no brand logo. Xie Jingsi had mentioned a few hundred, and she had never doubted it. Before long, Tong Xinyue sent over a screenshot from the official website. Graph Classic Butterfly Pendant, 18K white gold with pear-shaped diamond, official price, 355,000. Nan Xu stared at the string of numbers, her finger tracing over it twice. It wasn't 3,005, nor 35,000, but 355,000, gripping the necklace. Her palm heated up, and her mind went blank. In the group chat, Tong Xinyue continued to comment. Did you two not have any suspicion upon seeing the diamond on the pendant? My CP is getting married today. We don't know anything about high-end diamonds. Even if you set it with the bottom of a transparent glass bottle, we wouldn't be able to tell. Many mothers spoil their children. Xiaoka, Guzi, you have quite the keen YE.MYCP is getting married today. Wow, thinking about it, Xie Jingsi is really quite nice. He.S. willing to spend money on a girl. And he doesn't use it as leverage like some men who, after giving you a bouquet of flowers, will make you feel indebted. Nan Xu didn't continue reading the chat and dialed Xie Jingsi's number. After a few seconds of ringing, he answered. His deep voice, laced with a light chuckle, came through. Missed me? The diamond on the butterfly pendant sparkled under the sunlight, its brilliance reflecting in Nan Xu's clear, bright eyes as she softly spoke. Xie Jingsi, your necklace is too expensive. How did you find out? Xie Jingsi's casual demeanor shifted slightly as he replied earnestly, as long as you like it. The price is secondary, he then added, almost as a warning. Nan Xu, if you dare to say it's too expensive and refuse to accept it, wanting to return it to me, I will. He paused, as if contemplating. What will you do? She wondered, knowing he wouldn't dare to raise his voice at her. Still pursuing the question, what will you do? She pressed her tongue against her teeth, and he lowered his voice. I will kiss you senseless. Her ears flushed red instantly, her eyes sparkling. Xie Jingsi. Here, he lazily replied, a low laugh escaping him as he continued. And you think 30 or 40,000 is too much? In the future, I'll hand over my assets, and all the money at home will be managed by you. What will you do then? On the morning of the second day of the new year. The continuous 2 days of clear weather painted the sky a brilliant blue. Sunlight streamed through the window, casting dancing shadows across the room. Nan Xu picked up a misty blue scarf and adorned herself with it, glancing left and right at her reflection in the dressing mirror. Beside her, Zhou Sivan, munching on an apple with a crunch, mischievously whistled a playful tune. Sister, you look particularly stunning today. Are you off to a date? Nan Xu shot her a reproachful glance. I'm just going to watch your drama. After dismissing her inquisitive sister, she applied some lip gloss, checked the time on her phone, and hurriedly stepped out of the door. As she exited the community, a casually striking figure of a young man came into view not far away. Clad in an all-black casual outfit, he exuded an air of audacity that could not be concealed. His hair was unstyled, with a few strands falling across his forehead, and sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled shadows on his sharp, chiseled features. His aloof demeanor remaining utterly unyielding. Upon hearing footsteps, Xie Jingsi lazily lifted his half-lidded eyes. And at the moment their gazes met, the darkness in his eyes melted away like ice in the sun. The next instant, he reached out his hand toward her. His pale, smooth skin extended from his prominent wrist, the blue veins on the back of his hand appearing both neat and alluring. Nan Xu, bewildered by his gesture, exchanged a confused look. Huh? Xie Jingsi chuckled softly, resigned, and simply grasped her hand, holding hands. As his broad palm enveloped her smaller one, her fingertips curled slightly, and she felt a twinge of shyness. Oh, they had agreed the night before to explore the campus of Fuzhong together today. To evoke a sense of nostalgia, Xie Jingsi decided against driving and opted for the bus instead. The school was not far from the community, a direct bus route that would take merely a dozen minutes. The bus arrived promptly, and during the 8 or 9 o'clock time slot, the vehicle was neither crowded nor empty. There was an available seat as they boarded. Nan Xu was gently pressed to sit down while the young man stood beside her, leaning against the back of her chair. Too bad I'm on the 102 route. Otherwise, we might have run into each other. Nan Xu tilted her face upward to look at him, her almond-shaped eyes reflecting her surprise. You take the bus to school? Of course. Xie Jingsi raised an eyebrow slightly. Do you think I'm like those characters in dramas, being chauffeured around in a Rolls-Royce all day? She chuckled awkwardly, remaining silent. She had seen him descend from a luxury car once and, given the rampant rumors about him being the heir of the Jing circle, she had indeed imagined he had a dedicated driver. Xie Jingsi's gaze softened as he spoke. I was sent to Ningqing by my family for certain reasons. Living with my grandparents, who have always been indifferent to fame and fortune. They didn't want to spoil me. A shadow of melancholy flickered beneath his lowered eyelids, exuding a sense of world weariness. Nan Xu felt a subtle tremor in her heart, a quiet realization that his certain reasons perhaps related to the matter Liang Yu had vaguely alluded to, something that weighed heavily on his mind. As the bus gradually slowed and came to a stop, passengers began to board, including several middle-aged ladies clad in matching dance attire, making the interior feel decidedly cramped. Please, take this seat. Nan Xu stood to offer her spot to a grandmother with graying hair, grasping the handrail for support. Just as the bus resumed its journey, Someone behind her lost their balance and unexpectedly bumped into her, sending her stumbling directly into Xie Jingsi's arms. He stood firm as a resilient pine tree in a biting wind. Securely supporting her lower back, he spoke, his chest vibrating as he did. "Hold on to me." Her cheek nestled against him, one hand gripping the fabric at his side, her ear hidden beneath his dark hair. Flushed with warmth, such a lovely couple, the grandmother she had given her seat to remarked with a smile. "You look exceptionally well matched. May you enjoy a long and happy life together." Xie Jingsi's expression brightened with delight. "Thank you, Grandma, we certainly will." Nan Xu could only nod in agreement, her cheeks flushed. After 3 stops, they arrived at Ningqing Fuzhou. Nestled in a corner of the city, it was surrounded by lush green trees, providing a tranquil environment. A tall stone monument stood at the entrance, inscribed with the school's name and motto. Today, there was no one on duty at the security booth, allowing them to enter with ease. Upon returning to campus after several months, she was surprised to see how much had changed. A 2-meter-tall emblem statue had been erected in front of the teaching building, with even more vibrant greenery, and the track on the playground had been newly laid. Since when did the school become so affluent? Xie Jingsi mused. Why didn't they think of improving the cafeteria back then? The vast campus was enveloped in tranquility, save for the rustle of leaves and the chirping of birds. They strolled leisurely around the campus, and as they rounded a corner past a teaching building, a tree adorned with red ribbons came into view. The young man approached it, raising an eyebrow. Have they upgraded to ribbons now? Wasn't it just strings tying up paper slips before? From a distance, one might think the school is involved in funerals. Nan Xu chuckled. The school changed the year you graduated. They started providing the red ribbons for good fortune. She continued, it's thanks to you that year. When we got accepted into Jingda, the principal was so overjoyed he could barely contain himself. She pointed towards the back door of the teaching building. Previously, we used to get them from inside at the desks. With a knowing smile, Xie Jingsi looked at her and then raised his gaze to the red silk on the tree. Did you write anything? Nan Xu felt an unexplainable nervousness creeping in, biting her lip. Yes. His dark, penetrating eyes fixated on her without blinking. What did you write? Can you share? He smiled. I guessed it. For a dutiful and conscientious student. Her aspirations back then revolved solely around getting into her ideal university, or perhaps there was another, her secret crush. But that was now a thing of the past, and it held no significance. Presently, Nan Xu belonged to him. Chapter 92. For him entering the teaching building, they soon spotted the wall showcasing the outstanding graduates, adorned with their identification photos. The school had unearthed photographs from who knows where, capturing youthful faces, and among them, only Xie Jingsi exuded an audacious, carefree spirit that stood in stark contrast to the diligent demeanor of his classmates. He stared at the images for a moment, a hint of annoyance prompting him to push his hair back. Back in high school, I often read my reflections under the national flag, wearing this arrogant and disdainful expression. Did you think I looked like a little hoodlum from the audience? Under Xie Jingsi's intense gaze, Nan Xu's soft voice carried a laugh. I often heard you read reflections, but I didn't think that. Xie Jingsi raised an eyebrow in disbelief. Really? Nan Xu nodded, adding, at most I might have thought to myself how perfunctory you were, always rotating through 3 templates for your reflections. The young man squinted slightly, his dark eyes lowered upon her. A good student listens so attentively to reflections? If not for the fear of being reprimanded by the headmaster for his improper attitude, he wouldn't have bothered to find all 3 templates. Yet, Xie Jingsi could confidently say that during those moments, 99% of the audience, including the teachers and school leaders, were not truly listening to what he said. They were merely observing his demeanor. He delved deeper into his thoughts, casually slipping one hand into his pocket. His gaze drifting to the nearby photo, pausing and falling into silence. The photograph of Nan Xu appeared even more youthful and innocent. She sported a neat high ponytail, with hardly any stray hairs framing her face, showcasing her round and delicate bone structure. Her glistening almond eyes revealed a hint of shyness and timidity when facing the camera, her face untouched by makeup, soft and tender like the gentle rain of Jiangnan. After a moment, he murmured, finally, I've seen it. Nan Xu's eyelashes trembled slightly in tension, her fingers nervously intertwining. I told you, I wasn't attractive back then. You were not unattractive, Xie Jingsi firmly countered. His deep, inky eyes swirling with captivating allure. You were quite beautiful, very charming as he spoke the latter half. His voice dropped to a husky whisper, as if confiding in her ear. Hearing this, Nan Xu felt her heart flutter uncontrollably. He glanced around. Is there any surveillance nearby? The abrupt shift in topic caught her off guard, leading her to question in confusion. Why do you need to find surveillance? What are you talking about? Nan Xu's spirit jolted, grabbing his hand and lowering her voice. What are you planning to do? It does sound like something you would do. Nan Xu was resolute. No, absolutely not. After a brief standoff of gazes, Xie Jingsi finally relented, surrendering. All right, I want to pry. But you must promise me one condition. Without hesitation, she agreed. Sure, go ahead. He slightly leaned forward, their eyes nearly parallel. Nan Xu, from now on, do not belittle yourself or engage in self-deprecation. For some reason, upon hearing this, the most guarded and secretive part of her stirred, sending ripples that lingered. She responded slowly. Okay, I understand. Xie Jingsi's lips curled into a smile, yet his body remained close. His strong, slender hand firmly resting on her delicate shoulder, drawing her nearer. The air between them felt taut, as if stretched by an invisible force, becoming thin and sticky, making each breath feel laborious. I wanted to say this on the bus. Xie Jingsi's fingertips brushed against the skin outside her lip, igniting a surge of electricity. What are you wearing on your lips? It looks so glossy and inviting. She instinctively pressed her lips together. Her voice barely audible. Lip balm, he responded knowingly. What flavor? Nan Xu's mind went blank under the heat radiating from his face close to hers. I forgot. No matter. His sharp features loomed closer, their foreheads nearly touching, their noses brushing against each other. A mere inch closer and their lips would meet. She gently pushed against his chest, whispering. This is schooled at a T that moment. He swiftly pressed his lips against hers. A fleeting touch, like a dragonfly skimming the water, and then he pulled away. Xie Jingsi's gaze remained fiercely unyielding, yet he ultimately restrained himself, refraining from further actions. Instead, he merely brushed his deep, dark eyes over her moist lips. Now aware of the strawberry flavor, a rush of warmth surged to his forehead, and even as they exited the teaching building, the corners of Nan Xu's eyes remained tinged with a soft pink. Sister, could you lend a hand? A few children approached them from a distance. Nan Xu knelt down, speaking gently, of course. What seems to be the matter? The leading little girl pointed to a lush tree adorned with red ribbons. It's that one. Let me handle it, Xie Jingsi said, patting Nan Xu on the shoulder as he strode forward, inquiring of the children. Why did you only ask your sister for help and not me? They fidgeted, responding, because you look a bit fierce. Unable to suppress herself, Nan Xu's delicate features broke into a light smile. He clicked his tongue. This time, I shall forgive your superficial judgments. The branch that ensnared the ball was somewhat elevated. But for the tall Xie Jingsi, it posed no challenge. With a nimble leap, he retrieved the ball. The children erupted in cheers, chorusing, Thank you, big brother. Xie Jingsi chuckled, casually straightening the red ribbons he had unwittingly disturbed. Yet, in that fleeting glance, he paused. Amidst the layers of crimson fabric, both new and old, he spotted familiar handwriting nestled deep within. It was Nan Xu's. The message echoed her words, with just 3 additional characters. For him. To get into Jing University. Chapter 93. Relaxation. Beside the school's small convenience store lay a grove, once a favored rendezvous for young couples in love. It was said that the disciplinary head often hid there during evening study breaks. Catching students in the act with uncanny precision, Nan Xu and Xie Jingsi strolled leisurely into the grove. She suddenly recalled something and casually mentioned it. Halfway through her sentence, her previously bright smile dimmed slightly as she turned to the boy beside her. It seems you were caught there once too. This incident had stirred quite a commotion among their classmates. It was hard to imagine that the rebellious Xie Jingsi would, like a lovesick youth, hide in the woods with a girlfriend for a mere 10 minutes during breaks. Many girls speculated about the identity of the girl he had dated, suggesting candidates ranging from Tian in Class 1 to the art student Huang Shuyu. In the end, the truth remained elusive, but a unanimous consensus emerged that Xie Jingsi was responsible, preferring to face the consequences rather than betray his girlfriend. When Nan Xu overheard 2 girls at her desk discussing this, she accidentally knocked over her cup, flustered as she wiped up the spill, enviously reflecting on the girl whom Xie Jingsi had chosen to protect. Feeling jealous? The boy's teasing tone drew closer as he lowered his gaze to scrutinize her. Nan Xu fell silent for 2 seconds before forcing a composed smile. No, it's all in the past. Xie Jingsi's dark eyes flickered subtly, his tone betraying no emotion, so understanding. He took her delicate hand, leading her deeper into the grove. At the grove's end stood the school's wall, with the sounds of honking cars and chatting pedestrians filtering through from the street outside. He gestured toward a vacant area against the wall, then pointed at the noticeably raised outer wall. Nan Xu lifted her gaze. He chuckled lightly. Later, I found out that the disciplinary head thought I was part of the early dating crowd too. Several teachers tried to ascertain who the poor girl was, but there was no such person, so I had nothing to divulge. Eventually, tired of their inquiries, I confessed honestly that I wasn't dating. I had skipped class to play games at an internet CAF, which infuriated the homeroom teacher enough to summon my grandmother for an hour-long discussion. The rumors circulating the campus about his willingness to be reprimanded for the sake of true love reached his ears. But he paid them little mind, feeling no need to clarify. In retrospect, he deemed it a misguided decision. Xie Jingsi gripped her wrist, pushing her gently against the shadowed tree trunk, his breath lingering on her face. What other rumors have you heard about me? The interplay of light and shadow rendered their figures ambiguously intertwined. Her throat tightened, her confidence wavering. I don't think there are any. The boy lowered his head, a smirk gracing his lips. So, as a good student, have you ever come here for a date? Or wish to? Of course not. Nan Xu replied instinctively, adding, besides, I have to get into Jing University for high school. If I spend all my time thinking about such things, I'll never make it. Once she spoke, she sensed a shift in the atmosphere, as though the air had thickened and solidified around them. Xie Jingsi's long, slender eyes darkened unexpectedly, his previously casual demeanor now shrouded in an inexplicable gloom. It resembled a deep pool with a bewitching allure, where one might easily slip and drown, or a fragile cage, within which a wild beast might break free at any moment, ready to consume her whole. The girl's eyelashes trembled with tension. What's wrong? He raised an eyebrow, the glimmer in his eyes shifting slightly. Was that really your only thought about getting into Jing University? Nan Xu affirmed with a firm tone. Yes, but I wasn't very bright in high school. I often studied late, and once, I was so frustrated with a physics problem that I nearly cried. Xie Jingsi's breath grew heavier as he grasped her chin, kissing her decisively, rendering her words into a muddled whimper. His warm lips engulfed her senses, the kiss spiraling out of control like a tempest, claiming everything in its path, as if silently declaring his possession. Nan Xu remained bewildered, unable to comprehend the sudden surge of his aggression, held captive by his solid arms and chest, slightly tilting her head to endure the relentless onslaught. They had spent 3 years together in this very place, now a renowned lover's rendezvous, every coincidental detail overlapping to evoke a surreal sense of time distortion. It felt as if they were merely experiencing a mundane break during evening study hours. The laughter of their classmates drifting from the nearby playground, while she and Xie Jingsi hid in a shadowy corner, stealing kisses. This realization sent electric pulses through Nan Xu's brain, her heart racing, drowning out all other sounds. Perhaps sensing her rigidity, Xie Jingsi's large hand cupped her cheek, gently stroking it. A low, heated chuckle escaped his throat, laced with warmth. Relax, don't be nervous. The disciplinary head isn't here to catch us. At this remark, Nan Xu's composure shattered further, her heart racing, palms sweaty, and even when released to inhale fresh air, her blood remained fervent. Xie Jingsi's fingertip brushed against the corner of her lips, wiping away the moisture there. She retaliated with a flustered pout. Why did you suddenly do that? He lazily chuckled. Do what? Feigning ignorance. Nan Xu narrowed her eyes at him, yet overlooked her own appearance, a delicate mist hung in her pupils. The corners tinged with a faint crimson, her lips lush and alluring, shimmering under the dim light. Enticing him, it could be said that this demeanor lacked any threat, yet only served to rekindle the emotions swirling in his gaze. Suddenly, he covered Nan Xu's eyes with his hand. She blinked in confusion. What's going on? As her eyelashes brushed against his palm, a tingling sensation crept through her, reaching her very core with a swallow. He murmured, Don't look at me like that. I might do something bad. Chapter 94. It's you. Nan Xu froze, her eyes wide with innocent confusion. What bad thing? Her gaze was as clear and pure as a spring of fresh water. And under that scrutiny, Xie Jingsi found himself at a loss for words. He sighed softly, propping himself against the rough bark of the tree as he straightened up. I'll tell you later. Oh, all right. Nan Xu acquiesced, obediently dropping the subject. The boy felt as though his heart had been struck by something soft and unyielding, melting into a puddle, sprouting a dense carpet of tender spring grass. At noon, Xie Jingsi led Nan Xu to an old street behind the school for a meal. As they walked, she suddenly halted, glancing towards a narrow alley now. She could look upon it with a calm demeanor. Yet the shadows it cast seemed to have seeped deep into her bones, surging from the depths of her heart. What's wrong? His warm, large hand enveloped her cool one, pulling her away from the heavy emotions that threatened to ensnare her. She lifted her gaze and smiled. It's nothing. When she confided in Xie Jingsi about her conflict with Yuan Jun, she had omitted this particular matter, deeming it too undignified to share, wanting to maintain a favorable image before him. Nan Xu cradled her teacup and took a sip. I've wandered down this street with classmates before, but I've never eaten at this place. I only remember a nearby stall selling delicious tanghulu. Soon, their dishes arrived. Though they were simple home-cooked meals, they were visually appealing and flavorful. After finishing, Xie Jingsi settled the bill and told her, just wait here for a moment. I'll go buy something. As she watched his figure disappear from sight, Nan Xu found herself idly glancing around, unexpectedly locking eyes with a man smoking across the street. His face lit up with recognition as he approached with purposeful strides. Nan Xu, fancy seeing you here. Meeting a high school classmate, she smiled and greeted, Yin Ming, what a coincidence. Isn't it? Our homeroom teacher, Mr. Wu, is retiring this year, and we're planning a reunion to send him off. It should be happening soon, around the new year when everyone is free. You have to come if we finalize the date. Mr. Wu had been particularly caring towards Nan Xu during her time in class. After a moment's thought, she nodded in agreement. Sure, that sounds great. Let us chat more later. As soon as Yin Ming left, Xie Jingsi returned, casting a glance at her. Who was that? A high school classmate. Once she saw what he was holding, her almond-shaped eyes sparkled. Did you buy me tanghulu? He lowered his eyelids. Let us see how it tastes. She accepted it, taking a bite. The glutinous rice paper melted in her mouth. And beneath the thin, crispy, sweet coating lay the tartness of hawthorn. It tasted delightful, yet it was somewhat different from her memories. During her high school years, she scarcely had any friends, apart from her introverted nature. There was another unutterable reason. She lacked pocket money. By chance, her enthusiastic deskmate, Ji Yun, invited her to go shopping, and she consented. Together, they purchased exquisite notebooks at a quaint little shop and indulged in candied hawthorn skewers. This moment remains one of the few leisurely and delightful memories from her high school life. Perhaps it is for this very reason that she imbued the candied hawthorn with a unique anticipation. And now, with the connection to Xie Jingsi, it has taken on a different kind of sweetness. Flickering starlight danced in her eyes as Nan Yu remarked, delicious. After devouring 3 skewers, her expression transformed to one of distress. I can't finish them. In the next instant, Xie Jingsi took the candied hawthorn from her hand and, with effortless ease, took a bite. I'll finish the rest. Noticing the bite mark on the skewer, Nan Yu softly cautioned. That was my bite. Didn't Jianglai say he had the temperament of a young master and a bit of a cleanliness obsession? How could he eat someone else's leftovers? Xie Jingxi's eyes narrowed momentarily, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on her, his voice hoarse yet deep. You've already salivated over it. Why would you still care? His excessively candid words caused Nan Yu's ears to flush. She stammered, Don't you think it's too sweet? The sourness of the hawthorn was not overwhelming, blending perfectly with the sugary coating, yet it might still be a tad too cloying for him. He polished off the rest in just a few bites and tossed the bamboo skewer into the trash. It is quite sweet, especially the first bite. Nan Yu's reaction was noticeably delayed. She pondered, why the emphasis on the first bite? Shouldn't it become more cloying as you go? Only when she perceived the teasing glint in Xie Jingxi's dark eyes, brazenly resting on her lips, did she suddenly grasp the implication behind his words. I in a public setting, she stammered. You really are. Her words trailed off as she struggled to find a fitting descriptor. Xie Jingsi kindly filled in the gap. Shameless, lacking in modesty? Nan Yu exclaimed internally. How could he possess such acute self-awareness and speak of it without a trace of hesitation? Xie Jingsi leaned closer, a playful smile glinting in his eyes. When I say the first bite is sweet, How does that equate to shamelessness? Could it not be that the initial sweetness fades with each subsequent bite? Nan Yu opened her mouth, momentarily speechless. Well, perhaps I've misinterpreted. Oh? Xie Jingsi's interest peaked, his demeanor suggesting he was determined to dig deeper. What misunderstanding led you to think I'm shameless? Do share. Nan Yu felt a flush of embarrassment, her fair cheeks blooming with color as she turned her head away, falling silent. Xie Jingsi took a step to the side, positioning himself directly in her line of sight, his prominent Adam's apple bobbing as he chuckled softly. Believing he was mocking her naivety, Nan Yu retorted, "What are you laughing at? Why are you so simple-minded?" "You're not mistaken." His voice, laced with an alluring mirth, whispered in her ear. "The first bite's sweetness I see about the candied hawthorn. It's about you." Chapter 95. Class reunion. In recent days, the high school class group chat buzzed fervently with discussions about the upcoming reunion, finally settling on a date and location. The class monitor took a tally of attendees, urging everyone to participate. While chatting with friends, Song Yangyang suddenly vented her frustrations. Nan Yu was taken aback. "Is it really that dramatic?" "Indeed." Song Yangyang clenched her fists, gritting her teeth. "You dress so ordinarily, and they still find ways to mock you. This is the adult world?" Tong Xinyue chimed in. "Every class has a few ostentatious show-offs. If you dress up a little that day, you could dazzle everyone." Song Yangyang teased. "If you go with Xie Jingsi, it'll be the talk of the reunion to have snagged the most popular guy from high school." Nan Yu chuckled. "It's just a class reunion. It wouldn't be appropriate to bring him along." She was not one to seek attention or gossip, especially since the primary reason for attending was to see Teacher Wu. Song Yangyang was merely jesting, but upon hearing this, she exclaimed, "Isn't Xie Daolao letting you go alone? Aren't you worried about boys confessing to you?" "I haven't told him yet." Recently, there seemed to be issues with a project at Xie Jingsi's company, keeping him quite busy. However, they still maintained their daily video calls. Just like the previous day, as Nan Yu had just stepped out of the shower, she received a video call from Xie Jingsi. Upon mentioning her attendance at the high school reunion, the boy on the screen, with his dark eyes shimmering with an enigmatic light, responded, "All right, I'll take you." His demeanor bore no resemblance to the concern Song Yangyang had expressed about her going alone. Nan Yu found it hard to fathom how such a carefree individual could possess such intricate and sensitive thoughts. Cradling a soft rabbit plushie, she rested her chin on it. "No need. It's just at Junhua Hotel." A quick taxi ride away. The room was lit in a warm, inviting hue, and Nan Yu, clad in a fluffy winter nightgown, with damp, lustrous hair cascading over her shoulders, appeared even more radiant, her complexion as fair as freshly poured milk. Nan Yu obediently agreed. On the day of the reunion, she dressed as she usually would and, following the server's guidance, ascended to the private room. Many people had already arrived, their laughter and chatter creating a lively atmosphere that could be felt even through the door. As she entered, everyone instinctively turned to glance her way, someone cheerfully exclaiming, "Look who's here! Our class's beautiful academic star." Being classmates, Nan Yu greeted each of them with a smile, acknowledging their presence. Each person had changed to varying degrees since entering university, and several who had once been as quiet as her now radiated confidence and glamour, leaving her almost unrecognizable. "Come sit here," Jiyun beckoned to her. After greeting Teacher Wu, Nan Yu made her way over to take a seat. The once stern and serious class teacher had become much kinder and more approachable, mingling with the students, sharing laughter over memorable high school anecdotes, shattering the months of unfamiliarity. Before long, everyone had arrived. And some classmates had brought their partners, leading to playful teasing. "Why do you have a girlfriend, and she is so pretty? We agreed to be single together. You've betrayed our 303 dorm," with everyone gathered. The class monitor, Chi Haoyan, announced, "Now that everyone is here, I'll call the server to bring out the dishes. I know the owner of this restaurant, and we're getting a half-price deal, a beautiful girl." Nya Han praised, "Thank goodness for Chi Gu. We can always count on you. I heard you started a business after university and made quite a fortune." Talented people shine wherever they go. "Not at all." The monitor humbly replied, "I can't compare to you. Already a social media influencer with hundreds of thousands of followers." Soon, several others joined in their mutual flattery, exchanging compliments about each other's bright futures. Nan Yu, being straightforward, focused on her meal, while Jiyun quietly remarked, "Are they here just to flaunt their superiority? The one who should be showing off hasn't even spoken yet." realizing she was referring to herself. Nan Yu blinked in surprise. Just as she was about to respond, she accidentally choked, as she bent down to cover her mouth and cough. A long hand reached out from the other side. Here, drink some water to ease it. Nan Yu accepted the cup and took a sip of warm water, regaining her composure. She turned to the boy beside her. Thank you. Shun Jishuan smiled slightly. Still so polite with your deskmate? After the meal, the group moved on to sing at a nearby KTV, and though she hesitated about going, Jiyun implored her with puppy eyes. You should come, we can still chat. Otherwise, I'll just have to listen to them brag. Nan Yu finally nodded in agreement. I always thought Shen Jishuan was quite handsome. I saw you two chatting earlier. Is there something going on? Shen Jishuan excelled academically and served as the study committee member for 3 years. Always gentle and patient with classmates seeking help, he had a refined and elegant appearance, and many girls had liked him back in high school. She shook her head and lowered her voice. No? I have a boyfriend. What? Ji Yun's excitement surged. Is he also from Jingda? Nan Yu nodded. Just then, the room erupted in cheers as Shen Jishuan was playfully pushed by a few boys to sing. He reluctantly stood up and chose a gentle, famous campus song, The Classmate Sitting Next to You. Unknowingly, as she had just mentioned deskmate, Nan Yu felt as if his gentle gaze lingered on her as he sang. Chapter 96. She has a crush on him in the dimly lit private room. The warm-looking boy sang softly, his gaze fixed on the cool girl on the sofa. A few classmates began to perceive something, instinctively shifting to create space between them, their excited glances flitting between the two. It appeared as if they were a pair of classmates who had secretly harbored feelings for each other, finally coming to an understanding in this moment, earning heartfelt blessings from those around them. Suddenly, Xie Jingsi, his expression impassive, exited the video call from Jiang Lai, slamming his phone down on the table. The ringtone rang for several seconds before he picked it up again. Speak. I even went through a friend's sister's classmate's social media to steal this video for you. And this is the attitude you give me? Xie Jingsi pinched the bridge of his nose. I don't have time to chat with you right now. Didn't you ask me the other day to check who from Nan Yu's class got into Jingda? Jiang Lai continued. Well, there's really no one. Getting into Jingda isn't like roasting sweet potatoes. There aren't that many people. However, he shifted his tone. There is one person who didn't make it into Jingda but is quite suspicious. It's that boy in the video, Shen Jishuan. Everyone in their class knows he is among the top students, definitely qualified for Jingda, but he didn't perform well on the exam day and ended up at a university. Plus, he had a girlfriend throughout high school, and they only broke up half a month ago. Xie Jingxi's brows were furrowed in a deep frown, his heart shrouded by a thick layer of ominous clouds. Although Jiang Lai was often unreliable, his conjecture today was surprisingly plausible. She harbored a secret affection for him but dared not express her feelings, primarily due to Shen Jishuan's existing relationship. Shen Jishuan. 4 Seasons Snow. What a coincidence that Nan Xu's WeChat name and his initials both align with SJX. When too many coincidences converge, they cease to be mere chance. Upon this realization, he felt as though struck by a thunderclap. An indescribable mix of anger and bitterness surging within him, a suffocating heat tearing at his chest. Xie Jingsi gazed into the silent darkness outside the window, the inky stillness seeming to seep through the glass. Nearly engulfing him, he was not one to easily succumb to self-doubt. On the contrary, he carried himself with an air of unassailable confidence, believing that anything he desired was within his grasp. He had known for some time that Nan Xu had a crush. But he thought that if they could be together, it meant she had moved on from him. Even if he were to reappear, it would pose no threat to their relationship. Yet now, Xie Jingsi found himself lacking such certainty. Unbidden, scenes from a few days prior flooded his mind. When Nan Xu had spoken of her aspirations to attend Beijing University, I have to take the entrance exam for Beijing University in high school. I'm not particularly bright, often studying late into the night. Once, overwhelmed by a physics problem, I nearly cried. Her determination to attend Beijing University, the efforts she had invested, and the hardships endured echoed loudly in his ears at this moment. Each word a testament to her feelings for that person. Could Nan Xu truly set aside years of longing and listen calmly as her crush sang for her? When she heard about Shen Jishuan's breakup, did she ever regret agreeing to his confession on New Year's Eve? If one were to recount that night, after enduring the emotional turmoil inflicted by her family, a handsome boy had appeared as if from nowhere. Setting off fireworks and cheering her up, did she not, in a moment of impulsiveness, agree to his confession? Perhaps her consent to be with him was not born of genuine affection. The further he pondered, the more tumultuous his thoughts became, a constricting sensation gripping his throat, making even breathing painful. On the other end of the line, Jiang Lai lamented, "It's truly a case of not judging a book by its cover. Who could have guessed that the usually demure Nan Xu had feelings for someone else? Just like you, caught between two options. You're facing some competition, my role model." "Shut up." Xie Jingsi tugged at his collar, forcing out a couple of words in a hoarse whisper. "Fine, fine." Jiang Lai sighed. "I've come to realize that you can't even bear to hear a word against her. And this isn't even slander." There was a hint of frustration in his tone as he pulled Lu Zhishuan over. "You give your opinion on this." The latter posed a critical question. "What do you plan to do now?" Xie Jingsi suddenly paused, brows furrowing deeper. "Why should I be the second choice?" Lu Zhishuan remained silent for a long moment. "Have we really reached the point of quibbling over this?" Jiang Lai raised his thumb. "You've truly reached new heights, Xie. Your head's gone haywire over this relationship." After hanging up, Xie Jingsi dialed Nan Xu's number. It took half a minute for her to answer, her voice barely above a whisper. "It's too noisy in the private room. I found a quiet spot. What's up?" He maintained a casual tone, betraying no emotional fluctuations. "Are you almost done? I'll come pick you up." "Sure. Aren't you busy?" Nan Xu, too, felt a desire to leave. Ever since Shun Jishuan had finished singing, a few classmates had inexplicably started teasing them. She had insisted that she had a boyfriend, but her words seemed to be dismissed as mere excuses. Xie Jingsi raced to the location, hurriedly making his way upstairs, where he spotted Nan Xu. She bore no scent of alcohol, her eyes brightening as she smiled at him. "You arrived so quickly? I'll go inside and say a word to them. Wait for me here." Just as she was about to turn, Xie Jingsi's strong, lean arm encircled her delicate waist, and in the blink of an eye, he pulled her into the fire escape. The sensor lights flickered on, illuminating his icy dark eyes, his heated breath grazing her ear. "Why is your face so flushed?" Nan Xu touched her cheek with the back of her hand. "It's too stuffy inside." He feigned nonchalance, inquiring, "Did you enjoy today? Any interesting events or people?" She pondered for a moment, replying honestly, "Not particularly fun, nor was there anything intriguing." Just then, a male voice approached from around the corner. "Nan Xu?" It was Shun Jishuan's voice. Without a second thought, she was about to respond, but his warm, soft lips preemptively silenced her. Her butterfly bones were pressed against Xie Jingsi's palm, her wrists effortlessly pinned to the wall by his other hand. She found herself utterly defenseless, drowning in the overwhelming tide of passion. Chapter 97. Are you not afraid of being overheard? The sensor light abruptly extinguished, plunging Nan Xu's vision into utter darkness, her other senses heightened. The sensation of their lips meeting, the grinding, Xie Jingsi's forceful invasion, and their entanglement felt as if dissected into countless minute frames, each inch and moment savored. Shun Jishuan's voice grew increasingly nearer, just a few steps away. Should he enter the dim corridor out of curiosity, he would undoubtedly catch sight of their kiss. This thought sent a jolt of panic through her mind, and her bound hands began to struggle lightly. The warmth that had covered her lips withdrew, only to be replaced by his scorching breath against her ear, nearly searing her. Xie Jingsi's lips parted slightly, his low, husky voice whispering, "If you keep struggling, are you not afraid of being heard by those outside?" Nan Xu indeed froze, becoming completely still. The thin sheen of sweat formed in his palm, and she breathed out, "Don't do this. I don't want to hear." If someone she knew were to witness her intimate moment with Xie Jingsi, how would she face them afterward? Yet tonight, Xie Jingsi exuded an inexplicable intensity. Instead of loosening his grip at her words, he tightened it, securing her wrists even more firmly. His rough fingertips leisurely pressed against her soft earlobe, treating it as something amusing to toy with. Was it that she didn't want to be here? Or that she didn't want him to know? Did it even make a difference? Nan Xu was baffled by why he cared so much about this and simply replied, both, as her eyes gradually adjusted to the darkness. She could see the faint shadows of Xie Jingsi's chiseled features, half lit and half hidden, his eyes concealing a sharp glint. The boy nodded in understanding, loosening his grip on her wrists. Nan Xu sighed in relief. However, before that breath could fully escape her, Xie Jingsi's bulging arm wrapped around her waist, while his other hand firmly cradled the back of her head, descending upon her with an overwhelming kiss, even more fervent than before. Caught off guard, Nan Xu let out a soft gasp, the brief sound abruptly cut off, and Shun Jishuan's voice reached her ears as he tentatively called out, "Nan Xu? Is that you?" Her heart leapt into her throat, and at that moment, Shun Jishuan's hand brushed against the partially open door, pushing it wide. The force was uncontrolled, causing the door to slam against the wall with a loud bang. The sensor light illuminating the stairwell, he looked at the scene before him, eyes widening in shock. A tall boy's back was mostly turned to him, his muscular frame seamlessly enveloping the girl in his arms, fiercely kissing and licking her. The girl was entirely concealed by his towering figure. Realizing they were being interrupted, the boy pressed the girl's face into his neck, lifting his cool eyelids, his piercing gaze shooting icy daggers in Shun Jishuan's direction. The deep, dark eyes held a dangerous, predatory silence, emitting an intimidating warning. Shun Jishuan felt a chill run down his spine and quickly retreated, hurriedly apologizing. "I'm sorry." After discreetly closing the door behind him, he made his way back to the private room, increasingly convinced that the boy he had just seen was familiar. "What's wrong?" a classmate asked. "Weren't you going out to confess to Nan Xu?" "I couldn't find her." Shun Jishuan lowered his voice. "I just saw Xie Jingsi. Remember him? He was kissing a girl in the stairwell." "What?" A nearby girl turned sharply in shock. "Xie Jingsi from our school is at this KTV, and he's kissing his girlfriend? Oh no, I wonder who she is." "It's strange if such a handsome guy doesn't have a girlfriend," Ji Yunyun remarked. "I'm curious what his girlfriend looks like. Haha, she must be stunning, right?" Just then, her phone buzzed with a message from Nan Xu. God knows how nervous and embarrassed she felt when the lights turned on in the corridor as Shun Jishuan entered. Her hands instinctively pushed against Xie Jingsi, but he seemed to have lost all reason. Continuing to kiss her deeply now, she found herself unable to face her classmates in the private room, opting instead to bid farewell to Ji Yunyun through her phone. Just as she was feeling resentful, a cool, slender finger suddenly entwined loosely with her hand. Xie Jingsi bent down to gauge her expression. "Are you upset?" "Not really upset, just my cheeks are burning." Nan Xu raised her glistening almond eyes to glare at him. "Why didn't you let me go just now?" He, for some inexplicable reason, seemed to relent, his voice thick with emotion. "You were hidden behind me. He didn't see you." The trivial emotions dissipated entirely, and Nan Xu, with a hint of lightness in her eyes, responded, "Oh." Recalling Shun Jishuan's behavior at the KTV, she added, "My boyfriend is coming to pick me up." After all, he hadn't confessed. Her assumption of his feelings was merely speculation. By mentioning this, she made it seem less intentional while clearly stating her position. Not only was he misled, but Nan Xu herself also believed in this narrative. However, she never anticipated that fate would be so unpredictable. She unexpectedly grew closer to the boy she had secretly admired for years, ultimately becoming his girlfriend. Shun Jishuan replied, "Well, I wish you both happiness." In that fleeting moment after she lowered her gaze, he quickly cast a glance at her phone. The contact name displayed at the top of the screen caught his eye. His grip on the steering wheel tightened abruptly, the veins on the back of his hand becoming distinctly visible. A suffocating sense of frustration lodged itself in his chest, and Xie Jingsi's jaw clenched tightly. Was she truly that happy chatting with him? Chapter 98. He cannot afford to gamble after watching Nan Xu ascend the stairs. Xie Jingsi drove away. Passing by a convenience store, he parked to buy a pack of cigarettes. This man possessed an alarming level of self-control and determination. Ever since he declared he would quit smoking, he had not touched a single cigarette, opting instead for a mint to quell his cravings, regardless of the pressure he faced. But today was different. A heavy, indescribable emotion clung to him like a spider's web, permeating every corner of his being and tightening gradually. With a click, the pale blue flame flickered to life, igniting the tip of the cigarette, the crimson glow dancing at his fingertips as the chill of the wind tousled his disheveled black hair. Exuding a sense of desolation and disdain for the world, his phone rang, revealing the eager inquiries of Jiang Lai and the bystander Lu Jixuan. "How is it? Did you ask?" Xie Jingsi exhaled a ring of smoke, the pale mist obscuring his features, his voice gravelly. "I didn't dare to ask." The two on the other end were rendered speechless, shocked by the three words. This was Xie Jingsi, a man unafraid of anything, who had never shied away from a thought or action. To hear him say he didn't dare to ask was astonishing. Jiang Lai sighed heavily, utterly confounded. "Why wouldn't you dare to ask?" Xie Jingsi retorted. "What happens after I ask? If it's a misunderstanding, that's one thing. But if it's truly as I suspect, What do you think Nan Xu would do? If this thin veneer of a relationship is shattered, would she apologize, claiming her initial acceptance of his confession was a momentary impulse, leading to an amicable separation? Perhaps Shun Jishuan would seize the opportunity to express his feelings, making me an unwitting facilitator in their love story. As Shun Jishuan entered the stairwell, an impulsive thought surged through Xie Jingsi's mind. Don't hesitate, kiss her. Let the other man see what they are doing, severing any unnecessary possibilities. Yet, when Nan Xu pushed against his chest in refusal, he felt her struggle. Objectively speaking, the strength disparity between them was immense. Her feeble resistance was no more than a mayfly attempting to shake a tree. However, within Xie Jingsi's heart, her silent defiance weighed heavily. Suspended above him like a precarious burden, seemingly ready to crash down at any moment, he must not force her. This was the only thought that remained after countless reflections and struggles. Thus, at the critical moment, he positioned himself entirely in front of Nan Xu, shielding her from view. Having never experienced the sensation of liking someone before, he had always believed he would approach it with the same carefree attitude he applied to other aspects of life, without hesitation. Yet, once ensnared in the river of emotions, he realized the two could not be compared. Career and future setbacks could be addressed later, but matters of the heart were irreplaceable in this vast world. There was but one Nan Xu. He could not afford to gamble. Instead, he had to proceed with utmost caution, weighing the pros and cons repeatedly. Liu Jishuan, who had never been in a relationship, and Jiang Lai, who had yet to awaken his romantic feelings, see Xie Jingsi's phone. So, are we just letting this go? Xie Jingsi scoffed. How could it possibly be let go? Jiang Lai shouted into the phone. What can we do? She has someone in her heart. It said that first loves during school years are the most unforgettable. Xie Jingsi narrowed his piercing eyes, extinguishing the cigarette butt. Regardless of who it was, they must clear the space for him. Nan Xu sensed something peculiar about Xie Jingsi in recent days. Initially, it began with a phone call from him one morning, asking her to come downstairs. He had stayed up late for work the previous night and mentioned being busy the next day. Why would he suddenly seek her out? With curiosity, she hurried downstairs. Finding him meticulously groomed from his hair to the hem of his coat, adorned with a refreshing mint citrus cologne, he presented her with a bouquet of flowers. The delicate yellow rose petals were layered softly, each bloom plump and radiant, interspersed with snow willow and fountain grass, exuding vibrancy. A white satin ribbon cascaded from the bouquet, which also contained a simple yet elegant card, inscribed with a flowing script. I wish to give you a memory of a yellow rose I saw one evening long before your birth. Having read Borges, Nan Xu appreciated his world of desolation intertwined with tenderness, reason blended with romance. The poetic line and the roses before her fell like pebbles into the pool of her heart. Sending ripples throughout, a gentle smile graced her features as she replied, Thank you, as long as you like it. Xie Jingsi glanced at his watch, urging her, You should head back up. It's cold outside. And I have an online meeting. Watching him disappear around the corner, Nan Xu was taken aback. Did he come all this way just to deliver a bouquet of flowers? At that moment, she had no idea this was merely the beginning. As fresh flowers would arrive daily over the next few days, ranging from lisianthus to lilies, hydrangeas to tulips, each variety distinct. The teasing glances from her aunt and sister grew increasingly pronounced. Feeling an unusual urge to confide, she found herself sharing this with her roommates during a video chat. Song Youngyang groaned dramatically. Su Bao, you've changed. You've even learned to flaunt your affection now. I'm not flaunting anything. I just think he's a bit odd. Nan Xu retorted, counting on her fingers. He sends flowers every day, and when we meet, he dresses exceptionally well, paying careful attention to his appearance. Whenever I casually mention something I want to eat, he rushes to buy it for me. The silence from the other two girls was palpable, with Tong Xinyue exasperatedly resting her forehead in her palm. Isn't that flaunting your affection? It really isn't, Nan Xu insisted, struggling to articulate her feelings. He's just being a bit too nice to me. Was he like this with his previous girlfriend? The conversation ended with the two girls shaking their heads in confusion. 8 o'clock in the evening. Xie Jingsi texted, Want to grab a late-night snack? I'm downstairs, waiting for you. She hastily packed the scarf she had knitted over the past few days into a bag and rushed downstairs. The neighborhood streetlights were dim and poorly maintained, but under the soft glow, she spotted a man in a black coat standing beneath a tree. She jogged closer, her voice softening. Xie Jingsi it was Meng Zheng. The gentle smile on her face vanished completely, replaced by a demeanor of distance and wariness. What are you doing here? I wanted to tell you that you don't need to be afraid of my dad and your mom pressuring you into blind dates anymore. They want to. Meng Zheng stepped closer. But you blocked me, so I had to come find you. Nan Xu, perplexed by his intentions, replied coldly, you don't need to worry about it, even if they pressure me. I want to go. He moved closer still. Are you dating Xie Jingsi? Do you think he is a good person? Chapter 99. I recognized you long ago. Nan Xu's expression grew colder, unwilling to engage in conversation. And she turned to leave. However, Meng Zheng stepped forward, attempting to grasp her wrist. The events of that dim alley surged back like a tidal wave, invoking a nauseating churn in her stomach and an ingrained terror that enveloped her. Acting purely on instinct, Nan Xu kicked out the moment his hand reached for her. Meng Zheng's features contorted in pain as he fell to the ground, clutching a sensitive area, his face pale. Her fingers trembled slightly at her side, yet she maintained her calm faade, stating, I am no longer the punching bag you once bullied. Do not appear before me again. I never saw you as a punching bag. Meng Zheng grit his teeth, forcing himself to look up at her. I like you. He likes her? Nan Xu's expression froze as she struggled to comprehend what liking someone might entail. A nauseating revulsion churned within her chest, exuding a foul stench of decay. She let out a cold laugh, as if she had heard the most absurd joke of the century, from the day I entered the Meng household with her. You mocked, insulted, and isolated me, and even attempted to violate me. Now you tell me you like me. That is more repulsive than your hatred. Yes, at first I despised you. Meng Zheng confessed. Initially, I resisted you as my stepsister, which led me to make some harmless jokes, but we were just kids. How bad could children be? I can't remember much from that time, except for when I was around 14 or 15, and a few friends came over to my house. You were forced by your stepmother to deliver fruit to us, and my friends' lingering gazes slid from your face to your exposed, slender legs. After you left, they teased me, saying, so this is your father's child bride. She is quite beautiful. The term child bride echoed in my ears from that day forward. Upon reflection, Nan Xu indeed had a certain charm, especially when she cried, her skin becoming flushed beneath her delicate eyelids, her eyes glistening with tears, evoking a sense of pity. Moreover, she was obedient, always compliant with his wishes. With that in mind, he thought she would be suitable as his child bride. I bullied you because I liked you, Meng Zheng continued, defending himself. That day I wanted to hold your hand, but you refused and acted so frightened of me that I impulsively wanted to kiss you. But I didn't get the chance, did I? Nan Xu gazed at him with a mix of sorrow and loathing, as if looking at a rat in the gutter. You are hopeless. When did bullying ever equate to affection? Such nonsensical reasoning seemed to grant him immunity. With a mere declaration of liking, he could be forgiven and understood by the masses, almost treated as a charming anecdote. Meanwhile, she was expected to accommodate his twisted expression of affection. Bullying is bullying, and harassment is harassment. It cannot be glossed over with a simple "I like you" that erases the pain she had endured. I explained it to you that day, didn't I? It was all childish ignorance, Meng Zheng pleaded, his gaze hopeful. Don't you feel anything for me at all? Oh, I do, she replied, not allowing him a moment of joy before adding, I hate you. Meng Zheng stood frozen, his eyes narrowing in disbelief. Nan smiled lightly, calmly yet cruelly stating, do you know who sent the anonymous email that led to your expulsion from the affiliated school? It was I. His fists clenched tightly, his teeth grinding audibly. It was you. Gripping the bag tightly, Nan exhaled slowly, turning away with indifference. It has nothing to do with you. In the fleeting moment she turned her back. A flicker of twisted resentment ignited in Ng's eyes as he abruptly leapt towards her, pinning Nan against the corner. The force, mixed with the biting cold wind, sent Ng tumbling over, as Ng's expression darkened. Do you wish to die? The former collided with an iron frame discarded in the corner, producing a cacophony of clattering sounds, leaving him unable to rise for quite some time. The boy steadied Nan by the shoulders, his tone filled with concern. Are you hurt? He had waited outside for a while but had not seen her emerge. Initially assuming she was merely taking her time to prepare, hence refraining from calling lest she think him impatient. However, An inexplicable unease compelled him to enter, leading to this shocking scene. A prolonged white noise echoed in his ears. And Xie Jingsi paused, feeling an eerie familiarity with the scene and sensations. The tranquil night, the dimly lit surroundings, the scheming boy, and the trembling, fragile girl. All were hauntingly familiar. His dark, elongated eyes narrowed, fixating on the disheveled Ng. A perfect match to the panicked figure he had once witnessed fleeing. Xie Jingsi's voice was cold and somber. "It's you, again. You come to disrupt us." Flames of fury ignited in Ng's eyes. "NX and I are family. What business is it of yours? Your stepbrother, I presume." Xie Jingsi methodically removed his coat, tossing it to NX. The descending black coat enveloped her head, plunging her vision into darkness, as her fingertips grazed the fabric. She heard him speak in a deep, serious tone. "Cover your eyes, do not look." Time seemed to stretch until the coat was lifted from her line of sight, revealing Xie Jingsi's profound brow and eyes mere inches away. His deep black irises swirling like a vortex. "It's all right now." NX's nose tinged with a bittersweet ache, and without warning, she threw herself into his embrace, her cheek pressed against his firm chest. "You saved me once more." The latter's body stiffened momentarily. "You recognized me?" Such revelations were not easily verifiable. He couldn't straightforwardly inquire, thus he chose to remain silent. NX tilted her clean, moist eyes upward, her tone soft and gentle. "I've known you for a long time." Chapter 100. A kiss from you. A tranquil lake was disturbed by the plunk of a small stone, and ripples spread across Xie Jingsi's heart as well. NX had recognized him as the one who drove Ng away that night long ago. When had this realization dawned upon her? Was it after entering university, or even earlier? "I was never afraid of you." NX shook her head in denial, her voice steady. She had explained this before. Yet he found it hard to believe. The boy fell silent, astonished to discover her words held truth. So that was the reason. The warm, yellow light glimmered in NX's eyes, as if a fragment of the galaxy had melted into them. And within her sparkling pupils, his reflection was distinctly visible. Each word she spoke was sincere. "I've always known you to be a truly wonderful person." This commendation, reminiscent of a good person card, left Xie Jingsi unsure whether to feel joy or sorrow. Never mind. After a brief internal struggle, he set aside all discouraging thoughts, allowing his heart to dissolve into a pool of spring-like warmth at her words. NX, Xie Jingsi's dark gaze met hers, his tone infused with tenderness. "You are also wonderful, sincere, resilient." It would not be an exaggeration to say that all the laudatory words in the world could rightfully be attributed to you. He could never have imagined that the seemingly delicate NX had endured such tumultuous trials and tribulations. The compromises of living under someone else's roof, the favoritism and neglect from her biological mother, and the torment and covetousness from her stepbrother. Although he could not clearly recall the details of that earlier scene, he would never forget the sight of the girl trembling uncontrollably and the tears cascading from her eyes. She had been so young, yet subjected to the most wretched circumstances, with no one by her side to comfort or assist her. The fleeting, half-hearted words exchanged on New Year's Eve concealed a chasm deep enough to shatter a person's spirit. It was unfathomable to envision how an NX had braved the storm, taking root on the precipice, blossoming into delicate yet unyielding flowers. An indescribable heartache slowly washed over him in this moment. Akin to a hammer striking his heart, echoing waves of stifled pain, NX was enveloped in Xie Jingsi's embrace. Their bodies pressed closely together, sharing warmth and strength, the winter layers between them unable to hinder the flow of comfort. Their hearts, now intertwined, quietly resonated with the rhythmic thumping of their accelerated, slightly erratic heartbeats, merging into a singular pulse, indistinguishable from one another. This was a soft embrace devoid of any lascivious intentions, a warmth that enveloped them like water. So comfortable it elicited sighs of relief from their very souls. Inhaling the refreshing scent of mint that filled the air, NX felt her taut nerves relax, the fears, apprehensions, and repulsions dissipating like autumn leaves in the wind, her wandering spirit finding solace in its rightful place. Conversely, having acted with excessive force against Ng tonight, he knew the latter would likely spend 10 days to half a month on the hospital bed to recuperate. Given the Ng family's background, He couldn't inflict any serious harm, yet he had no intention of sparing them. Those who dared to bully the girl he held dear would surely pay the price. However, he was not yet strong enough to completely evade the scrutiny of the Xie family. If he were to take action against the Ming family, his grandparents would undoubtedly catch wind of it, compelling him to provide a reasonable explanation. The girl in his arms suddenly lifted her head, her tone tinged with a hint of disappointment. So soon. Reflecting on it, he conceded that it was indeed time for him to leave. It was already the 8th day of the new year, and they would be returning to school before long. The capital held his family, friends, and career. He couldn't remain in Ning City indefinitely just to keep her company. Xie Jingsi chuckled softly, raising a hand to gently pinch her soft cheek. "Do you miss me?" Just as she resolved to suppress her embarrassment and express her feelings, she caught a faint whiff of blood. Instinctively lowering her gaze, she noticed the back of Xie Jingsi's hand seeping with fresh blood, the protruding, sharp knuckles marred by a large bruise, a sight that was hard to ignore. Injured again? A knot formed in her chest, and she carefully cupped his hand. "Does it hurt?" Nan's concern heightened. He was not one to easily show weakness, and if he admitted to pain, it must have been truly severe. "You should go to the hospital and have it treated. It could get infected," she insisted. Ing might carry a virus. The boy's lips pressed into a thin line. Complimenting her cuteness now would disrupt the mood, yet it was undeniably true. Ultimately, Xie Jingsi could not resist the tingling sensation coursing through him, lowering his voice. "There's a way to alleviate the pain instantly. Shall we give it a try?" Without a moment's hesitation, Nan nodded earnestly. "Okay, what is it?" He raised an eyebrow, speaking deliberately. "You kiss me." She shot him a look, exasperated that he was jesting during a serious moment. Xie Jingsi grinned lazily, his tone laced with an inexplicable allure. "I am being serious. It works wonders for me. Don't believe me? Try it." Next puffed her cheeks, refusing to be fooled like a toddler. Yet, the next moment, she rose on tiptoe, pressing a delicate kiss to the corner of his lips. Xie Jingsi felt his blood surge, his heart racing like a rapid drumbeat within his chest. Clear and intense in that instant, the evening breeze and swaying branches seemed to freeze. The world fell silent, and his heart thundered. Next tilted her head playfully, her eyes sparkling with mirth. "Does it not hurt anymore?" Xie Jingsi chuckled softly, his throat dry. "It doesn't hurt anymore." Chapter 101. The junior she had no choice but to remain at home, receiving his message just before he boarded the plane. Xie Jingsi must have taken care of matters concerning Ing before leaving, as his domineering father did not seek trouble with Nan, however. Ynjn did call once. As soon as the call connected, she launched into a tirade. "Have you grown up now and decided to be disobedient? How dare you associate with dubious characters and conspire with your boyfriend to attack your own brother? What kind of sister or daughter are you? What will others think of us?" Nan held the phone away from her ear, feeling no sorrow, only a sense of absurdity. After all these years, it was clear that she still cared deeply about the opinions of the outside world and the Ming family, fearful of others whispering that she had failed in her duties as Mrs. Ming. Once Ynjn finished venting, she spoke each word deliberately. "Xie Jingsi is not a dubious person. He is the one I care for. I have never intended to be an obedient puppet of a daughter or sister." NNX relayed a string of bank card numbers. "You still use this card, correct? Once I start working, I will deposit money into it every month, as a way to repay you and the Ming family for raising me. After this, let us not have any further contact." Ynjn's voice rose in disbelief. "You wish to sever ties with me? Who put you up to this? Is it that wayward boyfriend of yours? Which school does he attend? I must ascertain whether he is a legitimate student or a thug." NNX pressed her fingers to her aching forehead, continuing. "I recorded the conversation from when you confronted him engaging back then. If you disturb me or my boyfriend again, I will make it public, allowing everyone to witness the fade of a harmonious family stripped of its glamorous veneer. The scandal of a brother bullying his stepsister. With Mrs. Ming turning a blind eye, such gossip is what people relish discussing." She did not want to resort to this threat unless absolutely necessary, but with her mother's relentless pressure and pursuit of Xie Jingsi, she felt compelled to reveal a card strong enough to intimidate her. Xie Jingsi had already done enough for her. Nan Xu did not wish to remain merely as someone he protected. She yearned to safeguard him with her own meager and seemingly insignificant strength. Indeed, her words struck at Yuan Juan's Achilles heel with pinpoint accuracy, rendering her speechless in astonishment. For the first time, she felt that her daughter had grown utterly unfamiliar. The timid and restrained girl who had once been so obedient to her was now uttering such resolute phrases. You actually recorded it? It was hard to fathom that the girl who had sobbed about calling the police could conceive of recording the entire conversation and still retain it to this day. Nan Xu responded with a soft her tone detached. Perhaps it was because I had already lost all hope from that moment on. She had sensed the inevitability of bringing up the past, as if guided by some unseen force to capture their dialogue. Clearly, her intuition was not mistaken. Goodbye, Nan Xu whispered, addressing her for the last time in this lifetime. Mama. After hanging up, the precarious stone that had hung over her head finally vanished, and a poisonous thorn that had long been embedded deep within her body was uprooted. She felt an unprecedented sense of relief. Drawing back the curtains, she gazed at the twinkling stars in the night sky, resembling countless fragments of silver scattered and embedded in the soft night, releasing a gentle glow. Tomorrow would herald a brand new day. By late February, universities across the nation began to open their doors, and Jing University was no exception. Indeed, due to an earlier winter break, it commenced classes ahead of nearby institutions. Shubao, you are too considerate, moi moi moi, Song Yangyang exclaimed, deeply moved, and boldly declared, tonight, I shall treat you to dinner as a reward for our hardworking Nan Xu. Having not seen each other for the entire winter break, the three girls seemed to have endless conversations to share, excitedly exchanging words until Tong Xinyue suddenly pinched Nan Xu's cheek. Being in love is different. Your little face is all rosy, the well-read Song Yangyang, lost in thought, remarked with a knowing expression. Oh. When it came to discussing her romantic relationship, the two had even more to say. Song Yangyang proudly placed her hands on her hips and declared, What did I say? He just likes you? Tong Xinyue clicked her tongue in amazement. No wonder it's Xie Jingsi. He set such a perfect atmosphere for confession. So, how far have you two gone? Song Yangyang earnestly warned, You're still young. You need to focus on your studies and aim for graduate school. Don't get pregnant. I don't want to be a godmother yet. Tong Xinyue nodded in agreement and suggested bluntly, let him take precautions. You shouldn't. Nan Xu's reaction was delayed, her cheeks and fingertips turning a deep crimson, mortified and furious. What are you two talking about? Oh, it seems you haven't reached that stage yet. Song Yangyang inquired eagerly, have you kissed? If you haven't even kissed, I really doubt Xie Daolao's capabilities. Overwhelmed with embarrassment, she abruptly stood up, trying to end the topic. I need to pack my things. The two girls did not press her further and began sharing snacks from their luggage while engaging in casual chatter. Tong Xinyue, biting into jerky, suddenly remembered something important. You two have been dating for nearly a month. Haven't you made it official yet? No. Nan Xu shook her head, chuckling lightly. There's no need for an announcement. As long as our friends know, that's enough. Song Yangyang sighed. Whether you announce it or not makes no difference. Many people have already assumed you're together. Not long after lunch, the class group received a notification that some textbooks had arrived, instructing each dormitory to send 2 people to the library to collect them. She was listening to someone complain about the hefty textbooks when she failed to notice a heavy gaze fixed upon her from a distance. Consider it carefully. There are numerous benefits to pursuing a graduate degree, Professor Zhuang reasoned with Xie Jingsi. Look at your senior classmates. Which of them isn't eager to apply for my graduate program? Xie Jingsi casually leaned against a wall with one hand in his pocket, exuding an air of nonchalance. Just as Professor Zhuang was about to continue, he suddenly froze, his gaze locking onto a particular direction. Turning to follow his line of sight, he spotted 2 youthful and vibrant girls approaching, laughing and chatting as they carried their books. Given his student's reputation, he felt a headache coming on and reprimanded. Stop that worthless expression. Why are you staring like a lecher at pretty junior sisters? No wonder. Before he could finish scolding, the boy took long strides toward the girls, casually stepping forward to block their way. Xie Jingxi's dark, expressive eyes narrowed with a hint of mischief. Junior sister, do you need assistance? Chapter 102. Just want to drink water sent by my girlfriend. The two had not seen each other face to face for over half a month. Although they had video called, the person on the small screen could never compare to the vibrant reality. Standing merely a stone's throw away, Xie Jingsi still appeared strikingly fierce, his thin lips curving into a playful grin, his eyelids lazily drooping over his dark, profound eyes. Song Yangyang discreetly stepped aside, occasionally observing ants beneath a tree as they transported food scraps, and at times gazing up at the sky. She eventually raised her eyes to greet them with a distant smile. Nan Xu stepped aside, softly saying, "It's fine. Just a few books, and they're not heavy, though you two have matters to discuss. Please go ahead." Xie Jingsi subtly pressed his tongue against his teeth, the depths of his gaze inscrutable. "Why are you still being so polite with me?" "I'm not being polite," Nan Xu replied in confusion, suddenly recalling something, her eyelashes fluttering as she lowered her voice. "Do you have plans tonight?" He maintained his composure. Looking down, "Yes, why?" "I wanted to invite you for dinner." Her cheeks flushed slightly as she reminded him. "We agreed when you took me to the airport during the winter break." His tone remained level, devoid of inflection. "Not going." Nan Xu paused, a wave of disappointment washing over her, but upon reflection, she realized that with the start of the semester, everyone indeed had numerous responsibilities. Xie Jingsi, particularly, had far more on his plate than the average student. Justifying it to herself, she replied, "All right then." Xie Jingsi stepped closer, his eyes glinting with emotion as they captured her, his warm breath brushing against her sensitive ear. "Could you use a different term? It sounds as if we are merely negotiating." She blinked, her eyes filled with confusion. "Huh?" Xie Jingxi's Adam's apple bobbed as a low chuckle escaped his lips, correcting her. "You meant dine with me." He emphasized the second word distinctly, adding weight to his assertion. It took a moment for Nan Xu to process this, her cheeks flushing a shade reminiscent of the sunset, and she murmured, "It's essentially the same." It was hard to believe that someone like him would fuss over the specific wording of a phrase. Xie Jingsi analytically replied, as if he were the most stringent professor in a linguistics class, "It's different. The first phrase sounds quite polite." Nan Xu inquired, "So, will you come?" The boy smirked, "If my girlfriend wishes to dine with me." "How could I dare refuse?" "I'll message you later." On a way, he adjusted his sleeve, laughing with reckless abandon. "The junior sister is quite fond of me. She invited me to dinner tonight." Professor Zhuang lamented, "These young girls today only care about appearances." Several senior classmates chuckled quietly, puzzled by the professor's confusion. Xie Jingsi joined in the laughter for a moment before clarifying, "Don't worry, Professor. I'm not foolishly flirting with young girls. She's my girlfriend, Professor Zhuang." The senior classmates were taken aback, chattering excitedly, "You two are together. What was said on the forum is true. Why hasn't there been an official announcement on social media? You must understand that nowadays, girls appreciate a sense of ceremony." Later that evening at dinner, Xie Jingsi casually mentioned the conversations among their peers, asking, "You don't mind, do you?" The hot pot restaurant was bustling, filled with lively voices, and the sound of bubbling broth echoed as customers gathered around tables, ingredients swirling in the dual-flavored pot. Nan Xu swallowed the shrimp paste in her mouth. "Not at all. What could I possibly mind?" He scooped several slices of beef from the pot into her bowl. "I thought you didn't want others to know about our relationship." "I'm not overly concerned about such matters," she replied. "I just feel that an overly grand announcement might draw too much attention, and I dislike the sensation of my personal life being constantly scrutinized. I certainly do not wish to become a topic of idle gossip." Xie Jingsi studied her for a few seconds before nodding. "Understood." Last year, Xie Jingsi had only played a half game before stepping down, and ultimately, Huada claimed the championship medal, leading to ongoing ridicule from Huada students. The image of Xie Jingsi sprinting across the court flashed in her mind, and she nodded. "I will come." A faint smile flickered in his eyes. "All right, I'll save you a seat." The gymnasium at Jing University was the largest among the 4 universities, capable of accommodating the most spectators. But each year, the number of students attending the games was significant, and good seats needed to be reserved in advance. Nan Xu's eyes sparkled. "Great." Xie Jingsi raised an eyebrow. "Is that it? Aren't you going to reciprocate by bringing me water?" For reasons unknown, she recalled a scene she had witnessed outside the basketball court, where Luo Anren, in a beautiful dress, had delivered water to him, and his friends had cheered. Humans are strange creatures. It seems that greed is ingrained in their very being. Forever unsatisfied, at some point, Nan Xu found herself no longer content with simply being with Xie Jingsi. She had become prone to overthinking, feeling jealous, and comparing herself to his ex-girlfriends, hoping to be the one who stood out. It was undeniably troubling, yet she could not control it. Without a second thought, she blurted out, "There are so many people who want to bring you water." I am not indispensable. His dark eyes flickered with intrigue as he gazed at Nan Xu's delicate features. Xie Jingsi chuckled softly, but I only want to drink the water my girlfriend brings me. Chapter 103. I'll show you the day after returning to school. Jing University officially commenced classes, and the schedule was packed to the brim. Coupled with the numerous trivial matters that always arise in the days leading up to the start of each semester, Nan Xu found herself exceedingly busy. After much anticipation, when a rare moment of leisure finally arrived, the class monitor shared a notification about a fire safety lecture in the class group. Each class was required to send 3 attendees for a total duration of 1 hour, with eager participants instructed to respond with a 1. On a first-come, first-served basis. The prospect of earning extra credits compelled Nan Xu to dutifully send a 1, landing her precisely in the 3rd spot. Upon arriving at the lecture venue and completing the sign-in, she noticed a girl from the neighboring class in the 3rd-to-last row waving at her. They had been in the same English group last semester, prompting Nan Xu to jog over and take a seat beside her. Typically, the content of such lectures tends to be rather mundane, and the requirements for attendees are not particularly stringent, leading many students to prefer seats further back, seizing the opportunity to slack off. Nan Xu was no exception. Within just 2 minutes of the presentation commencing, she retrieved her notebook and scrap paper from her backpack, fully engrossed in completing her assignments, in less than half an hour. She had finished writing. Just as she set her pen down, a crumpled paper ball sailed in from behind and landed with a soft thud beside her. Xie Jingsi, slouched in a relaxed posture, leaned his elbow on the table, propping his chin in his hand. Sunlight streamed in through the window, casting a golden hue over his dark hair. She could only wonder how long he had been watching her. Nan Xu picked up the paper ball and unfolded it, revealing a blank surface adorned only with a simple stick figure drawing. The figure depicted a girl with a bun, bent over her desk, diligently working on her assignments. His artistic skills were quite average, yet she immediately recognized the chibi character as herself. She scribbled a few words on the paper, crumpled it again, and turned around just as a few classmates in the back row glanced over in confusion. "What is up, X? Nothing much, just wanted to talk to you." Nan Xu instinctively looked up, but the girl quickly hushed her. "Sorry, I got a bit too excited." She smiled gently. "It's fine." Unexpectedly, the girl, being quite sociable, eagerly thrust her phone in front of Nan Xu, unable to contain her excitement as she shared a video she had come across. "Nan Xu, look at this, it's super amazing." Hee hee. Nan Xu's gaze fell upon the screen. The video began with a boy clad in clownfish pajamas, seemingly in the midst of a quarrel, being pushed to the ground. Just a second after he fell, the scene shifted in a dimly lit room. The boy was shown shirtless, revealing his well-defined muscle lines. His long neck arched back, giving him a striking jawline, while he exhaled hazy smoke rings accompanied by sultry, seductive murmurs. Nan Xu's pupils dilated in shock. The girl, satisfied, saved the video, her eyes twinkling with anticipation. "Isn't he handsome?" The classroom was arranged in a tiered fashion, with the back row being the highest, ideally allowing for a clear view of the actions of those seated in front. Coincidentally, Xie Jingsi sat just slightly behind her. But surely, it couldn't be that fortunate? Holding on to a glimmer of hope, she lifted her gaze only to find Xie Jingsi gazing intently at her. The moment their eyes met, his lips curved into a subtle smirk, though his deep-set eyes held no trace of amusement. Despite the strong presence of his gaze, she resolutely refused to look back before long. Another paper ball landed on her desk, reminiscent of the secretive note passing during high school classes when the teacher was preoccupied with writing on the blackboard. How juvenile, though she internally mocked the situation. A faint smile tugged at the corners of Nan Xu's lips. As she slowly unfolded the paper, she discovered a simple drawing of an ear. Confused, she opened WeChat to inquire. "An ear? X, yep." Nan Xu, puzzled. "What does it mean?" X listened as a thin sheen of perspiration formed on Nan Xu's palms. They were still in the lecture, surrounded by classmates. How audacious of him. Fortunately, she had her earphones on hand for practicing her English listening skills. Once she donned the earphones, she activated the voice message. Xie Jingsi's voice was soft, almost breathy, low and husky, sending a tingling sensation coursing through her skin. He said, "Listen to me." Her ears felt as if they were being scorched, and she rubbed her earlobes, lowering her gaze to type that "I'm listening to X. Do you enjoy watching those kinds of videos?" No, she wasn't lying. Nan Xu rarely used short video apps, and when she did, It was usually to watch cute animal videos. X, who has a better physique, me or him? The image of Xie Jingsi washing a samoyed and accidentally soaking his clothes flashed through her mind, causing a faint blush to creep across her cheeks. She stammered, I don't know. I haven't seen yours, X. Can I interpret that as your hint? Nan Xu's eyes widened in disbelief. What hint? X, a hint for you to see me without clothes. Upon reading this message, she felt her entire face flush with heat. You're overthinking it. I'm not. Really not. Her emphatic denials and multiple exclamation points conveyed her current state of mind. If they were speaking face to face, Nan Xu would undoubtedly be flustered and annoyed, her fair cheeks flushed and her clear, innocent eyes glaring at him. Yet, merely imagining it brought a shift in Xie Jingsi's mood from gloomy to sunny. A faint smile graced his lips. Nan Xu, utterly embarrassed. No, X. All right. She was slightly taken aback. Given his personality, would he truly concede so easily? Sure enough, in the blink of an eye, another message popped up. And upon reading it, Nan Xu nearly dropped her phone. X. Or, come to my place, and I'll show you I in the bustling crowd. Her finger brushed against similarly warm skin, which then loosely intertwined with hers. Nan Xu struggled for a moment, but the large hand held firm, as if forged from steel, immovable. She reluctantly abandoned her thoughts, allowing her ears to burn with heat. The spacious classroom, capable of accommodating hundreds, had only one exit, causing students at the back to move increasingly slowly. Nan Xu and Xie Jingsi navigated through the throng, the noisy environment rendering their conversation non-existent. Yet their hands remained linked, warmth radiating through their skin. Once outside the classroom, she naturally released his hand. I have to go to class. Nan Xu quickened her pace, eager to escape. For the next few hours, she found herself unable to resist checking her phone, wondering if Xie Jingsi had sent any strange videos by evening. She had yet to receive any revealing images or videos, prompting a sigh of relief. Meanwhile, near Jing University, a spacious and tidy gym remained brightly lit. Chen Jianchu stepped off the treadmill and glanced at the boy still seated at the butterfly press. Sai, who are you trying to outdo? Your physique is already impressive, yet you still come to the gym religiously every day. I thought my own physique was sufficient, but now I feel an unprecedented sense of urgency. If even those more talented than you are striving for improvement, how can you afford to slack off? Chen Jianchu took a hearty sip of motivational beverage, just as Jiang Lai patted his shoulder to dissuade him. Don't compare yourself to him. Xi's situation is different now. Chen Jianchu's eyes widened in realization. Oh? He must be trying to maintain his physique for his girlfriend? Jiang Lai shook his head, his tone grave. It's even more dire than that. What makes it dire? Chen Jianchu queried in confusion. I've met Nan Xu. She is such a delicate girl. I feel like Xi could lift her with one hand. Exactly why he works out every single day, to maintain and expand his advantages. Lu Zhishuan twisted off the cap of his water bottle and took a sip. I have a feeling you guys are misunderstanding the situation. Not possible, Jiang Lai asserted firmly. As the ancient said, food is nature. Every human has desires. With Xi's looks and physique, he could easily start at 80,000 if he were to enter the industry. Nan Xu is still quite young. It's only natural for her to be unable to resist temptation. No sooner had he finished speaking than a bottle of mineral water flew toward him, and Xie Jingsi's sharp gaze pierced through the air. Shut it. All right, I'll keep quiet. Jiang Lai fell silent for half a minute before resuming his chatter. By the way, this basketball game coincides with your birthday. The day after your birthday is the game. But don't worry, whether we hold a party or not, it has to be grand. Xie Jingsi wiped the sweat from his brow, revealing sculpted arms that glistened in the air. Don't invite just anyone. She is shy. The more people there are, the more uncomfortable she'll feel. With a few unfamiliar faces, she wished to become invisible. Pretending they are merely ordinary friends, Jiang Lai thumped his chest. I'll take care of it. You can rely on me. As Xie Jingsi donned his jacket, he made his exit. After showering, he casually initiated a video call with Nan Xu, who answered almost immediately. Xie Jingsi chuckled. You picked up so quickly? Were you waiting by your phone all day for me to send you a video? Nan Xu's long lashes fluttered slightly, and she remained silent. In a way, he had indeed guessed correctly. He raised the phone, his damp black hair partially obscuring his brows and eyes, his long, pale fingers running through his wet locks, pushing the hair back from his forehead. His arms, taut with muscle, displayed prominent veins. The phone was held close, capturing only his head and neck, but as he walked, the camera slightly shook, revealing his sharp collarbone and the smooth contours of his chest. You're not wearing a shirt," she stammered, astonished. Did he truly intend to show her his semi-naked body? Although they were in a relationship, they had only been together for less than a month. Wasn't he that a bit too fast? Xie Jingsi raised an eyebrow. "I'm in my own home. What should I wear?" Nan Xu's lashes fluttered like butterfly wings, her eyes darting around in a fluster. "Unable to meet the screen, but you're video chatting with me. Wasn't he the camera not pointed down?" He shifted the conversation. "Of course, I could point it down." The boy's voice, low and soothing after his shower, carried an inexplicable teasing undertone. She covered her flushed cheeks with her hand, her muffled voice tinged with a hint of exasperation as she threatened. "If you dare, I will." At this point, Nan Xu faltered, momentarily at a loss for a means to intimidate him. After a brief pause, she could only muster, "I will hang up." Xie Jingsi let out a soft click of his tongue. "Oh no, this truly posed a threat to him." His previously carefree tone became somewhat restrained. "Don't hang up. I'm no longer teasing you." He had never genuinely considered sending her a half-naked video, as that would be far too frivolous and inappropriate. Although those two words bore no resemblance to his character, Xie Jingsi did not wish for Nan Xu to perceive him as overly eager in this regard, as if his sole intention in being with her revolved around mere carnal desires. With that thought in mind, Xie Jingsi tossed his phone onto the bed from a distance. "I'll get dressed first." Just as he finished speaking, the phone landed precariously at the edge of the large bed, producing a loud thud as it fell to the floor, wedged awkwardly between the floor lamp and the bedside table. Suddenly, Nan Xu was confronted by the unadorned sight of Xie Jingsi. Unlike the previous instance where she had seen him through damp clothing, this time there was no barrier. His firm and powerful physique was entirely exposed. The slight protrusion of his spine, the taut muscles brimming with strength, the beautifully defined abdominal muscles, and the striking V-line at his waist created an arresting visual. His gray pants hung loosely at his waist, subtly revealing the edge of black undergarments. Nan Xu, flustered and embarrassed, stammered, "Xie Jingsi. What an incredible coincidence. It's hard not to be suspicious." Xie Jingsi, feeling wronged, exclaimed, "Let me explain. I truly didn't mean to," but his response was abruptly met with the disconnection of the video call. Chapter 105. Baby. The night was shrouded in darkness, with a sprinkle of stars adorning the sky. The girls' dormitory was enveloped in silence, the sound of Nan Xu slapping her phone face down on the table resonating loudly. Nestled in bed, Song Yangyang peeked through the curtain and gasped, "Did you two have a fight?" Nan Xu sipped some warm water to cool her flushed cheeks and responded, somewhat sheepishly, "No, not at all. Oh, then it must be that Xie the Great has been teasing you again." Song Yangyang, with her keen insight, deduced the truth and then smiled reassuringly. "Zubiobo, have you noticed? After being in a relationship for a while, you're now bold enough to hang up on him." After spending a semester together, she naturally observed that Nan Xu possessed a somewhat accommodating personality, often struggling to refuse unfamiliar classmates. Song Yangyang had even privately worried that Nan Xu and Xie Jingsi were polar opposites in character. With her heavy filter on him, she feared that during their romantic escapades, Nan Xu might lower herself to the ground and comply with his every word. However, it now seemed that her concerns were unfounded. Nan Xu was momentarily taken aback. Hearing Song Yangyang's words made her realize that perhaps it was indeed the case. Initially, when they began dating, she often felt a sense of unreality, plagued by uncertainties about the future, constantly reminded of the reasons for Xie Jingsi's past breakups that someone had summarized on a forum. She scrutinized her actions with trepidation, careful not to infringe upon his boundaries. Gradually, Nan Xu's taut nerves began to relax, allowing her to learn to speak up, jest, and even decline. She suddenly recalled a phrase she had come across while reading casually. The sense of security in intimate relationships stems from the continuous affirmation between both parties during their interactions, rather than from a singular promise. The corners of her lips involuntarily curled upwards, prompting Song Yangyang to tease, "I understand. This is what you call taking advantage of affection. Keep it up, and remember to express yourself when something arises." Nan Xu nodded lightly, "Got it." She picked up her phone once more and sent Xie Jingsi a goodnight message. A second later, a voice message from him arrived. "Not angry anymore? I was never angry." Xie Jingsi raised an eyebrow. "I see, so you were just shy." Nan Xu, with her head down, typed, "It's late." I need to go to bed. All right. The deep timbre of the boy's voice flowed through the phone and into her ears. Good night, baby. His languid and relaxed tone carried a slight huskiness, resonating like a melodious drumbeat, and beneath it, one could discern a hint of playful laughter, tender and gentle. He felt as though a feather had delicately brushed across her heart, causing Nan Xu's hand to tremble uncontrollably, nearly dropping her phone. The warmth that had just subsided on her face surged back again, and she bit her lip. What did you call me? In contrast to her nervousness and embarrassment, Xie Jingsi remained composed, even repeating himself, slowing his speech to enunciate each syllable. Baby. Though Nan Xu had never been in a relationship before, she had observed the interactions of other couples, noting how infatuated lovers often referred to each other in endearing terms. Yet, witnessing it firsthand felt entirely different, akin to a brilliant firework bursting in her ears. Nan Xu remained in a daze for a good 10 seconds before regaining her senses, her ears flushed. I heard that. The mirth in Xie Jingsi's voice became increasingly apparent as he continued to call her. I know, baby. As the moon set and the sun rose, Nan Xu, who typically adhered to a fearsome level of self-discipline, even managing to rise at 7:20 a.m. for the library despite not having early classes, found herself sleeping in until 9 o'clock, jolted awake by a phone call from the delivery station. After hanging up, she sat up, her mind still blank, meeting Song Yangyang's gaze. I'm heading to the cafeteria and will pick up my package. Do you need anything? I'll take 2 mushroom meat buns. Song Yangyang casually asked, what package is so urgent you need to pick it up right away? Nan Xu lowered her gaze with a gentle smile. It's a gift for Xie Jingsi. After sifting through a myriad of options, she had finally settled on what to give him, and she had even consulted Tong Xinyue to ensure she did her homework. When purchasing online, the domestic website was out of stock, so she clumsily navigated an international platform to make her purchase, thankfully managing to have it arrive just in time for Xie Jingsi's birthday. Coincidentally, his birthday fell on a Friday, and as everyone had classes during the day, the party could only be held at night, with Jiang Lai having already secured the venue. Song Yangyang and Tong Xinyue had also received their invitations. Sigh. The two of them sighed in unison, resting their chins on their hands in contemplation. Nan Xu inquired, what's wrong? Don't you want to go? Not that, Song Yangyang lamented. Logically, we're just there for the food, and it's his birthday, so we can't go empty-handed. However, Xie Jingsi is my good friend's boyfriend, and they don't really have any connection with us. It feels awkward to buy him a gift. It lacks boundaries. Never mind, we can just bring some snacks and fruits. They may be a bit mundane, but they're practical. Wait a minute. Tong Xinyue's gaze slowly shifted from the vacant space to Nan Xu, snapping her fingers. Actually, a gift can be presented in a different form. Nan Xu tilted her head in confusion. What form? Just this form. Tong Xinyue and Song Yangyang pulled Nan Xu out of the dormitory, heading directly to a clothing store. The discerning heiress quickly selected several outfits for her to try on. Nan Xu, confronted with the beaming smile of the shop assistant, stammered, Why are you both buying me clothes? Song Yangyang pulled her hand and whispered, We're all family here. A gift for you is a gift for him too. Besides, you'll look beautiful in them, and won't he enjoy it as well? Rounded up, it's like we're gifting him too. Nan Xu attempted to refuse, but Tong Xinyue bluntly pushed her toward the fitting room. No buts, just go try them on. Otherwise, we'll be late. After trying on 3 outfits, Nan Xu was finally allowed a moment of respite by the two, having selected the most stunning ensemble. They exited the clothing store and followed the heiress to a lavish salon for makeup and styling. At 7 o'clock in the evening, the 3 of them took a taxi to the hotel. Chapter 106. I just want to kiss you. The shimmering light from the opulent European chandelier cast a kaleidoscope of colors across the room. The spacious private dining area was divided into 2 levels, with several round tables by the floor-to-ceiling windows on the second floor laden with exquisite delicacies, ranging from French foie gras to barbecue treats. Desserts to fruits, everything imaginable was present. The first floor combined a bar and KTV, serving as a leisure and entertainment zone. As Nan Xu stepped inside, she nearly collided with Xie Jingsi, who was about to exit. She looked up at him. Are you going out? No, I'm not going out. Xie Jingsi's hand instinctively fell to envelop hers. Let us go up. His roommate chimed in. Young Master C has been waiting for you. He couldn't sit still and was planning to find you. They had never seen Xie Jingsi behave this way towards a girl in less than half an hour. He had made a phone call, frequently checked his WeChat, and glanced at his watch 5 times. If it weren't for his usual cool and aloof demeanor, his friends might have suspected he had been possessed. Song Yangyang and Tong Xinyue wished him a happy birthday and shared a knowing look as they patted Nan Xu's shoulder. Our intentions are all here. Xie Jingsi's brows slightly moved. Thanks. His warm and large palm firmly rested on Nan Xu's waist, and throughout, his profound gaze remained fixed upon her face, never wavering for a moment. Nan Xu felt somewhat uneasy under this almost tangible gaze, instinctively smoothing her hair. Why are you staring at me? The boyish eyes darkened, his narrow peach blossom eyes swirling with obscured emotions, as though entangled in countless threads of affection, drawing her deeper into their depths. What is different about you today? Nan Xu's eyelashes fluttered, her delicate fingers intertwining nervously. Do you think the outfit that Ye and Yang picked for me is unattractive? Xie Jingsi lowered his gaze, capturing her completely, his pupils swirling with an endless depth of dark hues. Today, she wore light makeup that was hardly distinguishable from her usual look. Her watery almond eyes remained bright as the moon, clear and pure, reflecting fragments of light, with only the tips of her eyes tinted with a faint blush. Her full, moist lips appeared even more crimson, rendering one unable to look away as the weather warmed. The private room featured a constant temperature system, prompting everyone to shed their outer garments upon entering, opting for light and casual attire. Nan Xu had yet to remove her white coat, which remained open, revealing the outfit beneath. The moonlight white qipao accentuates her graceful and undulating figure, the soft, snow-white fur trim at the neckline and cuffs enhancing her cheeks, which rival the frost and snow in their beauty. The supple fabric cascades down to her ankles, while a vibrant, almost dripping, embroidered magnolia flower meanders from the hem to her waist. She is unlike her usual self. A torrid wave of heat surges within his chest. And Xie Jingsi finds himself in a state of restless excitement, his gaze fixated on the girl before him. Yet, the timing and setting are far from ideal. Reason barely restrains him. His Adam's apple bobs as his voice escapes. Beautiful. She hands him the bag she carries, repeating the birthday wishes she had conveyed earlier that morning via WeChat. Happy birthday. Leaning closer, his lips barely brushing against her ear, he murmurs, Thank you, baby. Despite having heard those words numerous times through voice messages over the past 2 days, Nan Xu's cheeks still betray her, flushing a delicate shade of pink. She gently tugs at his hand, whispering, There are so many people here. Xie Jingsi playfully pinches her fingertips, replying, All right, I'll call for you later when we're alone. After spending an extended period in the perfectly tempered room, Nan Xu begins to feel a bit warm. She sheds her outer jacket and drapes it over the coat rack by the entrance. Her exquisite curves, akin to tender willow branches unfurling in the spring breeze, are laid bare before the onlookers, indelibly etched into Xie Jingsi's mind. He clicks his tongue, suddenly irritated by the presence of others in the room. Observing the shift in his expression, Nan Xu can't help but quietly inquire, What's wrong? I somewhat regret allowing Jiang Lai to host this birthday party and inviting so many people, he admits. She glances around, questioning, Are there really that many? It's just your roommates and friends, along with the 3 of us. It's neither too quiet nor overly noisy. Birthdays should be lively. Still puzzled, she adds, You should be used to this by now. Regardless of whether it was in high school or university, Xie Jingsi's social prowess was well recognized, and he had attended countless parties and gatherings, which was one of the reasons people labeled him a playboy. Ivy never felt this way before. Today is different, he replies lazily. In what way is it different? She presses. Xie Jingsi raises an eyebrow sharply. Are you sure you want me to say? The confusion in her heart deepens. What could possibly be unsaid? As she contemplates, she voices her thoughts, and no sooner does the question leave her lips than a familiar air of nonchalance appears on his face. He leans in closer, a teasing smile playing on his lips as he adopts a tone that is anything but serious. Previously, it had been all about revelry, but as he continues, his pace slows, each word drawn out, fully captivating Nan Xu's curiosity. Under her unwavering gaze, he rasps, Today, I just want to kiss you. Thankfully, everyone else is preoccupied, naturally creating a bubble of space around them. She exhales a sigh of relief, yet Xie Jingsi still tightly grips her wrist, his calloused fingertips gently caressing her palm, exuding a tantalizing intimacy, akin to seduction. With a half-smile, he asks, Shall I? Hearing this, Nan Xu instinctively covers his mouth. Don't say that. She had thought this would force him into silence. But she had underestimated Xie Jingsi's audacity. He leans closer, swiftly closing the tiny gap between their lips and her palm. His lips press firmly against the skin of her hand, planting a kiss. The warmth radiates from that spot, spreading through her veins like wildfire. Nan Xu's breath catches for a moment, a delicate flush creeping over her ears, and her hand falls away as if scalded. Retreating behind her back, her dampened eyes stare at him. You. The instigator of this entire scene displays no hint of remorse, casually uttering a questioning hum, as if inquiring where she finds fault, embodying the very stereotype of a charming rogue. Nan Xu silently judges him as a well-dressed scoundrel. She bites her lip. It's nothing. Let us go eat first. With that, she hastily ascends the staircase, her hurried steps betraying a sense of urgency, as if something ferocious were pursuing her. Xie Jingsi chuckles softly, casually shoving his hands into his pockets as he follows. Slow down, don't trip. Chapter 107. Trouble is brewing on the second floor of the private room. Once everyone is seated, Song Yongyang points to the fusion of Western and Chinese dishes adorning the tables, applauding. Whose idea was this? So creative. Only you understand me, Jiang Lai responds, visibly touched, raising his glass to toast her. No need for words, cheers. Lu Jishuan reminds, we have a basketball game tomorrow. It's fine. It's all fruit wine, very low in alcohol. If anyone gets drunk, they have to sit at the kids' table. Chun Jinshu jokes, patting his chest. Besides, with CE here this year, we'll definitely crush Wada. The mere mention of the four-school basketball competition evokes memories of humiliation at the hands of Wada students over the past year, igniting a chorus of shared sentiments as everyone engages in lively chatter. Nan Xu mostly listens quietly, only interjecting with a few words when directly addressed. Nearby, Lu Jishuan shares a humorous tale about Jiang Lai's drunken antics after losing last year's game, eliciting a soft chuckle from her. Suddenly, her left hand, casually resting on the table, is grasped by a much larger hand, sliding down under the table. Nan Xu glances sideways at Xie Jingsi, who appears utterly engrossed in discussing the basketball game, sipping his drink with a serious demeanor. Yet, only they know what transpires beneath the table, where his long, well-defined fingers tenderly explore her skin, engaging in a flirtatious dance. She shoots him a warning glance, signaling him to release her hand. Xie Jingsi raises an eyebrow, their intertwined hands lifting slightly, clearly indicating that holding her left hand doesn't interfere with eating. Nan Xu finds herself at a loss for a counterargument, so she chooses to ignore him, slowly savoring a piece of pork rib. However, the boy beside her remains restless, as if her hand were a new toy, squeezing and kneading it playfully. She feels as though her left hand has become dough for him to mold. Hey, see, aren't you going to eat? Chun Jinshu notices Xie Jingsi hasn't touched his chopsticks in a while. Looking at the array of dishes, he asks, are none of these to your liking? No, Xie Jingsi replies lazily, I'm not in the mood. Jiang Lai raises an eyebrow, puzzled. What is up with that? Are you off saving the world or something? Xie Jingsi smirks, a familiar glint of mischief in his eyes. Nan Xu's nerves tighten, sensing he might say something shocking. Acting on impulse, she quickly picks up a piece of foie gras sushi and offers it to his lips, silencing whatever he was about to say. He pauses, surprised by her gesture, before a smile spreads across his sharp features as he naturally bites into the sushi. The room falls silent for a moment before erupting into playful protests. Ce and his sister-in-law are so considerate, worried we won't be full, even throwing in some dog food for us. Feeling a bit stuffed despite not having eaten much, she senses that everyone around them is glowing with amusement. You asked for it, a cheeky onlooker quips. Ce, that bite of sushi must taste different from the others, right? It must be so much better. Surrounded by friendly teasing, Nan Xu's cheeks flush a delicate shade of peach blossom pink. Xie Jingsi, unfazed, lazily lifts his eyelids, tilting his chin slightly, exuding an air of rebellious confidence. Indeed, he replies, nonchalantly adding, but you all won't be able to experience it. His mere words provoke an uproar among the single attendees, who collectively chastise him with playful jibes. Ignoring the commotion, he peels a shrimp for Nan Xu and offers it to her lips. Several pairs of eyes discreetly turn their way as she hurriedly consumes it. Whispering, tone it down a bit. Xie Jingsi nods, albeit reluctantly, I'll try. After dinner, everyone moves downstairs to the KTV, enjoying fruit platters while singing joyfully. Meanwhile, The birthday star pulls Nan Xu aside to a corner on the second-floor balcony, claiming it's for some fresh air. The moonlight illuminates a secluded corner where Xie Jingsi's strong arm encircles her, effectively cornering her in the triangular space of the balcony. The dim light casts an intimate shadow over them, creating an atmosphere thick with unspoken allure. Nan Xu swallows hard, her voice softening. "Didn't we come out for some air?" He readily admits, "I lied." His tall, imposing figure inches closer, his unmistakable scent enveloping her, pulling her into an abyss of intoxicating depths. Nan Xu's voice trembles. "So you mean to..." A soft chuckle escapes Xie Jingsi's lips, his calloused fingers affectionately brushing against her smooth, delicate cheek. "What do you think, baby?" Deep down, she has a creeping suspicion, and now, ensnared by the depth of his shadowy gaze, her mind turns to mush. Without thinking, she blurts out, "Are you going to kiss me?" The dark hues in his eyes swell with intensity, the emotions he has suppressed all night surging forth. In a low, sultry voice, he murmurs slowly, "Correct, very clever." His words hang in the air. His scorching palm cradles her slender neck, the pressure gentle yet unmistakable. As he leans in for a kiss, the kiss is soft as moonlight, a gentle stream of affection, reminiscent of the morning dew on a vibrant lotus bud in summer, clear yet infused with the sun's warmth. In the hushed space, the sounds of their lips meeting and the rustle of fabric are amplified, echoing in Nan Xu's ears. Her waist curves backward, her weight fully supported by his strong, secure embrace. As the frequency of their kisses increased, Nan Xu acutely sensed Xie Jingsi's innate talent in this regard. Each kiss became more skillful than the last, now imbued with a gentle yet overwhelming force that left her utterly disoriented, as if she were on the verge of melting away. Not to mention the way his hand, resting on her waist, roamed restlessly. The fabric of her qipao clung closely to her body, almost imperceptibly, allowing her to vividly feel the warmth and texture of Xie Jingsi's palm, a sensation that was both sultry and electrifying, flooding her mind. Yet, just then, their entangled kiss unexpectedly broke apart. Confused, Nan Xu lifted her misty eyes to meet his gaze. Xie Jingsi's breathing was chaotic and heavy, his voice gravelly as if it had rolled through gravel. Continuing further would lead to trouble. Chapter 108. The ring. Nan Xu had once been an innocent and naive girl, devoid of guidance from elders, and her school, focused solely on academic performance, offered no insights into such trivial matters. She had never sought this knowledge herself, resulting in a woeful lack of understanding regarding relationships between men and women. However, thanks to the seasoned courtesan Tong Xianyu and the theoretically knowledgeable Song Yangyang, she had received a crash course after entering into a romantic relationship. In that moment, she instantaneously grasped what he was alluding to. Her mind erupted in a cacophony, as if a dam had burst, overwhelming her consciousness, causing her to instinctively lower her head. Midway through the motion, reason halted her, leaving her gaze rigid and uncertain of where to direct it. With a long arm, Xie Jingsi drew her into his embrace, his back slightly arched, creating a gap between his lower abdomen and hers. His heated breath cascaded over her neck as he murmured, "Don't move, let me hold you for a moment." Obediently, Nan Xu froze in place, her palm dampened with a fine sheen of perspiration. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely, and she felt as if she had just emerged from a steamer. Warmth radiating from her body. "Are you ready? You're not leaving that quickly," he stated. Ultimately, Xie Jingsi released her, offering a reason to part. "The gift you gave me. Can I open it now?" "Of course." Nan Xu replied eagerly, nodding. "I'll go get it." All the gifts were placed in a communal cabinet, and hers was atop the pile, easily visible. The delicate, petite jewelry box was not larger than his palm. As she opened the lid, a small platinum ring caught her eye. Its serpentine design was unique, with bones and scales rendered so lifelike, exuding a refreshing yet audacious character. "I thought you often wore accessories. Its design and color match your style quite well," he remarked. Nan Xu hesitated, a hint of bashfulness in her demeanor. "The full diamond version is even more beautiful, but I can't afford it just yet." Xie Jingsi gazed at the serpent ring in silence. He knew well how financially constrained his girlfriend was, and he understood the difficulty of a girl studying while saving money. The price of this ring was less than his half-month's allowance, yet could cover her tuition for 4 years of university. A ring. How peculiar it was. He had expected it to be a necklace, bracelet, or earrings, never a ring. which in society's eyes symbolized love, sweetness, and commitment. A sense of doubt regarding Nan Xu's feelings for him stirred within him. Shaking his previously steady resolve, the precariously balanced scale tipped suddenly, crashing down with a resounding thud. Within Xie Jingsi's heart, a tempest arose, transforming the quiet void into a soft, lingering affection that enveloped his chest. Without uttering a word, he embraced her tightly, his arms constricting as if to meld their very beings together. Nan Xu, thank you, he murmured softly in her ear. Adias, far too precious. Similar conversations had transpired between them before, but the roles had now reversed. Sensing this shift, Nan Xu felt a rush of urgency, ready to explain that she still had a fair amount of savings, but he interrupted with, "But I don't want to return it to you." Ah? Nan Xu's mind momentarily short-circuited. Oh, that's good then. Xie Jingsi swallowed hard. If it had been anyone else, they would typically express sympathy for their girlfriend's efforts, insisting that the sentiment was appreciated and the ring should be returned. Yet, he was selfish. He genuinely wanted the ring she had given him. Leaning in, he kissed her earlobe. "How about I take care of you from now on?" Nan Xu's eyes widened in surprise. "No need. I can take care of myself. I know you're capable and independent," he replied, his warm hand gently ruffling her hair. "But I believe that sometimes relying on a partner isn't a bad thing." The term partner sent a warm wave through her heart, her pulse quickening with the unspoken, fervent feelings. Xie Jingsi was a man of action. Without hesitation, he pulled out his phone and transferred money to Nan Xu. "Don't other boys buy their girlfriends dresses and bags? I am just being traditional, transferring money so you can buy for yourself. $5,000 arrived via Alipay," and the soft female voice echoed in the quiet space, causing Nan Xu to jump in shock. "No, that's too much. I can't accept it." "What is too much?" "Your boyfriend has plenty of money," he replied, having deleted a zero from the amount, fearing she might refuse it altogether. Yet, she insisted on returning it to him. Realizing words would be futile, Xie Jingsi lowered his lashes, casting a faint shadow over his eyes, and sighed softly. "It's my birthday today. Please indulge me just this once." His unexpectedly despondent tone softened Nan Xu's resistance. Her fingers entwined together in hesitation as she murmured, "I didn't mean to upset you, but if you want to make me happy, accept it," he interjected, cutting off her sentence. After a lengthy silence, she finally nodded. "All right." The moment the thought crossed her mind, Xie Jingsi seemed to sense it, his gaze flickering slightly. "Remember to use it. I'll check in on you from time to time. If I discover you haven't spent a single cent, there will be consequences." Her ears flushed with warmth as she gasped in surprise. "What consequences?" "You are being unreasonable," she retorted. His piercing gaze bore down on her as he leaned closer, the tip of his nose brushing against hers. He chuckled, "Darling, are you just now realizing I'm a capricious rogue?" Nan Xu choked on her words, then defiantly turned her face away, determined to resist this domineering authority. "Then punish me." The depths of Xie Jingsi's eyes darkened, swirling with inscrutable meanings, more profound than the night outside. He raised an eyebrow. "Are you sure? Aren't you going to ask what the punishment entails?" Nan Xu's lashes fluttered. "What?" His warm lips hovered near her ear, laced with a hint of playful mischief, whispering something that left her frozen, her ears, neck, and even fingertips flushing crimson. Shameless. Chapter 109. I like you. As they descended the stairs, the KTV crowd was engrossed in their revelry, paying little attention to their arrival. Chun Jianshu had selected a soft, flowing pop ballad and was passionately singing into the microphone. His singing skills, while not extraordinary, were certainly on pitch and brimming with emotion. And with the clarity of his youthful voice, his performance was elevated to remarkable heights. Nan Xu listened intently for a while, popping a strawberry from the fruit platter into her mouth, casually complimenting. "Senior Chan sings quite beautifully." Xie Jingsi, however, did not respond immediately, his gaze fixed on her for several seconds. Unaware of any underlying issue, she blinked, her long lashes fluttering. "Don't you think so?" She suspected he might be deliberately contradicting her. A glint of mischief flickering in her beautiful eyes. "All right, with your praise for him, I'll have to report you." His handsome face turned toward her, making a sweeping gesture as he casually declared, "Go ahead, let us see what he can do about it." Nan Xu muttered under her breath, "Bully." "Yes, that's me," he replied, accepting the title with a smirk. Suddenly, his warm hand found its way to her waist. pulling her closer until their bodies were tightly aligned. The scent of mint and citrus grew more pronounced, prompting Nan Xu to recall the earlier events on the second floor, her vigilance rising. "What are you planning to do?" "You just called me a bully," he responded nonchalantly, his dark gaze glinting with playful mischief. "Of course, I'm going to do something fitting of a bully's reputation." One hand still clutching half a strawberry, she lightly pushed against him. "They're still here," with his long lashes casting shadows over his eyes. Xie Jingsi shrugged. "Don't worry, no one is watching us." Her hand instinctively moved toward her mouth, but ultimately fell away. Her lashes fluttered as she prepared to close her eyes, only to see him lean down and take the remaining strawberry from her hand. So, he merely intended to steal her fruit at that moment. Their thoughts seemed to align unexpectedly. As the realization crossed her mind, Xie Jingsi chuckled softly. "What did you think I was going to do?" Nan Xu's cheeks flushed, her heart racing as she stammered. "Nothing." His rough fingertips lightly pinched her delicate earlobe, and he did not press further, casually acknowledging her with a non-committal hum, leaving her uncertain as to whether he believed her or not. Chun Jinshu finished his song. The crowd erupted in applause, praising his performance. "Who knew you had such a talent for love songs? Is there someone you like?" Jiang Lai teased, reveling in the spectacle. "Look what your show of affection has caused. Xiegu, why don't you take the stage and sing a duet with your junior?" Others chimed in, encouraging him. The main subject remained seated on the sofa, his dark eyes fixed on Nan Xu, inquiring, "Do you want to listen?" Having never witnessed him sing before, she saw no reason to refuse this rare opportunity. Nan Xu nodded shyly, her clear, almond-shaped eyes sparkling with anticipation. "Yes." "All right," Xie Jingsi replied, rising leisurely to approach the song selection station. Chun Jinshu eagerly asked, "Which song are you going to sing, bro? Whether it's an English song or a Chinese one, I can assist you in selecting." The young man brushed her aside and entered 3 characters himself. The gentle and lingering prelude began to play, and the title of the song, "I Like You," was prominently displayed on the large screen. The moment the title appeared, a wave of synchronized excitement erupted from everyone in the private room. "What does it mean to sing this song? I don't understand. Who are those 3 words intended for? It's so hard to guess." Once again, the deep affection of Xie Jingsi was palpable. Unfazed by their playful banter, he sat down with an air of nonchalance, exuding a sense of ease as if inviting their jests. Blood surged through his capillaries, flushing his cheeks, a rosy hue subtly creeping past his ears, while Nan Xu's heart raced like a drum as the prelude concluded. He raised the microphone to his lips, and his soft, deep voice flowed forth. The light rain, carried by the wind, drenches the dusk-laden streets, wiping away the rain as my eyes inexplicably gaze upward, towards the solitary evening lamp, reminiscent of melancholic memories. At the moment he sang the first line, Jiang Lai and the others erupted into restrained cheers. Even Song Yangyang and Tong Xinyue raised their eyebrows in unison at Nan Xu. She hadn't anticipated that Xie Jingsi would sing so beautifully. He performed the Cantonese version, his unique pronunciation and layered articulation lending a depth of emotion that surpassed the Mandarin rendition. His crisp yet slightly husky voice was imbued with a gentle warmth, harmonizing seamlessly with the song, reminiscent of a cello's mellifluous melody. The interplay of light and shadow clearly outlined his features. His long legs, clad in black pants, were carelessly splayed, his posture embodying a habitual languor. Yet throughout, his deep, dark eyes were fixated on a singular point, harboring a tenderness he himself was unaware of. In Nan Xu's view, everything around her silently crumbled into indistinct shadows, the bustling world fading into obscurity. The MV playing on the electronic screen and the lively energy of others dissipated into a hazy backdrop. The only clarity was the young man, holding the microphone, softly singing, a vivid and resplendent presence. It felt as though a ripe fruit had spontaneously appeared in his chest, its succulent sweetness coursing through his limbs, lingering in the air. The string in his heart was plucked, filling the void with a warm and harmonious essence. While bittersweet emotions bubbled to the surface, "May I gently caress your lovely face, entwining our arms as we share whispered dreams, just like yesterday when you were with me," as the final beat of the song resonated. It synchronized with the rhythm of Nan Xu's heartbeat, pulsing with fervent emotion. Chapter 110. Your boyfriend is jealous. Once the song concluded, the boys were the first to burst into laughter, some mockingly adopting exaggerated tones, while others teased him about becoming a clip. Amidst the playful chaos, Xie Jingsi displayed no signs of discomfort. It was evident that he was in good spirits today. He placed the microphone down, a playful curve gracing his lips, his tone laced with an affectionate tease. How did it sound? The interplay of light and shadow highlighted his striking features, the tousled hair falling over his defined brows, exuding an unmistakable charm. Yet, inexplicably, Nan Xu sensed a subtle, unspoken desire for praise emanating from him. Her eyes sparkled with sincerity as she genuinely replied. It was beautiful. Upon hearing her words, a slight lift graced the edge of his brows. He continued, how does it compare to Chen Jianxiu? Nan Xu was taken aback for 2 seconds before realizing. Pursing her lips, half-teasingly she asked, why do you ask? Did you get jealous when I praised him? Unexpectedly, he replied with a nonchalant, a bit. Xie Jingxi's gaze lingered on her, a look that was both intriguing and earnest, devoid of jest, as though he were speaking a truth. She was momentarily speechless. Why are you jealous of everything? A semblance of a smile graced his lips, and with a languorous drawl, he said, remember this. Your boyfriend is prone to jealousy. After a pause, he casually tilted his head. Feigning indifference, it seems my girlfriend isn't jealous. Xie Jingsi naturally participated in the banter. Before coming here, he had informed Nan Xu that they would be gathering at an entertainment venue, and that he wished to video call her afterward. He thought to himself that he certainly wouldn't be the one left out. As the clock on the wall ticked away, the number of people in the room gradually dwindled. Eventually, only 2 single men, eager to see who would be the last to leave, remained alongside him. I never expected you to be the last one standing, one remarked, chuckling. I thought you two were in a hot and heavy romance since you just started dating. The other chimed in. This just shows that his girlfriend trusts him. This kind of life is quite good. She understands him, allowing him the freedom to do as he pleases. Xie Jingsi looked down to pick up his phone from the table, the light casting shadows across his brows, obscuring his current emotions. In truth, it was a trivial matter, one he felt he had overly dramatized, hence he had never mentioned it to her. Yet, as the thought arose, a vague heaviness settled within him. His mood shifted so rapidly that Nan Xu did not catch on. She lowered her gaze and smiled softly. Xie Jingsi felt a twinge of craving for a cigarette. Quitting smoking was a lengthy endeavor. Should he falter midway, it would render all efforts futile, necessitating a fresh start. He stood up. I'll be right back. I need to use the restroom. Before the faucet, he splashed cool water onto his face, closing his eyes as he submerged his features, finally grabbing a couple of tissues to wipe away the droplets. Just as he exited the restroom, a girl approached him. Xie Jingsi didn't spare her a glance and brushed past her. Xie Jingsi? The girl suddenly called out, her red lips curving into a smile. What a coincidence. You're here to have fun too, right? Don't you remember me? I'm Jiang Xiangwan. He didn't recall her, but the Jiang surname resonated deeply within him, given the numerous collaborations with the Xie family's business. She was likely one of the potential marriage candidates handpicked by his father. There was little to discuss between them. Xie Jingsi cast her a cool glance, remaining silent. I heard you have a girlfriend now. Congratulations. By the way, are you aware that both families are considering a union between us? Jiang Xiangwan remarked, don't misunderstand. Although you're quite handsome, you're not my type, and I have no romantic feelings for you. However, a marriage between us could yield significant benefits for both parties. No? While love is indeed enchanting, wealth and power are what one should pursue throughout life. I hope you'll reconsider. Thinking he had consumed a bit of alcohol, she worried he might be lost or encounter unforeseen circumstances. Unable to wait any longer, she headed towards the restroom. Turning the corner of the hallway, she caught sight of Xie Jingxi's silhouette. He was not alone. A strikingly attractive girl was conversing with him, suggesting they were already acquainted. Nan Xu hesitated to interrupt, choosing to quietly wait behind a potted plant until they finished reminiscing. Suddenly, the radiant girl glanced over at her, and upon catching her startled expression, a smile spread across her lips. In the next instant, the girl leaned in towards Xie Jingsi, appearing as if she were about to kiss him. Her pupils constricted sharply, and her hands instinctively clenched at her sides. Yet, Xie Jingsi made no move to distance himself, seemingly allowing the intimacy to unfold. The dull ache of jealousy felt akin to accidentally swallowing a grain of rice, unpleasant yet not overwhelmingly painful. Before Nan Xu could fully process her thoughts, her body instinctively recoiled, her slender back pressing against the cold wall, dispelling the distressing image from her view. Yet, whenever faced with an area in which she felt inadequate, she couldn't help but feel a surge of trepidation and self-doubt. Deep down, she understood that Xie Jingsi's serenade was genuine. She shouldn't harbor any suspicions. However, ingrained habits are the hardest to break. She had grown accustomed to being reserved around him and felt dwarfed in comparison to the vibrant girls. The words Xie Jingsi had spoken earlier echoed in her mind. No, she wasn't devoid of jealousy. In the time he was unaware, she had felt jealousy numerous times, experiencing a complex mix of admiration and envy towards many unfamiliar, beautiful girls. Yet, her sensitivity and insecurities kept her from revealing her feelings to him.